is our ally, not our enemy.
We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected.
This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature.
It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end game.
We could be the last generation to save the world.
Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat.
Because together, everything is possible.
Victory, 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 victory for nature. Together, 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 possible.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Mainit.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Hold
Smash them.
up. Dogs. Tumabi-tabi lahat pag pumasok na sa mid lane. Lahat sa'kin ay dead pag ako na ang nag-switch lane. Grind and grind, lagi na lang akong in-game. Pag ML ng usapan, doggy lang ang nasa mainframe. Immune ako sa hater, parang dash ni Chu. NXP ang crew, lahat dito ay true. Legit. Aagawan nakita ng buff na blue. Legendary na ako, wala ka pang clue. No clue.
Mic check. Reign supreme, yo. Doggy out eruption in, alam nyo na. Suntukan na this. Ay. Magaling nga daw mag-ML yan si Dogs, Madaling nga daw buhatan ni H2O, yeah. Kung lalaban ka ng 101, di ka makakascore na kahit 1-1. Trigger SS Tony 1-1, wala na magagawa. Diyan tatakbo na lang, yan untog sa bader na parang groundlock. Sa halimaw ako na ang maghahamon. Iniiwan to ng chicks, hawik ka sinibal mo. Walang doggy sa'kin, Johnson and Odette, lahat binabanggawa sa'kin. Lalapain lang ng Roger itong aso. Ngunit kapag ako na ay nag-anong lobo.
Teka muna, tropa ko to sisison. Ang dami nyo ng ebas, kami naman dito nangunguna. Flex lang kami, hold up, comment laging load up. Pag kami na in-game, lahat napapahorap. Ora, tulog kapag tinamaan ni Selena. Hilo parang nakainom na ng tikera. Kukurintin kagamit ko si Brody. Lahat invited sa 550 ni party.
You know my name is Andrea Brilliantes, and I'm about to go down like this.
All troops deployed.
Daming sinasabi, magsitigil na kayo. Puro angas lang dating lahat sila. Ako gusto ako nag-iisang babae, pero dito papatalo. Humalik sa aking kamay na parang pang ikay nagmano. Kaya na, tatlo pa, at ako na mag-isa. Di ka sa'kin uubra, kahit sinong hero pa. Ganda mala, Esmeralda, ngalan ko ay Andrea. Kahit sino lalabanan, di ako basta-basta. Yeah.
Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars.
Yeah.
You're now rocking with the legendary stunt. And it ain't over until we say it's done. You know what it is. Let's go, baby.
You know I came up from nothing. It's the sun out, you know I ain't stressing. I know you already know what it takes, so follow my lead, let's go. We can roll with the punches. Legends, we fight to the dawn. Heroes,
fighting as a team. Don't have to go solo, lo, lo. Cause you're not alone, lo, lo, lo. Together we are heroes, heroes.
Yeah, we are unstoppable, unstoppable. Yeah, we winning right now, 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 now. Taking all of them down, down, down to the ground. Together we are legendary heroes. Yeah, we are unstoppable, unstoppable. Yeah, we winning right now, 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 now. Make the enemies bow down, down, bow down.
They are heroes.
Fight of our lives, gotta survive. Welcome to 515. About to go live, party or die. We go as savage tonight. Step in the spot with my crew. Together we're stronger than ever. You know how we do. Will we start your through? Victory's ours. I would've thought you knew. We're unstoppable. MVP defeat ain't optional. This ain't hard to do. Our team achieve the impossible. My whole squad is lit. Ain't gonna target that is hard to hit. Legendary when we rockin' it. Ain't no stopping this.
Got in my mind, feeling like a sinner. Look at your eyes, I'm fighting like a winner. Triple killer, yeah. You know I deliver, yeah. I'm feeling it was like a criminal. Feeling this thing in it personal. Taking it one at a time, being a beast in the crowd. Face just like an angel, but I beg just like a devil that's living inside. So if you turn your back, I make sure I back every challenge. The level of a queen, but we double the damage when we're fighting as a team. I bring hell from below, low, 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 low. I leave you begging, begging for more. Together we are heroes, heroes.
Yeah, we are unstoppable, unstoppable. Yeah, we winning right now, 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 now. Taking all of them down, down, down to the ground. Together we are legendary heroes. Yeah, we are unstoppable, unstoppable. Yeah, we winning right now, 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 now. Make the enemies bow down, down, bow down.
They are heroes.
Life is a stage, and I am the dancer. Life is too short not to dance.
This is my tempo.
I rap, therefore I am.
be a legend. I must win.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simple, smart, Ako.
Inevitable. Hi guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing ang kate. Baka dandruff yan? Use Head and Shoulders every day. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. Para di pa balik-balik, kati gone for good na. Dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kate.
Para araw-araw, close na close. Max pinabango pa.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one path. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart, Ako.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kate na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate, dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Ngayong bago na ang mundo, mas humirap ang goals ko. Kaya yan with Enervon Active because it has 12 immunity and energy power-ups. Bagong mundo, ready ako! Comeback Active, powered by Enervon Active.
Unilab yan.
Dami ko ng sakit na napagdaanan. Dami ng solusyon na subukan. Pahid-pahid. Bitin sa akin pag nawala ang init. Asus! Pahid ulit. Dito pa rin ako sa hiyang sa akin. Alaksan FR. Tapos ang sakit ng katawan. Pahid-pahid pa ba? Kung pwedeng laban na sa isang alaksan. Manny Pacquiao po. Mandirigma. Isang alaksan. Tapos ang laban.
Alagang Unilab yan.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. And since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a JanSport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Nature is our ally, not our enemy.
We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected. This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature.
It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end game.
We could be the last generation to save the world.
Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat.
Because together, anything is possible.
Victory! 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 Victory for nature! Together! 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 Possible!
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars.
Mainit.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Hold
Smash them.
up. Dogs. Tumabi-tabi lahat pag pumasok na sa mid lane. Lahat sa'kin ay dead pag ako na ang nag-switch lane. Grind and grind, lagi na lang akong in-game. Pag ML ng usapan, doggy lang ang nasa mainframe. Immune ako sa hater, parang dash ni Chu. NXP ang crew, lahat dito ay true. Legit, aagawan na kita ng buff na blue. Legendary na ako, wala ka pang clue. No clue.
Mic check. Reign supreme, y'all. Doggy out eruption in, alam nyo na. Suntukan na this. Ay. Magaling nga daw mag-ML yan si Dogs, Madaling nga daw buhatan ni H2O, yeah. Kung lalaban ka ng 1-on-1, di ka makakascore na kahit 1-1. Trigger SS tong iwan, wala na magagawa dyan. Tatakbo na lang, yan untog sa bader na parang groundblock. Sa halimaw ako na ang maghahamon. Iniiwan to ng chicks, hawi kasi ni Balmon. Walang doggy sa'kin, Johnson at Odette, lahat binabanggawa sa'kin. Lalapain lang ng Roger etong aso. Ngunit kapag ako na ay nag-anyong lobo.
Teka muna, tropa ko to si Sison. Ang dami nyo ng ebas, kami naman dito nangunguna. Place lang kami horap, comment laging load up. Pag kami na in-game, lahat napapahorap. Ora, tulog kapag tinamaan ni Selena. Hilo parang nakainom na ng tikera. Kukurintin kagamit ko si Brody. Lahat invited sa 550 ni party. Yo.
Hello, my name is Andrea Brilliantes, and I'm about to go down like this.
All troops deployed.
Daming sinasabi, magsitigil na kayo. Puro angas lang dating lahat sila. Ako gusto ako nag-iisang babae, pero dito papatalo. Humalik sa aking kamay na para pang ikay nagmano. Kaya na, tatlo pa, at ako lang mag-isa. Di ka sa'kin uubra, kahit sinong hero pa. Ganda mala, Esmeralda, ngalan ko ay Andrea. Kahit sino lalabanan, di ako basta-basta. Yeah.
Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars.
Yeah.
You're now rocking with the legendary stunt. And it ain't over until we say it's done. You know what it is. Let's go, baby.
You know I came up from nothing. If it's fun out, you know I ain't stressing. I know you already know what it takes, so follow my lead, let's go. We can roll with the punches. Legends, we fight to the dawn. Heroes all along, don't have to do it alone. Nah. 5-1-5 party victory lap. Find our enemies, maniac, yeah. We're looking out for the world. Everyone, you know they heard stop. Get with the team, don't stop. Fiery heart of a dragon, attack is unlocking. If we stick together, we'll end up on top.
Feeling every challenge, the level of a queen. But we double the damage when we're fighting as a team. Don't have to go solo, cause you're not alone, Together we are heroes.
Yeah, we are unstoppable. Yeah, we winning right now. Taking all of them down to the ground. Together we are legendary heroes. Yeah, we are unstoppable. Yeah, we winning right now. Make the enemies bow down.
They are heroes.
fight of our lives, gotta survive. Welcome to 515. About to go live, party and die. We go savage tonight. Step in the spot with my crew. Together we're stronger than ever. You know how we do. Will we start your crew? Victory's ours. I would've thought you knew. We're unstoppable. MVP defeat ain't optional. This ain't hard to do. Our team achieve the impossible. My whole squad is lit. Ain't gonna target that is hard to hit. Legendary when we rockin' it. Ain't no stopping this.
Got in my mind, feeling like a sinner. Look at your eyes, I'm fighting like a winner. Triple killer. Feeling this thing ain't personal. Taking it one at a time. Being a beast in the ground. Face just like an angel, but I back just like a gas. Well, that's living inside. So if you turn your back, I make sure I back. Every challenge, the level of a queen. But we double the damage when we're fighting as a team. I bring hell from below, I leave you begging for more. Together we are heroes.
Unstoppable, unstoppable. Yeah, we winning right now. Taking all of them down to the ground. Together we are legendary heroes. Unstoppable, unstoppable. Yeah, we winning right now. Make the enemies bow down. They are heroes.
Life is a stage, and I am the dancer. Life is too short not to dance.
This is my tempo.
Everyone can be a legend. I must win.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simple, Smart, Acro.
Inevitable. Hey guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing ang kate. Baka dandruff yan? Use Head and Shoulders every day. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. Para di pa balik-balik, kati gone for good na.
It's the final day of the regular season and we have a jam-packed Sunday. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 7 presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Siguradong magugustuhan nyo ang mga labanan ngayong araw na to. We have not just one game, not just two games, not just 3 matches, not just 4, pero baka mag-extend tayo sa 5 or 6. Now, we'd also like to thank the following sponsors. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Double up on your passion and achieve that double GG with Smart Double Giga Games. Pwede kayong magkaroon ng 2 gigs of games every day. Para sa Mobile Legends, sa Facebook Gaming and more, ang kailangan nyo lang gawin, i-download ang ating Giga Life app para mas madali ang buhay nyo. Lahat nandun na sa Giga Life app or you dial *123# and choose Double Giga. Available din ito para sa ating mga TNT subscribers. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Oppo. Experience gaming at full speed with the all-new Oppo A9 IV. With its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43-inch Full HD Plus AMOLED screen display, 4,310 mAh and 30 watts VOC flash charge 4.0, victories and ranking up will be easy with the all-new Oppo A9 IV. And get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. What a great present. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also presented by Head and Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward hashtag it's a GG moment thanks to Head and Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free, now max mabango pa. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Master. Mga Lods, friendly reminder lang po, sa laro, pati na rin sa life, manalo matalo, dapat gwapo pa rin para gwapo all day. Bring your clay game with the new Master All-in-One Clay Wash. It cleanses 99.9% of germs, so kahit madungis kayo, matatanggal yan. It controls oil for up to 12 hours kahit buong araw kayo nasa labas, and it helps prevent pimples. All-in-one. Bring your clay game with the new Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Ito ang sikreto ng mga gwapo. We'd also like to thank Paymaya Alaksan, Enervon, Secret Lab, JNT Express, Javianos, Jansport, Hydroflask, TikTok, and the World Wildlife Fund. MPL is also under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board of the Philippines. Paalala lang po sa ating lahat, bukas na ang lahat ng mga establishments, pero kailangan pa rin natin mag-ingat. As we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we really encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing social distancing, hand washing, wearing face masks, face shields, sanitizing, pero ang pinaka-importante po talaga sa lahat, to stay at home as much as possible. Let's all do our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. Ako po si Mara Aquino at kasama ko ngayon sa pinakamahabang araw natin sa MPL Season 7. Nandito si Manjin Paldas and Bomi.
Napakahaba ng araw na to at napakainit din literally sa labas. So sana you're staying at home safe and of course avoiding yung ating mga COVID-19 stuff. Pero Manjin, anong ina-expect mo sa araw na to?
Men, ang ini-expect ko, baka magkaroon tayo bigla ng mga extended games. Kasi biglaan din na ako pala yung nandito ngayon.
Ay, biglaan ba yun?
Bigla tayong dalawa.
Parang, speaking of extended, parang alam mo yung dati lang nagpapa-extend ka ng PC time dito, baka mag-extend pa yung MPL time nyo ngayong gabi.
Alam ko marami mag-e-extend. Sabihin ko lang sa'yo, Womi, parang ikaw yung crush ng bayan. Nung nag-MPL Chillax tayo, ang daming nag-comment tungkol sa kanya. Oh, sino dito nanonood na?
Naku, alam,
Into Womi.
hindi ko pa binabasa yung mga comments na MPL Chillax, pero babasahin ko yun mamaya, Mara. Looking back though, it was a fun episode. Sobrang talino ng mga coaches natin dito sa MPL.
That's why you guys need to tune in, and you really need to tune in today kasi baka magkaroon tayo ng mga tiebreakers. So ano nga ba itong tiebreaker natin? Marami tayong mga koponan with similar win-loss record and points. So may chance na tayo that some of them could end up in a tie game at the end of the regular season. So in case that happens, katulad ng nasa screen natin dito, for example, itong Team A at Team B nagtapat na before. Titignan natin kung ilan ang panalo ng Team B. Doon sa graphics natin, kitang-kita mas lamang ang Team B doon, kaya sila ang mas mataas. Pero kung hindi pa na natin na-determine doon sa head-to-head, titignan natin kung ano nga ba yung ranking nila sa winning game. So kita dito sa ating view right here, Team B nanalo, Team C nanalo, okay? Pag nanalo silang dalawa, ang mangyayari dito, titignan natin kung ilan ang kanilang mga wins kontra sa losses. So in here, so kung ang Team B mas maraming panalo kesa sa Team C, what will happen? Team B ngayon ang magiging mas mataas sa Team C and they will have an edge over that team. Taking a look at this, after the subtraction, mas lamang ang Team B. So sila ngayon ang magiging mas mataas sa ating standings. Now, kapag hindi pa rin natin nakukuha after all those calculations, magkakaroon tayo ng tiebreaker round. So, kung, may tie pa tayo mamaya, hindi lang 4 matches ang magaganap ngayong araw na to, pwede pa rin tayong mag-extend. Maybe 5, maybe 6. So get your coffees on. We have a jam-packed action happening today. At jam-packed din ang mga nagre-request sa akin ng bagong skin. Dahil yung skin ni Selena, napansin niyo ba yung stun skin niya? Sobrang ganda. Eto, nag-launch na siya kahapon. In addition, players can log in sa MLBB to get cool free skin. So, tawagan niyo na yung mga kaibigan nyo and log into MLBB to learn more about it. Now, there are tons of benefits sa ating 515 special. You can log in sa MLBB para makakuha kayo ng elite skin. At hindi lang yun, pwede kayong makagamit ng lahat ng heroes free for use. Now, pwede kayong mag-rank without losing any stars sa 3 matches. So kahit medyo mga toxic yung mga kasama nyo, don't worry, we got you. You got other chances. And you can also join the 515 Lucky Draw to get limited skin. So come join us sa MLBB 515 e-party and get your own 515 achievement. Next week, wala tayong MPL. Pero instead, meron tayong really amazing, awesome, all-star match, showdown. May 22nd po yan. So alam ko nakikita nyo yung mga commercial natin, kila Doggy, kila Jux, mga pre. Yan po yun. At kay Andrea Brillantes. Ito yung ultimate battle between Andrea Brillantes and Team Doggy. And this will take place sa May 22nd. Hindi lang si Andrea Brillantes at ako si Doggy ang mag-face off kontra sa isa't isa. Etong dalawang personalities natin, they've drafted the biggest names sa Mobile Legends Bang Bang. May mga esports players tayo, streamers, other personalities, and their team will prepare for this epic showdown. So sa lineup ni Team Doggy, ako si Doggy, nandyan si Chooks TV, nangatri, si Rana J, si Hate, si Oh My Venus, kay Andrea Brillantes naman, syempre tawag din siya ng backup. Nandyan si Rebo, si Raflesia, Zapnu, and Eruption. So talagang mag-iingay sila doon. Tune into that once again, May 22nd. Hindi lang yan ang kailangan natin abangan. Meron na tayong MSC 2021. Ito yung MLBB Southeast Asian Championships. Yung group stage natin, June 7 to June 9. Yung main event natin, June 13 to June 11 to June 13. So dito po magtatapat ang 12 kupunan sa mga Southeast Asian region. Siyempre nandito din ang Team Pilipinas, kaya dapat todo support tayo dyan. At ngayon, kailangan din natin suportahan ang mga kupunan na nandito ngayon sa ating Season 7. Sisilipin natin ang current team standings dahil ito talaga napaka-importante lalo na ngayong araw na to, last day ng ating regular season. Ang Aura Philippines, 25 points. Nasa number 1 spot sila ngayon. Etong Bren, umakyat sila dahil sa magandang pinakita nila kahapon, 21 points. But take a look at this. Tied sila with Work Auster Force at 21. So maaaring magkaroon sila ng tiebreaker today kung mas-sweep nila or parehas yung puntos na makuha nila ngayong araw na to. Ang ONIC bumaba sa number 4 with 18 points and Signal with 5 points. Sa Group B naman, etong Blacklist International, walang problema at all, no problem. Soaring high with 29 points. Omega, umakyat sa 20 points, maglalaban sila mamaya. It's gonna be an exciting game. Execration bumaba sa number 3 spot with 18 points. Tied with NXP, pero itong NXP wala na silang laban. And LPE at number 5.
Well, right now, no, sure naman na upper bracket ang Blacklist and Aura PH. Pero may laban ng Aura PH mamaya against Execration. This is the chance for Execration na maka-upper bracket dito.
Yeah, yung Execration at saka yung OMG, ito pa yung parang dalawang teams na pwedeng maglaban dito sa upper bracket. Actually, wala na tayong kailangan tignan pa. Ang kailangan na lang natin tignan kung maka 2-0 o hindi. Yun yung better na points para dito sa dalawang teams.
4 na serye ang ihahandog namin ngayong araw na to. Full schedule for today. Work Auster Force kontra LPE sa ating unang serye to open this day today. ONIC kontra Blacklist International. Napaka-importante talaga nito para sa ONIC. Yung Blacklist kasi secured na sila sa upper bracket. Aura kontra Execration. Interesting matchup. And Bren kontra Omega, another interesting match today. Grabe talaga yung mga laban ngayon, no?
Ilista mo na pwede pang madagdagan. Pwede tayo mag 2-day event para dito sa final day. Pwede tayo magkaroon ng day 4, actually.
Literal, abutin tayo bukas eh, pag nagka-6 matches.
Oo, ang interesting pa dito yung last 2 matches. Kasi ito yung Bren, Execration at Omega, kung saan itong tatlong teams yung naghahanap doon sa upper bracket slot. Kasi ba naman kailangan mo talaga yung upper bracket para two lives ka sa playoffs, di ba?
Twice to beat. At ngayon, magbabasa naman ako ng mga comments dito sa ating Facebook Live. Narito si Aldous Cho. Uy, Aldous na, Cho.
Aldous na. Hindi niya yung totoong
Nicholas
pangalan.
Angelica, Chris Mercado, Abigail Gutierrez, Jenny Galang, Alexandrian Tamayo. At meron tayong mensahe mula kay Mark de Guzman. Ang sabi ni Mark de Guzman, good luck, Work Auster Force. Sure win na yan.
Yun.
Ang laki ng tiwala niya kay Work. Pero maganda naman talaga yung pinapakita ng Work Auster Force. Si John Jason Licao, ang sabi niya, sana manalo kayo sa huling laban nyo against Work Auster Force. Bigay nyo ang best nyo. Huling laban, huling panalo. Good luck, LPE. Tama naman kasi itong LPE, pwede sila maging spoilers kahit wala na sila sa ating playoffs.
Pwede mangyari yun. Actually, nakikita natin na funny sila. Tama. At pwede nga na tayo makakita ng ginagawa ni Umi, yung Estes na carry.
Hindi, huwag mo nang banggitin yun.
Ikaw lang
Hindi ko na ginagawa yun. Para rin sa mga nakakita ng mga pinopost ko sa social media, huwag nyo pong gagayahin yun. Bababa po yung nabanggit ni Mara na toxic na kakampi, huwag nyo pong gagawin yun.
Oo, si Umi yan. Si Umi yan. Pag nagkampi kayo na Estes na carry.
Pag may nakita Estes na carry, hindi ako yun.
Si Umi yun.
Ito naman ang mensahe mula kay Justin Lee. Good luck sa ONIC and Blacklist. Di ako mapakali, parehong malupit. May the best team win.
Ang ganda ng storyline yan. Kasi ito yung dalawang team na nagkaroon ng trade eh. Yung Blacklist na dating team ni Kyrie. Tapos yung ONIC na family naman dati ni The Queen.
Kumbaga parang franchise players nagkaroon sila ng exchange. And yun talaga yung storya eh. Parang familiar faces pag nagkita sila sa ating Land of Dawn.
So may konting parang pride na included sa laban na yon. Juicy! Tingnan natin naman si Prima Andres. Nanaginip ako. ONIC daw ang nanalo.
Wow!
Grabe! Umiyak pa ako sa panaginip ko. Kasi gusto kong manalo Blacklist International.
Ay, baliktad.
Grabe!
Nightmare pala.
Grabe! Parang feeling ko maalaala mo kaya ang peg ko ngayon na nanaginip ka, umiyak ka pa. Yan ang dedicated na ML.
Fan yan. Fan.
Talaga
super
naman.
fan. Super
Super fan.
Sabi ni JB Benedicto, ganda ng laban ngayon araw. Pero I'm rooting for Aura PH. Good luck. Pansinin nyo ang exe. Enjoy lang. Peace out.
Yun.
No, dapat naman talaga peace. Peace lang. Pati sa comment section peace lang. Sabi naman ni Clarence Tolentino, nakakatakot na makalaban yung Bren. Bren, championship form is back! Naka-caps kasi.
Interesting yun. Pwede kasi sila mag-playoff mode di ba, Umi?
Nakita natin yun kahapon. Grabe yung pinakita ni Carl TZ on his link. Kumbaga nagpa-seminar talaga siya kung paano mag-link kagabi.
Correct.
Sabi nga ni Coach Ducky, napag-usapan nila yung mga nakaraan, they've moved on, and look, they're stronger than ever. Sabi ni Jerome Palapal, naku, parehong malakas. Baka abutin ng 1 a.m. Grabe naman. Baka abutin ng 1 a.m.
Abutin talaga.
Omega.
See you
Good
tomorrow,
luck.
Jean.
Omega, galingan nyo. Actually, I don't mind. I can be here till 1 a.m. Mataas ang energy ko. Ano yun? More energy, mas happy!
Enervon! Mapapainom tayo ng ano dito, ng
May dala ka ba?
May dala ako, laksan. May dala ako, laksan.
Ay, oo. See, marami kaming energy dito. All the way till 1 a.m. Pati na rin yung mga production staff natin. Lahat naka-enervon at alaksan. Eto naman, syempre gusto namin makakuha kayo ng mga papremyo. Nakasala na ba kayo sa ating mythical raffle draw? Sobrang dali lang. Alam ko marami tayong mga dedicated MPL viewers here. Kung sa tingin nyo, kaya-kaya nyo sagutin ng mga 4 to 5 questions, punta na kayo sa ating mythical raffle draw. Just scan the QR code right over here. At meron tayong 30, at meron tayong mga 10 winners. Mamaya announce ko yan pagkatapos ng ating show. Sa live watching rewards naman, tada! Boom! Bagong QR code makikita nyo dyan, 30,000 kada game day ang makakakuha ng treasure chest. Meron tayong mga diamonds, mga skins, and speaking of diamonds, meron tayong giveaway brought to you by Oppo A94. Nakita nyo na sa nanonood din ako ng MPL dito. And you need to live your life at full speed. Kailangan naman sabihin sa amin, how do you live your life at full speed? Kailangan gamitin ng hashtag Live Life at Full Speed. Comment on the Facebook live feed below at pipili kami ng 5 random lucky winners using the hashtag and telling us kung paano nga ba, how you live your life at full speed to win 300 diamonds brought to you by Oppo A94. Well, you get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. And eto, alam ko, marami talagang excited para sa ating MPL player cards. Actually, ito yung mga cards natin na mula sa Season 6. Kaya ang dami nagtatanong, ba't wala yung crush ko na si Yomi? Bakit wala ako? Wala
Ano ba
kasi
yun?
wala kami ng Season 6 eh. But hey, Muntan, Season 8 Wink wink. So, magbubukas na tayo ng ating cards, ng MPL cards. Ayan. Sino nga ba? Kiel VJ!
Yeah.
Nandito rin si Hate. 5, no? Kada pack.
Yes,
sir.
Si Wise. Nandyan
Parang
si Wise.
nakakarami ka na ng bukas, parang ikaw lang meron, Mara.
Si Yawi. Ang daming may crush dito. Pag nakita mo yung comment section, ang daming nababaliw sa kanya. And si Yali Hayes.
Ay, rare yan. Silver. Bataan nun. Si James.
Silver foil.
Lagi na lang si Mara yung may cards. Never ka nagka-cards,
Bubukas
diba?
tayo.
Hindi, nagbubukas nga ako ng mga card pack sa TikTok ko eh.
Sana all.
Follow nyo siya sa TikTok. Ito naman, Butters.
Ayan,
Si
bigay mo
Butters.
kay Butters. Yun.
Ganyan si Butters eh. Ito, palagi siyang nagmamaster. Sobrang kinis nung face. At pinagmamayabang niya kung gano'n siya kapogi palagi. Ito si Lusty. Ayan, si Lusty. Si Lusty, a man of honest words. Ayan.
Legit yan si
Sobrang
Lusty.
honest niya. Kurt
Si Kurt.
Teasy, right
Yan.
here. Bren Esports.
Angas no?
Maglalaban mamaya.
Oy, may nakikita ako. May sumisilip.
May foil.
Work Auster Force! Hey! Ano foil! Alam mo, every time magpupul ako ng may foil na koponan, parang lucky sila ng araw na yon.
Lagi, no?
First game pa yan.
First game na ngayon.
Yes.
First match for today.
Yeah.
Work Auster Force sa ilang sandali pagkatapos ng ating pre-game show, lalaban kontra sa Laus Playbook Esports. Ano nga ba ang magiging kapalaran ng Work Auster Force? In the hands of LPE, hihimayin natin yan sa pagbabalik ng MPL Philippines Season 7.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
It's a Sunday full of action. Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 7 presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Double up on your passion. Achieve that double GG with Smart Double Giga Games. Makakakuha kayo ng 2 gigs of games every day para sa Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Ang kailangan nyo lang gawin, i-download nyo ang Giga Life app to check your balance, to check out yung mga promotions natin doon, at kung actually mas madali ang buhay nyo kapag dinownload nyo ang Giga Life app. Or, pwede kayong mag-dial ng *123# and choose Double Giga, also available sa ating mga TNT subscribers. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also presented by Head & Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward hashtag It's a GG moment. Thanks to Head & Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free. Now, Max mabango pa. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Master. Bring your clay game with the new Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Ang sikreto ng mga guwapo. Kasama ko once again, Womi and Manjin Faldas.
What's good?
To start off ang ating last day ng regular season, we're gonna be having 2 teams that had to battle it out sa open qualifiers bago magpunta ng ating torneo. And they showed a lot of promise, except different paths.
True. And looking at their paths from the open qualifiers, I remember casting it as well. Talagang makikita mo that Work Auster Force really started this whole season, open qualifiers pa lang, as a dominating team. Meanwhile, for LPE, shaky na talaga yung path nila. Open qualifiers pa lang, and it shows pagdating dito sa regular season.
Ang masasabi ko lang, Omi, yung LPE, known sila sa paghahabol sa mga tournaments na sasalihan nila. Unfortunately, ibang liga. This time, ang MPL, and nakita nga natin yung mga last games nila na parang masaya na lang sila. No, sumasapak-sapak si Coach Panday, nakita mo sa camera.
Napaka-importante ng masaya kayo kahit ano nangyayari.
With 7 wins, they're sitting at the number 3 spot with 21 points. Ito ang Work Auster Force. interesting sa laban ng Work Auster Force at kung bakit kailangan nila talagang mas-sweep yung LPE dahil number 3 sila, number 2 ang Bren Esports, but here's the catch. Pareha silang 21 points. Naalala niyo ba yung tiebreaker na sinabi ko kanina? Kapag nag-tie ang Work Auster Force at Bren sa puntos, naku,
Extended tayo.
baka extended,
Oo.
pero kasi
See you
nanalo
tomorrow.
yung Bren sa kanila. To, itatali yung mga win-loss.
Oo.
So, ano pa dapat gawin ngayon ng Work Auster Force?
Kailangan lang isipin ng Work Auster Force na gawin nila yung 2-0 dahil nga sila magdidikta ngayon ng pressure sa Bren Esports. Di ba, Umi?
Oh, yung pressure na yun kasi pag nakakuha sila ng 3 points, matutulak nila ang Bren Esports na sumabay sa ginawa nila. And for Bren Esports, it's gonna be even more challenging because they're up against Omega Esports.
Oo, kailangan na gumanito ni Unravel. Bakit hindi naman siya gumagano?
Ano yun sa Tokyo Ghoul, yung si Kaneki Dong, pag inaano niya yung daliri niya, parang lumalakas siya bigla.
Anime pala.
Anime.
Sino nga ba magpapakita ng lakas ngayong araw na to? Unravel, True RTZ, 3 Martizi, and Kose.
Wow, itong team na to pare, last week nakausap ko si 3 Martizi na nagkaroon sila ng joke time sa sarili nila na sila na daw ang TP Brothers. Pero nung nakausap ko sila, alam mo sinabi sa akin ni 3 Martizi, hindi na po ako magti-TP, naman Jin, gumanon.
Wow.
Kasi ayaw niya nang mag-TP, gusto niya magti-TP na lang siya kapag sure win na. Natuto na, kumbaga.
Maturity, ito yung character arc character development, di ba?
Makakalaban naman ng Work Auster Force ang isang koponan who showed great heart ngayong Season 7. Ito ang Laus Playbook Esports. Laus Playbook Esports sa kanilang huling laban, they tried experimenting. They used the Fanny. Siguradong tataas na naman ng mga users ng Fanny sa ating RG. Pati na rin si Toshi, he gave good comments dun sa Fanny ni Ryota. Do you think they're gonna be experimenting today? Should they experiment?
Well, honestly, right now, I feel like for LPE, they should just have fun. Napag-usapan natin, Manjin, they could potentially go for an upset win. But honestly, what matters right now is they play their last match nang hindi nila pagsisisihan. And I hate to not use stats, but it's just the reality right now.
Yeah, alam nating lugi sila dito based on stats, pero kapag nilaro mo to with your hearts out, parang tatanungin na ni Panda, "Oy guys, what do you want to use?" Oo, gano'n.
Ganyan mo talaga magsalita.
Tinatry ko yung best ko para imitate ko si Coach.
Sige,
tropa natin si Coach. "Oh guys, what do you want to use?" Ganon. "What do you want to use?" "What do you want to use na ba?" Tapos siya ako, "Oy Coach, ito na lang, gaganon na lang ako." Pwede lang gawin yun.
Ito mga manlalaro is gonna play with all their heart. Jake the Dog, Giaku, Aspect, Ryota, and Bimo.
This time maglalaro si Aspect and si Yaku. Ang mawawala ay si Arvs.
Well, this is very interesting. So, is Aspect gonna go back to the jungle area? Because kahapon, Ryota was very successful in the jungle area. And Aspect, historically speaking, in Season 7, siya yung nag-underperform in several times. Maybe gusto niyang bumawi.
Oo, lalo na ito na yung final game. Maganda na nag-switching dito ang LPE. So yeah, I think nasabi na natin lahat ng pwede natin sabihin with the LPE na kahit sila mismo, they're just having fun. Yun lang.
Etong laban na to, it's the battle of the newcomers. Pareha silang pumunta sa Open Qualifiers pero magkaiba ang kanilang path. Work Auster Force have always been at the top. Etong LPE, konting struggle, still trying to get their groove.
Yeah, I think ang naging pagkakaiba dito ng dalawang teams is magkaiba din kasi yung discipline at yung play style nila, kumbaga. Yung isa, yung Work Auster Force, parang all throughout na buo din ng matagal na panahon na parang parang lumaki sa streets. Meanwhile, yung LPE naman, ito yung parang minold ng parang ano ba yung tamang word dito? Systematic, gano'n.
Kumbaga parang sila yung pinalaki, kumbaga sinaing talaga. Alam mo, ang hirap maghanap ng
sinaing talaga.
Sinaing parang bigas.
Parang hindi lang naluto, kumbaga. Matigas lang.
Medyo matigas lang. Pero going back doon sa stats na yun, very important to take note na lamang talaga sa KDA ang Work Auster Force for good reason. Pero ang unique heroes pick lamang ang LPE. Doon natin masasabi na talagang creative sila at napakasaya nila mag-draft for the later parts of the season.
Work naman talaga holds an edge over LPE dahil they're 4 wins and 13 points ahead. Ito naman si Kosei 3 Martin True, ang susi sa work.
Yeah, ito talaga, itong tatlong players na to. Kosei, napansagan ko nga siyang Kosei is the way. Dahil nagkakaroon sila dito ng mga games na siya din yung parang low-key na pumipwesto at bumubuhat dahil sa kanya mga mages.
Yeah, not just mages, man. Actually, mage naman si Alice. Pero pag binigay mo talaga yung Alice dito kay Kosei, mararamdaman mo na yung impact niya, next level talaga. And for Trimar as well, banggitin na rin natin that he's one of the best playmakers right now sa kanilang kupunan.
Gusto ko lang i-add na si Kosei, tropa namin, medyo inspired daw ngayon
Ay!
Oo.
Nako.
Jake the Dog Bimo and Yaku naman. Jake the Dog Bimo and Aspect.
Actually, ito na nga, ang pagbabalik ni Aspect, no? And this is something that's more personal for me. Para sa akin, feeling ko ito na yung last hurrah. Kumbaga, kung nag-underperform siya for this Season 7, he can prove everyone wrong by doing great today.
Eto na yun, mala-anime pa siya dito, yung pwestuhan niya dito. Gusto ko rin sabihin dito, dalawa na din yung nagiging heartthrobs. Si Jake the Dog tsaka si Bimo. Pero sa ating master player comparison, makikita natin yung dalawang junglers. Medyo magkaiba playstyle no? Umi, isang ranger type na long range, tapos assassin type talaga para dito kay Bigang Chu.
Well, for Chu, he could also play a lot of marksman. Actually, sa open qualifiers, ang most played niya ay ang Claude. And undefeated, deathless ang kanyang Claude sa open qualifiers. So for Chu versus Aspect, it's quite obvious na lamang in every thing before MVP count kay Chu dito. Pero stats-wise, lamang talaga si Chu. For Aspect, this is gonna be a big challenge for him.
Silip tayo sa ating mapa. Sino nga ba ang pupunta sa Land of Dawn?
Balugbugan na to, man. Gusto ko makita ang pagbabalik ni Yaku sa mid lane at si Aspect ang magja-jungle. So, baka makakita tayo dito ng mga Yaku mania na mages. Bira natin makita. Gusto ko rin yung laban na mangyari kay Unravel at saka kay Bimo. Parehas, parehas
highlights.
Oo, parehas highlights di ba?
Ito naman ang highlight ng aking day.
Sana all. Sana all.
Alam mo, pinapanood ko talaga yung mga vlogs ng ating mga manlalaro. Nakakatuwa pag ino-open nila itong player cards natin. Tingnan natin kung sino nga ba makukuha. Oy! Na ngayon, blue hair. Siya talaga yung pinaka maporma sa ating lahat. Rob, Kilowash, ang hirap mo patawanin. Sana balang araw, tumawa ka ng madami.
Ayan, mahilig tumawa yan.
Marky. 5 Wise. Eto Max. Nandiyan si Eto Max and another foil. JP, pinapakita ba niyang relo niya or yung kamao niya?
Kamao.
Magaling pa naman mag-choto this season, no?
Akin yan.
Sino ba? Kasi yung ibang foil sa akin na rin mamaya.
One more player card.
Sana all may player cards.
Ito, makukuha nyo to para sa ating Mythical Raffle Draw. Kaya kailangan sa playoffs, sumali kayo sa ating Mythical Raffle Draw and follow nyo lahat ng kanilang mga social media handles. Nandito si Carl Teasy.
Yeah!
Heat. Yan.
Yeah!
Limited edition po ito. Sobrang limited. Uy, may nakita ko foil. Okay, hey!
May sumilip.
And Execration!
Wow. Uy.
Angas ni Coach Pakbet dito Ayan, Execration para sa ating foil. Eto na, umpisahan na natin ang unang laban. Ngayong araw na to, it's the battle of the newcomers. LPE kontra Work Auster Force. Shoutcasters, pasok!
From the first time they met in the open qualifiers, this will be the last time they'll ever meet again in Season 7. Welcome to the final day of the regular season. My name is Nomad and this is our Rock Hard. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Double up on your passion and achieve that double GG with Smart Double Giga Games. Once again, Nomad, Rock Hard, final day in the regular season. Everybody is as tense and as hyped as possible here, man.
That's right. I mean, it is close, and everyone's fighting for upper bracket right now. Obviously, it's not going to be for LPE anymore. The playoffs faraway dream. But that's okay. We are here for some MBL action. That's gonna happen.
And as we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing social distancing, wearing a face mask and face shield, sanitizing, proper hand washing, and staying at home as much as possible. Let's all do all our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. This is LPE's last hurrah. Do you think they can go up against Work Auster Force in the series?
Well, to be fair, LPE does have their shining moments, but Work Auster Force, bro, it is a completely different beast. They're just like, look at, like roaring. If you could roar in the MPL, they're probably doing that right now.
Well, that's actually what Zapnu did in the player intro.
Yeah, that's right.
so they can roll.
Correct.
But I think the main question here is, will we see like a preview of how the playoffs Work Auster Force would be during their fight today? Because a lot of people are eyeing them out as one of the teams to potentially get into the top 4 contention, potentially in the finals if they do manage to perform well. What's your take on this?
I feel like that's still up in the air. I feel like this game is still gonna be a coin toss. I like it because right now I feel like Work is they're prime. Right, they're prime. LPE, I'm surprised by the appearance of Aspect. Right, Aspect has been underperforming for the past season, and to push him in on the last game of the season for LPE, it's brave. I think it's a brave move, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And judging by the fact that yesterday we saw the mythical return of the fanny on the hands of Ryota. Yep. We can expect a little bit more creativity here.
Does Aspect play the fanny? I'm not sure.
I'm not. Yeah, he does. I'm pretty sure he doesn't play the fanny.
Sure.
I mean, I'm pretty sure at one point.
Or we haven't seen it yet.
We haven't seen it yet. Yeah. Maybe in their scrims, maybe in their RGs. Who knows? We'll go into the draft right now. Brought to you by Smart. We'll find out exactly what LPE wants to play here, as well as Work Auster Force, as the Selena and the Ling will be banned out. Side of LPE, Work Auster Force will be banning out the Diggy.
So critical because I just think that this team, LPE, is just the only roadblock that's stopping Work
Your team
to
is banning.
Kind of face off against Bren Esports, right? So it's so critical that Work gets a 2-0 at least here because Bren's gonna take some games, right?
That's true.
In their matchup later on. I very rarely see Bren get 2-0'd, so
Your team
it's gonna be
is
so
banning.
close. And I'm excited to see how the standings appear after this one for the tiebreaker. If there ever will be a tiebreaker.
Yeah, we're going
we're
to
still
be
aware, very much watching out for that.
Yeah.
It's
a 4-game series. We might push it to a 5 or a 6-game series if push does come to shove. BMO will be banned out. No, the Grok on BMO will be banned out by Work Auster Force. Mathilda and the Jawhead, and then the Benedetta will be picked up by LPE.
Yeah, Benedetta been showing off actually since all day yesterday. Teams have been picking it up. We've seen Benedetta core on the jungle work out, weirdly enough. And again, we will start to see probably heroes like Lunox could still be a priority today because of yesterday's happenings. Now, for Work, did they shift up their gears, right? That's a question. I mean, I feel like if they didn't change up much, LP can actually read well into their draft. They have a very wide hero pool, but they do repeat. They have a tendency to repeat certain picks.
Yeah.
And yeah, Pakita's one of them, obviously.
And the Farsa.
See what I mean? I feel like these are the heroes that Work really likes, and they've stuck with this.
Yeah, and if anything, Work Unravel will be not giving up, but he will be forced to go to the Kufra, which is his secondary pick if it's not the Mathilda. And LP, for the record here, it's been a long time since I've seen Yako in the mid lane.
Nah, that's true. That is true.
He's always on the side lanes or as a jungler. This is the first time, me personally, I'll be seeing it. And as we say that...
Are you sure that Yako's gonna mid? Right? He
That's
can kind of swap out as well. That's the fun part of it. They can maybe throw Aspect on the mid, give him an unclear hero, Chang'e, give him a Lunox, right? And that can work for the team. And then Yako can, depending on who they think can jungle better, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how the internal scrims happen on LPE, but whoever probably plays better on the role will be given that. And of course, because of the flexibility of Yako, Aspect could mage. Right?
Your
We
team
could see
is
that.
banning.
We could. But the Lunox will be taken away from
What?
LPE.
Okay, mid Lunox with gold lane Farsa. We've seen this.
Seeing this, it can also be swapped out. That's the flexibility of those two picks.
Yeah, either way, that's fine for Work Auster Force. They leave their picks pretty much wide in the open for the tank Cho, possibly. So many, actually, there's a lot of roaming tanks that they can actually pick on the mid lane.
That's true.
Surprisingly enough.
I'm kind of iffy on the potential Basha pickup here by LPE on Mimo.
Yeah. I smell jungle Cho though. Sorry, jungle Claude for Chu. I can smell it from
Your team
downtown.
is
I'm not
banning.
sure why, but I'm sure Chu has other jungle picks.
Lancelot's still open though.
Yeah,
for Chu.
lots of picks for Chu. I'm not surprised by Lance. I'm not surprised by a Ling. Sorry, banned out. So yeah, Chu. I keep messing up Cho and Chu. I don't know why. Chu is a very versatile hero on the jungle. So
yeah.
Work's got some pretty good stuff.
There's the ban.
There's the
Respect ban onto Chu. Choking up the choices here, and we may just lean towards a Claude jungle here.
I smell Claude jungle from. I smelled that from way far off.
I'd like to beg to differ. This may just be a Granger jungle for Work Auster
Let's
Force.
see. How many games did Chu play on this one? Probably less than around half a dozen Granger games. Probably. We'll see.
Probably just a handful.
Yeah, around thereabouts. That's why I'm actually surprised by the amount of junglers that Chu's actually picked up already.
Your team
Right now, though,
is banning.
again, the Eve pickup kind of solidifies the mid lane for LPE. So either way, it's gonna be a clear battle on the mid. The side laners though is okay. Work banned out the
The Claude.
the Claude. Stop saying Cho for Claude. Oh my God.
The Hayabusa being banned out as well. This just chokes him down to either a Yi Shin or a Granger. But with the composition that Work Auster Force has, they want to get the Granger for themselves.
Give me a darn Freya. I want Freya again, Chu. Come on.
A possibility. A possibility.
Season 6 special, you know? Chu's been having a lot of fun with that. Maybe if they bring out something new, this could be it. I don't know. It's risky, right? But yeah, 95% chance that they'll just go stick with something that works.
For Auster Force.
For Auster Force. I really did not want to do that.
Well,
I really didn't.
You put it out there. Might as well use it. Chango? Did I hear that right? Oh, it's a Basha.
Yeah. Not bad. Not bad at all.
So the tank choices here for Bimo are now relatively slim. He might just be forced to go for the Kufra.
I like Akai actually for this one. I don't know, that could slow down the Baksha.
That's true.
Kufra.
An Akai and a Kufra, that's one of their choices. I'm leaning towards a Kufra though.
Yeah, I feel like it is gonna be Akai. Coin flip. Okay, if you get this, I get 1 peso, right?
Hey, that's not allowed.
Oh yeah, that's not allowed. Okay.
Let's talk about it later.
1 diamond.
1 diamond.
All right, there you go.
Let's talk about it.
I get 1 diamond.
It
LPE.
has to be a Kufra for LPE.
Come on.
Like they need to
settle it for us.
They need to have backline access, and their backline.
Granger.
There's a Granger. It stole it away from.
All right,
oh, it's a Yi Shin for.
Yi Shin. That's possible Yi Shin.
Nobody wins.
Nobody won that one.
So it's a Rafaela. Okay.
All right. It's not what I expected.
And that's a Yi Shin.
Does kind of control the mid lane a little bit better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Alongside the Eve. And the Ascension does get locked in, get 95% wins for Work Auster Force.
It's Jake the dog on the Granger.
This is confusing. No. They're obviously gonna swap it out. Don't play with our hearts, man.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. That's better.
All is well.
That's better.
All is well right
so
now.
Yako is on support.
Yeah.
That's not bad. I like it. Because again, Yako plus Bimo, you got that experience that can really kind of control the lanes. I like that. You put the most experienced players on the mid just to make sure that doesn't go down, that your team can kind of roam around the map. And put Aspect on where he's comfortable in. That's a smart play, actually, for LPE.
And this is relatively the first time, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time that Bimo is going to be on the mid-mage role.
That is true.
So curious to see how he's gonna be playing it out. He's not gonna be as aggressive as he wants to. The work Auster Force lineup
Nothing special.
looks,
Yeah.
you know,
Kind
normal.
of normal. Nothing out of the ordinary. And again, work Auster Force working with what they know, and LPE trying to fly high with the Rafaela.
Yep.
On
Pulling
the
out
Yako.
something from the playbook that they have.
Interesting.
We'll find out what the result is going to be as we hop in
be fun.
to the Land of Dawn. Game 1 in this best of 3 series is the first game of the last day of the regular season.
Let's have some fun, guys. Here we go. LPE versus Work Auster Force Game 1. And, yep, setting up for a very aggressive positioning here, LPE. And Chu is going to have to... Of course, that kind of forces Work to kind of slow down, right, in the early game, kind of buy more time for Chu. The Lunox also kind of relies a lot on the ultimate, so nothing big should happen for Work Auster Force before level 4.
Yeah, we're not gonna be expecting any major skirmishes here. Probably a couple of pokes here and there. Nothing much out of the ordinary. They need to reach the level 4 spikes from both sides, actually.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, same with the Eve. Actually, that's very true. Only poke damages will be happening, so I expect a relatively slow early game for both teams.
Relatively, and we may expect skirmish.
Well, yeah, small skirmishes.
Prevents the purple from being picked up, and that gives Aspect a little bit more time.
It's a big delay for Unravel too. I mean for Chu.
Yeah.
Usually should get this real quick, but doesn't hit level 4 yet. So they won't go for it, but they could get this level 4, proc that Mountain Shocker, go for a fight.
They could, and they will find out where Aspect is as well. They'll find out that he is taking the purple away from their side, and they can choose to rotate freely as they wish, and we're seeing a big presence over in the bottom lane from Work Auster Force, mid lane being dueled out. Yako and Bimo onto RTZ.
What an aggressive Rafaela. What an aggressive play there from LPE.
The last time I checked, the Rafaela is not aggressive.
Supposedly, you kind of just heal up, but if you got some early game damage, why not? I mean, that's not bad at all.
That's true. Speaking of early game damage, a lot of damage here with it. That's not Ender Rapture. He secures the first blood for Aspect.
Oh, wow.
Martizi being zoned away from that cockroach.
Yeah, now the Granger does have a lot more firepower. When you hit level 4, your Rhapsody just already does a ridiculous amount of damage, although it was nerfed. But with the buffs, you do have access to some pretty early burst, and LPE is maximizing that right now.
Yeah. And they will try to maximize this onto 3 Martizi, who is not as tanky as he wants. As Bimo falls down, that's the significant firepower that they have lost in this fight. Work Auster Force is going to be obliging them of a duel, as Ryota will be in the back line to secure the kill onto RTZ. Will try to look for another kill onto Unravel. He will be taken out.
Look at that. Check the dog, being a little cheeky. Trying to force the answer here.
Deleted, but as well as Chu, the Rapture being it was tanked out by Kosei.
See that damage, man. You see that damage? That's disgusting.
I saw that damage, sir. It was massive damage.
It was massive. Very massive damage. And
preposterous damage.
You can kind of expect this kind of action here for Work.
Yes, that was a massive damage from Aspect.
Surprising they should not have actually dueled.
Despite Kosei.
Despite Kosei, of course.
Despite Kosei blocking all the damage, Kosei also suffered maximum amount of damage. And as Ryota and Kosei will be in a duel. He's way too deep here. Predator Strike will be proc. Yako will be joining in on the fight. Will try to prevent Unravel from jumping towards Ryota, but he's getting the brunt of the third damage though.
In fact, Rafa is the weakness of the lane Fossa, obviously. You go very slow, when you're badly positioned, you kind of just can't fight, right? And you're forced onto a bush, and that's the only bush that's nearby, aside from Tri-Bush on the left.
Kosei, he just needs to make sure he goes for the safer positionings themselves, and this is not a safe position for Work Auster Force. The turret will fall down.
Easy turret if I've ever seen one myself.
Turtle will now be started off by Work Auster Force. We have Ryota in a position to go for a duel against Chu. The
Oh.
Electro Final Blow misses Chu.
Chu.
But Yako's
Yako's
gonna be
here.
there. He is an aggressive Rafaela. The parallelograms will be placed down on the floor to prevent Workhorse Force from securing
Look
the
at that,
turtle.
look at that.
Ryota still manages to survive despite members of Workhorse Force collapsing on top of it. 3 Martisi next to fall down by the hands of Aspect. Jake the dog will tank out the damage. Take down Unravel as well.
That was actually a beautiful collapse there for LPE. You can really tell that they have planned this early game out, and they are following that plan to a T. Maximum effort, and LPE just basically baited out work in that fight around the turtle.
This, I'm just gonna say this. This is what we want to see from LPE for the
Yes,
longest
this
time.
is how I imagined they would play. This is similar to their playoffs performance, right?
And they get the stun on 3 Martisi, forcing him to dash out. This turret will potentially go down. Workhorse Force isn't even rotating to assist 3 Martisi. Well, we're not seeing the rotation from Arteezy towards the back line, but he's not safe.
Not safe at all, I think. And again, you kind of have to play around it still for work. You can't force anything because right now, look at your Yi Sun Shin. Not really in a good position to contest anything. 0-2-1. Chu having a very bad early game.
And that's all thanks to the early invades by Ryota to force him back. That is also the delay on the purple that they got caused by Ryota. Speaking of which, Ryota will be caught. The Electro Final Bolt will be forced out. He still managed to survive. Arteezy will...
Slickberry guy.
He forced out the carpet.
Everything.
He still managed to survive. And the parallelograms land. The slow is real. Yako and Ryota not in a position to dive, but they will take this turret instead.
They're having a lot of fun with this, and work is definitely suffering from the aggression. You can tell. Even the support of LPE right now is just outputting some pretty good damage. Again, with the Avarice.
And LPE, they're leaning towards
Helps
the
them
top
go.
side. This is objective-focused LPEs.
Razor sharp. Look at this one.
Look, R3 Martisi is already low on HP as well as Unravel. This turret will go down. No responses here from Arteezy and Kosei. They're sitting ducks here if they decide to defend this as a 5-man unit, but the turtle will be free.
Bren Esports' upper bracket is starting to look a lot more clearer here. With the performance we're seeing, unless work can do something drastic to turn this around.
Gonna be a massive turnaround, a miracle for that matter.
This will be a miracle, absolutely.
But the miracle is still pretty much clear as a Fetid Airstrike being thrown down, forces Yako to be low on HP. Arteezy misses the auto attack to secure the kill onto Yako. The parallelogram will be responding. Aspect with the auto attack takes down Arteezy. They will still away the purple buff. They will start sieging the bottom and the mid lane at the same time.
Yeah, go for it, and that should be an easy take here. LPE's physical penetration items on the Granger with the Raptor's Machete already hurts with BOD. Oh my gosh. Seriously, that is gonna burn through towers so quickly. Same with Ryota as well. He's got some damage items on himself as well. You cannot take this guy down at this point.
And he's unkillable. 5-0 and 3.
Unkillable machine.
The machine!
The machine.
That is Ryota.
That's real. He's doing real good. He's so slick on the moves. He's baiting out some skill from work, which is stopping the team fight from happening, and therefore LP can just chip away at work over and over and over again.
Yeah, and just judging the fact that LPE really loves them split pushes to the win, like we saw the Bimo Theta a couple of weeks back. Ryota can do the same thing because he can escape anything that Auster Force has been throwing at him.
Yeah, again, work just doing a pretty good job here in at least maintaining their jungle. But how long can you just keep playing this? Chu, he's running out of time.
He's currently still 0-2-1 compared that to Aspect 5-0 and 4.
Team fight for work still a little bit off, but you know what? If they can do a pick-off, if they can just remove Yako at least from play, that could do something. So that would be your target. Maybe take down Yako. Maybe if Ryota slips a little bit, you take that advantage. But other than that, I don't think that they'll have much to say with this invade of LPE on their jungle.
Yeah, it is significantly choking out the resources that Chu has. In this entire game, it's he's eventually going to have to wait for time for give him a little 10-15 minutes before he'll be able to catch up.
It's gonna take a while. Yeah, I
it's
don't
a
know if
long
that's
time.
gonna be enough.
It's not enough. If LP can secure the first inhibitor turret, that's already going to be the problem for Work Auster Force. They will start choking out LP. LP will start choking out Work Auster Force a little bit more to eventually secure the first game win here. And again, the importance of Work Auster Force to secure the 2-0 here is big.
Yeah, it is. I feel like if Work's points doesn't move, Bren will only, if they get 2-0, Bren will only need 1 point to make upper bracket.
Yeah.
That's how critical it is. Every single fight.
That's one game from Bren, if that is the case. But it's looking like it will be the case. Easy Lord for LPE. All the lanes are pushed up towards the side of Work Auster Force, and they're rotating. Look at Work Auster Force. They're rotating as a 5-man unit.
It is. There's just no other way to do it. Unfortunately, they need to keep these inhibitor turrets in check, and they need to wait for the incoming Lord. Best they can do is flow the wave. Flow the wave on the bottom side, top side as well, just to make sure that there are no multiple pushes happening, since Lord will be walking up in front.
Oh, Ryota making his presence known here to try to cut the wave. I thought he was going to try to go for an assassinate onto Kosei.
All right.
Risky.
Yeah, this is not bad. They've got good wave management at least. Ryota tried to counter that, but the mid will be happening either way.
Yeah, 3 members in the mid for LPE. Jake the Dog threatening the top lane push. The Venn diagram is already down as they manage to eliminate Kosei. This mid lane turret will go down. Members of Work Auster Force are not in prime position to defend the top lane as well. It's all down to the base. All the minions are pushing in. The Ravel's already low on HP, and he will be forced down by the hands of Ryota. No more tanks available for the side of Work Auster Force.
That
And
should be
LPE, it will secure game number 1 in this best of 3 series. All claps here for the LPE side of things. They are happy.
This is interesting, right? LPE kind of surprising us with the lineup that maybe should have happened a long time ago.
Bimo waving at the camera. And this winning moment is brought to you by Oppo A94.
Hey, look, it's David.
It's David. They're, of course, their manager, David, were over there.
All right, that was a fun matchup to watch. Absolutely not what I expected.
Yeah.
That was such a different performance there for Work.
Yeah, the odds were against LPE in this fight. If anything, Work Auster Force should have been on top of that entire game, but it was just so different from LPE.
LPE felt a little lighter. They felt more confident. They felt more, I don't know, more together.
I mean,
right?
This is what you get when you literally have nothing to lose.
It does.
You can just play as confident as you want because there's nothing to lose, and that I believe should be the strength that LPE has.
So there's a lot to analyze there for Work. Why they played that way, and why almost no big team fight happened in that game. Like almost zero, right?
It was just.
Was there a big 5v5?
No, not even.
None.
The big 5v5 that happened was just in the final push into the base, and that's basically it. We've just seen skirmishes. We've just seen
the farm game from LPE.
Yeah, and Bimo just died twice. That's the only person that died on the side of LPE.
This is very well. This is definitely a job for Midnight.
This
right?
is definitely a job for Midnight.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll have to throw it on over to the analyst desk later on for just a bit as we wait for Midnight to.
It's funny because it's uncharacteristic for both teams, right?
That's true.
Uncharacteristic for LPE to play that clean. Like excessively clean. Like I don't know, there was no answer at all from Work, and it's uncharacteristic for Work because have we ever seen Work like fizzle out like that? Never.
Never.
They usually have some fight in them.
And that's all because Basha was the choice of Unravel. If it was a Matilda, if it was a Kufra,
more aggressive.
Could have seen more aggression. Could have seen more team fights. A lot of could-haves, a lot of would-haves that we need to take in consideration as Midnight. We'll discuss that later on.
But yeah, this is uncanny. If Work just plays like this until later on, I expect Bren to make upper bracket almost instantly.
Yeah.
Like Bren doesn't even. They just need to win one game. That's like easy peasy for Bren right there.
Yeah, and speaking of easy peasy, Midnight's gonna bring us the easy peasy analysis going into game number 2 after that beautiful game by LPE. On over to the analyst desk we go.
laso ng inabot ng Work Auster Force as LPE pulls off a strategy na nakita na natin before, no? Yung fast tempo lineup na ng LPE na ginamit nila against NXP. Ngayon nakita natin ulit against Work Auster Force. Welcome back to Dinana Stand. My name is Midnight and ating i-breakdown yung game kung paano ba ginamit ng LPE yung kanilang fast tempo lineup against Work Auster Force. Now, these following post-game stats are brought to us by Smart. Makikita natin dito yung heroes ng LPE, the Granger, the Uranus, Berdetta, Eve, and the Rafaela. Ito yung tinatawag nating fast tempo lineup, no? Actually, Granger with the Eve is quite similar to Granger Farsa combination. May sub lang na instead of having a long range nuke, meron kang pang-establish ng box whenever you take objective. Yung real world manipulation into the Death Sonata combination, napaka-deadly niyan when you're taking towers. Dagdag pa natin dyan yung presence ng heal from the Rafaela provides the mobility necessary to disengage against the heroes of Work Auster Force. Kasi pag tinignan natin yung side ng Work Auster Force, meron naman silang backline, meron silang pansagot ng Rafaela, ng Granger, even the Eve. Pero the problem that they have is yung damage nila kulang ng early game kasi nga may sustain pa from the Rafaela. So essentially parang no hesitation yung yung objective taking ng LPE. Whenever they want to take towers, ang gagawin lang nila is papadala nila yung Uranus or yung Berdetta sa backline alongside the real world manipulation para masecure nila yung objective. Even not using Death Sonata, enough na yon para mapalayo yung mga heroes ng Work Auster Force. Kasi kahit hindi mo pagpapatay-patayin yung heroes ng Work Auster Force, ang target lang naman ng LPE is yung mga objectives or yung mga towers na tinetake nila. Dito natin makikita yan sa ating post-game highlights na hatid sa atin ng Smart. Again, key factor here for LPE is their fast tempo. Remember, this is a Granger, a Rafaela, and an Eve. Three heroes that are really good at establishing early game momentum. Nung nakakuha na ng konting snowball ang LPE after their first rotation, nagsimula na sila maghintay sa kanilang mga timers, and nung lumabas na yung mga timers na hinahanap nila, that's when they took objectives against Work Auster Force. Dagdag pa rin natin dito yung mobility factor na binibigay ng Rafaela na napakabilis silang mag-move around sa map. So yung reinforcement laging nandyan sa side ng LPE. Si Rafaela pwedeng tumulong sa mga kampi niya. Si Ryota on the Benedetta pwede ring magpunta from his lane towards where LPE wants to play. Kaya parang ramdaman natin laging magkakasama yung LPE. And si Work Auster Force yung naghahanap ng resource sa mapa, kaya medyo hiwa-hiwalay sila kasi gutom yung mga heroes sila. If they ever want to fight against LPE, kukulangin yung damage output nila. Again, because of the presence of the Rafaela, yung movement speed na binibigay and pati na rin yung sustain. Even though na-nerf yung heal ni Rafaela, ang pinaka-importanting factor kasi dito is yung mobility nila. Dagdag pa natin dyan yung raw tankiness mismo ng Uranus. So again, whenever they take team fights, real world manipulation, and then papadala lang nila yung mga tanky heroes sa may frontline para ma-make sure na yung box nila ay napakalaki at hindi may invade ng Work Auster Force. Even though Work Auster Force had a back siya, again, the question is the damage. Is it gonna be enough? And the thing is, it was never enough for Work Auster Force to take down any single heroes on the side of LPE. Now, the MVP of that game, brought to us by Smart, it is gonna be the Granger or C Aspect. No? Na, nag-continue lang sa pag-take ng objectives for LPE. Hindi siya yung type ng jungler na okay, leading kami, balik tayo sa farm. No, Aspect dictated the tempo here for LPE. Literal, kapag pwedeng mag-objective, nasa harap lagi ng tower yung Granger. Not even dying once in this game. Although meron naman kasi siyang Rafaela, it's still really it's still really tricky to survive against a Farsa and a Baksha. May isang pick of chance sana yung Work Auster Force kanina against Aspect, pero napakaganda nung gamit niya na kanyang mechanical skill to disengage away from the enemy, and that is why LPE took game 1 very convincingly against Work Auster Force. Ito rin guys, medyo convincingly yung mga live watching rewards natin. Hindi nga medyo, sure na sure to, convincing na mananalo kayo sa panonood ng MPL. All you need to do is scan this QR code or punta kayo sa ating website, check nyo na yung form natin dyan and fill it up. If you are one of the first 30,000 entries, mananalo kayo ng in-game rewards and skin worth of 599 diamonds. So hindi ko na kayo kailangan convince dyan, check nyo na lang and fill up nyo na yung form natin. That's it for game number 1. Moving on to game number 2. Pasan na muna natin kayo sa ating mga casters.
Work Auster Force right now is shaking. They are shaking their knees right now because if this turns into a sweep, Bren Esports will take their slot later on in the playoffs.
Well, with one game.
With one game.
Yeah, because right now they're both tied at 21 points. And either one can actually... Supposedly either one would be able to go up. We will lose a tiebreaker if I think...
Yeah,
unless bring us to 0-2. If they lose. If Work loses on this next game.
If Work loses. I mean, if Omega beats Bren, 2-0 later on. It's
unlikely, obviously.
Unlikely.
Because given the history, right?
Yeah, it is the season 6 finals rematch, but we'll get into that later on in the day. Let's go back into the game at hand, where Auster Force wants to get the reverse sweep happening for them, but LPE is a little loose, a little
loosey-goosey,
a little fluid, and yeah, it's where Auster Force not really feeling as loose as they want. I'm pretty sure that everybody's tensed up in the studio. I mean, in their boot camp, they have secured their slot in the playoffs, but it's still the upper bracket slot. That's what matters.
It's pretty big. Yeah, upper bracket slot is pretty big. To the beat, twice the beat is no joke. Anyone who's in the lower bracket, as long if they lose one series, they're out already, right? So that's a pretty big deal that they're fighting for here. So that performance earlier just left me speechless. Actually, I was still thinking while Midnight was analyzing, I was wondering why though.
Yeah, why?
Like, nothing much changed with work, right?
Yeah,
it's
nothing.
Pretty much same heroes that we see most of the time from them.
It's the same work Auster Force. It's the same picks. I'd actually questioned the Baksha pickup. Kufra was wide open, could have been taken by Unravel, and just judging by his play style, he does want to make plays.
Yeah, he does.
You can't make a lot of plays on the Baksha, but I can respect the fact that it was a counter pick against Rafaela. Just because of the
not bad,
poisons.
yeah, because of the anti-healing. But again, I like LPE today. I mean, not to discount anything from them. LPE obviously just plays more confident and plays more cleanly than I've ever seen them play, except for maybe the playoffs. Although in the qualifiers, though, they had a lot of 2-1s as well. Not as clean as Work, who I think did not lose a single qualifier game. So we're seeing, is this really the growth that we this is what happens with 2 weeks, 2 months. That's right, 2 months, right?
Yeah, I mean,
2 months of regular season.
It's still a taxing experience for the players because it's 2 months of regular season. Their day offs, I'm pretty sure, is spent scrimming. And the moment that they are in front of the camera in the main stage, that is where the tensions are high. So people do change under pressure. Hopefully, a work Auster Force can adjust to the pressure well as to how they adjusted in the earlier parts of the league of the regular season. But with LPE just looming over the horizon, being the Signal Ultra of Group A, where they will just mess up the standings as much as possible, this is going to be big for LPE.
It should be. And LPE, of course, aside from the victory rewards they get every match, they got a cash incentive. They're fighting for whether or not this is going to leave a lasting impression, right, on all of the viewers of the MPL. How they perform on the last game is gonna be stamped on the minds of the viewers.
Yeah.
Because again, whether or not they lose and whether or not maybe they could come back next season, that's still up in the air.
Still up in the air, and nobody wants to go out without a bang. We'll be heading on over to the draft in just a bit. Well, not in a bit, right now. This is brought to you by Smart Work. We'll immediately ban out the Eve for potentially Bimo, potentially Yako.
And I don't think there's going to be any big contention on the Baksha
banning.
again in this game. Although Work has historically been having a lot of fun with that hero. This time around, it was just a different story. Now, alternate picks here for Work. Just give Chu more comfort. And I'll be honest, that last game, Chu, the Ascension pick felt kind of forced. It's smart from LPE because they removed the best heroes, I think, right? For Chu as well. They stole the Granger, they got Lancelot, banned out Lancelot, banned out even the Claude. So
for Work Auster Force themselves. So
yeah,
there really wasn't much of an option. I mean, the only alternate option that Chu had there was a Hayabusa, but what was also
banned out. So even Work's draft
Your
actually
team is banning.
How is the term? Kick them in, punch them in the mouth, punch their own face. I don't know. How does that? Fell flat on their face. Is that it?
Yeah, I guess that's the closest one. I'm trying to think about it too.
They kind of shot themselves in the foot. There you go.
They shot themselves in the foot.
They shot themselves in the foot with that ban.
There you go.
Again, the lesson here is do not choke out. If you're Work Auster Force, please leave Heroes open for Chu, because he's a strong player. He's probably one of the strongest players on Work, but he's also very hero specific.
That's true. It shows in their unique heroes pick. They have few
Yes,
compared
absolutely.
to what LPE has. But speaking of what they have, let's talk about what they don't have for the selections here. BMO, not BMO, it's a Benedetta. I'm also already associating Benedetta with BMO. Benedetta and Paquito will be banned out by Work Auster Force. Jawhead and Mathilda, the respect on Unravels. Mathilda is still there for LPE. Potential last ban here for LPE might just be a mage, maybe the Farsa.
Yeah. Lunox as well probably is something that kind of have to be contested here.
And the ban
Your team
will
is
be
picking.
the Uranus.
Okay, alright. Also a very much notable Unravel hero, right? In Free Martese hero, possibly.
Your team is
Yeah,
picking.
Cho's wide open. Selena will be locked in by Work Auster Force.
Alright, this is fun. We've seen this. This is not an unprecedented hero, obviously.
Look at them. They have something in mind.
Seem to be having fun. If you have a Selena, maybe BMO can go back on Grok. I would love to see that again. But
Ling
they
Farsa.
don't seem to be in any hurry to pick it up.
A Ling and a Farsa. This is nothing new. Angela is available. Oh, there's a Kufra on.
There you
on
go.
Ravel.
That's more like it. That's more like the work that I know. There you go. Now, again, Grok, I feel like they should pick it up, because if it gets banned out, maybe the Selena's gonna have more freedom in this game. Or I don't know. Go ahead and leave it for the last pick. I don't know. But what are you gonna prioritize because of that? Are you gonna prioritize heroes like the Lapu Lapu, right? Are you
Get
gonna
your side lanes
prioritize
forward.
heroes like Sorry?
I feel like they should get their side lanes locked in.
Side lanes.
They don't
yeah.
want to worry about the
Okay.
Grok being banned out, because if Grok gets banned
It's
out,
not gonna get banned out, right?
Yeah.
It's
Unless-
unlikely to get banned out unless Work knows that Grok has been kicking the Selena's
Your
butt.
team is banning.
That's the side lane.
Alice. All right,
See,
there you go.
Alice.
Going for the side lane priority.
And BMO can really, let's see, he can go for the Grok, even more so the Popol and Koopa, just to counter out the Selena, but then that leaves Work Auster Force wide open to
Your
dive
team
in.
is banning.
Yeah, Grok's probably gonna be. There you go with a ban on the Lunox.
The RTZ or Kosei respect.
Unsurprising at this point.
Your team is
We're gonna have
banning.
to keep it up, Popol and Koopa as well. There you go. It works very well against Selena. Not gonna be something for LPE to pick.
Might just see a Grok game.
There's a possible Grok game for LPE unless it gets banned out. BMO obviously has a lot of fun with that. But what I'm also thinking is what's going to be the other side lane hero for LPE.
Lapu Lapu feels...
Lapu Lapu feels great, yeah, for LPE, right? But I don't think that it's going to be as effective. They can actually go for Harif.
Your
They're
team
feeling a
is
little
banning.
nuts. Go for Harif gold lane.
The respect on the 3 Martese Cho.
That's good. That's good.
I was just about to say that it's looking good for the bans for LPE. What other choices that Work Auster Force have? Could they?
Yeah, I feel like they could absolutely just ban out one other side lane threat. Anything major that they think would happen here.
I'm gonna lose it. Because we have yet to see another side lane on LPE. I'm gonna lose it. Oh, there's a Grok ban! The ban on the BMO. What does BMO have now?
BMO's got a lot of things.
That's true.
He's got Sylvanas. He's got a lot, to be honest. There you go. Predicted on the bans. These are all... I'll be fair. Common sense, right? It's common sense that if you want the Selena to flourish, ban out the Popol and Koopa, people who can step on traps, ban out the Grok, who can absorb the Abyssal Arrows.
A Ruby.
Yeah, Ruby's fun. Ruby's also fine, but it's not optimal, I'll be honest. It's not gonna do much against this lineup of Work.
Yeah, because you're gonna have to rely on I'm Offended to get the pulse in, and that's This may just be a side lane.
This is I really like where Auster Force's lineup right now.
It's strong.
Yeah, it's very strong right now. LPE though. There you go with the answer, and that completes their lineup. All right. So LPE's works lineup not very good on the late game.
Immediate lock in
Not-
on the Angela.
Yeah, that's an instant lock on the Angela. Not again, well planned out draft for both Work and LPE, but the lineup of Work Auster Force, only the Hayabusa can fight on the late game. Everyone else will have to rely on early to mid game for Work Auster Force to make a difference. Or if they want to dominate, if they want to snowball, they have to do it early. Because again, in the late game, Hayabusa is not even that consistent. It's very difficult to land all of the shadow kill hits onto one target.
Yeah, and if anything, that is what LPE has right now. It's Ling in the early game can be devastating. Bimo, as soon as he reaches level 4, can be devastating against Work Auster Force. Can be supported by Yako. Jake the Dog can rotate freely. Ryota is the only one that is their late game
Massive
insurance.
scaling actually too for LPE. I mean, Ling is late game obviously, right? And Ruby, you want to reach that late game for that unlimited spell vamp. So they've got some pretty good coverage here for mid to late. Their early game is going to be the weakness, so maybe that's where Work Auster Force is going to want to drill down on.
Well, unless LP decides to be as aggressive as the olden days of Mobile Legends, we may just see a passive early game, just like what Rockhart said. As we enter the Land of Dawn, game number 2 in this best of 3 series, match point is what LPE has right now, and that's something that Work needs to steal away from them.
There you go. So it's going to be True and Aspect, great line. That's going to be a great fight later on. Expect Ling and Hayabusa fights to be a little topsy-turvy to turn either way. Whoever pulls off a better Temps of Blades and a better Shadow Kill usually will be ahead of the curve. And either one can actually kind of dodge.
And the aggression by LPE to go for Kosei to force him to go home will give Ryota a little bit more farm. Meanwhile, topside, Jake the Dog being potentially being forced out by Work Auster Force themselves.
Yeah, expect RTZ to be a little bit more aggressive here on mid, and after clearing the wave to try to roam up on the top side, maybe on the jungle, which is exactly where Unravel is. Could be in trouble too.
Essentially, Yako will be the first to reach level 2? Question mark? Oh, at the same time. Okay, then.
Yeah,
Revenge
Marquez
already
is here,
available.
though.
They get the knock-up on the Yako, and that should be the kill. The flicker will be expended by RTZ to secure that.
Yep, they fight for their right. And this is the early game that I am talking about earlier. I was talking about earlier. So, a lot of fun here for RTZ, for sure. This whole field is his playground. Everyone's not ready to fight him. He's just looking for targets. He's looking for targets to stun up and just making sure that everywhere is ready with traps.
And the Revenge catches Jake the Dog, nowhere to run. Work Auster Force. This is the classic Work Auster Force that we know and love, and they're capitalizing on their aggression.
That was such an easy kill, by the way. Like, Jake the Dog had no chance whatsoever. Multiple purifies, at least on Yako and the Bimo, kind of slows down the aggression in that part of the map. So I'm pretty sure Jake the Dog, strap in your seatbelts, you're gonna get RTZ ganked all day long.
Like, no doubt will have a hard time. Speaking of hard time, RTZ being caught out by Yako.
Oh, wow.
And that is going to be Aspect rejoining the fight. He's not in position, though. The feathered airstrike misses.
4 feathered airstrike hits, dodged like a ballerina. My God, RTZ. This guy, though.
Well, he does have the stun Selena skin, so he's just dancing around.
He's just dancing, yo. There's no music, but he's dancing.
He can feel the beat. Gets the Abyssal Arrow as well into Yako.
Yep, and he's doing a pretty good job here as well. And again, slow and steady here for Work Auster Force so far.
Slow and steady wins the race, as the old proverbs say. And they're capitalizing on that. They have a 1,000 gold lead, Work Auster Force. They have priority over the turtle lane. LPE is trying to get that priority back themselves.
Yep, XP lane's such a one-sided affair. You've got Frame RTZ just going nuts as well on the Barretts. Level 6 to level 4, last I saw. The XP lane and gold lane obviously is just mages just throwing skills at each other, so not so much fun. But either way, we will still see it work. Goes in.
Well, Flaker expended. The revenge is available for Unravel. They do not commit.
Yeah, no more Daytona's welcome. Not a problem. We got tower. What are you talking about? Turret goes down on top side.
They might trade it in the bottom lane though, going up against Kosei. They were clearing up the waves as well as the camp. They should be able to siege up this bottom lane, but there is a threat of Unravel and Chu joining in on the fight.
Yep, this could be a slobber knocker of a fight here.
Better there, strike to zone Chu out. Aspect with the Finch. Boys gets knocked down,
Woo!
And the rage connects as well. But he is relatively safe because of the Heart Guard. Will he continue on with the fight? He will not. That's a disengage from both of these teams.
There's just ridiculously tanky members on work right now.
True.
They don't know what they're gonna do with Unravel and Free Martini.
Daytona's welcome not gonna connect. Ryota's gonna dive into the battle lines with a flowing blood. Not a lot of damage just yet. 3 Martizi forced down to half HP, repositioning themselves. Here comes the meteor shower onto Yako. He's low, will get taken out. Question mark, not gonna happen. Fettered airstrike to burst out. Unravel, he still manages to survive. The flicker will be expended by Chu, and that is another disengage.
BMO's Farce is so defensive here at this point. It's not really panning out because feathered airstrikes are a little bit too calculated, so a lot of them are missing.
It's true. He's not. BMO's not been in the best positions for the feathered airstrike more often than not. Like, he's been forced out to use it for the feathered airstrike, if anything.
That's true. And right now, I feel like it is obviously up to LPE if they want to start the tempo this time around, because every time that work starts and they are the ones that initiates, LPE is just struggling. I feel like they're only reacting and reacting over and over again, and nothing. If they just keep doing that, they are gonna slow down. And that's going to be the opening for work to go ahead and take him.
An opening for LPE has opened up as they take down Chu. 3 Martizi with the Daytona's welcome to force Jake the Dog back. The Heart Guard in the bottom lane as Ryota tries to survive. The 3-man Genki gets the micro to Arteezy. Will potentially take down Kosei and Rebel, but he will be disengaging. BMO is close though. He is just going to be waiting for the feathered airstrike to be available, and it's still a fight potentially happening. Remo gets caught out by Unravel. Feathered airstrike is now available. Not yet. Ryota still has a flowing blood. He will not commit. He does not have HP.
Right, that was a great play for LPE. They did lose out and lose Aspect though, and again, Aspect just a little bit playing passive again. This is the old Aspect we've seen here. Or we're seeing here rather, but again, I don't blame him. It is a lane, but usually you'd be able to do something by now.
Yeah, and again the feathered airstrike, defensive feathered airstrike to just secure the purple buff. So that's a small window that Work also force has to try to force a fight.
Oh, looks like Work wants to do something here around the orange buff area.
Daytona's welcome, not going to be catching. Oh, actually,
he got it!
With the flicker out as well. Yako will be singled out. Jake the Dog doing what he can to try to protect Yako, but it's not going to be. Not going to be enough. BMO down. Jake the Dog low. Aspect just yeeted out of there.
And again, will probably go down. I don't know why, but I feel like he's going to go down soon. Oh, misses it. Unravel missing with Desire's Revenge. But the kill will happen on top side, and LPE just starting to fall like a stack of dominoes.
Yeah, it's a 3,000 gold lead for Work Auster Force. Complete opposite of what happened in game number 1.
Yeah. And again, we kind of want to put aspects on different heroes this time around. The lane, obviously, a little bit. He doesn't fare well with heroes that ramp slow, doesn't he?
Yeah, but I feel like the game plan here for LPE is to just buy a lot of time and try to split push.
Yeah, go ahead, do it. Yeah, right, just buy time. Yes.
They need to, because both you said it best yourself during like after the draft that both sides are scaling into the late game.
Actually, I said that Work should scale less, but the LPE will scale better rather. But Work just, I don't know. They're gonna go for something though.
They have to, and Unravel will not go. Well, actually go to the river, but he's relatively safe. Jake the Dog gets caught by the Daytona's welcome. Feathered airstrike, defensive feathered airstrike will not save Yako. Ortiz, he almost falls down. It's not a good look for LP at all as the second tier 2 turret falls down. Unravel with a rage onto BMO. Purify will be expended. That's a trade for the turret. that's also a kill on their side.
And 5,000 almost here for Work Auster Force. You are in the lead, and Ryota's in the base. He's trying to control the minion waves from inside, and I don't blame him. You kind of can.
Goodbye.
You gotta go down though.
If he manages to survive, and look at the TP plays.
That was so questionable. That was super questionable.
If only he was a Uranus.
Yeah, I think only heroes like the Uranus, like the Alice, can kind of get away with that, don't they?
Yeah. But
Alice is 50. I don't know. Especially if you get hit by an arrow, like.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I think he only. I feel like he has yet to hit 30 stacks on his passive, or I think he already hit it.
Probably. He probably did. I don't know. Bot lane did farm very well on the bottom upper LPE, but now
that's true. Oh, they're trying to go for 3 Martisi. Daytona's Welcome is available. Not going to be committing it just yet. Just tanking out the damage. He's just standing there with the TP. And the Daytona's Welcome flicker connects.
My God.
And they get the stun up onto Jake the Dog. The hard guard will be committed as well. And Jake the Dog will survive. Will re-engage. The Abyssal Arrow almost hits him. He almost falls down there. But 3 Martisi's confidence is there, but the Ryota will try to take that confidence away from him. The Microstun connects. 3 Martisi will be forced to fall out. In the chase, the flowing blood, not enough to sustain himself. Aspect rejoining the fight. That's questionable. The Shadow Kill will be committed. Not going to be finishing on to Aspect. Bimo forced to back off. He gets stunned. Aspect falls down. Bimo and Ryako, they're low. They cannot fight. Work Auster Force winning that fight, definitely.
Definitely a big win there for Work Auster Force. Bonus with the Lord as well. And questionable decision after questionable decision here for LPE. They are definitely being very playful at this point.
Yeah, they're just playing the game.
Absolutely playing the game.
I don't know, the questionable decisions that they make, it's slowly showing the ultimate potential fall of game number 2.
Yeah. And if this happens, again, we will be closer to the tiebreaker, which is very fun.
An additional series for you guys, but yeah, there will be a measurement of games won and lost. And if all else fails, the last resort here is the tiebreaker that we may potentially see. Potentially, we'll find that out later on at the end of the final series as the mid lane turret goes down. Lord marching on over towards the bottom lane. Work Auster Force will not be walking with the Lord. It will be focusing on the top lane as well as the mid lane. There's not much of a defensive answer here for LPE as Jake the Dog once again gets caught by the Daytona's Welcome. And he will fall down.
There you go. That should be it. Work Auster Force's attack here is almost impossible to defend. Chu even playing around a little bit here. And they're back on their old self, man.
The other doesn't have the Winter Truncheon available just yet. He's just diving in. This is game number 2 going to the side of Work Auster Force, no doubt. That's it. The TPs are coming up.
That's it. Oh, wait. No minions, but
no.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Not really.
Will?
Huh? What?
Will?
What?
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 Please, if they
Impossible.
defend it. Oh, no.
Impossible.
The arrow connects. That's it. All right, we thought a comeback was going to happen, but that's not going to be the case.
Yep.
That's game 3 in store for us. The winning moment is brought to you by Head and Shoulders. Work Auster Force winning that decisively.
Yeah, that was a very decisive win, and man, look at that. They're just very chill, aren't they?
Kosei.
Yeah, he's just doesn't really care, does he?
He's just chill. Yeah, we won that. We'll get game number 3.
I'm gonna go and flex my MPL sneakers. Yeah.
Just flex.
It. So, I guess both teams are back to their old selves.
Yeah, we're gonna have a reset.
Both teams are back to their normal ways. LPE on the downtrend and making very much questionable decisions, and Work just playing smart. All right.
And it is
first game felt like you know that like in Stranger Things, like the upside down. That felt
upside
like
down
it.
world, yeah. It's I don't know. This is a game number 3. Game number 3 that really Work Auster Force wants to secure for themselves. But with the way the LP played game number 1, if they can go back to how they played in game number 1, Bren would be smiling right now. but it may not be the case. It may just be a 2-1 for Work Auster Force because I give that to Unravel being able to use the Kufra, being able to create the plays for the team. I think that's a little bit better for Work Auster Force. If LPE can find that, they can turn things around.
And officially, officially Work Auster Force is ahead of Bren by 1 point. Officially. So that's something to keep in mind while this game is happening. Later on, they can get a maximum of 2 points ahead of Bren Esports and possibly give us a tie game.
And we'll have to bring it on over to Midnight on the Analyst Desk to give us a lowdown on how Work Auster Force won that game against LPE.
Hindi pwedeng tuluyang malaso ng Work Auster Force as they get points from LPE winning game number 2 and sila ay nagko-content pa rin sa upper bracket slot. Welcome back to The Understand. My name is Midnight and nating i-breakdown kung paano naman pinanalo ng Work Auster Force in game number 2 against LPE. Now, these following post-game stats are brought to us by Smart. Now, on the side of LPE, they drafted themselves the Ling-Angela combination. Something na hindi na natin masyado nakikita. No? Nakita natin to nung week 2, week 3, pero nag-drop pagdating sa popularity. Kasi lumabas yung mga natural answers against the hero. Nag-pop out sila Kufra, nag-pop out si Barat. So pumasok sa meta yung mga heroes na previously mahirap laruin ang Ling. Even though the Ling got a buff on the damage on the second skill, kahit may extra 40 damage siya, hindi enough yan kasi these two heroes are natural counters against the Ling. Why? Pag bumaba si Ling, meron kang bouncing ball na kailangan problemahin. Meron ding panghuli si Kufra against the Ling kahit pa nasa pader ka. And at the same time, kapag nadikitan mo si Barats, ang gagawin lang niya is didikitan niya yung target mo and mapapakomit ka kagad ng ultimate kasi gagamitin niya na yung Detona's Welcome. Kakainin niya lang yung Ling kahit pa may nakasanib na Angela. So in theory, dapat laging lugi ang LPE pagdating sa teamfight. So Work Auster Force, ang ginawa nila is instead of splitting up the map with the Hayabusa and the Selena, ginawa nilang full 5v5 head-on collision yung game. No? Every single objective na tinitake nila, it's always grouping up. Kahit yung purple buff ni Ling, pwede nilang gawing objective kasi in all honesty, the purple buff is an objective for the Ling. Dito natin makikita yan sa post-game highlights kung paano nilaro ng Work Auster Force ang game nila. These game highlights are brought to us by Smart. Again, very important to see is how Work Auster Force grouped up against LPE. Alam nila na kailangan nila i-contest si Ling all throughout the game kasi hindi naman porket na nakakapag-farm si Ling, no, malakas na siyang presence, pero yung split push capability kasi present pa rin against LPE. So kailangan mong i-limit yung farming space na meron si Aspect on this game kasi nakita natin to again nung series nung Aura no against LPE na actually Aura versus Signal Ultra na kaya mag-split push ng isang Ling. Pero Work Auster Force ang ginagawa nila is every single time sinasagot nila yung movements na ginagawa ni Aspect. Unravel actually played a hell of a game here, no? Consistently catching Aspect throughout the team fight and hindi nakapwesto yung LPE kasi laging nasar nila yung dinosaur. Si Martz, no, nang bubuli ng aasar every single time, lagi siyang nagko-contest ng objective ng LPE kahit yung orange buff hindi na nila pinapalampas. And this is what I was talking about earlier, no? Lagi magkakasama yung Work Auster Force because they know the only way for LPE to contest is actually by split pushing. So ang ginagawa ni Ryota, siya na yung nag-split pusher kasi kino-contest ng buong buhay si Aspect dito in this game. So sabi niya, okay, ako na, itabi mo Aspect, ako na. Pero Work Auster Force, hindi sila nagpapigil. Pinadala nila si Selena to stop Ryota from split pushing and then go back kung ano man yung ginagawa nila, no? Contest the Ling all throughout the game. Hindi masyado nakapaglaro si Aspect ng kanyang game. Pero nakahuli naman sila ng isang beses kay Martz. But at this point, napakalaki na ng lead ng Work Auster Force. Yung damage output ni Hayabusa, pati na rin ni Kosei is already up there. And after that, it was just an objective gaming from Work Auster Force. Nung hindi na nila kailangan intindihin yung Ling ng LPE, sila na yung nag-dictate ng objective pressure. And dito sa final push ng Work Auster Force, makikita natin again dito si Unravel just threatening the heroes of LPE. Yun lang naman yung trabaho niya rito. Consistent yung mindset ng players ng Work Auster Force and that is why they were able to win that game against LPE. And MVP of that game brought to us by Smart. It is gonna be RTZ Selena, no? Napaka-importante rin ng presence ni Selena in this match. The vision na binibigay ng kanyang mga traps allows them to spot out information on the side of LPE and at the same time yung threat din ng araw. Isa to sa mga bagay na talagang hindi mo pwedeng tanggalin sa game, no? Kahit hindi pa ginagamit yung araw, may pressure na kagad yan. Sinabi nga ng mga casters natin, kapag pumana si RTZ ay nakakatakot talaga for LPE. Yan yung dahilan bakit hindi nakapaglaro din ng split push ang LPE. Not just because of Unravel, pero na rin si RTZ. Now, we're on our game number 3. Pero bago tayo mag-proceed sa ating game, check nyo muna natin yung live watching rewards. Sa mga nanonood dyan ng MPL, while you are enjoying, meron din kayong chance manalo ng in-game rewards. All you need to do is scan this QR code, check nyo yung website natin, fill up a form, and if you are one of the first 30,000 entries, mananalo kayo ng in-game rewards and a skin worth 599 diamonds. So, nag-enjoy na kayo, may chance pa kayong manalo. Let's see if may chance din bang manalo ang LPE against Work Auster Force, or will Work Auster Force continue with the win? Casters, back to you.
No, Midnight, back to you for that beautiful analysis. Now, I don't know, it doesn't make sense. But we're going to be back into game number 3. The reverse sweep may potentially happen here for Work Auster Force if they continue on with their aggressive play style. Some Nomad alongside with me is Rockhard, and we'll be delivering the action to you guys. And that is a well-deserved MVP from RTZ.
Absolutely. Again, that he made a huge difference in that matchup. And given how... given how easy it would have been for him, like, that's how you draft, right? You have a Selena, you make sure the Selena succeeds. Take out the Popolin Koopa, take out the Grok. It's like, normally you'd be saying, why ban Grok? But then you think about RTZ, and that gave him such an easy game.
You think about RTZ, you think about BMO's potential as well on the Grok to go ham. Smart banning there from Coach Lift himself.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if Panda has a response against the LPE roster here. But what do you think? What adjustment do you expect from LPE going into this fight?
For LPE, I think I want to see them play a little bit more aggressive. Don't put Aspect on a scaling hero. Just stop it. Just stop wishing that happens. It's not gonna happen, guys. Because maybe on the Yisun Shin, but that's because he can kind of contribute in the early game with the Mount Shocker. But just don't rely on Aspect too much in this matchup. That would be the greatest adjustment for LPE right now.
What if they made an adjustment where Yako suddenly becomes the jungler?
Even better, I think. Yeah. Just put Aspect on a guy who can clear the minion waves on the mid and maybe kind of leave him to manage that lane. Maybe that'll be better, and leave the hard work to Yako.
Essentially. But I wanna see something from LPE that may spark joy in yourself. I want to see Yako on the Leomord again.
That's not gonna happen. Come on.
We saw the Leomord come out though.
It's not gonna happen. I can feel it. Yako is like, okay, this is gonna be their last game, right? But he's not that cray. You know what I mean?
They brought out the Fanny.
They did bring out the Fanny. We're talking about the team that brought out the Fanny yesterday. So
like the last time we saw Fanny was in Season 2. That was the last time, officially the last time we saw Fanny was in Season 2. And that was broken yesterday. And anyway, we also saw the Aldous being brought out, throwbacks to olden days.
But in fairness, the Aldous did have some pretty good... It did make a lot of sense, right? Give Wise a super scale hero, and somehow he did fly with it for 2 games. But again, Leomord just feels like kind of under the radar because the stats are just super understated. Like, you can effort so much, and it's only gonna be like in the middle.
Yeah, that's
it won't really like fly or anything. It won't exceed your expectations. Either way, I feel like in all seriousness, I feel like Yako does. He does play better on the Granger too. Although Aspect will play a good Granger game, right? He does.
If they secure it for themselves,
if they can secure it.
That's a main question.
And if they can like stop Chu again, if they can like ban out Chu again and force him on an uncomfortable hero, that's a good win condition for LPE.
His Yisun was answered very well by LPE, so they can choose to choke him there, and that should be the only problem that I'm seeing here for LPE is that they have to focus on 3 members here, because you can relatively leave RTZ and Kosei alone with their picks. They can manage it, but if you give 3 more RTZ, Unravel, or Chu their mains, that's a problem. So that's the juggle that LPE wants to try to commit to.
That's very true. So again, the flexibility, I guess, of the heroes, of the players are going to come into this one. Like, are they going to force themselves to be flexible, or are they going to be just playing on comfort, which
Your
I think we
team
will
is
see
banning.
soon. Wow, insta ban on the Selena there.
And Insta ban on the eve as well as we hop into the draft brought to you by Smart.
So, I feel like Work Auster Force, they're back on their groove. This is the work that we know. Stick with it. Just go with it, man. Just go.
Lean with it. Rock with it. That's that's a groove.
Well, you know, give him a groove and they'll dance to it. And that's just the power of work here. That's how they're actually able to keep up with teams that have been on the MPL for so long, right?
Yeah.
They have been beating out teams like Bren. They've been beating out all kinds of opposition. So Work Auster Force is
Your team
definitely
is
something that
banning.
you got to be wary of.
We're seeing the bans onto 2 heroes here. We're not seeing the Mathilda ban onto Unravel, so they're focusing their attention onto Chu.
Do a five-man
team is
ban on Chu. Do it.
That's,
Come on, LP.
That
Do
may
it.
be detrimental though.
I feel like the team just works so well with Chu, right? Don't they? And they kind of have to rely on him because, again, he is one of the most mechanically gifted on their team. So that just a thought, just throwing it out there.
We gotta. It has to be a Mathilda ban here for LP though. You don't want to give that to Work Auster unless they seal it away.
Huh? Mathilda is not bad actually.
Your
you could try to
team
play
is
around
banning.
it, but it's difficult, right? I would love to see that, and we have seen it in the hands of both mid laners for both teams. So I will not be surprised by the Mathilda at this point.
Yeah, this has to be a Mathilda pickup by LPE. Like, this has to be it. Like, if Work bans it out, it gives a lot of opening for LPE as well. They may just very well steal away heroes from Arteezy and 3 Marteezy.
3 Marteezy is quite flexible though.
That's true.
It feels impossible to completely ban out this guy.
Yeah.
But maybe just the Jawhead's enough, right? Just force him on other heroes. Maybe throw him back on the Uranus, maybe. That'll be fine for me for Work Auster Force.
That's a Paquito. That has to be the Mathilda from LPE.
Oh, Mathilda's open.
That has to be it.
Interesting.
You don't want to give it to Unravel.
Yes, please. Just get the Mathilda. Don't even think about it. Just do it. You know?
Just like what the artist Shia LaBeouf said. Do it!
Just
do it!
Do it!
Don't let your dreams be dreams.
Yeah, just... I don't know why you're taking so long. It's not really much to think about, because if the Mathilda gets left open, you know that Work is going to get it.
Your team is picking.
No sounds, that's a Mathilda.
That's a Mathilda.
There you go.
I would like to thank Twitter for the the prediction award.
Hey,
I'm that's yours. That's all
That's
yours.
yours for next year. Go ahead, take it for next year. For now, though, Insta-lock on the link. I would actually...
Your team is picking.
That's it. That's choose hero. And there you go with
That's
the
a 3
Uranus.
Marteezy hero too.
Yeah. Instantly Uranus.
LP's
got some pretty good difficult fight ahead of him.
Difficult choices to make too.
Yeah, I feel like the Mathilda's a little bit forced for them, right? It's not a staple hero of LPE.
Yeah,
you don't even need to take the Granger unless you want it to get banned out. Like, if you want a jungler, go ahead, but it's gonna be you're basically throwing that because that's gonna be the ban. If you don't pick up the jungler at this point, Work Auster Force is gonna ban it out.
Yeah,
they're gonna force either Yako or Aspect to go on uncomfortable junglers.
Oh, that's a Harith.
Your team is picking.
Sounds like a Harith.
And a Popolin Koopa.
Popolin Koopa, gold lane Harith, obviously. Could be flex on the. Sometimes some people do it on jungle. I don't know why. Some people will throw it on the mid, which is very unlikely. But the Popolin Koopa is already there, which means that this Mathilda is going to be mainly on the mid lane with good damage.
Yeah.
The roaming tank is going to be the Popolin Koopa.
You know the weird part is?
Yeah.
It's still relatively flex for LPE.
It is relatively
Your
flex,
team
which
is banning.
It does make it a little fun, you know? Makes it fun.
Yeah, I mean, who's going to use Mathilda and who's going to use Popolin Koopa? That's a question still up in the air until we see the last 2 picks for LP. But with the Farsa pick up by Work Auster Force, this is Kosei's pick as well, or Arteezy, I mean.
Ah, yeah, absolutely. right? We've seen Kosei play it up. We've seen RTZ play it up. That's what's also so fun about Work Auster Force, right? So many flexes in this game.
Too many flexes in this game. But you can never have, you can never have too many flexes.
I'm actually okay with just Work Auster Force just banning out the whole
Your
jungle.
team is banning.
Get out that Lancelot, ban it out, ban out the Yi Sun-Shin, ban out the Granger. That's gonna be a lot of
And what
fun.
would Aspect use? That's...
Who was banned out though? I did not
it's just a
hear
Lancelot.
a voice pack, so maybe not the Lance.
Yeah,
yeah.
I guess it's time to test your predictions.
Let's wait for it. Let's wait for it. If it's who's the jungler that doesn't have a voice pack?
Every one of them has a voice pack.
Oh yeah, right.
It's only the newer ones
The
that
newer ones.
doesn't have the voice pack.
There you go. The Barretts is out. They're not focusing on the jungle. Weird. They should, but they're not.
Okay, the side lane more.
Apparently, more respect
Your
for
team is banning.
for players like BMO. Apparently.
I like the Kufra ban. That is eventually what Unravel's gonna pick.
Because I really just know that Jake the Dog's gonna be one to pick up the Harif, right? That's the Jake the Dog hero. I don't know. They just had so much respect for it. Maybe they just saw last game and they said, you know what, our Barretts is so good. Let's not let LPE use this, okay?
They may be so good here as well.
It's too good. I love it.
All right.
Your team
has to be
is
jungle.
banning.
It's not a jungle ban.
It's not a jungle ban.
It's
right?
a Khalid ban.
What is up?
I have never seen LPE play Khalid before.
I know. What is happening here? Huh.
That's
Interesting. Workaster Force definitely throw in a wrench here onto the playbook of LPE.
They are. Now, if they don't ban Angela's gonna be picked up by Workaster Force.
Yeah, they have to ban it out, right?
Your team is
Or
picking.
no?
And if Angela gets picked up, it's a Kagura.
They leave the Angela open.
Oh,
if
they
I was
banned-
Work, I would get that.
They banned out the RTZ choice too. I can dig it. I can dig the LPE banning.
Yeah, this is fine. I guess they know that they didn't find the Angela earlier to be any big threat, so they said, you know what?
Your team is picking.
I'm gonna go with it. And that is a gold lane Farsa with Lunox on mid.
Yeah, that is another RTZ special.
Another RTZ special.
Now, I want to see an Esmeralda.
You should, right? Yeah, Esmeralda would be great to control because the front line of LPE is almost non-existent with just the Popoling Koopa. You gotta have someone on the side who can kind of tank up. Lapu Lapu would be great. I'm gonna make another video. No, I don't think so. Not really. Not in the mood. And yeah, Grandeur.
That's the
Your
core.
team is picking.
Core.
All right.
He had no choice.
Yeah, it's just Ryota soaking up the damage.
Again, just Ryota.
And Popoling
Yaku
Koopa.
and Popoling Koopa, that's also acceptable, but and to be fair, the Mephilas also played as a tank sometimes.
That's true.
So they do have some good soak on the damage. Work Auster Force maybe would have had a lot of fun with Esmeralda, but now they don't have a choice. They can't pick it out anymore.
And the main question here is, what will Work Auster 4 pull out? The Grok.
Grok.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time Unravel will be playing the Grok.
I am not sure. I might have heard about it before. I think they might have played the Grok on the day I was not playing. I was not casting, so.
No, yeah, this feels like the first game because we typically see the Rafaela, Angela, Kufra, and Mathilda on Unravel. So this is a relative first for him.
Yeah, it is. It's gonna be a lot of fun though, right? Usually we see Grok on the other side for LPE, and now Work Auster Force with Grok here should be good. And of course, Jake the Dog. I was expecting him to go with the Harif because this is one of the heroes he's had most success with.
Yeah.
But they swap it out.
And it's interesting. This is an interesting swap. Yako will be on the Popoling Koopa, so he'll maintain his presence in the mid lane as much as possible. But if anything, it's a little iffy for LPE because Work Auster Force has a lot of capabilities to just go from the front line to the back lines without any problems.
Yep. So we are going to be in for a ride for sure. A lot of unpredictable behavior being shown by both LPE and Work Auster Force. And we're heading into their probable last game. This is going to be their last play in the season, in the regular season rather.
Yeah.
And let's go, game number 3.
Put your, bring out some popcorn, put your gaming watching wear on. I mean, your slippers, your pajamas, because this might just be a long fight.
This could be a long fight, my man.
Yeah,
and right now, for RTZ though, very aggressive action happening right now.
A level 2 Uranus that managed to survive against Jake the Dog. Yako is low as well. BMO gonna be rejoining in with the Wisp.
Woo! The Wisp's hurt!
And forcing the flicker as well. 3 Martizi is going to be rejoining the fight.
Imagine if BMO felt a little bit aggressive, flickered in with the Wisp as well.
Oh, that's... Man. Speaking of which, well, he doesn't use a flicker, but he still gets RTZ to half HP. And this is a confident Work Auster Force.
That's the magic of Mafilda as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, didn't Manjin say earlier that 3 Martizi is not going to be teleporting anytime soon?
Yeah.
Unless it's a sure win.
Of course. But that's what they said, quote-unquote said.
But they are teleporting right now, so do they feel like this is a sure win for themselves?
Yeah, they that's out the window. I don't think that's going to be an issue because I feel like they're just back on their old behavior.
Yeah, they're feeling good.
Yeah. They're back to their old stuff here.
BTR.
Yeah, and Leo Smurfy's favorite emote.
Yep. Being spammed all the time. Yako being spammed to death by by Chu, I mean. As he gets traded out by Aspect, we're rejoined here by 3 Martizi. Unravel, I mean, 3 Martizi is not in a position to respond to that. Immediate 2 kills onto Aspect.
Man,
and free turtle.
That was unexpected. I felt one death would be fine, but then they followed up with it real quick. And that results to a turtle going over to LPE with Ryota as well on the bot side. Could go down, but Kosei doesn't seem like he has the Feather Airstrike. Will be just waiting in the wings.
That's uncharacteristic for Harris to have a hard time against a Farza.
That's true. It's because maybe it's just because of the optimal range, right? In early game, I mean, it's fine. It's doable, it's manageable, but again, you won't have any big advantages. And Yako, aware of it, wants to go down for the backup, which is spotted by Unravel, by the way. And that's a signal for Kosei to back off.
3 Martizi will once again cut out the wave if he can against this Lapu-Lapu. And he's already level 5. He should be able to soak up a lot of the damage in the top lane. Meanwhile, mid lane, so BMO and RTZ. Unravel is just hiding in this Pixel Brush waiting for an opportunity. Going to go for potentially a gank. Hard presses by LP in the bottom lane. Top lane is a completely different story. Chu's going to be stealing away the gold from Jake the Dog.
Yep, and Jake the Dog just feels like he's going to be in for the farm game for the long haul. And as Free RTZ does have Chu nearby, could go for a fight if he wants to, but that is a level 6 Lapu-Lapu, not easy to fight off, especially under the turret.
Yeah. One good Bravest fighter and the gank in the top lane will fail immediately as the bottom lane will immediately being pushed up by LPE. Feathered Airstrike to clear out the minion waves. Mid lane though, there is a struggle against BMO. RTZ takes him out. That is Chu assisting him with a kill as well. Aspect will go for the Rhapsody. Order of Brilliance being forced out. Unravel does have the wild charge. Not going to be committing it just yet.
Yep, and for the meantime, it will be LPE in control here. Around the mid area, just Chu making sure he has purple for the fight.
Nice knock-up onto Unravel. Wild charge will not be used at all. 3 Martizi going to be joining on the fight. Chu is nearby. He does have Tempest of Blades. The Koopa doesn't get the bite onto 3 Martizi. Kosei goes for the Feathered Airstrike to dwindle down the HP of this turtle. Will be secured by LPE. BMO too far behind. Will get traded out. The Circling Eagle was not what he wanted.
That was a sacrifice play though. Because of the Circling Eagle, he was able to buy time for the rest of the teammates to get the turtle buff, which is very big.
And that's the small lead that LPE wants to maintain. Like, they want to get the objectives. Don't give it away to Chu to get the damage output out. And this is the dive onto Jake the
That's
dog.
the dive.
Bravest fighter into a flicker. Nothing much that he could do there. He needs to get away.
He does need to get away, and again, work kind of forces the issue over and over again. Ryota, a little bit unfamiliar with the territory, has a very weirdly placed Zaman Force.
A nice stun. Sonata connects on the third bullet. Will get eliminated by the Rhapsody.
This is what I'm talking about. Aspect, when he's comfortable, he plays so well, right? This is the form that you want. Don't give him heroes like what happened last game. This time around, obviously a cleaner mid game here for LPE.
And they'll try to capitalize on this. It's all relatively even.
Most of it, yes.
Most of it.
is
Save for the first push on the top lane turret, though, for Work Auster Force.
Gold is almost dead even, with a little bit leaning towards LPE, but LPE does not have really full control. Chu still has the ability to go to the purple buff, which is basically all the Ling would need for the meantime. And they are just happy to wait in the bush here. And again, to be fair, that is the easier target compared to a Uranus.
Oh, they're gonna go for Unravel. Wild Charge committed by Unravel. The Feathered Airstrike deters him from going out, but BMO's whips take down Unravel, and they will start sieging up the bottom lane. Might convert it. Not the guy with the Circling Eagle connects onto Shu. No follow throughs by LP, but they will focus on the tier 2 turret.
And that was a big flight there from BMO, and absolutely worth it. Forces the rest of Work Auster Force members to back off, and could leave them open for a turtle take as well.
And objectives is the name of the game for LPE, and their next objective is RTZ. Unravel's hiding in the brush, does not have the wild charge. Power Nation will be swung, will not dish out a lot of damage. Tempest and Blaze onto Chu, doesn't connect onto BMO. And the Feathered Airstrike takes down Yako in the process. 3 RTZ going to be way deep into the backlines. BMO's Wisp will connect into 3 RTZ once again. Circling Eagle is available for him to use, but that will be a suicide mission. That is a 1-for-1 trade.
Not bad at all. And again, Work Auster Force does have the early... They still have that damage, right, with the Farsa. Chu is definitely better off than most Lings would be at this point, but Work still has a lot of climbing to do here. Get back control of the map. And they are doing it with the turret, which is a very good start.
What can be stolen away by LP, the Feathered Airstrike onto BMO, that's an opening. Turtle is already low,
BMO.
will be secured by Work Auster Force, and now LP has to back off in this fight, and 3 Martizi is not letting them back off. The knockup connects onto 3 Martizi. They are backing off. Meanwhile, Chu diving in onto deep. The Tempest of Blades committed, secures 2. Kosei secures a killing spree onto Aspect. That is LPE biting off more than they can chew, and that's the wipe out in the entire fight.
Unofficial wipe, but wipe nonetheless. That is a big swing on gold for Work Auster Force. Check it out, with almost 3,000 gold accumulated in that fight.
Yep, I'm just gonna TP here, sir.
That's how you do it.
I'm feeling myself right now.
Feel myself, free Martizi. You know it. You know he's gonna do it. No matter what he says on the pregame, he's gonna do it.
Yeah. And now, this time around, LP has to climb that mountain that Work Auster Force already conquered.
Okay, so that's going to be Work with the majority of the map under their control. Could go for more here on the bot side. We still have a big push, big minion waves here being prepped by Chu himself. Unravel on side bush could also fight if they choose to.
They will maintain the fight. They want to see Feathered Airstrike, massive damage onto Yako.
Again, it's good that Jake the Dog actually cleared that up before it arrived. That could have been a big fight here for Work. Goes for the mid instead, and I don't blame him. Just keep the pressure going and kind of slow down what Roam Aspect can do.
And speaking of Aspect, he is sitting at a 4-1-2 scoreline compared to Chu's 2-1-6. You'd expect him to be better. He can delete the squishier champions, the squishier heroes here on the side of Work Auster Force, but he just does not have the positioning to go for it.
Absolutely, and this could be a big one. Oh man, the Feathered Airstrike! Man, I felt that from all the way here. That almost one-shot someone. I didn't remember who that was. That might have been Ryota, but there you go.
It hurts.
That hurt.
That
hit like a truck.
It's tough now for LPE. The power spikes have already been met. by work, Auster Force. What's the turnaround here for LPE? How can they turn things around?
Well, the turnaround here for LPE is if they can find Chu. If Chu kind of slips up here. But other than that, there's just no way they're going to take down Free Martizi. Yeah, there's no way they're going to take down Kosei unless Kosei just literally walks up to in front of them and just take my body, something like that.
I'm here.
I'm here. So that's not going to happen, right? Chu is going to be the one they kind of have to look out for. But again, Chu is one of the most mechanically gifted players on Work Auster 4, so very hard turnaround here.
Very hard, and they have a lot of catches too. LPE, the circling, we haven't seen a good circling eagle on BMO for
in the past, like I think in the past 5 minutes, we haven't seen one in the any good one.
Yeah, it was only that sacrificial play in the mid lane, and as well as the catch in the bottom lane to secure the tier 2 turret, and that's basically it. Guiding Wind's not being used as much too. It's only really just the Wisps.
Yeah, he's using the Guiding Winds mostly for tanking, which is obviously what you can use it for. It has a big shield, but other than that, it's not being used that much for scouting. The big fight though happening soon.
Potentially, Yako is the one that got almost deleted by one hit. And the Work Auster Force, they're in a good spot. Chu's not joining them, but he can rejoin the fight as fast as he can. Just shoving all the waves.
Do they want to reach late game here for LPE? What's their late game looking like? I feel like Jake the Dog's fine, Yako's fine, Ryoda's fine, Aspect and Demo not so much though.
Yeah. It's Work Auster Force that really has this late game, but we'll get to that later as a skirmish is happening. Chu forces a flicker onto Bimo. Bimo low on HP, does not have the Guiding Wind available anymore. He already used it up. Yako still getting bursted out by the Fetid Airstrike. Doing a play to try to go for the purple buff save. Jake the Dog gets knocked up. He will get taken down. Meanwhile, that's an Aspect taking out RTZ. That Chu is still alive?
I don't know how Unravel's still alive as well, right? That was just massive, and 3 Martizi still waiting up on mid.
Oh, they get the bite onto the 3 Martizi.
Get that bite in, turret goes down, that's probably mission success. They could go back if they wanted to, but they got bitten off by the dog.
But it would have been nice if it was Jake the Dog on the Popol and Koopa.
I know.
So that we can Jake's dog. Jake the Dog's dog.
Yeah.
Or something.
It's actually gonna be even better if Wolf was the one playing the Popol and Koopa. Wolf's Wolf.
That's true.
Yeah.
Right. That's a possibility. As we go back into the game. Yeah, it's a 6,000 gold lead now, and 3 Martizi just feeling confident.
Wait, Wolf's Wolf just bit the werewolf if the Roger was the enemy.
That's true.
Yeah.
Doesn't Irithel ride a wolf too?
It kind of changes with the skin. I don't know. Feels like a tiger sometimes. Not. That's one of the conditions I was talking about that could happen. But again, Farsus can kind of just fly out. So you need some hard crowd control for that to actually happen. Kosei almost get taken out.
And what hard crowd control does LP even have? It
Koopa
really.
bite.
Yeah, the Koopa bite.
That's it.
You can't trust the circling eagle because it's such a fast stun that doesn't amount too much. And besides, it's gonna put Bimo in a bad spot as well.
Yeah, that's true.
And Yako gets caught. Multiple combos, gets deleted.
Huh. Okay, so that was again. These are veteran players here who just get caught out in very bad times. I can't blame him. The bush is very tricky, right? In this area, so many more bushes with the addition of that extra bush on the left before the river, right? So it's just a TP game apparently for LPE. This is probably their goodbye.
An Aspect going to join in.
He's joining on the party.
Party pooper. It's not gonna. Come on, join in. Come on, Aspect.
Do it. Oh, come on. Anyway. Work Auster Force just waiting for probably the next Lord, waiting for a big there you go, the Lord's going up, and that should be the big push. I don't see any way LP is clearing this. They have very minimal AoE wave clear as well. If they had maybe a Farsa or if they had the Chang'e, different story, but then again, you can't really rely on that here.
This is a literal miracle what LP wants. And 3 Martini just eats
knows
up the Rhapsody.
Yeah, he's just standing.
And Torres gonna go down. Beam away deep. He's gonna get taken out. Jake the Dog Yako next in line here, forces the flicker out. The Guardian's Barrier does not actually catch anybody off. Chu with the Tempest of Blades almost takes down Yako. And this is potentially the end. And Triota tries to save it for the team. The Lord will fall down. No minions. Just one siege minion there. That's all the members going down inside of LPE. There is no doubt the Workhorse Force will be winning the final series of the regular season 2-1 in that reverse sweep.
And there you go. Winning Moments brought to you by Master. That is the optimal position for Work Auster Force to fight and contest for upper bracket contention. Now, Bren Esports needs a minimum 2-1 victory for them to be able to go up, or else they will be on the lower.
And that would be the first time that we would see Bren Esports in the lower bracket, if ever it does come to that. But we'll talk about that later on in the day when the Omega Bren Esports matchup happens. And Work Auster Force is praying that Omega gets the 2-0 or the 2-1 to prevent Brent from securing that lower bracket.
Basically, Work Auster Force is going to be Omega's biggest fans later on.
That's true.
Again, can Omega actually kind of turn it around against Bren? That's a big question. Historically, they've had such a hard time against this team.
Yeah, it's a big question in the minds of a lot of people, even more so on the minds of Omega. If they have it within them, take down Bren Esports. It's something that we have to look forward to later on. If there would be a big reset on the side of Omega, we'll find that out as the day progresses. But back to the game itself, it was a dominating Work Auster Force game. Like, no doubt, this was textbook Work Auster Force. We didn't see the Mathilda on the hands of Unravel, but it still worked out with the Grok pick.
3 points would have been great.
That's true.
To be fair, 3 points would have been great for Work Auster Force. So now, I guess this result kind of just makes it more exciting later on for Bren and Omega, right? It just makes it...
For everybody involved as well, because we may just have
a tiebreaker
a
today.
fifth series today. But we'll go to that later on as we head on over to the Anna's Desk, where Midnight will be breaking down that Game 3 win by Work Auster Force.
Resilience is key here for Work Auster Force as they pull off a victory once again against LPE. Welcome back to the Analyst Stand. My name is Midnight and ating i-breakdown kung paano naman pinanalo ng Work Auster Force in game number 3 against LPE. Now, these following post-game stats are brought to us by Smart. Marami tayong actually pwedeng pag-usapan dito. No? First of all is yung mind games nung drafting phase. Kinuha kagad ng Work Auster Force yung Uranus and Ling against LPE when they saw the Lancelot ban. Sinagot naman ng LPE yung Work Auster Force by picking up the Popol and Koopa against the Ling. Something na medyo nagiging consistent na rin, no, na pinipick yung Popol and Koopa kapag meron kang Ling. It provides you with two things. Number one, the vision against the Ling para makapag-play kayo aggressively. And number two, the hold against the Ling whenever he joins team fight with the traps. Pero, ang malapit dito, sa side ng Work Auster Force is sinagot nila kagad yung Popol and Koopa with the Farsa pick. What this Farsa does is it allows them to bypass against Popol and Koopa. Kahit pa may pang-poke yung LPE, pagdating sa clashes, meron kayong long-range arsenal na hindi abot ng LPE. Yes, they have a Harith, they have Popol and Koopa, they have Matilda, they have a Granger. May mga long-range nukes naman, no, yung LPE. Pero, meron kang isang malaking problema sa may front line na Uranus. Kaya ang ganda rin ng itemization ni 3 Martizi dito, or E Martizi on Work Auster Force dito sa Uranus. After picking up the Warrior Boots, immediately going for the Brute Force Breastplate para ma-sustain niya yung team fight. Tapos Oracle. Napakalupit itong item na to kasi it limits the damage output of LPE pagdating sa late game. Kaya ang ganda ng order of items siya dito eh. Physical damage muna, pangtanggal ng damage output ni Popol and Koopa, pati ni Granger. Tapos, meron kang hybrid na sustain with the Brute Force Breastplate. Tapos, Oracle. Para pagdating ng late game, wala kang poproblemahin kay Harith. Dagdagan pa natin dyan ng Winter Troncho na nagiging popular na rin noon. Nag-grow as a player yung mga teams natin. Tignan natin kung paano nilaro ng Work Auster Force yung game na to against LPE dito sa ating game highlights na hatid sa atin ng Smart. Now, there are two things with the lineup of these two teams. Siyempre, dalawa sila, kaya dalawa yung bagay. LPE sila yung early game to mid game. Work Auster Force sila naman yung mid game to late game. So essentially, pag tinignan nyo yung draft, kailangan lang maghintay ng Work Auster Force ng kanilang timing. LPE actually yung nagmamadali. Yes, they have a late game. meron naman silang late game kay Harit, pero the bigger problem is that the Granger will not be as reliable in this game pagdating sa late game kasi ang daming panghuli ng Work Auster Force against Aspect. You have the Ling that can go on the backlines para patayin kagad si Aspect. And you also have to worry about the late game damage of the Farsa and the Lunox na hindi basta-basta na-address ng LPE. Now, when we talk about the Harit, yes, meron kang late game, pero kailangan din niyang intindihin dito yung late game presence ni RTZ on the Lunox with the damage output na meron ng Work Auster Force. So, LPE, they really played the early game very well. No? Nakakontrol naman sila ng objectives. Aspect was sitting at 402 KDA. So, essentially, meron silang early game lead na na-establish. Pero, ito naman yung kinaganda ng Work Auster Force. Naghihintay lang kasi sila ng timers nila. Nung nakita natin na mid-game na 7 minutes in, parehas sila ng gold, alam na natin na medyo lamang si Work Auster Force as they control the map better against LPE by this point. And si Kosei, actually the Farsa, really did a lot when it comes to the team fight. Ang lagi niyang pinaprioritize dito is his positioning. Lagi siyang nag-aabang for an opportunity to burst down the heroes of LPE with the feathered airstrike. And EMRTZ, very consistent with the frontline defense and the sustain of Work Auster Force. Ito yung bagay sa Work Auster Force na hindi natin matatanggal-tanggal. Yung consistency nila pagdating sa team fight. You have EMRTZ standing on frontline. Si Kosei sa may backline lang, use the feathered airstrike kapag may lumapit, no, sa may linya ng Work Auster Force, and then just clean up with the Ling. Very systematic and methodical approach by Work Auster Force. Alam nila na sila kasi lamang ng late game as they can execute these heroes with an easy way para pagdating sa team fights, sila ang lamang at sila ang mananalo. Makikita natin dito again, paulit-ulit lang, EMRTZ frontline, Kosei on the backline, use feathered airstrike. Much better if si Harit or si Aspect yung tatamaan. Kaya naman, the MVP of that game, this MVP is brought to us by Smart. It is gonna be Kosei on the Farsa. KDA of 416 and able to outlane the Harit on his lane. Damage result of 40,637. And ito yung pillar ng Work Auster Force. They know how to treat fights very, very well. And si Kosei super consistent. Nakita natin yan all throughout the season. Napakaganda ng performance ni Kosei with the Farsa. Pero alam nyo, kung ano din ang napakaganda, meron tayong live watching rewards. Sa mga nanonood dyan ng MPL, nag-enjoy na kayo, may chance pa kayo manalo ng in-game rewards and a skin of worth of 599 diamonds. So, kailangan nyo lang gawin is scan yung QR code natin or punta kayo dito sa ating website, fill up a form, and if you are one of the first 30,000 entries, mananalo ka ng in-game rewards. That's it for the first series of the day. For now, pasa na muna natin kayo sa ating mga casters.
Well-deserved MVP there by Kosei. It is going to be a tough score line to beat for Bren Esports. And now, as we go into the before we go into the panel for Marakino to have a word with one of the members here on the Work Auster Force, we'll have to give our last thoughts in this fight.
Well, first of all, this is a good look for Work Auster Force, right? They absolutely deserve it. See what Bren's gonna do later on.
Yeah, MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Download the Giga Life app today to discover and enjoy your favorite double giga offers all in one tap. With the Giga Life app, napakarami niyong pwedeng gawin. Mag-add ng load, mag-subscribe sa Smart at TNT offers, at syempre, you can easily check your load balance all in just one tap. Simple, di ba? And as simple as it is, we'll be throwing it on over to Mara Aquino later on. I'm Nomad alongside these Rocker. That was the first series of the day. We still have 3 more games to watch this entire day, so make sure you don't touch that browser because the action will come back at you. And Mara will come at you guys with the winner's interview.
Work Auster Force gained 2 points with that reverse sweep now at 23 oras na para kausapin natin ang winning team, Chu. Hi, Chu.
Hello po.
Congratulations! Congratulations! Pero nung game 1, parang ML na ML talaga yung kalaban nyo. At that was the fastest game, around 10 minutes 32 seconds. Hindi ito yung normal Work Auster Force na ina-expect natin. Lalo na may konting pressure sa inyo na ma-2-0 yung kalaban nyo para ma-secure or malaki yung tsansa sa upper bracket. Ano yung nangyari dun sa game 1 at ano yung usapan na naganap pagkatapos ng larong yun?
Yung yung game 1 po, parang na-outdrop po kami kasi di nakafocus yung coach namin. Di nakafocus Ayaw mag-focus.
Bakit? Ano nangyari?
Hindi ko po alam na parang yung napag-usapan kagabi na draft na iba. Ewan.
Sino yung picture na yan nakatabi mo?
Ewan ko po. Sino ba yan? Yan, Robbie, Emar, Kandoy.
At ngayon, papasok na kayo sa playoffs. Meron tayong 1 week and a half. Ano to? Day offs nyo ba to? Anong plano nyo dun sa week off nyo para mag-prepare sa playoffs?
Siguro pa pahinga lang po ng konti, tapos practice na po ulit.
Ang LPE, kasabay nyo na pumasok dito sa MPL. Same journey sa open qualifiers. At kayo ang huling laban nila. It's only fitting na kayo ang nagtapat sa ating huling araw for the regular season. May mensahe ka ba para sa LPE?
Bawi na lang next season. Good luck sa sa career nyo.
At ano naman ang mensahe mo sa lahat ng ating mga manonood at meron ka bang gustong i-shoutout?
Shoutout sa pamilya ko, sa mama ko, tsaka sa mga supporters ng LPA. Tsaka sa pamilya ko sa Canada, lagi ako sinusuportahan. Kahit malayo po sila.
Canadian, eh? Congratulations, Chu! Enjoy nyo ang week and a half off nyo and see you sa playoffs! Ang Work Auster Force naghihintay sa laban ng Bren Esports. Para makapasok ang Work Auster sa upper bracket, they're hoping that Bren will not do so well and will lose the next game. Pero sigurado, etong Bren, hindi sila papayag ng matalo para makakuha ng upper bracket slot. Kaya huwag kayong bibitiw, magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 7.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one path. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Ngayong bago na ang mundo, mas humirap ang goals ko. Kaya yan with Enervon Active because it has 12 immunity and energy power-ups. Bagong mundo, ready ako! Come back active. Powered by Enervon Active.
Unilab yan.
Dami ko ng sakit na napagdaanan. Dami ng solusyon na subukan. Pahid-pahid. Bitin sa akin pag nawala ang init. Asus! Pahid ulit. Dito pa rin ako sa hiyang sa akin. Alaksan FR, takos ang sakit ng katawan. Pahid-pahid pa ba? Kung pwedeng laban na sa isang alaksan. Ha! Manny Pacquiao po, mandirigma. Isang alaksan, tapos ang laban.
Alagang Unilab yan.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a JanSport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Nature is our ally, not our enemy. We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected. This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature.
It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end game.
We could be the last generation to save the world. Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat.
Because together, anything is possible.
Victory! 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 Victory for nature! Together! 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 Possible!
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends
mainit.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Hold
Smash them.
up. Dogs. Tumabi-tabi lahat pag pumasok na sa mid lane. Lahat sa'kin ay dead pag ako na ang nag-switch lane. Grind, lagi na lang akong in-game. Pag ML ng usapan, doggy lang ang nasa mainframe. Immune ako sa hater, parang dash ni Chu. NXP ang crew, lahat dito ay true. Legit, aagawan na kita ng buff na blue. Legendary na ako, wala ka bang clue? No clue.
Mic check. Reign supreme, yo. Doggy out eruption in, alam nyo na. Suntukan na this. Ay. Magaling nga daw mag-ML yan si Dogs, Madaling nga daw buhatan ni H2O, yeah. Kung lalaban ka ng 1-on-1, di ka makakascore na kahit 1-1. Trigger SS Tony 1-1, wala na magagawa. Diyan tatakbo na lang, yan untog sa bader na parang ground. Sa halimaw ako na ang maghahamon. Iniiwan to ng chicks, hawik ka sinibal mo. Walang doggy sa'kin, Johnson and Odette, lahat binabanggawa sa'kin. Lalapain lang ng Roger etong aso. Punit kapag ako na ay nag-anulobo.
Teka muna, tropa ko to si Sison. Ang dami nyo ng ebas, kami naman dito nangunguna. Place lang kami horap, comment laging lurap. Pag kami na in-game, lahat napapahurap. Ora, tulog ka pag tinamaan ni Selena. Hero parang nakainom na ng tikera. Kukurintin kagamit ko si Brody. Lahat invited sa 550 ni party. Hello, my name is Andrea Brilliantes, and I'm about to go down like this.
All troops deployed.
It's time for the second series of the day. You're still watching MPL Philippines Season 7 presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Double up on your passion and achieve that double GG with Smart Double Giga Games. Pwede kayong makakuha ng 2 gigs a day para sa ating Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Kailangan nyo lang gawin, i-download ang Giga Life app or dial *123# and choose Double Giga. Available din ito para sa ating mga TNT subscribers. Mamaya, mag-a-announce na tayo ng mga winners para sa ating mythical raffle draw. Nakasali na ba kayo? Meron tayong bagong QR code na makikita nyo right over here. Ang kailangan nyo lang gawin, sagutin ang ating mga katanungan. Sobrang dali lang yan kung talagang experts kayo sa MPL. Easy peasy. Hindi lang yan, meron din tayong live watching rewards. Every 30,000 kada game day ang mananalo ng ating mga in-game prizes sa live watching rewards. And of course, meron din tayong diamond giveaway brought to you by Oppo A94. Live life at full speed. Ang tanong, how do you live your life at full speed? Kapag sinagot niyo yan, using the hashtag #LiveLifeAtFullSpeed sa ating Facebook comment section below, pwede kayong manalo ng 300 diamonds brought to you by Oppo A94. Mamaya sa ating post show, sa pinakahuli natin, meron tayong 5 random lucky winners doon. And kasama ko dito para sa ating panel sa pangalawang serye, Rockhart and Leo.
Hi guys, so it's great to be back here on the panel and exciting, diba? Pakalahati pa lang pala tayo.
Oo, pakalahati pa
Wala
lang.
pang kalahati.
Pakalahati pa lang.
Second match pa lang. The first one unexpectedly went the distance, and not because, you know, it's LP or it's because it's work, pero ML na ML yung parehong teams eh.
And now, we are back for the second series of the day, and this MPL Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Double up on your passion and achieve that double GG with Smart Double Giga Games. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also presented by Head & Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward hashtag it's a GG moment thanks to Head & Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free now. Max pinabango pa. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Master. Bring your clay game with the new Master all-in-one clay wash. Ito ang sikreto ng mga gwapo. Ang unang laban natin, ang pangalawang laban natin ngayong araw na to, ONIC Philippines kontra Blacklist International. At ang napaka-interesting dito, yung VY Skyrie switch At first time nila magtatagpo ngayong season na to.
The first time and the only time. This is going to be quite the clincher. ONIC has been trying to find their footing, and I think for the first time in a while, nakapanalo din, nakarinig ng victory ang ONIC. So I'm guessing that should give them some momentum in this matchup.
That's a big turnaround compared to their streak na nakakatapos nga lang, di ba? I feel like that last series that they've had is definitely where we need to be at if you're ONIC.
With 7 wins and 18 points, ito ang ONIC Philippines. Ang ONIC, there are sure sa ating lower bracket. Ano ba yung time para mag-experiment din ng ONIC?
I feel like you shouldn't kasi sayang pa rin eh. At sa puntong to, if sure ka na sa lower bracket, ang gusto mo is mag-implant ng memories sa kalaban mo. Na, ganito kami kalakas, hindi kami basta-basta lang.
Yeah, and again, you're playing with the points and of course, everything that it comes with. So yeah, I think ONIC should still play their best.
Sino nga ba maglalaro ngayong araw nito para sa ONIC Philippines? Nandiyan si Delar, Hate, Iaknu, Jay, and Kyrie.
We brought up earlier the Venus-wise trade for Kyrie, then known as Full Clip. And patapos na tayo sa regular season, but I have to throw it back to preseason. A lot of people were saying, uy, parang nanalo yata ang ONIC PH sa trade wars kasi nakuha nila si Hate. Tapos, yun, nandun pa rin yung steady nilang tank, tapos yung side lanes. But, you know, this is some character development. Parang throughout Season 7, linuluto pa ang on paper most strongest, tama ba yun? Most strongest on paper
Super
lineup
lakas.
in MPL Season 7. And yeah, they're secured for the lower bracket, but just the same, dito talaga lalabas yung tunay na lakas because they have to dig themselves out of that for that title.
Ang makakalaban ng ONIC ang isang koponan with a 92% match win rate sitting at the #1 spot. Blacklist Agents, ito ang inyong Blacklist International. Wise, originally from ONIC, ano ngayon yung pinagkaiba nila na napansin nyo coming from that team now with Blacklist? How have they changed?
Surprisingly, the difference is not big. The similarity is actually what I want to emphasize there kasi they are more aggressive than ever. I guess that's the biggest difference. Pero this time around, they play a lot smoother. And mas consistent sila in their fights.
Yeah, I don't know if in the previous seasons, ganito nila lakas na enable yung side lanes at yung tank nila. But again, if ONIC PH on paper is the strongest, Blacklist, they got the numbers to back it up.
Kaya it's really exciting to see the matchup with their former team at ang makakasama nila ngayon. Eson, Edward, Oheb with Oh My Venus and Wise.
That's what's so fun kasi former team mo eh. Magkapalitan, di ba? Full Clip back from Blacklist and obviously they are also going over to ONIC. It's a lot of fun. It's great to see this and I want to see kung paano yung interaction nila in the field kasi minsan lang natin makita to.
Different teams, similar faces. Itong ating game story for today. Do you think sa laban na to may konting pride, may ano kaya yung gustong ipakita ng mga manlalaro na ngayon nag-switch ng teams?
Tropa to eh. Actually, tropa to. Pero syempre may konting flex yan eh. I-flex mo and papakita mo din sa fans. Yun yung pinaka-biggest impact dito para sa akin. You're gonna show the fans how they fared.
At ito naman ang kanilang stats. Mas maraming panalo yung Blacklist, no? Pero mas mataas yung kills per game ng ONIC.
Yeah. Just shows that ONIC, if you give them a window, they will take advantage. And they played more heroes. Oddly enough, in all of the seasons of the MPL that Blacklist International has been a part of, especially with Bonchan at the helm, sila yung kinikilala natin parang creative na team na parang, uy, kakaibang draft to. But for now, it seems like they've put that down and they're becoming more of an efficient machine that just farms points and just dominates the league.
Yep, absolutely. So creative. Actually, akala ko mag-eksperimento sila nung previous game nila. Not really. Diba? Konti lang, konting flex lang.
Well, they still kind of have that. Nag-Aldous na. Sila nagpakita ng Aldous eh. So, again, I take back what I said. Bonchan is still crazy.
Delar, Hate, and Kyrie. Ito naman ang mga manlalaro mula sa ONIC na magiging susi sa laban ngayon.
The future.
The future.
Ang panang may magnet, taking a cue from, I believe, yung isa sa mga dapat iniidolo ng mga Selena Mains, si Few.
Yun na, Loli.
Two-time champion, and as well, Hate. I'd like to talk about Hate here for a bit. A lot of people will say he's having a rough season, but just the same, kapag nakita mo si Hate na full-on, and yung Hate na nagsa-snowball with the Roger, I think that's definitely something to watch out for. It's a thing of beauty. And of course, Delar, what else hasn't been said about Delar?
Edward and V-Wise. Palagi talaga nandyan si V-Wise.
That's true. Again, bakit naman hindi, di ba? And tingnan mo yung kill participation nila, maximum. Parang todo alaga si ano eh. Todo alaga lagi si Venus pag may laban eh. And of course, Edward and Wise, laging maasahan sa lane. Edward, I think, despite the MVP performances of the main carries, Edward definitely does play better on himself.
Pipili tayo ng mga mid-laners sa bawat koponan. Kukumpara natin si Kyrie and Oh My Venus.
Nakakatuwa, no? Estes mid lane. I love it.
Well, it's Estes 4.
Yes.
Position 4 support, so that's where you put that hero. And of course, si Kyrie. I think they're two very different kinds of mid laners, right? One is a utility support, and then the other, just pure lethality.
Yeah, which is nakakatawa kasi nag-primary mid lane din si Estes on the Blacklist games previously.
You guys have been talking about lanes. Ito yung mapa. Pakita naman natin yung mapa sa kanila.
Yan. And there you go. I think Eson obviously gonna be a lot more flexible. I think one of the strengths of Blacklist is napaflex nila si Eson tsaka si Venus. Minsan di mo alam kung ano yung pipiliin ng dalawang to.
Yes. Just a scary mix of 4 and 5s. And for ONIC PH naman, if it's not Iakno, it's Marky. But I think that's the only real juggle they have. Unless they go back to preseason, they do Hate 4 and then Kyrie Core.
Pero parehong gumagana, obviously.
We'll get to see that in just a bit. For now, you'll get to see what's inside this player cards
Favorite
right here.
segment ni Mara.
Yes,
Let's go!
Favorite. At ito pa din yung makuha to sa ating mythical raffle draw once again sa playoffs. Magsisimula ng ating playoffs 2 weeks from now. Ang kailangan nyo lang gawin, join the mythical raffle draw at i-follow nyo lahat ng kanilang mga social media pages. Nandito ang next play. Nasaan yung mga next play dyan sa comment section? Mag-ingay!
Madami.
Hold up. At nandito si Hajizi. Hajizi, 3 Tizi, si Arvs, and Curtizy Silver
Great favorite guy.
Foil.
I love Curtizy. Underrated, guys. Underrated.
Love these guys.
At pangalawa, there's more. Open natin yan. Ang saya talaga. Sana talaga yung mga manonood natin, makita ko kayo na mag-post sa inyong mga social media na binubuksan ng ating player cards. Sobrang mahahappy ako doon. Uy, Manjin!
The face!
What's up, the face?
Ganda ng ngipin ni Manjin pala. Greed! Lancy! Etu Max. At ano ba ang last card natin?
Whoa!
Another foil from LPE, Ryota. Again, pwede kayong makasali dito sa ating mythical raffle draw starting sa playoffs. Follow all their social media pages. At alam ko, excited na kayo ma-witness ang laban ng ONIC kontra Blacklist International. Kaya ito na, Shoutcasters, pasok!
Well, not undefeated anymore, but the top dogs are going up against the Yellow Hedgehogs that we have right now. Blacklist International versus ONIC PH. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Double up on your passion and achieve that double GG with Smart Double Giga Games. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Uomi, and the second of the 4 best of 3 series that we have today is about to begin.
Yeah, the longest day ever in the regular season. It's a Sunday and everyone should be relaxing in their homes. It's a fun time to watch MPL. Everything today is very important to a lot of teams, especially in our last 2 series. But this doesn't make anything less special for Blacklist and ONIC. But before we go back to the action here, let's all do our part in helping the COVID-19 situation here in the Philippines. This includes practice social distancing, wearing of face masks and face shields, sanitizing, proper hand washing, and staying at home as much as possible. Let us all do our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. Now, going back inside this match, ONIC versus Blacklist. Blacklist is already sure to be part in the upper bracket, and for ONIC, this is their big chance to finally score some points, but it's not gonna be easy.
It's not the easiest task they have. They definitely don't want to be
Your team
in the lower
is
bracket. If the points, if my math is correct, if they secure a 3-0 here, they would be close to the upper bracket, but not
yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, but at least that's something that they would want to get. And for Blacklist International, even if they've already secured the highest possible seed or the highest possible points for a lot of teams here, they could potentially just play the villain here and just destroy the dreams of ONIC Philippines in making it to the upper bracket.
What was that? Oh,
that's a donut on a stick.
No, that's
Wait.
That's Isao.
No, that's not Isao.
It is.
No, man. But, you know, it's fun to have snacks during your games. No, I think that's not food. I feel like those are like...
Those are just plushies.
Those are plushies. Cute ones, too. But going back to the draft here, we have an Estes and a Harithman on the side of ONIC Philippines. Meanwhile, for Blacklist International, they take away the Selena from Kyrie and ban out the Uranus.
Yeah, that is the respect on Oh My Venus's Estes, Uranus, and the Selena match. Mad respect for ONIC PH, and really it's still anybody's game in terms of the draft. They are banning out the Alice for OHEB. Eve will be banned out by Blacklist International as well.
Yeah, these are very standard bans for both teams here. Both of them actually know that there are some key picks for both teams here, one being the Estes from the side of Oh My Venus. Meanwhile, for Blacklist International, that Selena has proven to be lethal in the hands of Kyrie, the future. And even when you ask Kyrie, he would respond that he already knew that those arrows were going to land, and that's big confidence from someone as young as Kyrie. Now, for ONIC Philippines, looks like they're going to lock in or perhaps just hover over this Benedetta, or I think this is already locked in. That's going to be the Benedetta priority pick for the side of ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, all things considered, this may just be a flex Benedetta. We have still yet to see who the proper jungle hero is going to be for ONIC PH. Hate does pick up the Benedetta sometimes, and it is very effective, I would say. Ling will be locked in for Wise. This is the first time in a while that we've seen a Ling on him.
Yeah, and Ling has been priority picked as well for the side of Bren Esports yesterday. We weren't a big that was a big surprise, definitely. But Bren Esports did show us that they could pull off that lane quite beautifully. And for Blacklist International, who's actually in the top spot right now, I feel like they're no stranger to having that early lane pick. And now paired with the Popol and Koopa, one of the signature heroes from Blacklist International in their early weeks in MPL Season 7, this is surely going to be another good Blacklist International game. But for ONIC PH, they should be able to think of a possible counter to that Popol and Ling.
They can potentially steal away the Angela, but that is way too much to ask for ONIC PH. They do see the Lancelot being locked in, the Mathilda.
Yeah, this is actually good stuff coming in from ONIC Philippines. We've seen Kyrie play the Mathilda. It was quite excellent, but due to some unforeseen circumstances as well, they did lose a lot of their games with Kyrie on the Mathilda. Not because of Kyrie's performance per se, but it's more about the team not knowing well to play around at Kyrie's Mathilda. They always end up in the defensive end when they put Kyrie in a defensive or perhaps a supportive hero.
Yeah, potentially this may be J Mathilda.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot of options, and Kyrie's a prodigy for a reason, could possibly play that Mathilda. Jay as well has been known for playing a lot of supportive heroes lately. Speaking of supportive heroes, Blacklist International won't be getting another supportive hero, but they're going to take out the Lunox instead. And this is going to be great for them. A safe mage that deals a lot of damage by mid-game.
And it may just go to the hands of Oheb if it's not going to be a mid lane Lunox. So the question is, well, yeah, it is going to be on the side lane for this Lunox. And ONIC PH, they will try to look for choices in the side lane to go up against the Lunox. The Farsa is open for themselves, so that's a ban that Blacklist can potentially go for.
Yeah, they've already banned out the Eve. Might just be good to ban another long-range mage. Maybe force out a Chang'e if they still want ranged mage damage. Looks like they will be banning out the Farsa for the side of Blacklist International. Things are turning out great in terms of the bans coming in from Blacklist International. ONIC Philippines, it seems that they have a particular plan. A very early aggressive composition right off the bat with this Benedetta and Lancelot, plus the Mathilda.
A lot of assassination potentials from ONIC, definitely. And this will prove to be a problem for Blacklist International if they don't have any securities. And we are seeing ONIC banning out the Kufra to just lessen the security that Blacklist has in a potential dive composition that ONIC has.
And speaking of potential dives, ONIC Philippines, they already have almost everything that they need to get those good dives early on. They have the resets coming in from the Lancelot, the Circling Eagle from this Mathilda, and of course Benedetta that has the most dashes inside the game. For ONIC, I feel like they do need a little bit of safety in those engages. Maybe someone who could potentially tank turret shots. Potentially someone like Baksha. There's a lot of options to take for ONIC Philippines. The Uranus is banned, but there are still some great options out there if they're planning to take at least one tank. For Blacklist International, they already have their core and a Popolin Koopa plus the Lunox. I feel like it's already high time for them to select their off-laners.
And I could respect the Chang'e ban here for Blacklist International. The safety that ONIC has in the dive, potentially, that Wise could do with that Ling, gives him gives him a lot of potential burst damage.
Yeah,
like as soon as Wise dives in, Chang'e will be able to dish out a lot of damage. They'll ban out the Barats, meaning that they really want to dive straight into the face of Blacklist International.
Yeah, but Blacklist International, they now have the chance to take that Paquito early. The Barats is one of the best counters against the Paquito, and Blacklist International, they have the chance to take that Paquito early on, but I feel like ONIC Philippines are just waiting for it to happen. They're gonna take the Lapu-Lapu instead.
The Cho and the Paquito, well, actually, the Cho would be a better choice for ONIC PH if it goes to the hands of Delar. There's still a question on if Jay is playing the Mathilda or not. So there's still relatively an option here for Jay. He can go for a Grok, might do good if it's not a Mathilda.
I mean, at this point, ONIC Philippines, they just need someone who could be durable in the front line. They already have a lot of damage and backline diving capabilities on this Lancelot plus the Mathilda. They just really need someone that could potentially tank a little bit inside the front lines, because as of now, it feels like they're in a glass cannon form, but they could potentially just go at it full speed. Looks like they're going to go for the Jawhead instead. This is a very glass cannon lineup from ONIC Philippines.
Very. Now that is going to be Kyrie on the Kagura. Jay will be using the Mathilda. And that's the Diggy strat once again. And we've seen it a lot. It's been a while since we saw the Diggy strat.
Well, on the hands of Blacklist International yesterday, they did suffer one loss on the Diggy strat yesterday, so I'm not quite confident with Blacklist International's choice to go for the Diggy just based on the results yesterday. But again, this is Blacklist International, the best team right now in the regular season with the highest points possible, with the upper bracket already secured. Now, ONIC Philippines, they have a lot of damage, a lot of mobility as well, and with that Jawhead, they could potentially make plays early on, especially with that jet.
We need to make sure. Oh, it's Jay on the Jawhead. All right, it's still Kyrie remaining on the Mathilda role. Okay.
And this is pretty standard stuff coming in from ONIC Philippines. Kyrie has been playing a lot of Mathilda lately. We do want to see him in a lot of offensive mages, mainly because it's Kyrie. We have fun when we watch Kyrie make those offensive, aggressive plays. Well, it looks like we are entering the land of dawn for the first game. ONIC Philippines versus Blacklist International. Let's get it on.
It's relatively not all or nothing here for ONIC PH, but you know they still want to get the wins against Blacklist International. The bragging rights of being one of the few teams to ever beat Blacklist International in the regular season is still something that a lot of teams want to have under their belts, and we'll find that out if that's going to be the case in this series. Game 1 in this best of 3 as we dive into the land of dawn.
Yes, Bren Esports is the only team that has been enjoying that perk to say that they've defeated Blacklist in the regular season. And lately, Bren Esports has been showing up in the games, telling people that their playoffs form is nearing. This is the thing, or the Bren Esports that we've waited for a lot of times. And again, this is a feeding Diggy strategy, so it is quite obvious that a first kill will be going to the hands of ONIC Philippines.
It was actually just a turret.
Really?
No security there.
Oh wow, yeah, that was a turret kill, but I'm not quite sure if is that what they want, if they want to go for the feeding Diggy strategy, or is ONIC Philippines approaching this in such a way that they know how to delay that strategy?
Well, they are just not paying attention to Essen. Well, as I say that, they do pay attention to Essen. They're backing off. Hate almost, well, is he? Yeah, he's just ignoring Essen at this point. So that's one way to deal with a Diggy strat.
I mean, that's one play that they could make, but sometimes you just can't say no when he's in front of a turret just begging for you to get killed. And Jay, he's going to go in for the aggressive play, 2v2 here.
Yeah, ejection is available, will not be committed. Oh my Venus, low on HP, as well as Jay Edwards going to be joining on the fray. The ejection is connected to keep himself alive, but will get traded out by Oh My Venus. Dilar takes down Oh My Venus in the process as well.
Well, that wasn't quite an even trade from both teams here. ONIC Philippines, they're playing against this Diggy strategy quite well, at least early on. But you know, the biggest challenge against this Diggy strategy is surviving in mid-game when they finally have the chance to turn it around. They're just going to kill on Isan again and again, and eventually just transition into possible snowball. But making sure that that snowball happens is the task to do for ONIC Philippines.
That's true. And Eson will not be able to steal the buff. That's already him going down multiple times. That's already expected. The ejection to try to go for the reset, not going to happen because Wise already expended the Tempest of Blade for that.
And Eson goes down once again. But surprisingly enough, this is one of the few times that Wise will go for a non-marksman pick. Turtle, though, started already by ONIC Philippines. Here comes the contest.
The Turtle will be secured by ONIC PH. No contention was there. Not in a position was Wise. He also didn't have the retribution available.
And without that retribution, he wasn't able to secure that away from the Lancelot. And I feel like even if Wise did have that retribution, he's going to have a tough time. The Lancelot damage with a Thorned Rose plus the retribution is a little bit too extreme to steal a turtle away from. It looks like in the bottom lane, that's going to be Eson just being a headache for everyone that he sees from ONIC Philippines.
The major headache that the Diggy strat has always been, and this is a throwback to who the progenitors are with the Diggy strat, going in for the Aura Fire emotes there. Clock of Destiny, picked up by Iyakno.
And Clock of Destiny, 3 minutes, that's the goal. If you want to definitely carry this game with the clock, you want to just take it by 3 minutes. Now, we're going to go here in the mid lane, and I feel like Blacklist International, they're trying to wait for something to happen. In ONIC Philippines, they're trying to avoid that.
They're trying as much as they can to...
Yeah, and looks like in the top lane though, 2v1, that's going to be a kill for Lancelot. Lancelot finally takes a kill that's not Diggy, as in the top side, they will be pushing it around.
Yeah, it is going to be a turnaround here. Oheb forced to use the Order of Brilliance.
Yeah, and in the bottom lane, that's going to be Iyaknu and Jay again coming in from Wise. He's going to go in on the minions, and it's not going to be a 2v3.
Yeah. It's a complete disengage for Blacklist International. Now, this time around, ONIC will try to trade it for the turret in the top lane. At least they secure the objectives for themselves.
And they will be securing that big, not that big of an objective, but again, that's the first turret in this game. In ONIC Philippines, they definitely are pushing it, the snowball potential coming in from the Diggy strategy. But for Blacklist International, they could potentially stop the bleeding by mid-game. One good fight could change that Diggy strategy slow start. They're going to try to steal it away.
Will be stolen away by ONIC PH. The advantage that they want is still pretty much there. Nice steal, and just Jay falling down. I feel that that is the worth it trade.
Yeah, and I have to say, that's very much worth it. They got the turtle in the price of Jay. The Jawhead, circling Eagle, though, they're committing underneath this turret. No Phantom Execution, only used defensively. ONIC Philippines, they definitely won that turtle trade. Again, the damage from Thorned Rose plus Retribution, you have to stay wary of that.
Yeah, it's hate. Just trying to get that little bit more of an advantage against Wise. 5-0 and 1 against Wise. It was currently staring at 0-0 and 2.
Yeah, and Wise right now on this lane isn't really necessarily known to be a lane player, but is performing quite okay for Blacklist.
Oh, Heb is in a bad spot. Will get caught up. The flame strike.
Woo!
The flame shot, I mean, was just perfectly timed.
Yeah,
to get that little bit more damage.
Yeah, and this Lancelot is proving to be very much, let's just say, apt for this situation. You give yourself a Diggy strategy against the Lancelot, and the Lancelot will enjoy his time in the early to mid game. 6-0-1 right now is Hate, and he already has a lot of items coming in online, and this is good for ONIC Philippines. They could potentially go for that big snowball. The Blacklist, they need to stop the bleeding right now. Yes, they're using a feeding Diggy strategy, but this is a 4K gold lead. That's no joke.
Delar will be a problem here in the side as well, Essen once again will fall down. Saw a little bit of an attempt to invade there by Kairi. We haven't really seen a good circling eagle from Kairi just yet. He's waiting for the last moment, and he might just fall down using the guiding wing to stay
no, here's
safe.
the bite.
The bite is in. Oheb secures the last hit onto that. That's going to be a trade by Jay and Hate as well.
Yeah, 1-for-1 in the favor of ONIC, but it's not over. Esson goes for the barrier, and that's a 1-for-1 in the favor of no one. The turtle is already up, and ONIC Philippines will be the one to secure the proper position for now. They will be starting it, but they don't have Hate yet. But Hate will be slowly just going back to that turtle pit. They feel like ONIC Philippines, they're going to take this quite uncontested.
That's the Demon Hunter's sword as well on the hands of Wise. He's slowly building up to his item spikes. Turtle will be secured by ONIC PH. No contestants there.
Yeah, and again, another kill on the Diggy. But I just have to say that Thorned Rose plus the Retribution is the key for ONIC Philippines right now. It is a simple mechanic. It deals so much damage to objectives, but it allows any Diggy strategy to just get negated immediately. And even when they start to try and get objectives, major objectives in this case, the Turtle, perhaps even the Lord later on, the snowball that Blacklist themselves gave to the Lancelot will not be a fun time for them until we go to mid-late game.
And mid-game, a late game is actually where I feel Blacklist can catch up to this. Oheb would be relatively uncontrollable. Wise will already have all of his items available and can delete Hate, can delete Iaknu in the process, but at the same time, you have to worry about Iaknu if you are Blacklist International. He's still pretty much untouched, 3-0-1 currently.
Yeah, and Kagura will hurt like a truck. We've already seen a lot of damage coming in from Kagura's all-around MPL, and Iaknu will do no different. This 3-0-1 Kagura, even running Mystery Shop, will still deal a lot of damage.
That is a Thorned Rose, putting Oh My Venus and Oheb down to half HP. The ejection onto Esson. No times journey available for themselves. Just Esson being a nuisance to the side of ONIC PH.
And as of now, we are looking at a gold lead that's growing into a 5K gold lead on the side of ONIC Philippines. If Edward goes down, it's going to be a bad time for them, but Kyrie's trying to force things, a 2v1.
Oh, Wise is going to be joining in on the fight as well. Kyrie will fall down. Electro Final Blow will be forced out by Delard. He has nowhere to run at this point. He will potentially be taken out, and yes, he will, but they will find a trade elsewhere as they get the mid lane turret down.
Yeah, and possibly some chip damage on the bot lane turret as well. They won't be taking down this turret unless he's going in for the fight, though.
The minion takes care of that. The ejection onto Essen to stun Oheb in the process as well. Iaknu does have the yin-yang overturn. If Kyrie decides to join in on the fight, they can pretty much turn things around.
2 turrets for 2 kills. I take the 2 turrets. Heroes respawns, turrets don't. And ONIC Philippines, they got 2 turrets out of that trade. The Blacklist, they're looking to take the top side outer tier turret.
Waiting for an opportunity. Umbrella's already out. No yin-yang overturns just yet. Waiting on Kyrie to actually make the plays.
Look at this. Iaknu just being a big threat for the entirety of Blacklist International. This is a Kagura that's 4-0-1. One big yin-yang overturn, it's game over. Blacklist International, they need to set this up quite perfectly. The first Lord of the game will dictate the pace of the mid-game, and Jay will be in front of them for the entire time. The Diggy Bombs, scouting out people. This is being well played, actually, by Blacklist, but ONIC Philippines, they're maneuvering down the backside, potentially seeing Ling in the process as well.
And Delar is just doing his job, as he's known for, to create a lot of space for his team. He will be pushing out the top side, will be contested by Edward, but because of that signal, Delar is going to be joining in on the fight. We'll spot out Oh My Venus there in the top side. Not a lot of damage being dished out. Still a cha-cha on the Lord. Jay gets pulled back.
That's a 4v4. They're still feeling each other out, trying to think of the next big objective. Esson looks to be the one to be ejected, but misses the eject instead. That's the minion going down, and the Lord being started by ONIC Philippines, and they will cancel this out. They need to cancel it out.
Yeah, that's a reset. Delar's low on HP, being dueled out by Wise in the top side. Meanwhile, Edward is going in for the fight. The bravest fighter already committed. Kyrie and Hate are forced to fall back. Not a lot of HP here. It's just Jay relatively healthy, but Iaknu is posing as a threat in the backlines.
But this is quite dangerous for him too.
Very dangerous. Jay's going to be assisting him, and that's forcing Blacklist International to not commit.
And Blacklist International, I feel like they're slowly getting grasp of this game once again. They stopped the bleeding from the Diggy strategy, and it's finally cashing in a lot of the things that they worked hard for. We did see a great play coming in from Lar and Hate early on, but even if they did get that big play, they immediately bled afterwards and had to go out. They haven't even touched Edward yet, but Edward touched them all over, man. And that's like so much damage on 2 people in that one fight. Had to go back, and Dlar might be in trouble here in the top side.
That's a commitment. Eye for an eye makes himself alive, as well as a sword in 10, but they'll get caught out by Koopa. Here comes the circling eagle, Tempest of Blades. Delar being dueled out by Wise. He won't manage to make it out alive. Iaknu and Jay are joining in on the fray.
Oh no, though.
Sun is going to be in the back line.
Kyrie,
Wise, too deep.
nice flicker.
The unstoppable force. Ejection will not be committed. Now Iaknu is stuck in between a rock and a hard place. No time to use the yin-yang overturn there to keep himself alive.
Not gonna be easy, even for a Kagura to escape a situation like that one. Yes, he had the Umbrella Flea, but wherever he could go, there are just people around, and those people hurt. And you're a Kagura. Yes, you're 4-0-1 early on, but that doesn't mean you're immune to death. And that was his first death of the game. Might just be the major turnaround that Blacklist International wants. They're going to start over this Luminous Lord, but it's going to take some time.
It will, and Ling, Wise is just buying a lot of time. That's a 3-man presence over the top side. Luminous Lord will definitely fall down in the hands of Blacklist International, and they're taking their time. They're just waiting for an opportunity for Wise to rejoin in the fray, but he is in a duel currently against Kyrie in the top side. The Thorn Rose brings him low.
Edward!
Edward's going to be joining on the fight. Jay, low, forces back off. He's not in a tight spot. Immortality will be popped. He will get the ejection onto Koopa, not the objective that he wants. The yin-yang overturn in the backside brings Esson down to low HP. But it's still not enough.
Man, Blacklist International, that was a beautiful turnaround. ONIC Philippines, they knew that they could take that fight, but they didn't expect Blacklist to immediately stop the Lord and just go in and go for the big turnaround play. Now, Blacklist International, they set themselves up for success, but look at this! Edward!
Delar in the back lines. Electro Final Blow already committed. No Tracer. Kyrie will be
Lar.
on a 5. Guys, that is Iaknu getting 2 in the process. Wise taking down Kyrie. Iaknu still wanting to assert his dominance here in the bottom lane.
Well, Yakno got 2 in that yin-yang overturn combo, and Blacklist International, they have to back off after that. Because Blacklist International, they started the Lord. They tried to take them for themselves. They were successful in doing so, but lost a lot of lives in the process. They do get 1 back in return. Wise goes down.
That's a Thorn Rose as well. Blacklist International has to fall back. Eson is an easy target there for themselves. And Jay, he's doing a good job just forcing Edward to not join in on the fight.
And now we are looking at an 18-10 kill score, and this is Blacklist just giving deaths mostly on the side of the Diggy as well, and this is quite insane. Quite the perfect Diggy game coming in from Blacklist by mid-game. It looks like Kyrie is going to go in. Edward already 3/4 HP, but Bravest Warrior coming in.
It's not going to amount as much here for ONIC PH. They can defend as much as they want, but Blacklist International, they are dictating the tempo here. They have priority over the top lane as well as the bottom lane. Mid lane's going to go down. Jay trying to make a play happen. The Unstoppable Force already committed as well, so there's no solid catch on to Wise.
Yeah, and the solid catch is what they need. Then Vlar has to go out.
Nice
Might be a big save.
It is a big save. Nice ejection there. He'll make it out alive. In Blacklist International, they'll make the most out of just controlling the entire map here against ONIC.
And a few minutes ago, this was ONIC Philippines' game to take. They had the aggressive maneuver. They were in the driver's seat, and right now, it feels like they've lost a lot of things that they built in the early game. Again, if we go back 10 minutes ago, all of the turtles went in the hands of ONIC Philippines, and this is quite weird to see. It feels like they don't have enough power to push through Blacklist, and this is just weird because the gold lead is not that big. In ONIC Philippines, they definitely have the damage. They definitely have everything that they need to fight against Blacklist, but Blacklist, the communication is insane.
Yeah, they have better positioning in this game. It's all just because of really ONIC PH is trying to juggle a little bit more on the objective side of things, because they're trying to split push the mid lane, the bottom lane and the top lane with Delar trying to create this lot of space. The thing is, Delar needs to be in the fight.
Yeah, and speaking of fighting, I feel like My Venus finally picked up his sword with a Demon Hunter sword on the Popol and Koopa. So that's quite interesting to see. But again, they are the top team in the group right now, and I feel like they're taking that for a reason. You want the Popol and Koopa to deal damage as well, wouldn't you?
I mean, not My Venus, but Popol and Koopa is technically a marksman. So My Venus can build the Blade of Despair
if he wants.
If he wants.
I mean, if she wants to take whatever, they're winning anyway. But Blacklist, they need to limit those mistakes because this is a very close game. ONIC Philippines are just down by 2K. One good fight for them, one good setup, one good aggressive circling eagle could change it all. Blacklist International, though, it's all about keeping that pace, keeping that lead, securing the map, because 25 seconds from now, the Lord will be spawning.
Jay still looking for an opportunity to catch Wise. The purple buff will be taken out, and ONIC cannot move further away from their side of the river. Even from their just a few inches from the walls, they can't move anywhere any further than that.
And this is very dangerous for the side of ONIC Philippines because their whole composition is built to go all in, go aggressive. But they haven't been doing that for quite a long time. Here comes the bite.
On to Jay. Flicker into the ejection. Will not amount to
Kyrie
anything.
got caught.
He's gonna go down. Iakno is down as well. The Yin Yang overturn is not gonna be amounting as much. It's just hate. And Delar left alive. Will they be able to make the play happen? I don't think so. It's highly unlikely. That's still 5 healthy members from Blacklist International standing. And Delar and Hate, they just have to make sure that this is a miracle play that they want to go for the defense. Goes for the Electro Final Blow. Not going to be amounting to anything. The Immortality is going to be Poppy. He immediately gets bursted out. It's just Hate left alive. Nothing much that we can do here. This has to be the game. Going in on the side of Blacklist International, but they're just taking their time.
Well,
they're just taunting ONIC PH.
Well, I feel like they're waiting for the minion wave and not just taunting straight up, but that's going to be the wipeout the moment he goes down. The base will come next, and that's going to be a kill on the Diggy, breaking the streak, breaking the base. Blacklist International, they're going to take, Blacklist International will be taking Game 1.
This winning moment is brought to you by Oppo A94. All relatively chill here. The members of Blacklist International.
You know, it was quite confusing to hear several go Onyx as they won that game, so apologies for that one. But Blacklist International will be the team to get the first victory of this best of 3. This gives them all an immediate 1 point, and for ONIC Philippines, they are desperate for points right now. They need to keep up if they want to extend this series.
They can potentially force a reverse sweep if that's going to be part of their menu. They definitely have what it takes to do that. It's just so happened that they didn't have a lot of answers to what Blacklist International was giving them. There were a lot of initiates that they should have went through. They are the most aggressive lineup in this game, and we didn't see any aggressive circling eagles. We didn't see any good ejections to catch the back line here from Blacklist International.
Yeah, and this is what we want to see. ONIC Philippines giving Kyrie the aggressive heroes that we want. Let's see if we're gonna get that on game 2.
And we'll see what Midnight has to say in game number 1 between ONIC and Blacklist on the analyst desk.
Ayaw masira ng Blacklist International ang kanilang record as they take game number 1 against ONIC PH. Welcome back to the Analyst Stand. My name is Midnight and ating i-breakdown kung paano ba nila once again ginamit ang Digi feeding strategy against ONIC PH. Now, these following post-game stats are brought to us by Smart. Maganda tignan natin dito is yung itemization ni Eson with the Digi. Huwag kayong magpala ko, si Blacklist International yung naglalaro sa kanan. So again, tignan natin dito yung itemization ni Digi. Napakalupit nito kasi nag-adjust siya to become the sustain or the tank here for the Blacklist International side. Although normal naman to, it's really emphasized in this match kasi if you look at the damage output of ONIC PH, medyo may mixture din ng physical and ng magic. So ang pinakamagandang adjustment na ginawa niya rito is after getting the Warrior Boots, bumili siya ng Antique Kiras and then Athena Shield. Importante to kasi malilimit nila yung damage prowess ni Lancelot ng early game kasi may pinibigay na reduction yung Antique Kiras and at the same time Athena Shield para mabawasan yung damage output ni Kagura pati ni Matilda kasi yung poke damage nila ay napakataas din. And the key component of Blacklist International is once again grouping up, no? Kailangan nilang gamitin yung Digi with the Times Journey pagdating na mid-game para malimit yung control ng ONIC PH pagdating sa team fights ng mid-game. And yung link natin dito, no, actually napakaganda rin ng kanyang item build-up. After the Demon Hunter Sword, Endless Battle, and Berserker's Fury, he went for the Thunderbelt para lang masigurado niya na kapag bumababa siya, may sustain siya against the Lancelot. Again, these following post-game stats are brought to us by Smart. Now, let's look at the game highlights na hatid sa atin ng Smart. Makikita natin dito kung paano nilaro ng Blacklist International yung game nila against ONIC PH. You would be misled, no, by the kills kasi nakakakuha ng maraming kills ang ONIC PH. So, parang dapat leading ang ONIC dito. Pero again, this is a feeding Digi strategy by Eson. Ang trabaho niya rito is annoy ONIC PH para hindi sila makapag-take ng objectives. Pero may napakagandang play dito ang ONIC PH when they contested for the turtle fight. Again, Lancelot, napakahirap nakawan ng objective nitong hero nito with the Thorn Rose into the Retribution. Napakataas ang damage output niyan. Blacklist International after that, nung nakita nila na okay, may farm na si Wise, this is the time that we start grouping up. Pero ONIC PH, niraramp up na rin nila yung kanilang momentum. They try to control the areas wherein they wanted to take objectives, kaya naman nakakakuha sila ng marami-raming pick-offs. Pero Blacklist International, dito natin makikita yung resilience, no? Lalo ni Edward on the Lapu-Lapu. Napakaganda nung binibigay niyang hold for Blacklist International, giving enough time for his teammates to actually respond. Napakabilis rumispondo ng Blacklist dito dahil meron silang Ling. And at the same time, napakataas din ng kanilang poke damage with the Poponet Kupa kay Oh My Venus. Now, Wise, dito in this specific fight, medyo nahihirapan siya labanan pa yung ONIC PH. Kulang pa yung damage output. Pero dahil nga, sama-sama lagi ang Blacklist International, meron silang ultimate bonding experience. They cover for each other's weaknesses. Si Ling, medyo dependent yan pagdating sa ultimate, pero the other heroes are not. Meron ka Lapu-Lapu to sustain the frontline. Meron ka ring Lunox to provide additional damage on team fights against ONIC PH. Pero sinasagot pa rin naman sila ng ONIC dito, no? Nakakahanap pa rin ng pick-off si Kyrie on the backline. Still, the damage is there for ONIC PH, yung teamfight control din. But, nababawasan na yung effectivity ni Johead, pati na rin ni Matilda because of the presence of the Digi. Nakikita natin dito, again, sama-sama lang lagi ang Blacklist International, and that's the reason why ONIC PH found it really hard to deal with this kind of presence. Kasi nga, covered sila with each other. Kulang sila pagdating sa teamfight control because of the Digi, and at the same time, nag-scale na yung mga heroes ng Blacklist International towards the late game. And the late game brought to us by Wise here is really the key here for Blacklist International. That's why he is the MVP of the game. This MVP is brought to us by Smart, Ling, on Wise. Marami nagsabi na Granger only lang daw ang Blacklist International, pero pineflexa na tayo ni Wise dito with his amazing use of the Ling. Napakaganda ng mechanical prowess na pinapakita niya sa atin. KDA of 419, a hero that is really dependent on his ultimate, which is the Tempest of Blades. Pinakita niya lang sa atin dito na kaya naman makipagsabayan dahil napakataas ng kill participation ni Wise dito, 87% on the hero. Ito, speaking of participation, no guys, sa mga nanonood dyan, pwede kayo mag-participate din sa ating live watching rewards. All you need to do to win game rewards is scan this QR code or punta kayo sa ating website, fill up a form, and if you are one of the first 30,000 entries, may chance kayo manalo ng in-game rewards, the skin worth of 599 diamonds. That's it for game number 1. Let's see kung makakabawi ba ang ONIC PH ng game number 2, or will Blacklist International once again take a sweet sweep. Casters, back to you.
Will ONIC Philippines extend this series to a Game 3, or will Blacklist International make the agents rejoice as they sweep the Yellow Hedgehogs? Welcome back to ONIC Philippines versus Blacklist International. My name is Suomi. Together with me is a Nomad, and we will be your casters for this game number 2. Game number 1 was definitely an action-packed game, but what happened in game 1? How did ONIC lose even if they got the first 3 turtles of the game?
Well, it wasn't really as much here. It's Midnight said it best, the ultimate bonding experience, or ube, or just the
purple
entire
yam.
Purple yam, if you for our non-Filipino viewers there. It's them just sticking together and making the most out of the numbers that they have. ONIC PH, they had a lot of opportunities to really go for the team fights. They have the Matilda, they have the Jawhead. On paper, you should be seeing them go for the bigger team fights, but instead what we saw was just minor skirmishes, and eventually when the spikes were already reached by Wise, he was just snowballing it from there. He was being well protected by the majority of the members from Blacklist International. They're a 5-man unit up against a 4-man team most of the time because they always get the pickoffs, and eventually that small snowball just became bigger and bigger until it caused an avalanche towards the victory that Blacklist International now had.
Well, good that you mentioned pickoffs, because in the last moment of that game, we actually saw Hate trying to pick off the Ling, but sadly, they were able to ONIC Philippines weren't able to survive that encounter. Yes, they dealt damage, but they burnt everything that Hate has. And the moment that when Blacklist just turned around from the Lord and tried to get the lives of ONIC Philippines, it was quite easy already. A Lancelot without his abilities is just gonna walk away, and there's no walking away when you're talking about an ONIC or Blacklist International squad just going at it all out for you. And this draft is brought to you by Smart. Let's get into game number 2 between ONIC Philippines and Blacklist International. The first 3 bans coming in from Blacklist will be the Selena ban against Kyrie, the Uranus, and a respect ban. Actually, not a respect ban, a Ling ban instead, as they take the Eve as their priority pick.
Yeah, it's all relatively fast bans, and these are respect bans, all of them. Like you're not gonna be giving the SS to Oh My Venus, definitely. The Harith not on the hands of Oheb. Ling not on the hands of Hate. The Uranus on the hands of Delar. The Selena is just a relative ban altogether.
Yeah,
but still, it's all respect here.
And speaking of respect, feel like ONIC Philippines, that Estes ban, you already mentioned that it is a respect ban. I feel like the Harith as well. Yaknu has been stellar on this Harith. And wait a minute. You know what? Cross that, because Yaknu is part of ONIC Philippines.
Yes.
They're just gonna take out that Harith in general. I wonder what they would take for their first 2 picks. The Eve is already a good take for Blacklist International. This Farsa will be able to match the Eve in terms of range and damage, that's for sure.
And the Thumbs has the sustain that ONIC PH wants in the side lane. Whatever you throw at it in the side lane will be able to be matched by Thumbs. So if it's a Paquito potentially, or if it's a Barats, it's a good fight.
Yep, even against a Lapu-Lapu, this beast could survive almost any melee encounter. When you do go up against a Tham's melee mode, it's mostly going to be him winning fights as long as he could land his abilities and try to stick to you as much as possible. But for ONIC Philippines, they already have the frontly durable or durable fighter in front lines, a Farsa in the back lines. It looks like they're going to take out the Barretts instead for the side of Blacklist International. And again, that Popol and Koopa, which proved to be really good in the hands of Oh My Venus in the last game.
Yeah, no doubt, Popol and Koopa will be forever one of the staples that Oh My Venus has, aside from the previous Nice One Baby strats that they go for. It's a Claude. It's still unclear if it's going to be a gold lane Claude or if it's a jungler.
Well, we haven't seen a lot of jungler Claudes lately. Most of the Claudes that we've seen from week 5 onwards were gold lane Claudes, especially quite the popular pick for Renegade as well, one of the more popular personalities or players inside the tournament.
Yeah, and as it stands, still no junglers out. It's gonna, the choking of junglers will now begin in the banning phase. Lancelot will definitely have to be banned here.
Lancelot, no, they're going for the Alice instead. And Alice is a very good pick overall, but it does take time to cook up a little bit. So for ONIC Philippines, they take out the OHEB special Alice. For Blacklist, I wonder what they could ban out for ONIC Philippines, because ONIC Philippines so far, they already have their mage, possible offlaner, or perhaps 2 side laners already. This is a flex though, this Claude is a flex, but overall I do feel like it's gonna end up in the gold lane.
I agree. If anything, Blacklist should start choking out options for Hate here. Force him into a Yi Sun Shin or a Bruno. That may just be a call.
And they could potentially just put him in maybe another marksman, because if ever you put another marksman in ONIC Philippines draft right now, they're gonna be almost all damage from range, and it could be easily countered by a lot of backline access for the side of Blacklist International. But ONIC Philippines, they're going in for the bans that are more centered towards the side lane of Blacklist International, even when they already have the Barretts.
So pretty much high up in the air here what the option is for Blacklist International on the bans.
We are still waiting for the graphics to load. I feel like there is quite a delay. Are you trying to read their phones, Nomad?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. No!
But you know, let's just wait a little bit for the picks and the bans for this game number 2. But overall, the first rotation picks, Blacklist International definitely have a sound first 3 picks here. They have the support, they have the side lane. This is all you want: the damage, the utility, the durability in the front lane. And for ONIC Philippines, they do have a lot of damage, but not so much on the durable side. Again, the Thams needs to be close with enemies to be able to deal damage, to soak up damage. It's one of those few heroes that needs to deal damage to soak damage.
And if anything, the Thams would actually enjoy being gobbled up by Barretts, because as soon as he comes out, he can just pop the Cotterance Inferno and will be able to survive a potential fight.
Given that he will not be immediately stunned to oblivion. So that's going to be a what-if scenario for ONIC Philippines. But finally, we have our bans. The Yi Sun Shin and the Alice for the side of ONIC Philippines. And Blacklist International, they take out the Lunox and the Kagura, banning out a lot of Kairi heroes here.
That is Jay on the show, definitely.
Jay Cho. That's pretty good. But looks like Blacklist, they bring it out once again. The Aldous pick from Blacklist International. This might just be the last game of this series, but they're going to show us another specialty of theirs. The Aldous pick plus the Hayabusa. A lot of single target out there for Blacklist International, while ONIC Philippines, they take out the Akai. It's a side lane show, baby. This is going to be a show.
It's a jungler Claude. It's a jungle Claude. It's the Akai, which was traditionally a counter to Aldous, but I don't know, this Aldo pick from Blacklist International is It's pretty strong. I'm liking it. I'm liking the odds of Blacklist International to come out on top of this fight. They have a lot of engages, and even more so on that Aldo and the Poponin Koopa and that Barats. Supplementary damage on the Eve, and Hayabusa can actually go for the kill with the shadow kill.
Well,
Combo.
This is quite the creative lineup from the side of Blacklist International. Definitely, we haven't been seeing a lot of Hayabusas on the side lane. The last time that we've seen a Hayabusa in the MPL, at least for regular Season 7, was when Auster Force were using it inside the jungle in the hands of Chu. Now we're seeing it finally in the gold lane. Let's see what's going to happen in Game 2 between Blacklist International and ONIC Philippines. It's time to be legendary. Let's enter the land of Dawn. Will this be a road to Game 3 or a road to a sweep?
Well, it definitely is a road that will be leading to somewhere. But traditionally, though, Hayabusa was played in the side lanes. So, if anything, this is Hayabusa's return to form.
Let's see if Blacklist International shows us the capabilities of this gold lane Hayabusa. But at least there's no Diggy Strat right now.
That's
Honestly speaking, nobody likes the Diggy strategy.
Unless you're the winning team.
Unless you're the winning team.
But yeah, it has to be a long drawn game here, because what Wise wants to happen is to be able to dish out the stacks.
Oh, but Wise looks like he's gonna dish out his life first. The Aldous going down without even a minute spent inside this game. ONIC Philippines, they have the right idea and they're pulling through.
And again, it's just ONIC PH needs to control Wise. Don't give him time to get his passive stacks up. As soon as he reaches level 4, he will not be a major factor for ONIC PH to take notice on, because he can easily escape with the Chase Fate.
And Chase Fate would not just be a, let's just say, a tool that could be used defensively, but also aggressively. And it's going to be a fun time for the Aldous if ever it does reach late game. But lately, ONIC Philippines has been trying to keep him down quite well. He was able to secure his purple buff early on, but he still fell down.
He still fell down. Kyrie might potentially fall down here as well.
Yeah, but Esson, he's going to flicker out. That's a flicker punch, and Jay, he's not going to make it. The stunts are there, the slows as well. That's going to be a kill on the Eve, and what a play coming in from Blacklist.
Chase Fate, ladies and gentlemen, you can immediately respond to your teammates no matter where you are in the map. And we will be expecting Wise to build a tanky Aldo. And even more so, it's just because of the fact that his stacks are more than enough to dish out the damage. Traditionally, we see the Aldo dive in with the Chase Fate and be able to delete any squishy members here in the enemy team. And for now, it's looking like it is Hate, and it is Kyrie as well. Can be deleted with one hit.
Well, it's still just fairly early inside
That's
the game
true.
right now. The damage is already out there for Wise, but let's expect something more by late game. The Turtle already half HP here. That's going to be the entrance coming in from Dlar. The real-world manipulation, the parallelograms going down. Who will go down first? Looks like Kyrie will be the first one to go down in the Battle of the Mages, and looks like Edward will be next here. Dlar looking for blood, and looks like they will be not calling it quits for now. Going in with a TP, and that's a 2-for-1.
A trade by the turret. Wonderful trade by the turret there. But that was poor positioning from Oh My Venus on that real-world manipulation. Kyrie just knows where the center part of this that parallelogram is going to be at, and he just positioned himself just at the tip to just dish out the damage onto Oh My Venus.
Yeah, but Kyrie died first in that fight.
It was still assisted though.
It was a 1v1, not a 1v1, but it was a battle of the mages. The artillery, the bite on Iyaknu. That's the stun going in. The shadow kill, not yet. Joke, it's a commit underneath the turret. But you know, Iyaknu's a little bit tanky to deal with.
Too tanky, top lane being focused out. I like the Hurricane Dance there. Circles are being thrown out. He's definitely going to go down, no doubt. That's a 4-man presence in the top lane. Bottom lane might just be traded out.
Yeah, and right now, bottom lane will be the objective to take for Blacklist International, but looks like they're going to go out for now. Wise waiting for something to happen here, trying to steal out the purple buff, but this is a potential 3v1. Eson is there to help out Wise, who will get that purple buff, and looks like it's going to be a secure from Wise. Iyaku looks to be next. That's killing spree for the Eve, and a bite onto Kyrie here. That's just a one kill and a purple buff for Blacklist.
That's a steal from ONIC, a steal that they want. Because he's relatively safe. The turret will fall down as well in the top lane and in the bottom lane. So, it's an even fight.
Yeah, an even fight. Cross-map plays all over. Both teams are being highly competitive in this early game.
And as long as Blacklist International maintains just the game to be equal, they are relatively ahead. Because ONIC wants to get that big gap in terms of the goal. They want to give Kyrie and Hate the most amount of money that they can. And just because of the fact that Hate and Kyrie are scaling well, do scale well into the late game, they need to draw out the fight as well. But Wise is the threat that's looming over the horizon.
And that's a threat going down. The Farsa immediately gets shadow killed out of existence. The bite lands on Jay. The real world manipulation almost taking him down. And that is just a 1-for-none in the favor of Blacklist.
That is an immediate trade potentially, but we do see the immediate rotation from ONIC on all sides. Iyaku's going to be looking for an opportunity to go for a play, and that's actually what we have to see. On top of Jay going for the Hurricane Dances, we need to see a Wave the Dragons or Jeet Kune Do from Iyaku that can disrupt Blacklist International.
Not just disrupt, but make space for the Claude as well. That Blazing Duet will hurt like hell in the mid-game, but of course, that's the mid-game, and Hate needs a little bit of time to farm up as the Claude.
And it's going to take a while. Golden Staff, Demon Hunter Sword, and the...
That's the DHS.
That's actually the Demon Hunter Sword right now by Hate. So the Golden Staff is up next for him. As soon as he reaches the Golden Staff, he'll be a threat for Blacklist International. But meanwhile, Iyaku also picked up the Blade of Despair. He'll start to hurt slowly but surely into the game as the fight goes on, as they get a pin.
And that's the pin. That's the easy kill. And but look at that. What a move. And Wise will be entering Kyrie. One more punch. And Gunner. And that's the real world manipulation, forcing out the flicker. And Hate, he's just inside. He's not going to get snared anymore, but the damage is just too real. Jay is going in. No kills on the side of ONIC just yet, but looks like they want to change that. Wise, he's already half HP. And that's going to be a stalemate for now as they call it quits.
Wise with Jay getting pursued out by the Shurikens as well. But yeah, it was S1 manages to make it out alive. Oheb manages to make it out alive, and Wise just rejoined the fight to hunt down Kyrie. And that is your job as an Aldous. You need to look for the lowest possible armor that the person has, and that's Kyrie on the Farsa.
And sometimes when you just enter that very squishy mage, it's not going to be a fun time, but this is Iyaku, a 1v1 shadow kill, just going to get soaked up a little. What a brave encounter here, but Wise going back in, that's a punch. Going down is the Cho, and look at the damage of the real world manipulation. Kyrie has to run away, and Blacklist International, that's going to be the Federate Airstrike, trying to zone out a lot of people here. Hate with the Blazing Duet will not take down anyone. He doesn't have any damage yet. And Blacklist International, they still survive. They're going to take down this turret, and they're going to call it outie.
They have to go outie right now, and regardless, that was still a good engagement by Blacklist International. We are seeing a 1,000 gold lead from them. That's already significant enough. Why? Wise is already getting his equipments up, and he's starting to be tanky as ever. He's just going to be a nuisance to ONIC PH. That every time they see Wise coming in, they know that there's nothing much that they can do unless they get the pin down on the wave, on the Hurricane Dance and the Wave the Dragon. If that is going to happen. But that is a lot of things to take in consideration because they also have the Hayabusa. They also have Eson that can go into the back lines as well as Oh My Venus. So a lot of the composition that ONIC has.
Jay might just be the spin. The Hurricane won't land on anyone. Real world manipulation traps Jay for a moment there, but he is safe for now. Feathered Airstrike trying to buy out a little bit of space, and they do. And that's ONIC Philippines staying safe for now.
Yeah, that is the thing about ONIC PH. They can remain
He's going
safe.
in. He's going in. The choke's going in, and stun on Oheb. He will be going out for the shadow, the quad shadow, and Lar looks to be tanking a lot of damage. That's a stun landing on Weiss. Weiss might just be in trouble here, but he's surviving just for a moment as Lar finally takes him down. A 1-for-none in the favor of ONIC Philippines.
Little shines of ray of sunshine there. 800 gold lead from 1,000 earlier on. That's good enough for ONIC PH. Good trades onto Wise. Good thing that they take down Wise as well. That's 10 seconds of them gone. We'll be able to secure the farm for themselves. But really, the composition of ONIC PH here is really reliant on just being as safe as possible because they have the Jeet Kundo. They have the Hurricane Dance as the Lord will be started off here.
Oh, that's the Feathered Airstrike and the real-world manipulation. The damage is just pouring around, but Jay is in the corner. Wise, he finds one. He's going in for Jay instead, and Jay, that's the pin down, but the mega kill first will go down. War the Eve, and that's 2 kills on the side of Blacklist and ONIC Philippines. They have to fall back. That's the turret about to go down mid lane. They're just waiting for the creeps, but looks like they're going to hover towards the Lord area instead.
They have priority over the Lord area. That was a fight that ONIC PH didn't want to participate in, but Wise just forced the issue with his Chase Fate to connect the kill onto Jay.
Yeah, Lar, that's the Inferno burnt for the Thams. I feel like they can't contest unless a big blunder happens. Feathered Airstrike already committed. Oheb going in for the Farsa.
Oh,
it looks like it's going to be a shadow kill. Not enough as the Farsa takes down the Hayabusa, and Edward looks to be next. Jay quite healthy here. That Chase of Fate will be cancelled when the Lord will be cancelled as well. That was a great turnaround from ONIC.
Great turnaround. They managed to keep their losses at a minimal. 1-for-1 trade for the side laners. That's good enough. But as it stands, Hate still does not have any kills for them. The lead is still on the side of Blacklist International. It's slowly becoming a significant lead. It's a 2,000 gold lead for themselves.
And Blacklist International, they're pulling the aggressive plays, and ONIC is being forced to respond. But this is not the thing that ONIC wants. They want to be the ones to pull the trigger. And whenever Kyrie versus Venus throws out their ultimates, it's always going to be them trying to kill out each other. But at this point, there are more priority targets than each other. They need to make sure that they play their role well.
That's true. They need to zone out the members of their opposing side as much as possible. If they go on the mage duels looking like 2 duelists standing on, kind of like that one anime.
Well, you know what? Maybe it's time to duel if I'm correct with your reference.
You are correct.
But Edward will be zoning out Adlar and Jay out of the Lord Pit. But I like the positioning coming in from the Cho. Iyaknu knows that he is a big split push threat.
Big push. And surprising though, it's typically Delar that's picking up the Cho to create the space for ONIC PH. It's Iyaknu picking up that helm, and he's doing a relatively good job. He just needs to find a way to initiate the fight. Speaking of fighting being initiated,
that's the ultimate coming in from Oh My Venus, but doesn't really take out anyone. Real world manipulation hurts, but I feel like it's more effective when you're trying to pick out a lot of members. But nonetheless, that was a great play coming in from Blacklist International. They do make ONIC PH bleed, but that's not enough space to start the Lord.
Yeah, they do have the priority, but I don't want them to commit just yet. They need to get a pick off on the Hate because he is the threat here for a potential steal. His Blazing Duet should hurt right now, and as long as they can really zone him out, that's good. Speaking of being zoned out, there is a big zone there by Delar on the top side.
And Oheb going to go for the 1v1 against Lar, but Lar will be healing up a lot of his HP due to the Inferno. And looks like Weiss will just use his Chase Fate to join any fight the moment it begins. Esson has to flicker out from that situation. And Jay, look at the damage from Real World Manipulation. The Queen's Gambit online right now for Blacklist International. And this is just Blacklist just dealing a lot of damage in that fight.
And now they have to start pushing out the waves towards the side of ONIC PH. Blacklist International is sitting on a 5,000 gold lead for themselves. They will not be securing the Lord just yet. It's not the right time. Why? Hate is still alive. Most of the members of ONIC PH can counter-initiate against a Lord play. Jay is a threat here in the potential Lord push. in a potential Lord fight because of the 1,000-pounder blender Hurricane Dance combo.
There's a lot of things that you need to think about if you want to start a game-changing objective like the Lord. Eson is already sniffing out the people here, but looks like Quad Shadow, a little bit of dancing there for the Hayabusa.
I'm just gonna lean with it, rock with it. That's what OHIB is doing. Just doing the whoa.
You know what? I'm not sure on how to respond to that reference anymore. But let's go back in this orange buff. Will Wise take it down uncontested? And Wise right now, anytime that he picks a target, it's going to be a big fight. You already know.
Yeah, and we're looking at Wise still prioritizing the target, which is Kyrie. He can't go ahead and commit to Hate. Because
oh no, that's the Queen's Gambit going down. It looks like the Shadow kill will be committed, but just might be his own death. But he goes back to the Quad Shadow. Will Hate be the next target here? Flickers out of safety instead. And that was quite dangerous for ONIC Philippines.
5 green dots down inside Blacklist International, but it doesn't matter. ONIC PH will try to go for the continuation of the fight. That's all ultimates down for Blacklist International. They traded it off for a turret. That's a win.
And the turret will be traded down bot, though, by ONIC Philippines. Again, the split push potential from this Cho.
Yeah, Ayaknu is starting to do his job as a Cho, which is a split push, but Wise can respond to that. And as soon as Ayaknu decides to fall back, Wise can respond to a major team fight with his Chase Fate, which is still coming off of cooldown, which he actually committed over to the bottom lane.
Yeah, and JE goes in, trying to find Edward, and Eson here only pins down the Dinosaur as the Feathered Airstrike goes down. Eson quite safe right now, but the Barretts looks to be falling down to Kyrie, and Kyrie with this gang. That's a 5v4. Shadow kill will be committed, but won't take down anyone. That's a real-world manipulation going down. It looks like the damage is not gonna take down anyone as a shutdown goes to Glar. This just might be bad for Blacklist. This is a 3v5. Look at that. Eson's still alive. Jace finding Oheb. He's gonna go in. Feathered Airstrike for the kill, and that's the snipe for ONIC Philippines.
Kyrie 4-3, ladies and gentlemen. Long range at the tip of the range of the Feathered Airstrike.
If there's an alley-oop 3 points, I know that will never exist outside of the anime universe. That was it. That was it.
That's true.
The support coming in from Jay is just, I think, enough vision for Kyrie to pull off that aggressive ultimate.
Yeah, he just threw the blender, and that, well, he just
that's
threw the
alley-oop.
blender. That's the alley-oop. Yeah, the initial, like he was just gonna go for the alley-oop, but then passes on to his teammate
for the 3 points.
For the 3-pointer. That's basically what happened.
That's a nice reference, but I don't want to tell the anime, but I remember watching a more recent basketball anime where they caught the ball mid-air and threw a 3-pointer. Feel like that was more apt, but going back to this game, ONIC Philippines, they go in. Looks like that's a mistake for now, and Jay has to go out. The Lord will be pushing down top, and Blacklist International feels like they're in shambles after that fight. Feathered Airstrike, Edward hurting a little bit, but Hate has to go out of that situation. And look at this, Lar in front. Looks like Popol and Koopa will go down, and ONIC Philippines, they're gonna go out a little bit here. Edward tanking a lot of damage. Jay already low on HP. Hate, he will just slowly push away. And this is still 5 members alive for side of ONIC Philippines. Meanwhile, for Blacklist, 4 people are left to defend this base.
Feathered Airstrike will fall, will be committed. It's ONIC PH just knocking on the doors of Blacklist International this time around. We did not see any good Daytona's Welcome from Edward because the Purify was committed by Kyrie. Meanwhile, in the backline,
oh no, Wise! Feathered Airstrike will not be committed just yet, but looks like Jay will be the first one to go down. Wise is still alive. He takes down the Farsta. Oheb looks to be next. The Shadow kill. It's more than enough. 3 people down immediately from ONIC Philippines for the price of Asa Chase Fate. Will you be able? Oh no, you know what, Wise? Don't be a tease. He's still going in. He's just gonna make others cower in the power of this Aldous. And looks like Blacklist, just when we thought that ONIC found their break, they say no.
Yo, man, if anything, Wise was still a threat in that. against Delar and Iaknu that's already relatively low. He's a threat, and they're running it down mid this time around. Blacklist International trying to turn things around.
5 seconds in Jay. That's a real world manipulation. Committed. Plus the ultimates from the shadow kill. That's a Cho finally down. It looks like Lar will be next. They're not focusing on the base just yet.
No
it looks like 2 people will be down here. Jay's back, but that's the immortality pop. Looks like Lar will be succeeding to save himself right now. No minions. The defense is successful.
This a complete turnaround, just one team fight, and Blacklist International turn things around. They need to start forcing on the top lane and the bottom lane here in order to be able to knock on the doors properly.
And this is Iaknu still down, 25 seconds on the clock. They're going in for the turrets instead. That's 2 lanes, 2 inhibitors down for the side of ONIC Philippines. And ONIC, they found themselves winning a few minutes ago, but right now, Blacklist International is knocking in their bases, knocking in front of their faces. Jay looks to be next. Feathered Airside covers a lot of areas, and looks like Blacklist International, they finally call it quits.
They call it quits. I like the usage of the Hurricane Dance there to get the micro stuns onto the side of Blacklist International in order for them to not push out the base. They're still hanging on into this game despite against all odds. Man,
wow.
Blacklist International turned things around after that team fight in the mid lane. That beautiful fight that we thought that Blacklist International would lose, but Wise just outliving everybody on the side of ONIC PH, and they started marching down mid. Good timing on, it was luck on their side as well, with the minion wave pushing right at them as they were pushing towards Iaknu and Delar. Started marching down mid, turned things around, and now ONIC is on the back foot.
Wow. This is the series that we have been waiting for today. Blacklist versus ONIC. This is such an action-packed Game 2 that you would wish that they would be Game 3, not unless you're a Blacklist fan. Because the Blacklist right now, they're trying to secure this Luminous Lord. And ONIC Philippines, they do have a little bit of firepower left, but 2 lanes are slowly pushing against them.
And if anything, Wise can respond to Iaknu's split push with just 1 Chase Fate.
Yeah.
He can handle Iaknu, no doubt.
The ultimate split push counter. Who would have thought? Aldous Jungle. Let's get it on. Blacklist International, the top team in their group. ONIC Philippines looking to match that strength. What a game. The finale for this one would be insane.
The finale indeed. If we're down to no turrets and just a slither of health, it might just become officially the best series we've ever had, as the Hurricane Dance will be committed there by Jay. So that's the defensive option gone.
The defensive option gone. It looks like Wise, he found Kyrie, and he will not punch him out of existence just yet.
But that's a Chase Fate down as well, so they need to capitalize on this. Iaknu can start split pushing himself.
And the Lord is up though, so I don't feel like both teams have the allowance to stay on a lane that's very far away from the Lord. Esson already sniffing out Lar here.
It's crucial. Esson's gonna get caught out here.
Jay though, looks like they do get Esson, and that's a Feathered Airstrike immediately committed, but Edward is quite tanky. Esson's still alive. Look at that. On the side. That's the Winter's Truncheon committed by Kyrie, but Kyrie will be hunted down as Jay goes down.
Bang.
And Kyrie, that's the 1 punch, man. Make that 2, baby. And Wise, he is just insane in this game. And looks like 2 people will be down for ONIC Philippines and Blacklist. They're looking to end all of this mess.
60 seconds on Kyrie. This is not what ONIC PH wants to happen. They had the victory in their sides. They got stolen away by Blacklist International, and they're threatening to get a 2-0 sweep. They're already marching onto the base, and really, the answer here is Iaknu and Delar. We're not going to expect much on Hate. He's still sitting at 0-1-4. He's not being the impact that ONIC wants to happen. He's the primary damage dealer. It turned into Kyrie. Hate's not amounting to anything here.
Yeah, and that's very disappointing if we look at it, because usually around 23 minutes, it's Claude time. It's a time where Claude goes in, melts everybody, and just calls it a day. But right now, we're looking at a 23-minute game, and Blacklist International looks to have an unstoppable demon punch from Wise.
It's a threat. It's the threat of a 2-0 sweep here. It's a threat for ONIC to not change their positioning. Hate does pick up the Malefic Roar.
This is
Switches
good.
on over to the Tough Boots as well.
This might just be the finale that we're looking for. Fettered airstrike already committed. Edward right in front of everyone. Kyrie immediately going down. That's a one-man down for ONIC Philippines.
backline!
Great slam at the hate. It's just going in the back line. That's one kill in the eve. And they're just turning this around. Edward looks to be down. 3 people are about to go down for the side of Blacklist International. The double kill for the show. 4 people. Weiss is the only one left. He's trying to punch the base on the Lord, but the triple kill. No! What? It is the Blacklist agents still making it happen. Weiss punches it out of the game.
That was close.
Yes.
They took down Wise. But then just the last hit, the last possible hit. This winning moment is brought to you by Head & Shoulders.
Wow.
The last possible hit on that base was just more than enough.
Wow.
That could have been the turnaround for ONIC. That was 1 minute of them gone, and they're not.
That was the game for ONIC. But Weiss says no. Weiss said no.
I'm speechless.
Yo.
That
was the moment. Let's just say that was if we talked about the grand finale, that was it.
Couldn't be as grander as that. One, if they killed Wise fast, just a second faster, they'd be able to take it to game number 3. It just wasn't the case. The resilience of the item builder Wise has, just the tankiness of this Aldo was really the shining light in that final moment. A lot of people fell down. It happens. 4 members were already down. Wise was already low on HP. I'm just gonna relentlessly punch this base until it falls down, even if I die. And he died.
He died, but doesn't matter. You could take my life. I'm gonna take the game. And ONIC Philippines, they tried so well. ONIC Philippines almost won that game, so kudos to ONIC Philippines, but Weiss did win the game for Blacklist International. The agents made it work. Let's see on how Midnight will dissect everything that happened in game number 2.
100% win rate on the Aldous pick here for Blacklist International as they take game number 2 away from ONIC PH. Welcome back to the analyst stand. My name is Midnight at ating i-breakdown kung paano naman ginamit ng Blacklist International this time around yung kanilang Aldous against ONIC PH's Claude. Now, these following post-game stats are brought to us by Smart. Actually, dito sa Blacklist International, very standard itemization for a lot of the heroes. Maliban na lang kay Edward, no? Talagang paborito niya bumibili ng Demon Hunter Sword on the Barats. Medyo understandable naman kasi yung mga frontliners ng ONIC PH dito, no? At some point, kukulangin na sila ng damage kasi hindi rin naman pwede from frontline si Weiss agad-agad kasi kailangan niya maghanap ng opportunity for him to jump in with the contract. So, si Eson, instead of going for the full damage, Popolit Koopa, sabi niya, kailangan ko ng sustain on the late game. That's why he built Athena Shield and pati na rin yung Winter Truncheon, no? Para lang ma-make sure na meron silang sustain against the Blazing Duet of the Claude. Now, interesting here is that yung ginagamit ni Weiss, no, super consistent pa rin ito. Bumibili pa rin siya ng Courage Mask. This is to add the Courage buff onto the Aldous, and at the same time yung passive na binibigay na move speed na mask, it really does benefit Aldous during these team fights kasi napakabilis niya mag-maneuver kung sino man yung susuntukin niya. Now, there are key difference here for the scaling of the lineup ng dalawang team na to, no? Blacklist International, sila yung ultra late game pero meron din naman silang early game component, while ONIC PH, they're the mid game and the late game. So makikita natin dito sa ating game highlights kung paano in-address ng Blacklist International yung timing ng lineup ng ONIC PH dito sa ating game highlights na hatid sa atin ng Smart. Now, Blacklist International, if you look at their draft, i-expect mo na magpa-farm lang sila with their heroes. Pero ang ginawa nila is they know that they have a little bit of the timers on the early game. Meron silang Popolit Koopa with the poke damage, meron din silang Hayabusa for the backline assassination. So ang kailangan lang nilang gawin is isama nila si Edward sa kanilang engagements for them to at least put a lid on ONIC PH's farming space. Kasi kapag hinayaan lang nila mag-farm yung ONIC PH, malulugi sila sa late game. Baka hindi sila umabot sa ultra late game na hinahanap nila for the Aldous. Kasi syempre, isipin nyo guys, kailangan pa mag-ipon ng stacks ni Weiss, no? While ONIC PH is just freely farming. So the adjustment is, okay, Blacklist International, laban tayo ng mid game. Kasi kailangan natin i-contest din yung timers ng ONIC PH. Kailangan kahit paano mapigilan natin si Hate when it comes to his farming space para pagdating ng late game ay hindi siya ganung kataba. So the idea is for Blacklist International, contest ONIC PH, no? Not essentially utilize their mid-game timers, pero at least contest ONIC PH para yung late game nila, kapag dumating na yon, it's already ultra late game for Blacklist International. Kaya ang dami nating skirmish na nakikita kasi Blacklist International gusto nila na lumalaban ng ONIC PH. Kailangan nag-allocate sila ng resources for them to fight against Blacklist para hindi ganun kaganda yung space or yung farming time ni Hate on the Claude. Pero nung umabot tayo sa point na, okay, kaya nang lumaban din ng ONIC PH, nakikita natin kahit paano nahihirapan pa rin ang Blacklist International kasi there's so much damage that is coming out from the lineup of ONIC PH. Dagdag pa natin yung mga pogi points, no? Yung mga pogi points ni Jay, pati na rin ni Kyrie bursting down the Hayabusa. Actually, napakarami niyan, no? Yung perfectly timed feathered airstrike onto the Hayabusa after the shadow kill. Pero this time around, nakita natin yung timing talaga. Importante here, importante rito para sa ONIC PH kasi muntik na nilang mapatay si Wise. Pero nagkaroon pa rin siya ng enough HP and shields to sustain the fight. Yan yung bigay sa kanya ng Oracle. Pagdating sa endgame, no, endgame clashes ng Blacklist International, wala naman silang natural tower taker. Although si Wise pwede nyo sapak-sapakin yung tore, as much as possible, you'd want that on the heroes of ONIC PH. Kailangan maubos mo muna yung heroes ng ONIC bago ka mag-take ng base. Yun naman yung advantage ng ONIC PH. Napakagandang pang-defensive lineup nung kanilang mga heroes. They can defend their base all day long. Etong specific team fight na to, nakita natin si Hate, ginamit niya yung kanyang Blazing Duet against the Popa and Koopa of Blacklist International. Pero after the immortality has popped, nag-flicker out lang si Eson. So essentially nasayang yung kanilang ultimate commitment against Blacklist. And the next fight, ito na yung final moments ng ONIC PH. After the takedown on Kyrie, props to Edward by the way, talagang lahat ng hero na makita niya sa frontline, kinakagad na kagad para ma-force agad yung ONIC na mag-back out. Dito natin makikita na superior pa rin naman pagdating sa base defense ang ONIC PH. They were able to take out the heroes of Blacklist International, pero yung Lord napabayaan nila. And that's why Blacklist International was able to secure another win against ONIC PH on the back of this guy's performance. The MVP of the game, nahatid sa atin na Smart, 100% win rate on the hero Wise with the Aldous. KDA of 4,310, damage dealt to 46,000. Pero dito kayo magugulat, damage taken of 134,000 on the Aldous. Ito yung bigay sa kanya ng adjustments on the itemization of the hero. Instead of building up full damage, ang ginagawa ni Wise dito is sustain. Kasi habang nagtatagal ka sa clash, the more damage you actually deal kasi mas marami yung chances mo na maisuntok yung matagal mo nang inipon na stack. That is why Blacklist International was able to win out the series against ONIC PH. By the way guys, bago tayo mag-proceed sa ating next series, sa mga nanonood dyan, paalala ko lang meron tayong live watching rewards. No? Habang nag-enjoy kayo manood ng MPL, may chance din kayo manalo ng in-game rewards. All you need to do is scan this QR code or punta kayo sa ating website na nakalagay dyan sa screens natin and fill up nyo yung form. If you are one of the first 30,000 entries, may chance ka manalo ng in-game rewards and a skin worth of 599 diamonds. So habang nag-enjoy kayo, check nyo na yung mga pag-giveaway ng MPL. That's it for the second series of the day. For now, let's move on to our casters.
Blacklist International did not pull their punches in that series. And ONIC PH, they definitely tried. They almost won game number 2. But that wasn't enough in the hands of Lord and in the hands of Wise. What happened in game 2, and can we just accept what happened for now?
Well, it's just basically that. That was Blacklist International outclassing everybody.
But before we continue that conversation, MPL Philippines is presented by Smart, the official telco partner of the MPL. Download the Giga Live app today to discover and enjoy your favorite double giga offers all in one tap. With the Giga Live app, napakarami niyong pwedeng gawin. Mag-add ng load, mag-subscribe sa Smart at TNT offers, at syempre, you can easily check your load balance all in just one tap. Simple, di ba? And now, going back to that series, what's your final thoughts about ONIC Philippines versus Blacklist International?
Ban Aldous against Blacklist International. That's basically it. That's
Well,
that.
let's see if that's going to happen in the future as we head on to our panelists. Mara, take it away.
Blacklist International at it again with the sweep. At akalain niyo yun, 100% ang win rate ng Aldous ngayong Season 7 regular season. And it's now time to talk to the winning team, no other than the Queen himself. Oh my Venus! Hi, V!
Hello, Madam Mara. How are you?
Congratulations! Ang ganda ng pinakita nyo sa inyong huling laban ngayong regular season. Saktong-sakto, ikaw ang na-interview ko kasi gusto ko malaman, How was it like facing yung former team mo? What did this win mean for you and Wise?
Marami nagsasabi na ito daw yung most important non-bearing match. Pero kasi kami yung mindset kasi namin, sinet na namin on the playoff. So, para sa akin, parang sakto lang, parang same as the mga nakaraang matches namin. Parang lang, typical match lang na regular season.
Sobrang ganda ng ipinakita ng Blacklist International. 92% match win rate. You won 12 out of 13 games. In fact, pag tignan niyo yung mga wins nyo, nilagpasan nyo talaga at mas magandang ipinakita nyo kontra sa mga former champions. Finishing the regular season in this way, gaano ka-importante ito para sa Blacklist International?
Siyempre, sobrang importante nito kasi napakalaking confidence yung mabibigay nito para sa amin, heading to the playoffs. Yeah, yun.
V, oras na para pasayihin ang iyong mga Blacklist agents. Ano ang mensahe mo sa lahat?
Yeah, syempre, unang-una, thank you so much to my family and to my friends. Just sa VY Spam and sa Blacklist Agents and also sa Tier 1 family, and I love you all.
V, ang daming nagmamahal sa'yo. Maraming salamat sa magandang performance ngayong araw na to. And enjoy the week and a half. Bye, V! Hindi pa tapos ang ating araw ngayong Sunday. Susunod na ang laban ng Aura at ng Execration. Kaya huwag kayong bibitiw, magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 7.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart, ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head & Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Ngayong bago na ang mundo, mas humirap ang goals ko. Kaya yan with Enervon Active because it has 12 immunity and energy power-ups. Bagong mundo, ready ako! Comeback Active, powered by Enervon Active.
Unilab yan.
Dami ko ng sakit na napagdaanan. Dami ng solusyon na subukan. Pahid-pahid. Bitin sa akin pag nawala ang init. Asus! Pahid ulit. Dito pa rin ako sa hiyang sa akin. Alaksan FR, tapos ang sakit ng katawan. Pahid-pahid pa ba? Kung pwedeng laban na sa isang alaksan. Manny Pacquiao po, mandirigma. Isang alaksan, tapos ang laban.
Alagang Unilab yan.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a JanSport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Nature is our ally, not our enemy. We rely on nature as our life support system. We are all connected. This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature. It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end.
We could be the last generation to save the world. Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat.
Because together, anything is possible.
Victory, 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 victory for nature. Together, 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 possible.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars.
Mainit.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Hold
Smash them.
up. Tumabi-tabi lahat pag pumasok na sa mid lane. Lahat sa'kin ay dead pag ako na ang nag-switch lane. Grind and grind, lagi na lang akong in-game. Pag ML ng usapan, doggy lang ang nasa mainframe. Immune ako sa hater, parang dash ni Chu. NXP ang crew, lahat dito ay true. Legit. Aagawan na kita ng buff na blue. Legendary na ako, wala ka pang clue. No clue.
Mic check, reign supreme, yo. Doggy out eruption in, alam nyo na. Suntukan na this. Hey. Magaling nga daw mag-ML yan si Dogs, Madaling nga daw buhatan ni H2O, yeah. Kung lalaban ka ng 1-on-1, di ka makakascore na kahit 1-1. Trigger SS Tony 1, wala na magagawa. Diyan tatakbo na lang, yan untog sa bader na parang groundlock. Sa halimaw ako na ang maghahamon. Iniiwan to ng chicks, hawik kasi ni Balmon. Walang doggy-doggy sa'kin, Johnson at Odette, lahat binabanggawa sa'kin. Lalapain lang ng Roger itong aso. Punit-punit kapag ako na ay nag-anyong lobo.
Teka muna, tropa ko to si Sison. Ang dami nyo ng ebas, kami naman dito nangunguna. Please lang kami hold up, comment laging load up. Pag kami na in-game, lahat napapahorap. Hold up, tulog kapag tinamaan ni Selena. Hero parang nakainom na natikera. Kukurintin kagamit ko si Brody. Lahat invited sa 550 ni party.
It's time for the third match of the day. Nagbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 7 presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Double up on your passion and achieve that double GG with Smart Double Giga Games. Pwede kayo magkaroon ng 2 gigs of games every day para sa inyong Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Kailangan nyo lang i-download ang Giga Life app or dial *123# and choose Double Giga. Available din ito para sa ating mga TNT subscribers. Mythical Raffle Draw. Mamaya mag-a-announce na ako ng ating winners. Kaya kailangan i-scan nyo na to. Answer the questions para manalo kayo ng mga in-game prizes, skins, and diamonds. Hindi lang yan. Meron din tayong live watching rewards. Boo! Meron tayong 30,000 kada game day that can win a treasure chest. Once again, with skins and diamonds. And of course, nandyan pa rin ang giveaway brought to you by Oppo A94. Live life at full speed. How? Paano? How do you live your life at full speed? Ilagay lamang yan at sagutin sa ating comment section below using the hashtag #LiveLifeAtFullSpeed. At mamaya pagkatapos po ng ating mga laban, mag-a-announce kami ng mga 5 random lucky winners na magkakaroon ng 300 diamonds brought to you by Oppo A94. Eto, para sa ating pangatlong serye, ngayong araw na to, kasama natin sa panel, TDZ and Renmar the Reptar.
Hey, what's up? Karami na LSS ako sa mga kanta nakikita natin sa commercial. Yung kanta ng Stan, yung kanta nila Doggy, Andrea, sa kanila. Kanina pa natin kinakanta yun sa talent area.
Sana nga sumali sila dun sa ating 515 E-Party. This is MPL Philippines Season 7 presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Double up on your passion and achieve that double GG with Smart Double Giga Games. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also presented by Head & Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward hashtag It's a GG moment. Thanks to Head & Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free now. Max pinabango pa. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Master. Bring your clay game with the new Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Ang sikreto ng mga guwapo. Para sa ating pangatlong serye ngayong araw na to, magtatapat ang Aura Philippines kontra Execration. Ang Aura, secured na sila sa ating top bracket. Pero ang Execration, kailangan nila ng at least 2 points para sa tsansa na makapunta dun sa upper bracket natin.
Yeah, because if Execration, if at the least nakuha nila dito ang 2 points, that means tied sila sa Omega. And if ever, sabihin lang natin, Omega, hindi mo kukuha ng 1 point against Bren Esports for the final series of the day, then magkakaroon tayo ng tiebreaker. Pero, if sabihin natin, maka 3 points dito ang Execration, ang Omega naman will be behind Execration by 1 point. Ganon kainit ang laban na to for that upper bracket slot dun sa Group B.
So this team is one of the best teams this season with 9 wins and 3 losses at 25 points. Ito ang Aura Philippines. Assured na itong kupunan na to sa upper bracket. Now, TDZ, alam naman natin itong Aura Philippines, napaka-flexible nila pagdating sa hero pool. Do you think na ito yung time na itong Aura, makakakita ba tayo ng mga new heroes this time para to prepare themselves for the playoffs?
Possibly, since nasa taas na rin naman sila ng ating bracket, secured na yung upper bracket nila, there's still a big possibility na magpakita or at least gawin nilang parang sample or at least testing area itong ground to. Pero syempre, hindi dapat nilang maliitin yung mga kalaban nila. Execration pa rin yun. So, I think they need to go for the comfort zone. Kung sakaling mag-experiment sila ng mga heroes or at least role swap, they might go for at least mga unti lang, 1 or 2 heroes lang.
Yeah, exactly. And hindi naman necessarily na kailangan ng Aura PH dito maglabas ng bago. Well, as you said, sobrang threatening yun. Sabihin natin ng huling araw, Aura PH biglang maglabas ng bagong pick, hindi pa natin makita. But I feel like Aura PH, what they can try to do is try to make the picks that surprised us pero hindi pa nila masyado napapagana work today. I'm thinking about the Martes pick for Benny Cutie. Maganda yung games na pinakita niya pero wala pang panalo yun.
Sino nga ba ang magpapakitang gilas ngayong araw na to? Kilowash, Greed, Hades, JP, and Benny Cutie.
Yep, si Kilowash ang magiging turtle lane dito. So, si Hades din pala yung nandito sa side na to. And JP, Benny Cutie. Isa sa mga gusto kong makita na lagi nagpe-perform naman talaga every single time is Benny Cutie on his, again, non-turtle lane. And the way he performed, talagang top-notch. I think that's one of the best acquisition ng Aura PH is starting from the very first week up until now, yung performance ni Benny Cutie is consistent.
Exactly, very consistent, and I'm pretty sure Execration will find a way na para ipahinto yung pagka-snowball or yung effectivity dito ni Benny Cutie. Of course, their former teammate rin as well, dating Execration si Benny Cutie. And then the other interesting thing to look at is that andito pa rin si JP for the tank role for Aura PH. He's been doing a great job, pero nung na-ban out yung mga choke picks niya against ONIC PH, medyo doon nahirapan siya konti. Let's see if that will come into effect here, but I'm pretty sure JP improved some things and has some secrets up his sleeves.
With 5 wins, they're currently at the number 3 spot and they really want to make it to the upper bracket. Ito ang Execration. What's interesting about this matchup, Kel VJ and Renjo. Dati, nandun sila sa kabilang koponan. Na bago magsimula ang ating regular season, Season 7, may sinabi si Kel VJ na he wants to prove his former team wrong and he wants to get a three championships sa MPL.
Yeah, if you see it right behind the Sunsparks, dalawa yan. 2 of those times where Sunsparks became champions, Kel VJ and Renjo were big parts of those team. And para kay Kel VJ naman yung initial comments niya at the start of the season, feeling ko hindi naman masyado sa sinabihan siya mismo ng Aura na we don't believe in you anymore. But I feel like Kel VJ, maybe yun yung na-internalize niya na, okay, since pinasok na nila dito si Janus, and then it seems like after what happened nung Season 6, hindi sila naka-3-peat, maybe Kel VJ wanted a change of pace. So baka yun yung nakikita niya dito, like, okay, I'm with a new team now, nabalik na ako sa jungle role kasi for the longest time, JP was the jungler for Sunsparks, and feel like Kel VJ, ito yung parang rebirth niya, yung nahanap niya with Execration.
Yeah.
And sobrang hardworking nga niya, kahit ang sakit na ng kanyang mata, naglalaro pa rin siya. To Max Track, New Renjo, Kelra, and Kel VJ para sa Execration.
Isa sa mga heroes na nagsashine dito sa Execration is si Shaknu every single time. And I think that's the icing sa taas ng cupcake ng Execration. Kasi reason why kung bakit lagi nakaka-setup, si Shaknu yung laging nagpre-prepare ng set sa side ng Execration. And yung isang set na yun, laging crucial. Laging yun yung nagpapanalo sa side ng Execration.
Oh, exactly. And hindi lang sa setup, sobrang disruptive din maglaro si Chaknu, especially pag nabigyan mo something like the Grok in his hands. Yun yung ginawa niya sa LP, nung game number 2, kaya siya naging MVP doon.
Playing with something to prove. Ito ang game story natin for today. Do you think Execration can make a statement game kontra sa Aura na sobrang ganda pinapakita ngayon?
Yeah, if anyone can surprise Aura PH, it would have to be some of their previous members. Of course, we know Kel VJ and Renjo dinala dito ng Execration because they believe in their championship experience na nakuha nila. And I'm pretty sure that's gonna come into effect here.
Yep, and looking at the team comparison, sobrang dikit ng stats nila compared to KDA. Almost the same. Ang lumayo lang dito is yung average kills per game. So I think Aura PH alam naman natin, or rather, Execration, alam naman natin na gusto nila yung mga late game skirmishes eh. Kaya nagpo-prolong lagi yung mga fights nila. But Aura PH can still, meron silang early game to mid game presence. So pwedeng i-capitalize ng Aura PH yun against Execration.
Yes.
Pero kapag umabot tayo ng longer games, wag umabot tayo ng TikTok timer, sabi nga nila, ng 20 minutes onwards, Execration, probably going for the late game composition, yun yung doon sila magsa-shine.
Truly.
Kilowash, Benny Cutie, Lord Hades ang mga susi para sa Aura.
Yeah, seeing Kilowash back in the lineup here for Aura PH. Reflex is going to be sitting out. Has had tremendous record so far. Yung Tams pick niya, 4 times pick, 75% win rate. Benny Cutie, we've already talked about him. He's become MVP multiple times this season na for Aura PH. 86% yung Alice, yun yung win rate niya for that here. And then Lord Hades, 73% with 11 games played with that Granger. So yun yung mga heroes, hindi lang sa mga na-mention ko, you can see it there on your screens, the heroes that Execration have to watch out for sa draft.
Sa panig naman ng Execration, nandyan si Kelra, Renjo, and Kiel VJ.
Kiel VJ, ito yung hinihintay niyang pagkakataon all throughout to prove kaya hindi niyo naging name natin ng itong series na to. But looking at his performance, real top-notch. Laging binaban as priority yung mga heroes ni Kiel VJ. Nakita tayo ng Ling ban priority. First phase to And also with the Lancelot, ganon kinire-respeto yung mga heroes ni Kiel VJ. And also Kelra, and one of the best heroes na rin na laging maalalay sa side ng Execration.
Yeah, yung Harif niya, sobrang lakas. And of course, we can't forget about Renjo, man. Always been Mr. Consistent for Execration this season, especially pag nabigay mo yung pakito at saka yung backshot sa kanya.
Tutok naman tayo sa ating mga junglers nandyan, Lord Hades and Kiel.
Dikit na dikit, kita naman natin yung most favorite heroes, both Grangers. Isa sa mga nagpa-debut ng Granger pick dito sa ating season is si Lord Hades. Saktong yun yung mismong debut niya sa pagpasok ng Aura PH, which is top-notch. Siyempre, Kiel VJ pa rin, nakikita pa rin natin yung performance niya all throughout with his positioning, with his Granger. Ngayon natin malalaman kung sino nga ba talaga as makakauna dun sa Granger pick na yon at kung sino yung magsashine.
And will the assassin picks for Kiel VJ become a factor here to watch out for? Si Chaknu ba, will he try to disrupt Lord Hades sa farm niya? One of the toughest things to do against Aura PH is subukan mo i-disrupt yung farm ni Lord Hades kasi ang ganda ng positioning ng Aura to make sure that maganda yung farm ni Hades.
Predict naman natin kung ano nga ba ang mangyayari sa ating mapa.
Ang pinakagustong gusto ko dito is yung kay Greed pati kay Etomax. Again, the mid lane matchup. Sobrang importante kasi dito ng mid lane. Lagi natin nakikita kung sino yung magkakaroon ng opening all throughout the rotation and also yung impact ng mga mages when it comes to early game. Kasi, syempre, control ng jungle area and also the early skirmishes.
Yeah, for me, yung tinitignan ko dito yung laban ng side lanes, Renjo against Kilowash. That's, man, the history there, former teammates. But then, of course, Benny Cutie versus Kelra na feeling ko, si Benny Cutie, I won't be surprised if minsan pag nakikita niyo yung laro ni Keller, he can see sort of a younger version of himself na wala pa masyado sa level ko. Pero grabe yung potential ni Keller dito. Who knows, baka dito masurpresa si Benny Cutie.
At ito naman ang magsasurprise sa atin ngayon, titignan natin kung ano nga ba ang makukuha natin sa ating MPL cards.
Hindi ko makakuha ulit ka ng gold eh.
Uy, let's see.
Dalawa na nakuha mo eh.
Ito, makukuha nyo to para sa ating medical raffle draw during playoffs. So make sure, sumali kayo dyan. Phew! Nandyan si Phew. Curtizy! Nandito si Eson. Hi, Chloe Dantes! Asawa ni Eson. Nandito si Aspect. And Bimo! Oh, silver! Yun yung mga rare. Bubukas tayo ng bago. Gusto ko talaga makakuha kayo nito. This is very exclusive. Hindi po to nabibili. Makukuha nyo ito sa ating Mythical Raffle Draw. Kailangan nyo lang i-follow ang kanilang mga social media pages. And of course, mag-join kayo sa ating Mythical Raffle Draw. So ang mga meron lang nito, yung mga players at mga shoutcasters. Andito, uy, Chaknu! Chaknu! Rock hard!
Laban kong laban
Carl Tizzy! Ayan.
Another Carl.
Uy, may nakita akong foil. Kose! Sino ang last card natin? Tantararan!
Ay, Bimo!
Bimo!
Back to back
Bimo! Back to back! So once again, sumali kayo sa ating Mythical Raffle Draw. Follow nyo lahat ang kanilang mga social media pages. At ito na, alam ko excited na kayo para sa ating pangatlong serye ngayong araw na to. Kaya sasamahan na tayo ng ating mga experts, shoutcasters. Pasok!
always hoping to live up to your expectations. Thank you so much. The lovely Mara Aquino and of course Reptar and TDZ. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Double up on your passion and achieve that double GG with Smart Double Giga Games. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Uomi, and we will be bringing you Execration versus Aura Philippines, a once-in-a-season affair.
Well, this is gonna be a fan favorite match for sure. I've been seeing a lot of Execration fans out there just raving about Execration, wanting to go back to the upper bracket or perhaps staying in the place that they are right now and potentially just getting that 1 inch above NXP. The NXP Execration one was indeed insane, but as we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing of social distancing, wearing a face mask and face shields, sanitizing, proper hand washing, and staying at home as much as possible. Let us all do our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. Now, going back in this series, Execration versus Aura Philippines. Aura right now standing in 25 points against Execration, who's standing in, I think, 18 points.
For Aura Philippines, it's not a matter of points. It's really just an assertion of dominance. They have locked in their A1 slot, if I'm not mistaken, for the playoffs. For Execration, it's a whole another affair. They have still yet a chance to knock out the likes of Omega from the upper bracket in Group B, but it all comes down to this. I love how our panel actually just dug up all the history, and this is a homecoming in more ways than one. Of course, you have Renzio and KLVJ facing off their old teammates, but just the same, Benny Curie, previously of Execration as well, one of the more prolific gold laners that played marksman in the heyday of Fighters from Season 6, showing up here. It's bound to be a slobber knocker. You're not going to want to miss this one. This draft is brought to you by Smart. Here we go. Execration versus Aura PH. Exe on the play. Aura going to answer back. Diggy and Cho taking out Aura PH. It's the Jawhead. What else can we expect?
Well, the Cho right now is a very targeted ban against Aura Philippines. JP has been insane in that Cho. We've seen JP make play after play with his Cho, and I feel like this is a well-deserved ban coming in from Execration. But coming in from Aura PH, they do ban out the Eve. Eve is by far one of the more annoying mages to deal with, and we've seen the power of that Eve in the hands of the Queen herself in the last match, and this is what you want to avoid. But banning out the Eve means the Pharsa will be left open unless any team here would want to ban out.
Yeah. Pharsa's so good these days. I mean, they're taking out the Eve 2 max. They are opening up the Pharsa potential, which could go into the gold lane. We have seen Kelra pick up more of these mages in the previous weeks here in the MPL. But yeah, good point is Eve is just so powerful right now. That kit is just something you don't want to deal with if you're not ready for it. The shield that was given to the real manipulation halfway through the season has, of course, just raised the stocks on this hero. But let's talk about
not just the shield, also the snare when you go out of the real world manipulation. That just gives so much utility for any team that drafts the Eve. And for Execration, I feel like banning out the Pharsa, if ever they're not gonna take it, would be the next smart choice, because literally the only other mage that could potentially match the range of an Eve will be the Chang'e. And Chang'e has potentially been used against the Eve, but not necessarily directly, as direct as what we've seen from our last match, the Pharsa versus Eve matchup, where they just kept throwing all of their spells against each other. But looks like we're gonna see a Selena priority pick from Execration. This is quite surprising.
Yep. Both heroes you mentioned are still on the board here. Aura PH picks up the Benedetta and the Granger, which confirms that it is going to be a side lane Benedetta as Hades plays here the Granger. Pharsa and Chang'e is still out there. Pharsa and Chang'e is still out there. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, but, you know, I feel like the Selena will be played in the mid lane. If ever they do get a Pharsa or perhaps a Lunox. They're gonna put it in the gold lane, but they secure the classic Chak Mamba Kufra instead, paired with a Lancelot in the hands of Kiel VJ. Aura Philippines, they have the chance to just respond to this Lancelot pick, or even against the Kufra pick. There are still possible options around it, but looks like they're gonna get the Alice in the side lanes. This could be easily countered by pure aggression in the early game from Execration, and they have the tools to do that.
And that just makes Execration all the more the aggressor here. They have to, again, as you mentioned, just go up to the face of Benny Cutie here. Benny Cutie has an amazing win rate here on this Alice, having played it a total of how many times now? Bringing up my stats. 8 times, winning 7-1.
Well, that's a positive win rate coming in from the Alice of, Alice of Benny Cutie here, and with that 90%-ish win rate, I feel like that you already need to literally be too aggressive around that lane if you want to shut down that Alice.
Yeah, both teams here have a whole season of experience, and the way it is, it's just going to come down to who can play the better heroes, because both teams have great answers, you know. Aura PH, they are going to be banning here the Harith, Execration taking out the Kagura, Greed and Kelra heroes respectively. No. Kelra and Greed heroes respectively, while RPH, there you go, they read your Lunox.
And looks like Lunox will be the last ban for Aura Philippines as they go into the next picking phase. Of course, after the ban coming in from Execration, right now they do have a lot of setup and damage early on. They have the Kufra, they have the Selena and the Lancelot, and they could potentially go for an early to mid-game spike. And right now, they could potentially go for more durable frontline, or perhaps someone that could scale well in the late game.
Yep, that's what Execration is missing. The first 3 here, definitely not a good idea to give up the first 10. You have to do all the work there. But now into the second phase, RPH, this is what I was afraid of. This is what I was afraid of. I'm guessing this is going to be a tank Benedetta. RPH flexing on us. JP might be playing this Benedetta.
Well, we've seen JP play a lot of tank heroes that are very flashy, especially on that show. But Benedetta would be a great addition to those flashy heroes. Definitely, we did see Benedetta around. I'm not quite sure on when we saw Benedetta tank, but it's not like a tank. It's a killer support. Someone who actually goes inside the enemy jungle and tries to assassinate the enemy jungler early on. So it's not a tank. We just call it a tank because it's in that role.
Pseudo tank is what a few people will call it. A sub tank, if you will. But Execration, oh, I love it. There's a mix of the new age Execration wherein they take the first phase Kufra. But here's some old school for ya. This is Renzio on the Baksha, Kelra on the Claude. Kelra on the Claude, ladies and gentlemen. So beyond just the marksman, beyond just the mages, Kelra now picking up a marksman, and this is the first time he's playing Claude. The third time only. There you go. It's been a while since we saw it, but yeah, Claude on Kelra and RPH.
They're just going to circle it around with the Estes, but this is already immediately countered by the Baksha of the Execration squad. But this is very interesting. It's going to be Kilowash playing the Benedetta instead, and Greed will be putting this Barretts in the mid lane. This is very new to everyone in here in the MPL, and this is going to be exciting. We did see LPE pull a lot of melee mid laners yesterday, but none of it was successful or were successful. So right now, this is an experiment for sure.
Yep, we have seen position 4 Lapu Lapu from the likes of ONIC Philippines, but this time around, Aura PH showing us you ain't seen nothing yet. This is going to be a position 4 Barats, a support Barats, if you will, being played by Greed. Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder, and I'm sure you all are at home, how this might turn out. Game number 1, Execration versus Aura PH. Once more, MPL Philippines Season 7 is under the regulation and supervision of the Games and Amusements Board, UOMI. Execration, they're playing close to their chest. Nothing too crazy here. How well do you think their odds stack up against Aura PH, who seems to be on a little bit of a
experimental side?
Yeah.
Well, right now I feel like in terms of comfort, I gotta give it to Execration. They have the Chak Mamba hero. This is the fan favorite Kufra we're talking about, and we've seen TikTok after TikTok from this Kufra player from Chaknu, and I feel like that's a big factor to boost the confidence of Execration. Not just confidence, they know how to play around this hero. They know how to play around Chaknu's playmaking ability, and this is going to be integral for them to secure skirmish after skirmish, not all-out team fights. The moment they go for all-out team fights and the Alice is already online, they're going to find themselves in a tight spot. They want to be able to get or go for those skirmishes early on before the Alice even goes online. And when I say online, it's usually after the Alice has about the Clock of Destiny and the Calamity Reaver.
Yeah, I've yet to see what battle spell is on Benny Cutie here as the Alice, but yes, that is going to be essential, paramount even, to overload the Purify if it is in there. But yeah, if it's a Flicker, then even more dangerous Kufra could be in the hands of Chaknu. Here we go. Indeed, that is all she wrote. The lineup for Execration, it's about as much as you expect. And for Aura PH, again, ladies and gentlemen, a position for Barats. Laning-wise, where might be a weakness here that Execration can push the advantage for? Because given they have the early game.
Well, right now, Execration could definitely just go in clearing out the wave and trying to poke out Greed while doing so, because Greed, as this Barats, could possibly just clear out the waves as good as any mid laner given the space. You don't want to give that Barats the space. You have the range to poke him out, do so. But this is going to be a hard task for Execration, mainly because you have a Selena in the mid lane, not the biggest of wave clears in the early game.
Yeah, and even in the late, not at all. You kind of have to hit the minions the old-fashioned way. Greed here put out about a fifth of his health. Etomax jumping right on him. Again, the beautiful stun skin on Selena here showing off. I think I stand corrected. It's JP showing us a little bit of diversity, but check this out. Kelra gets blasted. First blood. JP draws.
This is great for Aura Philippines, even greater if it didn't go to the Estes. But then again, first blood is first blood. In Aura Philippines, after getting that 400 gold, the question remains, what will they do with that small favor that they got near the bottom side? The turtle hasn't spawned yet, so I feel like they're just going to go back to their former, or let's just say their regular rotations around the map until the first objective spawns.
Yeah, this is dangerous given that first blood went over to the team that was supposed to have the iffy start. Interesting to see. As soon as we get back into the matchup, we will see where exactly Chaknu was, so that he could have possibly been there to help stop this. But just the same, we have to understand Aura Philippines drafted so well. Aura Philippines kind of closed up those gaps and gave Greed here a hero that I've seen this play by Reflecia. The Barats just loves to stay in that lane. He's just going to stay in that lane and push the advantage. That's what I expect. And again, you take that big guy in combination with the healing from the Estes, then all the more he is going to just be a tank, a siege engine, if you will. Uomi, now the ball is in Aura's court. What do you think is going to go on?
Well, Aura right now, they do have the driver's seat right now. That's for sure. That first blood will give them momentum. But I feel like Execration still has, I would say, the edge in the early game. 400 gold is a big thing, but not as big as the power spike or the immediate power spike that Execration will get, especially on this Lancelot. Yes, the Claude died in the first 2 minutes of the game, but they could potentially just go back and perhaps a farm even safer at the early mid-game phase. But they have to make sure that when that happens, they've already secured at least one skirmish working out for them, because at the end of the day, they're the one that has the aggressive tools early on. That Thorn Rose plus Phantom Execution, if Chak Mamba is able to just set it up perfectly for the Lancelot, it's going to be a good time for Execration by early game, or by mid game. If that actually just covers the fact that the Claude died out early. So it's going to be a lot of what-ifs for Execration, that's for sure. And we have to wait for this pause to end to just see what Execration would do in response of that first blood being taken out of them.
Yep. might have been an option here is the swap. I mean, given up top, you are facing off a Benedetta in the hands of Kilowash. He's played the hero 3 times in all of MPL Season 7, won 2 out of the 3. And I'm taking those odds as compared to Raflisha, who's played 5 games, won 100% of them. So I think Kelra will have a better time there, because I see exactly what RFPH is doing. RFPH, you did mention, Execration has to be aggressive, has to choke out Benny Cutie early on. And RPH, their answer here is, yeah, why don't we just go to Benny Cutie? Why don't we be the counter-aggressors here and make sure that our Alice gets to the late game? Checking out the map once more. Where was Chaknu? Where's the Mamba? Oh, he was on the way!
On the way, but a little bit too late to save Kelra down the gold lane. But this is going to be a good time for Alice for now. And I feel like Aura Philippines, they will just get what they could take after that first blood. And there's not much objective, so I feel like they just took it and left.
There's a whole dance that Aura has to do, and I stand corrected. Greed is actually rotating up. I think they're going to try to give here Renzio a bad day, but just the same, he's going to come back. Renzio, Baksha, Unity roll out, looking for a target. 2 minutes in, first turtle coming up. I feel like there's more Etumax could do. I feel like looking where the traps Etumax laid are, there's one in the purple, and I don't see where the other one is. I feel like they can do better to help secure this turtle. What are your thoughts?
Well, right now they do have position to contest this turtle out of Aura Philippines, but looks like a 2v1 here at the top side would only result to Etomax bleeding.
Yep, Etomax bleeding and Kilowash getting a recall, but just the same, that's not the kind of space you want. Kelra here with a cheeky blazing a duet, not much, just barely even scratching Greed. This is a very late turtle. As per the average here in MPL Philippines Season 7, we're approaching 3 minutes, and neither jungler is close to actually securing.
Yeah, and speaking of late things, let's talk about one early thing though. Clock of Destiny early for the Alice, but looks like JP.
Oh, he's in trouble. Greed gets the Tonas welcome, throwing one into the wall, flicker out, in comes Kilowash. Etomax gonna survive, just walking away. There's the Poissons. KelVJ is in trouble. Execution out. They are going to continue, and this is all thanks to JP. Renzio falls. What? A minute in and nobody went home. A minute in and all members of Aura are in fine shape.
Well, this is why you pick up the Estes. The Estes healing coming in from JP. The bait started out as a very dangerous task, but that's why you call it a bait. You almost die to one member of Execration, pulled them in a situation that they do not want to be in, and eventually just heal up everything that you took. And what a play coming in from Aura Philippines. That's another kill, plus the turtle.
Huge psych. And just like that, Execration left here wondering where it all went wrong. And just the same, they revert to a strategy that they know is safer. They are now going to try to pressure Benny Cutie. We see here Benny Cutie goes for the recall, and they go back to securing their side of the jungle, which is okay, but it's less than optimal. Again, in the first 10 minutes, you are ahead. Your lineup should be the one pushing the advantage. But right now, Aura PH, they're up about 2,000 gold. Execration left to their own side of the map. And yeah, we have JP to thank, who, by the way, is debuting the Estes.
Yes, and this is something that is very baffling for a lot of people because, again, the early game power spike should be in the hands of Execration, but for some reason, Aura Philippines has been playing very well even with the power spikes against them, and this is mainly because of how they rotate around the map, how they actually call their shots, and I feel like this is why Aura PH is built differently right now. Anything they draft will be an early game draft, mainly because they play that way. If we look back to their past few games in the MPL, they always got signature picks like Natalia, who's notorious for being an early game assassin. And when we talk about an Aura Philippines that knows how to play in an early game centric lineup, any draft you put to them, it's always going to be aggressive unless you match it with the same level of aggression, with Execration failing to do that in this game.
And again, I'd hate to continue singing the praises for Aura PH, but given their ever advantageous position here in the early game for game 1, I love how Greed picked up the Barats. This is a throwback to Greed from Season 4, wherein he was, an in-and-out sixth man for ONIC PH in their debut in MPL. And yeah, he would originally play tank, then he would kind of swap in and out to the Gushin. It just shows how amazing and how intelligent a player here Greed is. And this is, again, another development towards that direction. He's playing a tank, and I thought it was going to be an interesting Barats, but as it is, this is already pretty off meta, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you usually see Barats in the XP lane so that he can get his stacks faster, get skills faster, get items faster. But now he's taking and doing the hugest sacrifice. I'm playing 5 here. I'm the tank. I get items very, very slowly. But just the same, as a Barats, it kind of makes sense. Like, I just need stacks, and I can hold it down.
And not just hold it down, but he has been tanking damage as well in early fights. And we talked about the early game power of Execration. When you have someone like Barats in the mid lane that could get healed up by the Estes as well, it builds this pseudo tank early on, even without the big items for Barats just yet. And we've seen that in the latest bait that happened. Daytona's Welcome got one, he flickered away to the Estes, and the Estes healed him back to almost full health. This is a big way to negate an early game power spike, and it's quite amazing if you think about it. Coach Dale really is a genius when it comes to making sure that they counter out that very aggressive lineup coming in from Execration. But let's see if Execration could find something work out for them. They still have the power to do so. One mistake from Aura Philippines could revive that potential.
Kilowash. Oh, interesting. Clicks the Electo final blow, going 1v1 against Renzio. Not exactly a hot place to do that. JP here to the rescue, trying to save Greed. Greed at about 3/4 of health, and he wants more. He says, make my day. All this while, RPH was pushing down bottom. So much pressure on this young man, Kelra.
And Kelra is one of the prime carries for Execration. One part of the KK combo, where you can just want to see them both carry. Kill VJ is in a good spot, but Kelra, not so much. This is what you want to do when you're up against a Claude. Just beat him up early on. It's the same thing that Aura is doing to their Alice. Looks like Benicuti's just having a good time at this point.
Yep. So far, Chaknu not able to do much Chaknu things.
Yeah.
But that's what Oral PH's lineup does here. Wait, check this out in the back line. Renzio caught out in a bad spot. Puisson's gonna try to survive, and he's lasting a little longer than expected. But yeah, Kilowash says I've had it with his noise.
Man, that is just too deep coming in from Renzo. I have no idea on why he is in that area. If you want to put some vision in, could have just gotten that same vision from a safer place, but looks like they will still get the turtle blow.
Retribution Lords. KLVJ, check this out though. They are running low. That's Lord Hades slain here by KLVJ from the back lines. They want more. KLVJ onto Greed. Oh, but JP, they're tag teaming.
Oh, no.
They're tag teaming the King, and they trade 1 for 1, core for core. And now Greed still stands. The heals are here, but Renzio says, stop it. This is my specialty. The Baksha takes down the Barats. Now Benicudi caught by a 3-second stun, and that's going to be Chaknu failing to finish the job. I don't blame him, but there's the Mamba doing Mamba things. He does trade, but again, another kill for JP, sitting at 4-0-1. This is a core Estes.
Well, it's a 3-4-2 in the favor of Aura Philippines, and that core Estes right now, 4-0-1. We're laughing at it. He has a lot of gold. This isn't what you want exactly, but you have a lot of gold in your Estes, which means it's gonna be an early. Look at that though.
What? Where was this Kelra all this time? Blazing Duet in, putting Hades and JP at less than half health apiece. Amazing intro, but unable to finish the job. But just the same, very effective. Execration. Kelra says put respect on it.
Yep, and now demanding respect. Chaknu finds one. Actually, the Alice goes in.
Yep. Oh, he's in the middle of 4. This is too much. The Mamba's gonna go down. He says, welcome. Greed says, to where? To death. As Kiel is going to survive. Phantom Execution out. The Mamba is already out of the equation, and they're running out. Etomax here chased down by Kilowash. RPH is gonna take another turret.
Wow, this is really baffling for me. Aura Philippines, they're taking down objective after objective. It feels like Execration has lost their early game power spike, but that's the stun landing on Benecutie. Won't mean at all though. That's a lot of turrets already down on the side lanes for Execration. This is going to be bad because they're going to lose priority over major objectives like the Turtle and the Lord.
And just like that, their only safe haven left is mid, the main artery. That's alright. I mean, better that than nothing. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the last turtle standing. All 5 members of Execration grouping up. This is not where you want to be against a team or a lineup that Aura has. Because again, there's Benecutie. He can ode in your face. There's Greed who's just happy to welcome anybody. Like, that's a confirmed kill. So, Aura PH, wow, just steamrolling through the early game and effectively accelerating when Benecutie goes online. And right now, Benecutie is ever the threat. Let's see how Execration answers this. Mid lane, first tier turret taken out by Aura. Renzio jumping through the back. He knows it's too dangerous. At least Kel is getting his buff here.
And right now, for Aura Philippines, they established such a good lead. That's one getting caught off guard.
Rage into the revenge, and Kelra is doing amazing here, but they can only do so much. They take out Lord Hades. Could this be the turnaround of a lifetime? Kelra gets taken out. JP is down as well. That's 2 cores on the side of Aura PH. And Greed stands. Kilowatt says, I'm out of here. You got this, Barats. No, you don't. And now Kilowatt, he wants more. Is this going to be a delayed wipeout? It's just Benecutie left. Nice jump by Renzio. Oh, he misses the arrow. And just like
they're still going at it.
They want to go for it. Run, Kilowatt, run. Underneath the turret.
Hey, he's regenerating.
Oh, he's doing all right. That's going to be the
stun.
That's one more. Renzio finishes the job. You can take forever, but we're going to get you.
Execration, they finally found the fight that they wanted. Chaknu only got 1, but it wasn't that big of a deal anyway because Execration, when everyone had eyes on Chaknu, they went in the backside. And Kellera was able to deal so much damage that nobody thought that Etomax could immediately assassinate 1. At some point in that game, JP was already at 100 HP for after a split second of time. They got down the heal, they took down the healer. Nora Philippines felt lost. This is the problem when all of the gold is in your healer.
And that's crazy. Again, JP, as a joke, saying he's a core Estes. He was the MVP from Season 4, the overall season MVP, playing as Aura PH's back then Sunsparks' core. This time around, again, it's not so funny. You wish that these kills were on someone else. You wish it was on Lord Hades, and just like that. Execration, yes, they are in control, supposedly, based on the lineup in the early game, but now it's Kelra's turn. I wonder where they found the gold and the time to give Kelra this much.
This is a very interesting chart to see later on, the moment we go down to Midnight's analysis. But right now, Execration, they have a Claude online. This is what they want. Running that Avarice as well, perhaps given him a little bit of more gold to play around with. Enough gold to deal more damage in that fight. And eventually, Aura Philippines has to burn out that ultimate from the Estes because of the Abyssal Arrow. This is going in the favor of Execration after one mistake from Aura.
Yep, they have closed the gap now. It's 33k apiece, and this is a team fight waiting to happen in mid. Neither team willing to commit. Exactly, you're right, Uomi. Our analyst's analysis from after the game should be interesting. That's going to be Wolf bringing it, but now Greed is caught out. He's in trouble. Flicker out with about a fifth of his health. Benecutie, he found his target. Etomax, your mind. Down goes to Selena. Now in mid. Kelra with the blazing duet takes out
the Lancelot's gone.
But actually, it's going to be Kiel first. The king falls, and all members of Aura are still alive.
Oh no.
Down goes Renzio. The turnaround to the turnaround. It's a 3 for none.
Chaknu and Kelra are the only members alive, and looks like mid lane will be the next objective to take for Aura Philippines. It feels as if that Aura Philippines almost lost that fight, but Benecutie went in for the MVP play, and this might just be game.
Yeah, exactly. I can only imagine what Midnight and Butters are feeling like over in the Filipino cast. But here in English, it's gonna be on like Donkey Kong, because Aura PH better be smarter and say, you know what, we penetrated, that's great, but I think we should go for the Lord. They have priority And just the same, they just don't have health. Here you can see now how JP is kind of falling off.
Well, JP could potentially just wait for the ultimate, but looks like Aura Philippines, they call for the back off just yet. They want to make space for the Lord, but looks like they want to regen a little bit before they do so. They don't want to burn the blessing of the Moon Goddess just yet. Want to save it in a big moment as when Execration just goes in for the fight. I just want to point out as well, JP is running a Purify, which means if ever he does get caught out by Chak Mamba, it's going to be an easy way out to just immediately heal out everything. So I think JP is out of the equation. The moment that Purify is up, Chak Mamba can't choose to get the healer first.
Yeah.
The next option should be immediately, or the prime option is Lord Hades.
Yeah, and you're right. I think the term is not out of the equation, but not a priority.
Yes.
Like, it would be a waste for the Mamba to go for JP. I totally agree. And right now, interestingly enough, I could have sworn that arrow hit, but look at this. Greed says, welcome to your friend, and that's going to be the Mamba taking out. Lord Hades gets the kill. Finally, I believe only his second in the game. All right, so interestingly enough, the only second kill for the Granger here. And right now, Execration doing their best to juggle waves and as well try to go for a contest. Wami, what are their odds here?
The only way that they're going to contest this if Renzio is able to find a good position at the start, but I feel like they're going to have to surrender this because it's going to be way too risky. Yes, they have the Lancelot with the Thorn Rose and Retribution combo. It deals a lot of damage, but the question is, will you even get close? And if you do steal the Lord, will you survive afterwards? That's a lot of risks to take, and I feel like they already know what happened the last time they tried to steal away the Lord. They lost a game.
And Uomi, I gotta say, Uomi, that is so key. If a team decides that they're gonna give it up and then one of their members say, no, I think we can do this, that could be disastrous. That could be the turnaround. And right now, that's gonna be all lanes crashing into Execration, top, middle, and bottom. Minions and me and minions. Lord knocking in as well. That's all
Chak with the
inhibitors.
backside.
Almost down. Let's see. Chak Mamba catches one. That's Benny Cutie with the Tyrant's Rage as well. Plus Kelra blazing the wet. But Aura PH is feeling blessed. Is it enough? No, it's not. Kill VJ first goes down. Traded out for Benny Cutie. The king falls. But Kelra, one half of the double kick connection, gets revenge. And JP on with the immortality. Oh, Lord Hades says, you know what? I can't save you, man. That's going to be a 3-for-1 at the price of 2 inhibitors.
That Chak Mamba slithering out of nowhere. We did not notice it until the final second that Chaknu found that opportunity. 2 people are down for the side of Aura Philippines, which means they have the opportunity to just drop down a few turrets, but I feel like they can't end the game just yet unless they find another target.
What? Just Chaknu doing Chaknu things. Catches Lord Hades at an angle nobody expected him to. This is the power of Joshua Mangilog, the Chak Mamba, always slithering where you don't expect it. What a pickoff!
Well, I have to credit Etomax for that. He was the one who found that pickoff. A great abyssal arrow to set up Chak Mamba. The Chak Mamba would be nothing without his friends. And Etomax, what a great play for him. Almost dropped down. Actually, they did take out the immortality out of Lord Hades
First,
as well.
Yeah. Interesting. Wow. Etomax sitting at 5-1-5. Come and battle,
5-1-5.
come and battle. It's time for the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2021. The song is different. Together we achieve more. Yeah.
So yeah, together we achieve more, yeah.
But we apologize for the technical pause, but just the same, it could still swing either way here, Wami.
Definitely.
Yes, true Execration is bleeding from 2 lanes here, middle and top, but what was that? 2 times now back-to-back off Chak Mamba's initiations. They get early pickoffs, easy pickoffs on Aura PH. What's going on?
Well, not just pickoffs. The last time Chak Mamba found that Viper's Bite in the end, that ultimate on 3 people inside their own base. I actually don't know on how he reached that position first. It's like he has a rival or something, but he doesn't.
It's the flicker. It's the Tyrant's revenge plus flicker.
No. He was in the backside when he went in for the leap, so I don't know how he was able to
here,
sneak.
But the thing came from here.
Yeah, he was able to sneak on the backside. I have to watch the replay the moment I go home, or maybe even after this match. But that was an insane play. But going back to the topic at hand, when they do get that big setups coming in from Chaknu, it allows Kelra, it activates Kelra so much that the Blazing Duet could finally be felt for the first clean 2 seconds. And when you give that enough space, if the Estes immediately falls down, man, or the Philippines, it feels like they don't even have a fed healer. And we're not joking when we say fed healer.
Yep, he really is quite fed. I mean, compared to even the gold laner and the jungler, JP has taken gold, kill gold for a majority of this game. But right here, right now, still sitting at, it's ever closer, man. 51 point something K to 51 point something K. I think the only thing that Aura has on Execration are turrets and a Lord, but that just speaks to how much Execration really has a grasp on this game. The only scaler on the side of Aura right now is the Alice, but for Execration, at this point, I want to count Chaknu as a scaler. Like every minute, every second you play against Chaknu, he knows where you are. He gets better at it. Renzio here in trouble, pops the puissance, but against 4 members of Aura PH, maybe too much to ask to survive.
This is unfortunate, but looks like they're gonna take one out as well. Green will not yet though.
What? Daytona's welcome into a heel, flicker back, they take down the king. Lord Hades happy to be of service here, and just like that, Benny Cutie may have been more than he could chew. The answer is yes, Etomax gets another, and here comes the cavalry. Aura PH gonna answer back. Greed more than happy to catch an arrow here. The trade's gonna be a 2-for-1. Was that worth it, Uomi?
Well, right now they have 3 members guarding the base. Aura PH could potentially want to end this, but they decide not to. I feel like it's not that safe. You're still going up against a Claude late game that has a flicker up. Again, Chaknu and Kelra is more than enough for a possible 2v5. We've seen a 4v5 happen, but I'm telling you, a 2v5 is completely possible for Execration. With a great setup from Chaknu, Kelra could position extremely well.
Not even counting Etomax, he's actually here too.
Yeah, I mean, Etomax will surely be...
Etomax confirms kills.
Confirms kills. But the one to set it up, a 2v5 is very much possible here, even without Etomax. And Etomax, with that squad, Aura PH just calls it quits. They want to get the Lord first.
Yep, don't sleep on the Chaknu Kelra connection. It's not as cool as a double K, never mind. It's just Chaknu and Kelra. Yeah, but yeah, back to the action here. Both teams jockeying for position, trying to go for this Lord. Man-to-man defense down bottom. Kilowash versus Renzio. Kilowash sending in quite the huge wave that Renzio has to deal with the old-fashioned way. Again, the X factor here for Execration. He has to take one X's shot to make it all count, and that's going to be Chaknu. Hold up, he misses the rage. He misses one. Oh no, he has the rage. The revenge is the one he misses.
Oh no,
Kelra is in trouble. Here comes Kilowatt from the back lines. Oh, that's fine. It's fine. They're pushing him back.
Well,
we reset.
That was a little bit too risky for Kelra. I gotta say that was that almost lost them the game. But you know, it's a calculated risk, I would say.
Yeah, but did we die?
Did we die? Not so much. Will they be able to contest this?
Whoa! Renzio, you mad lad! Stealing the Lord from underneath Aura PH's nose. But they do lose Etomax. Is that worth it? No, I think the answer is yes. As the king falls, both members of Execration, Etomax and KLVJ falls. Renzio walks away with impunity. What?
This is a 3v5. Kelra's still alive. If miracles happen, it should happen now. They're gonna go for the base. Chaknu still healthy.
Oh, and look at this. Kilowash making sure that Renzio can't go home. So it's technically a 2v4 defense. Lord here gonna act as a meat shield from Aura PH's damage. And they don't have a wave. They don't have a wave. Look at this. Kilowash and Renzio. They're just, you know,
battling it out.
Both two-time champions.
Man-to-man defense, he goes in.
Kelra with the blazing duet, and they go for the, welcome. The throne is welcome. Down goes Kelra, and I think that is going to be the nail in the coffin for Execration. Aura PH able to outplay and outsmart Execration at the very last moments. Congratulations.
Oh man, look at these faces. You know that they were satisfied with that ending, and now they are at match point against Execration.
This winning moment is brought to you by Oppo A94. We've seen Aura PH do this draft, as experimental as it was, seems to be something that they practiced. And again, you mentioned it earlier, ONIC Coach Dale and Coach Arcadia very well equipped their players for success. Might have taken the long road. There were some windows of opportunity for Execration to come back, but again, they had the map. They had the map. It came down to that.
And speaking of map, they even risked a lot of 50-50 plays in the early game, and that's what I love to commend. The way they played the early game did not match their power spikes, but in the end, it still worked out for them, and we have to give credit on how they played their composition, even if they had the losing power spike in the early game.
Yeah, so that being said, it just shows you how much Execration has left in the tank. I haven't done the math, neither has Owami, but the chance for Execration to go into the upper bracket might not be there anymore.
Yes.
I think they were looking for a sweep.
They were looking for a sweep, but they could potentially just go above NXP if they get at least one game in this series. But you know what? At this point, since they can't secure an upper bracket, it's bragging rights if they go above NXP.
I guess that rivalry has yet to see its end. Ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it over to our analyst, Wolf, to break down game number 1.
Thank you so much, casters, and napakagandang adjustment coming out from Aura PH to kind of counter the double core setup ng side ng Execration, which we will explain later. For now, my name is Wolf, and why don't we look at the following post-game statistics brought to you by Smart. So, ano nga ba yung magandang adjustment dito ng Aura PH? Kumuha sila ngayon ng isang Barats, expecting of course yung double core setup ng Execration. Yung Barats at kanyang resilience, alam naman natin na maganda to laban sa isang Selena. That's why Aura PH kind of felt confident with this. Tapos may wave clear naman siya nakukuha dahil dun sa kanyang skill set. At ang pinakamagandang epekto ng isang Barats ay lagi siyang may kill threat or control threat doon sa double core setup. For example, Lancelot, pati na rin itong Claude, lagi silang threatened every time nakasama si Barats. Dinagdagan pa ng extra sustain coming out from the Estes. And by the way, etong Oracle na kinuha ni Grid ay nakuha agad niya about yung first item ito, basically speaking. So that's around what, 5 minutes or even before. Kaya nga naman nakita natin na naging effective yung Estes. And eventually, etong naka-threaten na lineup na side ng Execration, ng Aura PH, I mean, ay naging problema para sa side ng Execration dahil laging maiilang si Lancelot, pati na rin si Claude kapag nagkaroon nga ng teamfight. However, we did see Execration play well in this particular game. At tingnan natin yung highlights. Paano nga ba natin makikita kung gaano kalupit ang side ng Execration kapag clutch moments na, or dare I say, kapag mga teamfights na ngayon nangyayari, alam nila yung kailangan nilang gawin at nag-a-adjust din naman sila. So makikita natin sa side ng Aura PH yung control na ginalagay palagi ni Grid as a threat pag siya nasa front lines, tapos backtop siya ng kanyang Granger, pati na rin ni JP. Doon natin nakikita na yung Aura PH ay nagkaroon ng enough farm for their cores. Ano nga ba yung mga core ng Aura PH? It is the Granger, pati na rin yung Alice. Wait ng enough time. And by the way, KLVJ was phenomenal with this Lancelot. Yun nga lang ay mapapunish siya eventually dahil yun naman talaga nature ng isang Barats, pati na rin ng Estes. Parang tinatanggal nila yung burst potential na meron ang isang Lancelot by being just tanky and sustainable into the front lines. By the way, this clash coming out from Execration, kaya sila nanalo dito dahil sila yung nasa outer circle while yung Aura PH ay nasa inner circle. Ito yung mga arguments kung bakit maganda ang isang Claude laban sa isang Estes kind of lineup dahil naturally nag-group up yung Estes kind of lineup at syempre may damage ka using the Blazing Duet. Art of Thievery din ay masusulit agad. Makuha ka agad ng 10 stacks. And then yung Execration, yung paglalaro nila dun sa game na yun ay napakatalino din. And even yung juggling nila kay Kilowashi Eto Max, inuna nila yung Torre para pwede nilang i-dive confidently yung Benedetta at nakuha nga sila ng kill. And Chakno once again, napagandang initiation on the right target which was Benny Cutie at syempre yung tamang pagpasok ni KLVJ in this particular skirmish. Ang ganda nung timing nung dalawang cores ng Execration which was the Claude and yung Lancelot. Kaya natin sinabing maganda kasi hinintay talaga nila yung perfect timing para hindi na sila makontrol ng Aura PH at ma-outlast nila yung control. At yun na nga ang napakagandang stun coming out from Etomax. proving na ang Selena talaga ay nakakatakot. Ano ang nangyari nga lang kung bakit eventually nanalo ang Aura PH? This clash na nakita natin na hiwalay si Benecutie, tapos yung naapat ng Aura PH yung Lancelot. And then when Execration decided to go for the Alice, doon na nag-punish yung Aura PH at nakuha nila yung Lord. I mean, Renjo was able to get the Lord anyways, but they got the Lord control. Kaya nga naman, kahit nanakaw na yung Lord, yung Execration, masyado silang nag-overstay around the Lord area, kaya nga naman na-punish sila ng Aura PH. Ito yung importanteng keyword yung control sa Lord area. It doesn't matter kung kayo yung makakuha ng Lord ng last hit, pero pag kayo na kasi may control dun sa area, mapapatay at mapapatay nyo yung mga kalaban, and that's exactly what Aura PH did against Execration. Eventually, nakuha na nga nila ang MVP. Oh my goodness! Mid lane Barats coming at you, and mukhang makikita natin to sa mga pubs. Ngayon, ang main problem with the Barats in the mid lane is hindi siya katulad ng Farsa, ng Lunox, or ng Kagura na mabilis mag-traverse ng mapa. Meaning to say, hindi siya ganun ka-solid kung pagdating sa pagdalaw. Pero ano ba yung strengths ng isang Barats into the mid lane? Meron kang wave clear at meron kang damage na pwedeng tankin. Nakita nyo yun, 200,000 damage tanked. At dahil meron siyang resilience dahil sa big guy, para siyang may tough boots palagi na mas maganda pa. Tapos meron siyang Estes for extra heal para din mataas yung damage. At like we said, siya yung pangharang doon sa Claude, pati na rin doon sa Lancelot dahil lagi siyang may threat ng control. At kung sino man ang kanyang ma-ultian with a Detona's welcome, ay kaya talaga nilang patin. Kahit pa yung Kufra, pwede nilang bigyan kung gugustuhin nila. The thing is, all I'm trying to say is, napakalakas ng threat ng isang Barats when it comes to the teamfight control, lalong-lalo na kung naka-double core setup ang inyong kalaban. That is the reason why Aura PH was able to win that. And by the way, kung pwede rin kayong manalo sa ating live watching rewards, please scan this QR code right here or get into this link. And if you're part of the first 30,000 entries, may chance kang manalo ng isang treasure box na may laman na 599 diamonds worth of skin. Good luck sa'yo. That has been game number 1. Makakakita pa ba tayo ng magaling na juggling lineup ulit mula sa Execration, and eventually, mas maganda na ba yung kanilang late game? Or will Aura PH try to make another cheesy kind of lineup laban sa Execration? Abangan natin yan. Let's pass it now back to the casters.
Everything Wolf said, I agree with. I'm still hung up on that Barats pick in tank. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Caster's Desk. My name is Leo, joined here by Uwami, and we're about to bring you what could possibly be match point here for Aura PH going up against Execration. Now, let's circle back again from the big-brained moment that we threw it over to the analyst and consider what else can Execration do here to try and get one up on the rivals next play when it comes to scoring. Because, again, they just need one game.
Yeah, one game.
They need one game. So what can they do here in game 2 to force that?
Well, in game 1, we really can't expect something standard from Aura Philippines, that's for sure. So it's more about making a more refined version of yourself than expecting something that you could potentially think of from Aura Philippines, because that Barats mid isn't something that you would potentially think straight out, because they got that Barats first rotation. You would think that it's an off-lane Barats, but no, it's a mid-lane Barats, and you wouldn't expect that. So I think for Execration, it's more about just trying to improve yourself at that point. And how to improve yourself? It's mainly just sticking to what worked in game 1 and try to think of what went wrong, because they actually drafted well there. They had late game potential, they played well, but for some reason, even when they had the early game power spike, it felt like they didn't at all. So the Lancelot wasn't utilized in a way that you would think it's gonna be utilized. I mean, KLVJ played okay. Not the best, but I wish they could play that early game aggression more, because they were capable of it, but sadly they didn't pull it off.
Yeah, they were armed for it, but given Aura PH's lineup and again the excellence of execution, just how well they play most games, it was too much to ask. So yeah, I think there's no use crying over spilled milk. For Execration, we're about to get real motivational here. Yes, improve themselves. I mean, that's just a simple...
it's simple.
Improve yourself.
Now, when I say improve yourself, it's more about studying what went wrong in game 1. Because
that's easier said than done. It's very hard, right? Like, again, the mental reset game is already difficult as it is, but to look back at a game that happened minutes ago, that's gonna be quite the feat.
Well, that's going to be in the hands of their coaches in the side of Execration, studying what went wrong in that game. But honestly, I feel like there was nothing wrong about their draft. They're drafted in their comfort. They know for a fact that they could have done a lot of great things. And Kelra, even when he was behind, he did amazing
he was
in
able
that
to
game.
farm from out of nowhere and managed to become quite the threat. But yes, now that we're talking about this whole Kelra Claude situation, he was one of the few hopes left for Execration. He was that one excess shot that could make it. He was Red leader. He was the Luke Skywalker coming in to the belly of the Death Star, trying to get that shot into the exhaust port to blow up the friggin' planet buster. But just the same,
he got in the belly of the Barats instead.
Yes, that one last moment, and that's not even it, Omi. I was gonna get to the point wherein it's JP. It's that core Estes, but thanks, I'm here until playoffs. It's that heal. It's that feeling #blessed from the Estes that kind of stops all threats. Because after the Blazing Duet's done, sure, you get all the members of Aura PH at about half health, maybe less. They get healed back up and they're ready to go.
Yeah, the box shell wasn't even felt in terms of literally just maybe reducing the health or the healing coming in from the Estes, because most of the time, I hate to put the player down, but Renzio, 2 times in that match or in that game, were caught off guard in a 4v1 scenario. One in the top side, one in the bot side. And this is an integral when you're the one anchoring that anti-healing aspect of your team.
Yeah, benefit of the doubt, again, let's reframe this. Renzio, yes, he was caught out maybe twice, out of nowhere for no good reason, but he was chasing 2 rabbits. Is that the adage? But get this. Yes, he is in charge of stopping the healing. Yes, you got the Puissance, get Baksha's Mark, you get less healing. But just the same, he was the only one who was expendable to help the team buy time. Right? You're not going to send Chaknu because he needs to set things up. You're not going to send Etomax. It's not very good. So you do Renzio. You say, Renzio, just be a hero. Be a magnet, just pull 3 or 4 members of Aura away. I guess that's what the mindset was, but now here in Game 2, going into the draft brought to you by Smart, Aura PH going to be on the play, Execration answering back, choosing to be on the red side, getting 2 picks as they go back around. Aura PH taking out the Eve, taking out the Kufra, very smart. Execration taking out the Diggy and the Matilda.
I love the respect coming in from Aura Philippines out of here. They know for a fact that Chaknu's Kufra in Game 1 almost secured the game for Execration. One big set in... Actually, it was almost Aura PH winning at that point, and then one counter set coming in from the Kufra gave the game, or almost gave the game to Execration.
Gave them a chance.
Gave them a chance, a big fighting chance. But speaking of chances, there's no chance to be a jawhead here. That's going to be a 3rd ban from Aura Philippines. A lot of tank bans here for the side of Aura. Meanwhile, for Execration, they're going to respect ban Etomax. Actually, that's not going to be a respect ban. Execration, they're going to ban out the Selena.
It's a respect ban for Greed. Greed is still one of the more, how do you say, essential Selena players, having a 100% win rate. And the few times...
In how many matches?
2. The few times it came out, 2.
Yeah, all right. Benefit of the doubt, 100% win rate on 2 matches. But if there's one hero that reminds me of Greed in Season 7, it's gonna have to be the Kagura. And when I think of the Kagura, it's either RTZ from Work or Greed from Aura Philippines.
8 games.
8 games in Kagura.
1/6 of them.
1/6 of him. You know what? That's a positive win rate. Let's see if we're going to see a Kagura from this side of Aura Philippines. But looks like Ling... You know what? Let's talk about this a little bit, Leo. We have been seeing Ling priority picks since yesterday. Is there any reason on why? Because right now, I still don't think that getting your core as the first priority pick is a very smart choice. But it has been working for a lot of teams lately.
Glad you asked. Prior to the patch that released this week, Ling was already in demand, right? Like, he's such a great hero, has so much mobility, great damage in the mid to late game once he gets his items, but I guess the reason why he's worth first picking nowadays is because of that buff he just received. He deals a little bit more damage, and I guess that's the one thing you needed to put you over the edge, to make you all the more a commodity. So right now, Execration, they know the exact answer. They know to pick up the Barats to make the Ling's life a living hell as well. They pick up the Show, which I'm flummoxed. I am left ajar. Wait, is that a word?
While you look at your stats here,
I want to see what that show's all about.
Yeah,
Like,
but
why?
I have to say this Cho and Barat's pick. They're made to make the Ling just not go down and just burn his Tempest of Blades immediately. Because if you go in with a Barats and a Cho, yes! We're not seeing the Kagura in the hands of Greed. We're seeing Kagura in the hands of Etomax. Might just give Greed a seminar on how to play this Kagura. But his Selena was really good in game 1. Let's see if it could potentially go for flashy plays once again in game number 2. But right now, though, they do have a lot of crowd control for the side of Execration.
Yeah, there's only one player who plays Cho on the side of Execration, and that's Chaknu.
Oh no, I feel like they don't have a positive win rate with that Cho.
It's not. It's 1 and 2. It's
yeah,
33%.
This is really something that we need to talk about because Cho has been the secondary pick for the side of Execration for some reason. Whenever Kufra's out, they go for the Cho, which is really weird because whenever Chaknu goes out of the Kufra Atlas type of picks, it always feels as if you're not watching a Chaknu game.
You're left wanting for more. Like, this is not Chaknu. Let me cover the name bar that doesn't feel like Chaknu.
I mean, the Popple and Koopa picks did work out a little bit, but not as insanely.
No, it's actually a 0% win rate. He's never won with Popple and Koopa. So yes, I love me Chaknu. The day that this young man debuted in the MPL, I knew he was something. But right now in Season 7, he's kind of finding himself. Let's just put it at that.
Yeah.
He's finding himself.
Let's blame the meta a little bit. I mean, the meta doesn't really favor a lot of his favorite heroes out here. So
it wasn't kind to Execration as a whole, in general. The reason why they're finding themselves in this odd place is because of how experiments were done mid-season, patches of affected heroes. But yeah, back to the draft here. Execration taking out the Angela and the Natalia. Both possible picks for Greed, which by the way, both help the Ling. For RPH, it's, yes, what about the Eve?
Sorry, I was about to say that the Eve was open, then realized that it was banned already. So the Farsa is open.
Yes,
the Farsa.
The Farsa and the Changa. The Farsa and the Changa. All right, so yeah, Kagura, again, you mentioned, will no longer be played by Greed. So what does this leave Baloy? What does this leave this dashing man right in the center of your screens to play? It's an interesting question, as he could be the one playing the Lunox, but just the same Execration.
I feel like Lunox is the play here.
Yeah, revealing their cards. Look at this. This is already the King's hero. This is KLVJ's Hayabusa. For Aura PH though, Uomi, you're saying it might be the Lunox on Greed?
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be the Lunox on Greed. Lunox is one of the more safer mages that Greed could play, especially against an Hayabusa and a Kagura. One good Order of Brilliance could potentially just negate a lot of damage.
He's played it twice, all right? Played it twice, 100% win rate though, but guess who's played Lunox just the same amount? It's Benny Cutie. So it's a 50-50. Right now, it confirms it. Benny Cutie's going to be playing the Alice off the side, and I'm expecting... This is still a toss-up. Could be a tank, again, a sub-tank Benedetta or a basic tank Baksha. I don't know.
Who knows? Maybe...
Double 50-50s, what?
What if they pick up the Estes and pull out a gold lane Kagura and a mid lane Barret? Who knows?
Not wrong. Not wrong. Knows? But again, if it was Aura PH, you swap these drafts, I'd accept it. But it's Execration. They are on the brink. This is match point. They might get swept. So they have to play something very safe.
Yeah, not experimental at all. I feel like something that could potentially make this draft excellent would be someone that could potentially sustain everyone. The Rafaela, though nerfed, is still open. Let's see on what they would secure. They go for the Harith. When we talk about sustain, it's going to be sustained damage instead for the side of Execration, but it does take some time. But guess what? What other hero takes time? It's the Alice. Aura Philippines was able to speed up the Alice growth from Game 1. But let's go back to a little bit of stats from weeks 1 to 3. This Baksha plus the Alice pick has had almost 100% win rate together. Together when paired. It's insanely good. And the front line is deceptively hurtful and deceptively tanky.
This is going to be an interesting go. Execration, here's the word I'm looking for to explain and describe this lineup. It feels frail. It feels frail. Like their engages and their path to victory is relatively narrow. There's so much more answers from the side of Aura PH here, and it's just simpler to understand. But just the same, let's not count out Execration just yet. The boys from Etivac, Cavite from the Philippines, are still in this. They can still make their Exa shot, make it count. Uomi, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the second game in this best of 3. Do you agree with what I just said? Like, is it just me, or does Execration's lineup feel kind of narrow? As soon as they picked up that show first pick, it felt like they kind of locked themselves in.
Well, right now it does feel like it's a glass cannon lineup with not a lot of durability apart from the fact that they have a Barats, but what makes you feel that it's narrow, and I feel like that it is a little bit narrow, is it doesn't have a central goal. They have, I'm not quite sure what the combo is. They have a Barats.
It's just damage.
It's generally good.
It's just damage.
But it's like having, it's like a halo dessert.
Right.
Like you have 5 good ingredients, you put them in ice, you mash them down together and hope for a good result.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're of varying success rates, the heroes that they picked up here. Again, Chaknu sitting at 33% on this tank show. Kelra, though, is having an amazing time with his Harith. He does get the comfort there as we see him go head-to-head against Benny Cutie. Chaknu, though, might get caught out. Oh, these two tanks. Chaknu just gets his level 2. Looking at Kelra's record, his Harith, 11 games played.
That's a lot of games.
6 and 5.
We have 13 matches here in the regular season, and not all matches go for 3 games, but that's still a lot of games for the side of this Harith on the hands of Kelra. And
he has the reps.
He has the reps for it. And right now, though, I'm not really feeling that it's going to be an integral pick just yet, especially in the early game. Chaknu, though, almost falling down, but you know, this Cho is deceptively tanky with a Shunpo.
Getting shields and dashes as he goes. Interestingly enough, I think Chaknu's just doing what he's supposed to do. I don't think they expect to get pickoffs right now. Again, this is a Hayabusa.
Yeah.
He's so weak in the early game, and he's so specific if ever he does go on the offensive. So yeah, what Chaknu's doing is he's trying to give Kelra that same chance that he got as the Claude in Game 1.
And right now, though, Turtle will be started by Execration, but I feel like Aura Philippines, they could potentially go for the contest. Renzio trying to buy space here, but looks like they're not going to contest this at all. JP will just go for a miracle steal.
Nope, too difficult. There's a retribution on the King here, but Greed is in trouble. That's going to be 1 hit away. Oh, but he stops it at Max. 1 HP in a dream. There's a shadow kill. JP flickers in and survives.
And almost going down to the hands of Kill VJ, but you know, it's still going to be, wow, off camp though. That's going to be a first blood going to Execration, and looks like it will be a 1-for-1 as Lord Hades take it down. Chaknu, though, trying to find another one, but looks like it's just going to be a 1-for-1.
Yep, interesting trade. Benny Cutie for Kelra. It's a wash.
Well, right now, you know what? I was trying to find a way to rhyme it with Kilowash, but now I'm just going to give up. Going back to that bottom lane fight.
Maybe later. We'll try again.
Maybe later. We'll try again. A first blood does go to the hands of, I think, Execration, but Lord Hades picking up a kill. That's massive for Ling. That early kill while having the purple buff is insanely good.
That's what I was going to say. They put the kill on the right target, but right now the King looks for 1. Shadow kill. with hopes of taking a few hits on the lane. He does get it. So this puts Execration 1,000 gold ahead of Aura PH.
This is nice. This is nice for Execration. They're finally pulling off their aggressive moves, and this isn't what actually you would expect, but looks like they're going to go for Betty Cutie.
Zaman Force committed underneath the turret, plus another hit from the king, KLVJ. He's feeling it. This is where you want to see Execration, man.
This is what you wanted to see in Game 1 if you're an Execration fan. But looks like Execration, they finally have their mind straight. They want to take down Aura PH early on. It looks like Renzio has to flicker away.
Oh no, Tempest of Blades here, and it seems to be enough. Electro final blow. All of the resources, a little too much. Nice use of the Eye for an Eye. Kilowash able to parry that turret strike. Watch out!
That's a nice sound effect, Leo. And
Yeah.
Aura Philippines, they do survive that 4v1 against Renzio. But Renzio right now, I feel like that's what he wants. He wants to be able to absorb pressure as the Barats, as Execration will start this turtle relatively for free. Even dancing a little bit out there, the king showing off his shadows, trying to check out if people are going to contest.
I think he said, I'm just kidding, I'll take it. But look at this. A steal by KLVJ. JP could not protect his jungler's orange buff.
And the bear.
Right now, yeah, the Ursa as well. But look at this. Tempest Blaze on the Renzio. Round 2. Hades using the killing spree to heal himself up. Killer Zaman Force catches the tip. Greed survives. And now Eto Max wants one.
Chaknu though.
Not gonna get it. Kilowash putting a few beads. There's the Order of Brilliance. I like the final blow by Kilowash. Wants to take this down. Could not find the space to get it. And they reset.
And this is a smart rotation coming in from Aura Philippines. I need to know the reason why they're trying to pin down Renzio instead of Kelra though. Even if you would want Kelra to be behind, we all know what happened in Game 1. Maybe the game plan right now for Aura Philippines is to try to take down Renzio, take away the ability of the Barats to potentially just tank a lot of damage by putting him down early on and giving the kills to Ling this time around.
But here's what's dangerous, Uolmi. Renzio calls for the swap, but Aura PH, ever relentless, says, Renzio, where you going? You're still our man.
And this is bad for Execration because looks like it's going to be a 2v3 here, though.
Shadow kill by KLVJ, plus the Way of the Dragon. Chaknu
Not
in
enough.
the middle of
Tempest
two.
Blades.
There's going to be the Tempest Blades. He survives! And Netumax goes for the punish underneath the turret. And Chaknu finally falls. Kilowash gets it, but Benny Cutie goes as well. There is one ally on the side of Execration. That's the turret.
Oh, no!
But just the same, the king falls. It is a delayed 4 for 2. That was messy, but just the same, Aura able to make the most of it.
And Aura Philippines, just when you thought they lost that fight, they're still going to go for the 2v1 against the Harith here. JP still alive with 10 HP, and Kilowash just going to dash in and out of that fight. But going back in that big bottom lane fight, though, Execration, you thought that they already won, but the Lunox Greed had other ideas.
Greed just came in. It's like, all right, stop this madness. Tempest of Blades here. Finally, Lord Hades gets a purple, but gets caught up with the Way of the Dragon, and Kelra finishes Kilowash off. And that is going to be a turtle for a hero. Hades is not even able to capitalize with the buff. This just feels like Execration has found Aura's number.
I guess, and Kelra, even if playing this Harith means trying to survive the early game until you get your items, it doesn't feel like that way anymore.
Yep.
He already has the items that he needs to deal damage. The Calamity Reaver is there. He's already online. He's almost 8 minutes in. That Zaman Force will begin to immediately demand respect from the enemies. Once he lays that down, it's the law. You either run away or fight for your life.
Yeah, 4 out of 5 times, if you're found in this situation, you're neck and neck against a Harith that's sitting at 2-1-1 with a Purify up. You just let him have his Zaman Force. You leave it, and then you re-engage. And I think Aura PH is armed for that. They just need to know when to make that call. I wonder, in this 8-minute game, if they're gonna be falling for it one more time, because Kelra, he seems to be everywhere. He's at top, he's at mid. They want to push both lanes, definitely, but there's always someone at guard. And right now, again, they're going for Renzio. Let's see if they can take him down. In goes with the Ode. Welcome to Daytona, he says. Tempest of Blades to stop him, and they get it for free.
It's not even a surprise anymore. Anywhere Renzio goes, you're gonna see Aura Philippines right up on his face. And it's not a fun time to be a Barretts this time. And I feel like they've already put Renzio way too behind. And when a fight does occur, it's not gonna be a Barretts that's gonna last long inside the fight. But the question remains, will Aura Philippines even last long as long as they want to? Because Execration, they have the Harith and the Hayabusa both online, both deal so much damage.
Yep, and just the same, you're talking about scaling. Benny Cutie, on the other hand, he could use a little more. He could farm up, but again, he's so dedicated to try to get some kills. Wave the Dragon onto one, but the King falls from the backline. JP, barely alive. That's going to be the Poissons, just enough to put some tags onto a few members of Execration. But Edomax comes in, and here comes Benny Cutie. Owed, but it's too late for Greed. They take one as well. It's a 2 for 2, and they are going to reset. It was too much. Words were said, feelings were hurt, mistakes were made, and Lord Hades is pushing.
Well, this is the power of the Ling. The mobility that comes in this hero just allows Aura Philippines to take more than what they've won in that fight. A 2 for 2 exchange plus chip damage on the inhibitor turret, and he doesn't even get punished. This is an Aura Philippines win, even if it's just by an inch, and those inches add up.
Inches into feet, feet into meters. But back to the matchup here. Lord has already spawned 10 minutes in. We're still looking for Benny Cutie to make a mark. So far, when it comes to magic damage, you're looking at Greed. He deals with Renzio like that. All right, but we're talking about Benny Cutie. He had to trap people in that purple buff. He had to trap people and face the music. And by music, I mean...
Oh no, here we go again.
And here what, round 6, 7 onto Renzio? They take him down just like that. It's round 5. Nay, it's round 5.
My
That's going to be
God.
a kill for Aura PH, and Execration now has to wonder, how can we move? How do we make the...
Oh no, though!
But there's the way of the Dragon. Caught out his Greed. He didn't even get to use the Order of Brilliance. JP follows suit, and that's going to be the shadow kill by the King! KLVJ, he's going ham. So does the other K. Kelra takes down Kilowash. Lord Hades left alone. He's in trouble.
Well, 15 seconds on JP, 10 seconds on Greed. I feel like Aura Philippines, they could potentially just defend this and contest the Lord if Execration does try to start it. It's fairly early in the game. We haven't reached the TikTok timers yet, but looks like it is going to be a free Lord for the side of Execration. I don't think Aura Philippines has the ability to stop this unless...
No, but they are going to try to take down bottom. I wonder if there's enough of a minion wave presence there. Nah, here comes Renzio. All right, close one. Woo! Close
Almost.
one. Yeah, Aura PH, they've been working down that bottom lane. If they do, minions get enhanced there. But Execration, all of their siege minions have already been enhanced given the Lord, and Lord will also be marching down mid. Amazing exchange here. Execration and Aura going toe-to-toe, tit for tat. I wonder, look at the items. Oh, wait.
Holy Crystal on Kelra.
Kelra is just lacking one more. Wait,
Before the Exodia?
Yeah, one more, and then he's just ultimate Harith.
Well, one more item, and it's going to be the ultimate Harith to give an ultimate victory to Execration.
Oh, yeah.
The Lord will be marching down mid lane, as you said, Leo. And I feel like Aura Philippines, they do have the chance to secure a good fight here, but Execration, they're smelling blood.
Yep. Oh, this is all 6 members of Execration. They have a new recruit, Lord, joining them, helping with the penetration. Down goes the mid lane tier 1. And yeah, this is just Lord Hades. Call it a play of desperation, but this is just what he could do at this point.
Well, at least he pulls pressure out of the side of their base, and he didn't even do anything. He just stood there menacingly. I will take down this turret if you don't go out of our base, and succeeds in doing so. But still, it is an inhibitor turret in the mid lane, and for Aura Philippines, having less turrets right now compared to Execration, they don't have any turrets at all in the mid lane. That's going to be massive in terms of any fight in the jungle.
Yep. Oh, #1 seed in Group A here in trouble. Execration threatening a Game 3. This is their game to lose right now, Womi. They are ahead 4,000 gold. This is the best #XS shot they've taken so far in this series. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, this is a once-in-a-season matchup. This affair may only be repeated in the playoffs. Now, Chaknu placing so much pressure. He's actually doing great on this Cho right now.
Yeah, I think...
1-1 and 8?
Yes, and I have to agree with you. The game-changing play was when Chaknu found Greed.
Easy.
That was the Chuck Mamba moment. We just didn't call it out a lot.
It was what started everything.
It's the one that started this X shot to victory. And we're giving credit to Chaknu right now. Sorry for looking at the stats of your show, but it's just the harsh truth of it, Lord Hades.
Oh, close one, close one. Etumax must have skipped a beat there, but just the same, Lord Hades not one to push his luck. Gonna go ahead, Finch Boys out of there. Just the same, I think the story for Aura PH here is to just manage the waves, clear what they can, get as much resources that's coming in, and then try to find another engagement. Do you agree? Is it a safer engage that they're looking for? Oh wait, can
That's
they
not
find
safe
it?
at all.
The answer is no. Shadow kill by the King takes down Lord Hades. Ling is out of the equation for the next 30-something seconds. And just like that, it's looking ever bleak for Execration. Oh, I'm sorry, for Aura PH. Execration is just marching in. This is bottom lane turret. It's going to be no max to Kelra.
Well, Aura Philippines, they have 20 seconds on their core. Execration, this is their biggest chance right now. This is the extra shot to victory if they make another good play.
Oh, that's going to be 2 lanes pushed in. 2 lanes bleeding for Aura PH. Not looking too lit for the Aura Fire fam. Execration though, oh, that's it. They're going to commence Project Choke. They're going to take the buffs.
Well, choking out Aura Philippines will be the next step for Execration to try and limit the resources that Aura Philippines could take to potentially take over this game once again. But a massive fight is about to happen. 5 seconds from now, the Lord will be spawning, and if Aura Philippines is able to take it away from Execration, it's going to be a major shift. But Execration, they have all the tools to secure a good fight, and Chaknu is just slithering around the corner once again.
Oh, JP doesn't have an immortality.
Oh,
Could
no.
be. Oh, nice! Using the flicker to displace him and get hit by the Way of the Dragon to the other side. So they can make this mental note. No more Way of the Dragon. How can we take advantage?
Well, taking advantage on the side of Aura Philippines, I don't feel like noting at this point that Chaknu's ultimate is down. I think Flicker was the more valuable target out there. And Flicker getting burned in the hands of JP means it's less safe for the tank. And I hate to break it to Aura Philippines, but putting down Renzo wasn't the best idea!
Another one, ladies and gentlemen. The shadow kill able to finish off Greed. Baloy once more, the victim of violence. Exit shot takes it. Not even a moment to defend. We're going to be seeing game number 3.
And game number 3 will be the way for Execration to get 1 point above NXP. That's 1 point above their rivals in their groups. And look at these people. They're just having it right now.
Loving it. This winning moment is brought to you by Head and Shoulders. Interesting way to celebrate. Etomax just plonked his head on the table, like showing, hey, no dandruff here. Check it out.
Great way to enter that sponsor spiel right now.
What are you talking about? I love Head and Shoulders, but just the same, back to the game. Again, we called Execration's lineup a little too narrow, a little all over the place. That is an oxymoron, but just the same, that's what they did. They kind of split up Aura, and they confused them enough to the point of no return, where every member of Execration, save for Renzo, he was such a martyr, every member of Execration was just punching way above their weight class, bang for buck.
It felt like the Avengers. Like you have a little bit of everything in that composition. You have Cho on Chaknu, you have Kelra on his Harith. It felt like they went out to give all their specialties. If there's a more Pinoy counterpart to that, it's like the Salo-Salo, where every family just puts out the best thing that they have inside their kitchen, and that was just it. The Salo-Salo combo from Execration.
I think it's called the potluck.
The potluck.
Yeah. I want to get this in here before we throw it over to our analyst. I'm calling it Chaknu on that show. Choknu. Choke. Never mind. Wolf, break it down. Tell us what exactly happened in game number 2.
Sabi nga nila, big-time players make the big-time plays, and Chuck Mamba once again proving kung bakit siya sa pinakamalupit na tanks dito sa ating liga. My name is Wolf, your analyst, and why don't we look at this game? The following post-game statistics are brought to you by Smart. And speaking of smart, a very smart choice mula sa Execration na kumuha agad ng Barats, especially because of the fact na nagkakaubusan na nga ng mga valid EXP laners. Yung Aura PH naman, they went in for the backsha to kind of counter the regeneration or the sustain coming out from the side of Execration. At nakuha din nila yung Ling. Ngayon, napaisip ang Execration, paano nga ba natin to sasagutin? And that made the choke pick now eventually made a lot of sense para sa side ng Execration. At yung pinakahuli na Harith pick, nag-make sense din para sa side ng Execration dahil ang kanilang inisip, siguro, sige, meron tayong early game damage, pero make sure natin na yung ating late game ay maganda. And ito yung sinagot nila doon sa Alice. A lot of arguments are saying na mas maganda ang Harith when it comes to dealing well against the Alice at nakita natin yan in this particular game. And actually, pag tinignan natin na mabuti yung highlights, makikita natin kung gaano ka nga ba nakapag-control ang side ng Execration. Control meaning ginawa nila ng paraan para makapag-farm si Kelra in this particular game. I mean, kung isipin, madali lang naman magbigay ng farm sa isang double core setup, for example. Pero yung ginawa kasi ng Execration, para magkaroon ng farm si Kelra, ay gumawa sila ng mga magugulong plays around. And Renzio also played a very important role in making that happen. Bakit hindi natin tingnan ang highlights para makita itong part na to? So in the early stages, do take note na ang Execration ay may mga plays na ginagawa. Like, for example, Kelra winning this 1v1 is also very important. First blood pa yan. Tapos, parang pwede siya pang mag-deny ng mga goal doon sa Alice. I mean, obviously na-trade siya. Pero yung naging overall effect nito is magkakaroon siya ng mas magandang lane doon sa may bottom lane. And yung Aura PH, dahil meron silang Benedetta pati Ling, medyo required silang maghanap ng mga plays around. And doon naman naging important na factor si Kel VJ on this Hayabusa, punishing yung mga split pushes na yon. So yung Aura PH, nung time na kinailangan nilang mag-group up, doon na sila na-outplay ng Execration. Another good keyword to use when studying this game is the word na peel. Kung saan nagawa ng Execration yung mga magandang pag-peel doon sa mga crucial na team fights. Ano ibig sabihin ng peel? Basically, parang hinihiwa-hiwalay mo yung mga members ng kalaban para ma-identify mo yung tamang target at mahiwalay mo siya doon sa kanya mga kampi and eventually get the better team fight. So yung Execration, meron silang ganong klaseng peel. Like for example, yung Way of the Dragon, yung Zaman Force used for the damage, Renja dahil meron siyang Detona's Welcome, all of these work wonders para makapag-peel ang Execration. Sama mo pa yung napakagandang pag-timing ni Etomax dun sa kanyang burst with the Yin Yang Overturn at syempre si Chakno na nakakahanap ng tamang target. Arguable din na ang Kagura ay magandang way para pigilan ng isang Lunox dahil dun sa kanyang combo na pwede niyang i-burst down ng isang Lunox. And that's what we saw. And by the way, this play, hindi na kailangang i-explain. Chakno with a wonderful usage of the Way of the Dragon once again. At hindi lang naman yan yung magandang play coming out from Chakno himself. All throughout yung kanyang presence sa mapa with 79% of the kills na nagiging parte siya. 1, 1, and 10 with 63,000 damage taken. The overall presence of Chak Mamba gave Execration this victory. Napakahirap nga naman kung ikaw ay nasa part ng Aura PH. Paano mo pipigilan yung show na gumawa ng plays, yung Hayabusa, pati na rin yung Barats. At eventually, yung Harith ay naging problema kasi nga naman mayroong iba pang mga heroes na nag-make ng play para doon sa side ng Execration. Super duper bonus na lang na na-outplay pa ni Kelra doon si Benny Cutie onto that bottom lane. And that's the reason kung bakit pupunta tayo sa game number 3. At saktong-sakto dahil sa mga gustong manalo dyan sa ating live watching rewards, mas marami pa kayong mapapanood at mas marami pa kayong chance na makasali. All you have to do is to scan this QR code or go into this link, be part of the first 30,000 entries at may chance ka nang manalo ng treasure box na may laman na 599 worth of diamonds na skin. Good luck sa'yo. Again, that has been game number 2. I'm excited for game number 3. Barats wins games so far dito sa ating laban at tingnan natin kung ano ang magiging reaksyon ng dalawang teams doon sa Barats pick. Now, let's get back to the casters.
Just ban the friggin' hero. That's my answer. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Caster's Desk. My name is Leo, joined here by Uomi. And of course, as mentioned and confirmed by my good friend Wolf from the analyst stand, it was indeed Chakno, the Mamba, for the MVP.
Well, we did put Chaknu's Cho a little bit down during the picking phase, but for good reason.
Stats-wise, yeah.
Stats-wise, they haven't been winning with that Cho, but we were proven wrong. Character development exists here in MPL Philippines, and we're glad to see the Mamba finding a new type of skin in this Cho pick. And that was an insane, that was an insane Cho with 3 game-winning plays, one that gave them the lead, one that secured them another big fight, and the game-ending play where he got greed once again.
And it keeps the upper bracket dream alive for Execration. You know, they took their best Exe shot, and so far it's taken them much further than they expected. It's a lot of X's in a short amount of time, but just the same, for Aura PH, number 1 in Group A, confirmed upper bracket slot. Doesn't mean much to them, but yeah, this is still a competition. You want to be able to win the games you actually could, and I think the answer here is just get rid of the Barats.
And not just the Barats, I feel like it's about high time to ban out Kelra's Harith as well. You've already dropped down the stats early on, Leo. He has a lot of games played on that
now.
Harith. 12 games. And a highly positive win rate on that Harith as well. It's something that you should respect, and when he laid down the law early on, it could actually be felt waves upon waves whenever he just dropped that Zaman Force. And I just have to say, if there's one hero that you want to respect, Ben, should be the Harith.
Alright, so there's a lot on Aura PH's played here to reel back in the win here potentially if they want to take this series home. Take out the Kufra, take out the Harith, take out the Eve. There's so much that they have to consider here. But for Execration, they have momentum on their side. Even with a lineup that, as you said, is much like a salo-salo.
A potluck.
There you go, a potluck in English. They were able to pull through. So again, they have the momentum. Reverse sweeps are more often a thing here in the MPL rather than a win-loss win. Right? So I think Execration, this is their game to lose. Let's go. Game number 3. This draft brought to you by Smart. Execration on the play this time. Aura wants to go for the 2 picks. Aura wants the 2. Execration taking out the Diggy. Aura PH, the Jawhead.
Can we go back in game 1 where Aura Philippines won? Did they have red side as well?
Good question.
No, who played the Ling in game 1?
The Ling was on Execration.
Then that means Aura Philippines currently stand on 100% win rate. Actually,
Your
red
team
side has
is
a
banning.
100% win rate in this match right now.
Yes.
Because I feel like this is an important fact to take note of. Red side has been consistently winning in this series, and I feel like both teams have practiced better playing around the red side, because I feel like the rotations from the red side actually allows you to focus more on your gold laner. And now that we have Aura Philippines that could potentially rotate once again to the gold lane, it's going to be a better game for them. Because if we look at game 2 for an example, Execration was on red side. They were able to focus on their gold lane, give Harith the space that he needs, and the Alice was severely below the Harith. Meanwhile, for Aura Philippines, the rotation was going towards the XP lane. That's why Renzio was the potential victim for almost every rotation.
Yep, we're talking about the map presence here, but when it comes to the draft, there is a difference. For the blue side, you have that 1 pick.
Yeah, the priority pick.
For Aura PH, you're making the most of the value here. You want to get those 2 to kind of trump what you get from that first pick on the side of Execration this time around. And yeah, this is going to be as we expected. The Barats banned out. Execration doesn't want to let this go. All right, they don't want to risk it anymore. By the way, if you'll notice, Kelra just got a haircut. I wonder if y'all have called that out. He's now rocking a semi-calbo haircut. Execration first pick. It's gonna be the Selena.
Etomax played well in game 1 for the Selena, but looks like Aura Philippines have other ideas. How about we take the Kufra away from Chak Mamba? How about we take it away and show you how to play this Kufra? It's gonna be weird, honestly. Does JP even play this?
Yes, JP has played the Kufra 3 times in MPL Season 7. Won 66% of them, so it's a 2-1. And just the same, that one time he lost, it wasn't really that bad. So I love Aura PH's answer here. I love that instead of allotting a ban for the Kufra, let's just straight up steal it.
Yeah, and looks like they're gonna respond with no tanks yet. They're gonna take the Paquito, however, and with the Barrett's ban, I love this pick. Barrett's Paquito is a classic matchup that we love to see, but without the Barrett's, with it being banned by Execration, it gives a lot of space for Paquito. So I'm expecting a Lapu-Lapu for the side of Aura Philippines, because apart from the Barrett's Paquito 1v1, it's always the Lapu versus the Paquito that we see.
Yeah, this shifts the tides of the XP lane ecosystem, right? The Barats is the natural predator to the Paquito, but you take out the predator and the Paquito will reign supreme. So you kind of want to have a foil for that. You want someone to answer back. I wonder if they will indeed early on prioritize the Lapu-Lapu. No, not just yet. So this gives Execration a chance to ban it out and give responsibility to Aura PH to think of an answer. But right here, right now, after that Alice pick for Benny Cutie, Aura PH again heeds our warning, gets rid of Kelra's Harith.
Yes, and this is a good way for Aura Philippines to give space for Benecutie's Alice. We have already seen what Benecutie could do with that Alice in Game 1, but when he's severely behind, it feels as if that you don't even have an Alice on your team. So Aura Philippines, they know for a fact that they need to put Benecutie in a situation, or at least in a space that it's safe to farm. It's nice to give to the Alice.
Right here, it'll come down to how well they can activate Benny Cutie, given that he now has the advantage against Kelra prior to even seeing what Kelra might play, right? What else is left in Kelra's pool here? We're about to find out, given that there is one more ban on the side of Execration. Looking at Kelra, he is not likely to play the Benedetta, not likely to play the Paquito, so the box is still out there. That could be it. Farsa's out there too.
Farsa's out there too.
100% on Kelra.
And wait a minute. Aura Philippines could potentially get the Kagura as well for the greed. I was about to say it, and then they already hovered over it. And the Kagura could potentially be a good pick against the Farsa if it does go to the mid lane. Because Kagura, even if she doesn't boast the same amount of range from the Farsa, could potentially just go all in.
Not gonna happen. You already have the Selena.
Yes, not gonna happen. But, you know, gold lane, we could always think that this Benedetta is a triple flex, though. Like, at this point where we see Barrett's mid, anything could happen.
Could be. But right now, last picks for Execration, gonna be the Claude and the Grok. So that's Chakno's hero, the Grok, and I believe it's going to be a Benedetta jungle for the King. Looking at his records here, he is, Wami, bad news. Sitting at 0%, 3 times played.
Well, I feel like at this point they're trying to change or up their stats a little bit. We did see the Cho early on pop off potentially, so this might just be the same trend for Execration, trying to put up the numbers out there for their bad, potentially, statistically bad hero picks. Let's see if Execration can prove us wrong. Aura Philippines, I feel like they're playing with comfort now. The Thams on Kilowash and the Kagura on Greed.
This Kilowash, this Thams, ladies and gentlemen, this is a thing of beauty. Looking at their numbers real quick, let me try to review how Kilowash is doing with that Thams. This is his 6th game he's played with it, 4-1.
Well,
so far,
a very positive win rate. Only lost 1 game with that Thams, and I feel like I've casted 1 game with him playing Thams back in week number 2 or 3.
Very angry.
He was a very angry Thams. This is something that we actually memed about in the waiting area for quite a bit. It was the Assassin Thams, where he just waited in every bush, and you would be surprised that why is a Thams here and why is he one-shotting me? And when it happens, it just happens. It's Execration versus Aura Philippines. It's a winner-take-all at this point.
Not a good look if you're keeping dying to a Thams. Here we go. It all comes down to this for all the cookies, all the marbles, all the glory. Game 3 between Execration and Aura PH. PH. Nothing too crazy from both teams. Again, Aura PH, the way that they drafted kind of put Execration on the back foot. They're forcing, again, as you mentioned, heroes with less than stellar win rates. So that does give Aura PH here more of a comfort. So that gives them the responsibility to get in Execration's face. That seems to be a different story though. Chaknu trying to bother Lord Hades here.
Interesting start though for KLVJ. Doesn't go for the Hunter's Machete just yet and goes for the early invade.
Oh, they're gonna go for the steal! Lord Hades so far from his buff and he falls actually. Now, can Greed punish Etumax? The answer is gonna be no. Off to a great start, Execration is already.
That was a great, let's just say great first play of the game for Execration. They didn't start with their own jungle. They made the Benedetta clear out the mid lane without the Hunter's Machete and then immediately bought it when they tried for the invade. And not only did they have the Retribution to steal it away, but they also have enough firepower to contest it right away. Lord Hades, he might just fall down once again.
Not this time. There's not a backup from the rest of Execration, but just the same, he's still on the back foot. It took him so much. He's sharing XP with JP here, and it's not a good start for Lord Hades. Again, where we're singing the praises for that minute 0 play by Execration, and right now we have yet to see this very angry Tams to show up.
And Renzio already has access to the ult, a 2v1.
Kilowash, not much he can do. Bouncing ball by JP out. And here comes the cavalry.
Abyssal Arrow, Abyssal Arrow.
Oh, one goes. That's going to be the full stun on to JP. Kufra falls.
What a great Abyssal Arrow coming in from Execration. Etomax living up with a high premise. Game 1, Selena. It looks like there will be another one. But a leap, though, it's going to save him. Knockout punch, a 1v1, still alive with the Inferno. It looks like they're going to delay the dive here.
First turtle up already for Execration. They have priority.
He's trying again. Oh, no. Almost. Almost.
Right here, Kelra again, we've seen him do this from game number 1. He's in trouble. Got 2 mages on him. Benny Curie and Greed confirmed the kill. That's going to be one more. JP and Lord Hades, you kind of see how they're out of sync, Wami, just ever so slightly.
Well, a slight out of sync for the side of Execration and Aura here. It feels like
both of them, yeah.
Both of them. It feels like they're feeling the pressure just a little bit.
Yeah, but Execration, they may be out of sync, but at least each of them are a step ahead. KLBJ goes for another steal, and right now, Wild Charge puts Greed at about 6 HP. Etomax able to finish, taking advantage of the early game. Selena kit that he has, oh my god, putting Execration up by 1.5k.
Stun Selena skin stonks up out there, not just from Etomax, from Kyrie as well. A lot of great Selena players in the MPL right now. And Etomax 3-0-0, and his stuff just hurts so much at this point.
That's an understatement. Hurting so much? Understatement.
It actually just murders anyone that gets the Abyssal Arrow to the face. It looks like Benny Cutie's next.
Not a good look for this Alice. That's going to be the Electro final blow set in
Crossover.
to stop anything. Nice use of the flow, turning it around, and Aura PH doesn't get one casualty there. But again, they should be shook. They have been rocked this early on, 3-1.
I mean, great Allen Iverson crossover from the Alice. Little bit of safety from the blood flow. Looks like Greed is the next target for Execration. I feel like after game 2, Greed is feeling a little bit tired.
Oh, able to just barely get it in. Lord Hades secures his purple. They know that Chakno uses his wild charge there. But yeah, just the same, Execration keeping up the aggression. They are on the offensive, getting everything they can from Aura's jungle.
Yeah, and Chakno on this Grok has been making play after play. Look at that. Here we go again.
Another stun and a kill. Not yet confirmed. Eventually does. Etomax trading out for Greed. It's mage on mage violence here. But you know what? I'm still counting it as a win for Execration. They own the map. They're everywhere at this point, and they're continuing to invade.
Yes, technically speaking, that was a win for Execration. Oh my god!
Wild charge into the execute, Renzio! Manny Pacquiao!
That was such a good play coming in from Execration. They even got the turtle as well, but I just have to say that that Kufra play from mid lane. He used the wall, the Guardian's barrier for the ultimate. I feel like that was the only thing that went right for Aura Philippines. Afterward, it was kill after kill for Execration and the turtle.
Great conversion rate as well for Execration. Again, that's the full kit of both the Grok and the Paquito used in an odd space. Like, they had no business being there, especially after such a huge team fight. But right now, they're aiming to capitalize. Oh my god, Kelra so deep in, pushed that bottom lane turret already, gaining the ire of Kilowash. What's an angry Tom's gonna do if the rest of your team is not in any shape to fight? He's gonna go throw tantrums right now, and he's struggling to defend.
And speaking of struggling to defend, Aura Philippines, I feel like this is the fastest falter that we've seen from them. Usually we see a long game, but 6 minutes from now.
Greed is low, Greed falls first. Renzio able to be the last straw here that broke the camel's back, taking down the support player from Aura PH. And it was under a skirmish, it was under the turret, but again, just shows you how zoned in Execration is right now.
It's not just zoned in, it feels like they're suddenly a different team, like they've entered another plane of existence where they're all connected. At first, it feels like they're entering it. Maybe that was the synchronization phase. And now that they're all online.
Excuse me, the Serpent is not supposed to be walking out that far. Did you see what Chakno did? Wait, back to the action. Let's consider what's happening right now. A push by Kelra off camera. And that's going to be a fight here in mid. They're trying to choke out Lord Hades here. KLVJ ever so aggressive. Wild charge in by Chaknu. Flame shot by Greed. Able to push back the intruders. I don't think this is a fight Aura is willing to take. Owami, back to what just happened a minute ago. Chaknu put up a Guardian's barrier right at the purple buff as they pulled the aggro from the Serpent. And eventually the Serpent had to walk out the long way. Honestly, I've seen it maybe once or twice, but to see it in a real game. Hold up! Blazing Duet from the back lines. Very cutie falls. Dwayne, what are you doing? Dwayne, Kelra!
Kelra right now is out there just immediately online. This is the thing that they wanted in game 1. Honestly, this is the Execration that they tried to channel in game 1, but they weren't successful. Now in game 2, this is what happens.
A little too dangerous here. They are smelling their blood. They get their man. Greed falls. Etomax maybe took him a few seconds extra, but nonetheless, the pressure is on. Aura PH bleeding from all sides. They've got what? 3 open wounds. Top, mid, and bottom. 8-2 Owami. This is the farthest Execration's ever been in this whole series.
And it's quite surprising. It just goes to show that they are playoffs ready. It doesn't matter anymore. What happened in week 1 to 5? We're a different Execration now, and this is who we are.
And as you were saying that very, very true statement, they take down Benny Cutie. But here's a little bit of a silver lining.
I mean,
1v1 kill by Kilowash.
It was the Vengeance, actually. Vengeance baiting out that ultimate coming in from Keller, but look at this.
Oh no, Renzio's in trouble. May have bitten off more than he could chew. Survives via the stun off of Etomax. They do get Greed from underneath the turret. One more time, Chaknu. Wild charge for good measure. Stay. My teammates need to recall.
Well, 7k gold lead for the side of Execration. This is the farthest that they have been the first 9 minutes of the game. And this is good for Execration because I feel like it was a little bit of a slow build-up for them in this whole match. In game 1, they had the early game centric lineup, but they weren't able to pull it off. In game 2, they had a mid-game lineup, but they were aggressive early on. And now, this is the perfect balance that they wanted to see in game 1. And Execration, they're finally pulling it out and up against the top-seeded team of Aura Philippines as well.
Danny Cutie here, drawing the ire of both Chaknu and Renzio. Once more, it's the Renzio and Chaknu connection. They do burn off a few mobility spells from Aura to be able to retreat, but just the same, man. Kelra, he's sitting at a humble 1-2-0, but as he's going 1v1 with the Lord.
Well, right now, I feel like it's going to be an uncontested Lord for the side of Aura, or for the side of Execration, rather. It's not the Luminous Lord, but a Lord nonetheless. But Kilowash knows. He's going to try to go in. And I feel like it's a little bit too risky, but he already bit the dust.
Yep, this is going to be a confirmed kill for the side of Execration. The Vengeance was used, but just the same, it was too much to ask to survive against 4 members of Execration, who is, by the way, ahead, as you mentioned, by what? 7,000, 8,000 gold and change. There's a push by Lord Hades. Again, this is what you do as a Ling in dire times like this. You split push.
And by that split push, you want to build pressure as well on the side lanes, but that takes time, and time is not their best friend right now.
Oh, another one for Greed. Wild charge into the Guardian's barrier. Not much Lord Hades could do to help the rest of his team. He's still up there. Top lane, split pushing. Purple buff here going to be taken by Execration. That's going to be Lord pushing as well in bottom lane. So many problems that Aura PH has to address right now. And Benikiri just caught a 3-second stun from Etumax. Next target gonna be mid turret. Chaknu's gonna fall. No! Unless he has something to save about it. That's going to be the wild charge from the back lines. They try to get one. Renzio confirms the kill onto JP. And they're gonna get one from his back as well. Chaknu takes down Grok. Sorry, Chaknu takes down Towns. I'm confused.
Renzio's still alive.
The same. I am impressed. Etumax gonna get away. Benikiri's gonna fall.
still alive.
LVJ's going to get it. Renzio going 2v1. Greed falls. The king is here. That's the wipeout. Uomi, could this be the finish?
This might just be Game 3 going to Execration. They wipe out Aura Philippines, and after a stunning game in Game 3, JP is the only one left to defend, and Kilowash will be up in 2 seconds. If miracles happen, it should be now, but it's going blink.
That's going to be JP surviving, able to distract Aura. Execration, can they do it? This is their Exe shot. Oh, the defense is successful. Down goes Etumax. Flame shot, moments of victory. Take it back.
Take it
Rewind.
back. Rewind.
Rewind. Be kind, rewind. Aura PH is still in this.
Oh my god, it's insane. Even the production thought it was over, but it ain't over until it's over. Kill PJ.
The king! Electo final blow out, and he survives.
Almost. That was a shocker. But man, oh man, everyone in the MPL arena right now is going wild over that moment.
Oh, wow. All right, circle back. Circle back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try to reassess what happened there. Looking at these items, Kelra picked up the Malefic Roar. He said, you know what, my basics weren't enough then. The next time I get a moment with that base, it's going down. Looking at Aura PH, though, they did get a few coin from those shutdowns. What's catching your eye, Uomi?
What's catching my eye right now is Aura Philippines still getting that one last chance to defend everything that they have. Execration, this is a thing of pride for them. One good set could just change it all, and Chaknu is the front man for that.
Oh, there's the Guardian's barrier, able to lock him in. A 3-second stun here on to JP, but not a good look. Will not force it. Now, Lord Hades is in trouble. He doesn't have as much energy. Kill VJ, he can smell blood. Oh, the arrow misses. And just like that, oh, I'm pretty sure Lord Hades, he skipped a beat.
Almost. Another almost moment for the side of Aura Philippines. You know, at this point, it's still anybody's game, but Execration does have a big advantage here. 11k gold lead for the side of Execration, and they are very creative on the Guardian's barriers here. Not only that, it's a late game Claude. This is one of the more scarier marksmen in the late game.
Yep, possibly in the top 4 or 5. I mean, not much better than a Bruno or a Carry once she gets a beat on you. But yeah, right now, Kelra, he's feeling it. Right now, he's feeling it.
There you go.
Second Lord of the game. Greed getting a face full of lead. There's a final blazing duet, possibly. And yes, there's the wild charge. Benikiri is still alive. Winter Truncheon up, but he eventually will fall. 3 for 1 currently standing. Kilowash, he can defend this, but there's 2 members of Execration on the base. Now this might be too much. Can he take down Chaknu? The answer is no. He gets stunned. That's 4 versus 1. It's just Lord Hades left.
It's Lord Hades left.
It's over.
I feel like this is over.
This
Final.
is it.
You can put back the moments of victory, because this moment is the victory of Execration.
The craziest 2 minutes, a roller coaster of emotions we have here in the studio. But just the same, I can feel the joy through the screens. Congratulations to Execration. This winning moment is brought to you by Master, Sikreto ng mga guwapo. Never in this season have I seen a team so happy for victory. Tears on their faces, Womi. Tears.
Well, Execration has had a rough season, let's be honest. They didn't have the best season ever. And getting a win up against a team like Aura Philippines that has been dominating since week 1, that must feel something for the players.
Something is an understatement. It's got to be something great, amazing. All the emotions, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're still with us. It's been quite a day. We still have one more series, but for this one, oh, what an honor it has been to bring you the action. Especially during the last 5 minutes, I'm like, wait, what?
That was like, if we're talking about roller coasters, it's literally the up-down motion where everything
there
just...
were loop-de-loops even.
Loop-de-loops, and the finale was that one big stretch to that one big drop, and I feel like that was the moment where Kelra finally unlocked that one big ultimate, that one big blazing duet to just go guns blazing around everyone in the hands of Aura Fire, showing that they have the firepower to end it all.
Right. Real quick before we throw it over to our analyst, I'm going to make a bold prediction here. Might be a back-to-back MVP for Chaknu. Just maybe.
Who knows? But honestly, you know what? That does make a little bit of sense. But let's wait on Midnight's analysis for that one.
It's actually Wolf. We're throwing it over to our resident analyst to break down game number 3 and the rest of this series. Wolf, tell us.
And after a very interesting turn of events, tamang microplay coming out from Execration, sila ang nanaig sa game number 3. Binan din yung Barats at nakuha natin din yung Selena. And nakita natin ang tunay na formula ng Execration. My name is Wolf, and the following post-game statistics are brought to you by Smart. This game para sa Aura PH ay napakahirap. Kumuha sila ng dalawang scaling heroes, Ling and Alice all together, at gumamit sila ng isang thumbs na maganda pang split push or pang sustain ng lane with Killer, Kagura plus the Kufra. Ang problema nga lang ay masyado sila nag-rely sa kanilang scaling. At yan ang nagbigay sa side ng Execration ng mas magandang control sa early stages of the game. Kasi pwede nilang gawin, maging aggressive para pigilan ang pag-farm ni Lord Hades. And that's exactly what happened. Imagine this, Grok plus the Selena. Hindi na nga kailangan talagang tumama yung pana para maging aggressive etong mid lane duo na to. Pero bonus na lang din na nakakuha ng magandang mga pana si Etomax. And then you have the Benedetta. Arguably, isang jungler na pwede mag-invade kasi mabilis din siya mag-invade, mabilis siya mag-cut ng minions, at pag kinumbahin mo siya with the Grok, mahihirapan talaga yung Ling. Now you're looking at Kelra with this Claude, isa rin sa mga heroes na sinasabing pwedeng gamitin laban sa Alice in a way, kasi pag sa laning stage mas lalamang ka dahil makakuha ka ng average stacks at ang taas ng poke potential mo laban sa Alice. So all things worked in favor of the side of Execration dahil mas maganda yung kanilang laning configuration, mas may option sila maging aggressive, hindi katulad ng Aura PH na kailangan mag-farm. All due fairness, malakas naman ang lineup ng Aura PH kapag dumating sa latter stages of the game. Pero kung early to mid talaga at pinagkumpara natin yung dalawa nilang lineup, mas magiging rewarding sa aggressiveness ni Chakno with the Grok, pati na rin ng Selena. And actually, napaka on point ni Chakno in this particular game. Hindi ako magulat kung siya na rin ang magiging MVP. But hindi natin panoorin ang mga highlights na to find out and really realize kung gaano kaganda ang control ng early game ni Chakno with Etomax, KelVJ, and Chakno. We were talking about this. Etong trio na to ang lakas mag-invade at mahihirapang huminga si Lord Hades in this particular game. I mean, many points in this game. Yung mga pana na sobrang crucial ay nakikita natin mula sa side ng Execration. Ang ganda ng kontra ni JP in that usage of the ultimate. Kaso si Kelra, pati na rin si KelVJ, freely roaming around. Ang ganda ng decision ng Execration na habulin palagi ni Claude yung lane kung nasan si Alice. Kasi alam nila na mas lamang sila. Tapos nakakuha sila ng extra pick-up with this arrow. Kelra, knowing na pwedeng itapat ng Aura PH kay Claude ay yung vengeance stamps, yun yung tamang decision dito ng Aura PH. But it might have been too late. Kasi ang nangyayari, pwede siyang apatin ng members ng Execration katulad na nangyayari ngayon. Ang problema kasi dahil hindi naka-establish ng map control ang Aura PH in the early stages of the game, lagi silang kailangan magdepensa ng mga minions. At ito yung tinake advantage ng Execration. Yung Greedy Fire, and by the way, what a knock-up coming out from Chakno. Yung idea na ang Aura ay lagi dapat nagpa-farm with the Alice, pati na rin yung Ling, at kailangan nilang laging tinutulak yung lane. Ito yung tinake advantage ng Execration. Kasi naman sila, meron silang Pakito, meron silang Grok, meron silang Benedetta, pati na rin ng Selena, which kind of meant na meron silang mga heroes na malakas sa pag-punish ng mga farmers. So, all I'm trying to say here is, yung Execration, dahil lumamang sila sa map control sa early stages, dun na hindi nakahanap ng magandang farm ang Aura PH. At tamang-tamang timing gamit ang ultimate ni Chakno para nga naman maging late yung winter truncheon ng Alice at dun na nga siya napatay. There will be a play na magsi-split push dito si Lord Hades. Kaso nakita ni Etomax, eto na lang yung pupuntahan mo at itinama niya yung pana sa dulo. Kasama na rin ng pana na to kay Kiluwash para na rin hindi mamatay si Chakno. Nakikita niyo yung juggle at yung micro ng Execration, and that winning play for sure ay hindi natin makakalimutan. MVP of the game, that is Etomax on that wonderful Selena play. 65% kill participation. At syempre, ang never nating mame-measure na impact plays dahil sa kanyang malulupit na pana. And it kind of feels like in this weekend na meron tayo, Selena ang pinaka-importante at pinaka-crucial na hero sa ating meta. We will definitely be excited for the next series. It's Omega and Bren, two of the teams na kayang gumamit ng Selena. What will happen in that particular series? I'm excited. But for this particular one, nakita na natin ang pagkapanalo ng Execration. Of course, kung meron kayong gusto pang makuha ang mga treasure boxes, mga skins ng worth 599 diamonds, all you have to do is to enter the live watching rewards using this QR code or this link. Good luck sa inyo. And man, I know na medyo hinaype yung next series, but I was so happy of this particular turnout ng ating series. Hindi dahil sa nanalo ang isang team over the other, pero nakita natin kung gaano ka-resilient ang bawat team sa MPL. Execration, they were struggling before this, and all of a sudden, they win against the top 1 team ng kabilang group. And I think that is amazing. We also see a lot of good plays from both teams. Nakakita tayo ng mga cheese picks. And I cannot wait to see more sa ating next series. But before that, why don't we throw it back to the casters to summarize that series?
Wolf, honestly, I don't know what else we could say. You did very well to encapsulate the spirit of this best of 3. But yes, thank you so much for joining us tonight here on the last day of the regular season of MPL Philippines Season 7. My name is Leo, this right here is Awami, and if I may say, this match right here, it's the second to the last, but it's the series we did not expect. It's a series that we didn't know we wanted to see.
It's like the grand finale to another possible grand finale in our last match, and it feels... It just feels so blessed to be in this broadcast today. It's something that's worth remembering. This is the last day of Season 7, of the regular season before playoffs, and man, it is a night for us.
Yep, MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Download the Giga Life app today and discover and enjoy your favorite double Giga offers all in one tap. With the Giga Life app, napakarami nyong pwedeng gawin. Mag-add ng load, mag-subscribe sa Smart at TNT offers, at syempre, you can easily check your load balance all in just one tap. Simple, diba? What an honor it has been to be at your service for this broadcast and for the whole season. My name is Leo. This is Uwami. We're about to throw it over to the lovely Mara Aquino to hear from someone in the camp of Execration. Once more, congratulations. And of course, to Aura Philippines. GG, well played. They're still in the upper bracket.
Yep, definitely still on the upper bracket, but it was more than just points for them in that game. If you look at social media right now, you could definitely see some dissatisfaction from players from Aura Philippines and a lot of excitement from Execration as well. I mean, social media is out of our hands already, but the way these players feel, the way these players or the organizations themselves, the way they view these games, it's more than just the points. It's about the bragging rights. It's about history being written.
Of course, competitive as ever. But for now, let's throw it over to Mara Aquino.
Execration with the right execution. Dahil sa kanilang panalo, nakakuha sila ng 2 puntos at may chance pa rin sila makakuha sa ating upper bracket. And it's now time to talk to the winning team. Here with us, si Etu Max. Hi! Congratulations! Hindi kita masyado marinig. Pwede mo up yung volume mo?
Hello?
Ayan,
Hello?
lapit ka lang sa camera. So,
Hello.
sarap panoorin nung celebration nyo, nung nanalo kayo. Alam nyo, itong Execration talagang mechanically gifted kayo. Dami yung napipick off. Muntik nyo na matapos yung laban at 12 minutes dun sa ating Game 3. Ano sa tingin mo yung naging win condition nyo dun sa laban na yon?
Sa Game 3? Ano kasi, comfort heroes din kasi namin, so kampante kami. Kaya namin talunan.
For your sake, kailangan ng Bren mas-sweep ang Omega. Pag nangyari yon, pantay kayo sa 20 points and then magkakaroon kayo, Omega and Exe, ng best of 1 series. So, hindi pa tayo pwedeng mag-relax. Kung meron kayong iibahin sa approach nyo, ano yun?
Ngayon kasi, parang nakukuha na namin yung tamang timpla nung team. Di ba, nung mga early games namin, medyo nakakapapa kami sa chemistry. Tsaka nag-adjust pa kami sa meta. Etong ngayon, yung mga past games namin, sobrang comfort na namin maglaro. Tsaka, sobrang ganda na nangyayari sa team namin. Same siguro yung magiging approach namin sa Omega. Kung ano yung mga pinapractice namin, ganun ba din.
Parang magiging best friends nyo na ang Bren ngayon. May mensahe ba ka? May mensahe ka ba sa Bren?
Di ko naman sa pinipressure yung Bren pero kaya niya yan. Matik ka, may tiwala ko sa Bren, alam na ang Bren yan. Kapatid na lang.
Siguradong nagwawala rin ang mga fans ng Execration. Ano ang mensahe mo sa lahat ng mga manonood ngayon?
Sa mga fans na supporters ng Execration, maraming salamat sa pagsuporta sa amin, manalo-matalo. Sa through ups and downs, andyan pa rin kayo na nagsusupport sa amin. Never kayong nawalan ng pag-asa para na supportan yung team namin. Maraming salamat sa lahat. Abangan nyo sa playoffs guys, mas gagalingan pa namin. Maging upper man kami o lower bracket, bibigay lang namin yung best namin.
That is so nice. Congratulations! Pahinga muna kayo, baka hindi pa tapos ang araw nyo ngayon. Nakasalalay sa Bren Esports ang kanilang upper brackets hope. Kaya huwag kayong bibitaw, napaka-exciting ng ating susunod na laban. Magbabalik ang MPL-Philippines Season 7.
There's something big that's about to return this year. This special MPL Chillax episode seeks to highlight one of the biggest Mobile Legends tournaments in the region.
A part of this episode will also include our brothers and sisters from the regions to share us their thoughts on what we can expect is coming Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asian Cup 2021. One of the sexiest men from Malaysia, Lapel.
Ang sarap ko. MPL-ID English shoutcaster and he is the best.
What's up guys? Anong balita?
From Indonesia again, Momo-chan.
Hello everyone, mahal kita. That was so pleasant.
We need to know how to beat them. We need to watch them.
What's the one thing that Filipinos team you wish your country, Malaysia, has to?
The Philippine players, right? You guys create your own opportunities.
Likewise, Aljus on MPL game.
If Carl TZ were to be put in a team,
Okay.
right now, what is the perfect team?
I think Bigetro will be perfect.
What's one thing Indonesian teams have that you feel that the other Southeast Asian teams don't?
We have anti-mage, man. Let's look at MPL Indonesia. Look at the champions. It's always the same people.
I really think that the Filipinos can have a double Filipino Grand Finals. You really need to settle the score. It's a 1-1 between Indonesia and the Philippines in terms of MSC.
Indonesia is going to be very close here.
We'll get to know more about the brand new format, the teams competing, who to look out for in this year's edition of MSC 2021. So keep it here on MPL Chillax.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kati. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head & Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kati. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kati dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Ngayong bago na ang mundo, mas humirap ang goals ko. Kaya yan with Enervon Active because it has 12 immunity and energy power-ups. Bagong mundo, ready ako! Comeback Active, powered by Enervon Active.
Unilab yan.
Dami ko ng sakit na napagdaanan. Dami ng solusyon na subukan. Pahid-pahid. Bitin sa akin pag nawala ang init. Asus! Pahid ulit. Dito pa rin ako sa hiyang sa akin. Alaksan FR, takos ang sakit ng katawan. Pahid-pahid pa ba? Kung pwedeng laban na sa isang alaksan. Ha! Manny Pacquiao po, mandirigma. Isang alaksan, takos ang laban.
Alagang Unilab yan.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. And since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season, we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a JanSport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Nature is our ally, not our enemy. We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected.
This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature. It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end.
We could be the last generation to save the world. Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat.
Because together, anything is possible.
Victory, 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 victory for nature. Together, 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 possible.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we achieve more, yeah. For the Mobile Legends All-Stars. Together we
This is the series we've all been waiting for. Marami nakasalalay sa seryeng ito. Welcome back sa MPL Philippines Season 7 presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Double up on your passion and achieve that double GG with Smart Double Giga Games. Pwede kayong makakuha ng 2 gigs of games every day para sa Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. All you have to do is to download the Giga Life app para ma-check ang inyong balance, makakuha ng mga promotions, or dial *123# and choose Double Giga. Available din ito para sa ating mga TNT subscribers. Mythical raffle draw maya-maya i-announce natin. Oh, ngayon na! I-announce natin ng winner! Yes! 16,495 participants! Sino ang mananalo sa Mythical raffle draw? There you go! Nandiyan ang inyong MLID number. So kung isa kayo sa mga nanalo, isa sa 10, congratulations! Meron kayong mga in-game prizes. Kailangan nyo lang hintayin ang mensahe ng Moonton sa inyong Mobile Legends app. So grabe talaga ang ating Mythical Raffle Draw. Siguradong matutuwa kayo sa ating mga papremyo. Ito naman ang ating bagong QR code sa new Mythical Raffle Draw. I-appear right over there. Sagutin ang ating mga katanungan doon para manalo kayo ng mga in-game prizes tulad ng mga nanalo kanina. Good luck sa inyo. And next Sunday, ma-announce yan. Siyempre, meron din tayong live watching rewards. Bagong QR code. Right over. Boom! boom! First 30,000 kada game day mananalo ng ating treasure chest. Siyempre, gusto namin meron kayong reward just by watching. Meron din kayong 300 diamonds brought to you by Oppo A94. Live life at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. How do you live your life at full speed? Sagutin ang ating katanungan yan. Comment section below using the hashtag #LiveLifeAtFullSpeed. Kung paano nga ba, just like the way I talk, full speed at 5 random lucky winners mananalo ng 300 diamonds brought to you by Oppo A94. Kasama ko ngayon sa ating, well, possibly last series, si Nomad at si Rob Luna. Wait, Rob Luna, ikaw si Rob Luna.
Rob Luna.
Luna. Diba? Nahirit ko pa yun.
Wordplay si Mara.
Naggrabe nga yung bars na binigay ni Mara doon. Pero masasabi ko lang dito sa last series natin for today, together we achieve more.
Yeah.
Uy.
Together we achieve more. Yeah.
Sobrang exciting talaga ng ating susunod na laban. And this MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Double up on your passion and achieve that double GG with Smart Double Giga Games. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Head & Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward hashtag HGG moment thanks to Head & Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free. Now, max speed ang mangumpa. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Master. Bring your clay game with the new Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Ito ang sikreto ng mga guwapo. Ang daming nakasalalay talaga sa larong ito. Bren Esports kontra Omega. So itong Bren, kailangan lang nila ng isang panalo para ma-secure ang ating upper bracket. Ang Omega, hindi sila pwedeng ma-sweep kasi ang Execration, they're kinda inching, just right behind them.
Yes. Given for Bren Esports, kailangan lang nila ng series win. So, once they get it, sila na ang magiging top 2 or nasa upper brackets na sila for Group A. We're in for Omega nila. Regardless matalo sila sa series, basta makakuha sila ng isang win against Bren, masisecure naman nila ang upper bracket for Group B.
And sobrang tensionado dito, hindi lang Omega, hindi lang yung Bren, pero pati yung Execration. Kasi lahat ng pangarap ng Execration na makapunta sa upper bracket nakasalalay kung maka 2-0 yung Bren Esports. And yun yung gustong abangan ng mga tao.
Ang daming fans at mga nagko-comment sa ating comment section na nandito na ang kanilang championship form. Ito ang Bren Esports. Bren and Omega, may history etong dalawang to. Lalo na nung Season 6. Kung may edge ang Bren kontra Omega na kailangan nilang ilabas sa larong ito, what would that be?
Well, for me, sa huling naging laro ng Bren Esports, wherein that was sa Auster Force, doon mo makikita yung the first blood si Carl TC, pero hindi na ito yung dating Carl TC na pagka ginulo nyo sa jungle, medyo magugulo yung kanyang laro. Mas lalo pang ang gumaling. Yun, and that's the only depth na nagkaroon siya. And for Omega, kung ano yung magiging edge nila dito, napatunayan naman na ito ng Bren Esports during the Grand Finals ng Season 6 and even sa M2.
Sino nga ba ang sasabak ngayon mula sa Bren? Lusty, Rebo, Carl TZ, Few, and Flop TZ.
Yung lineup na kinakatakutan ng karamihan before is still here. Playoffs contention form ang meron yung Bren Esports dito. This is championship contention form din sa entire lineup na to. So if anything, ngayon na natin makikita kung ano yung preview natin para sa playoffs.
Yeah.
This team needs to show everything they have para maka-enter sa ating upper brackets. Ito ang Omega Esports. natin ang kakayahan ng Omega. They have what it takes to win. Mahihirapan ba sila sa larong ito?
If anything, it's going to be a close fight, definitely. Yung case kasi sa Omega, kung yung Bren, sobrang mechanically gifted nila na sa micro pa lang kaya na nilang manalo doon. Sa Omega, pwede sila manalo pag nag-pay attention dun sa macro game nila.
Agree. And something interesting with the draft na ginagawa ng Omega ngayon ay yung glue na sila lang ang nakakapagpagana sa hero na to.
Silipin natin kung sino nga ba maglalaro para sa Omega. Nandiyan si Curtizy, Hajizi, Heath, Kenji, and Toshi.
Going back dun sa sinabi ko with Kenji's glue, kasi kung iisipin mo, no, Hajizi talagang nasusustain niya na yung moniker niya na KDA machine. Nagpe-perform siya with any games na meron sila, even with the LPE match that recently have, napakita niya doon na kayang-kaya niya pang sumabay sa mga jungler na meron tayo ngayon. And ang pinaka-kicker nila sa mga naging previous wins ngayon dito ng Omega yung pagpasok ulit ni Heat sa main roster.
And if anything, baka nga si Glue yung maging glue para sa entire team natin mamaya.
Play on! Isa sa mga rason kung bakit talagang inaabangan to ng ating mga manonood dahil ito ang finals rematch. May chance ang Omega makuha yung revenge. Kasi yung Bren ang tumalo sa kanila nung Season 6 finals.
It's a close fight. Kung kayang patunayan ni Omega na they can edge against Bren, kasi kung nakikita natin dito, it's all relatively even. Yung KDA, KPG, everything dito. Maliban sa unique heroes pick, kayang sumabay ng Omega sa Bren Esports.
Yes. Yeah, kung titignan mo yung comparison natin, with the KDA na talagang literally na magkadikit. Pero siguro kung may significant kang papansinin dito, it's gonna be the turtle lane secured. Mapapansin mo rito, slightly Bren Esports, magaling kasi sila dun sa mga poke mechanics, wherein napapauwi nila yung mga nakakalaban nila, kaya mas mabilis silang nakakapag-secure ng objective, which is yung turtle.
At talagang kailangan bigyang pansin sa laban na to, nandiyan si Rebo at yung TZ Brothers.
Carl TZ, yung micro outplay niya dun, yung 4v1 micro outplay niya just cements his legacy as one of the best junglers that we have.
Talaga, no? Carl TZ is the key talaga to victory most of the time ng Bren Esports.
Pero hindi lang, si Rebo sa si Flap, nandiyan naman sila, they are... Ang galing nila mag-rotate na nasusuportahan nila si Carl TZ whenever it comes. They give him a lot of space as well.
Yeah, this was mentioned even sa mga nagsasabi o nagbibigay ng mga information about Bren Esports. Si Flap TZ, parang nag-shine siya bigla halfway ng regular season natin. He always, kumbaga nandun siya lagi kung saan kailangan siya.
May Z Brothers din ang Omega na kailangan bigyang pansin, pati na rin si Kenji.
Well, for this trio na makikita nyo sa inyong harapan mga kaibigan, Courtesy, this was mentioned by Leo na underrated. Pero kasi, lalo na sa laro niya kahapon, yung Selena gameplay niya, wherein na parang may magnet sa mga kalaban nila. Ito yung hindi mo pwedeng basta-bastahin eh. Courtesy, ang dami ng, iba't ibang role na yun natin siyang nakita. Pero lagi siyang nagsashine regardless of the role na tinitake niya para sa team.
Tapos ang dami nyo rin pwedeng i-ban out kay Courtesy, pero kaya pa rin niyang maglaro kung ano man yung available sa kanya sa draft.
Pagtabihin natin ang dalawang junglers, the Z junglers, Carl TZ and Hajizi.
Basta may Z, tingin
Basta
ko
may Z.
Basta may Z ka sa dulo, alam mo na magpe-perform ka all throughout the game. But kidding aside, papansinin mo rito, in terms of MVP, Carl TZ, it also shows din sa gameplay din ng buong team eh. Kasi in terms of Bren Esports, talagang in particular sila with Carl. Talagang napoprovide ni Few and ni Lusty talaga ng space. That's one of the reason bakit laging nag-MVP si Carl TZ. Meanwhile, dito naman sa side ng lahat sila all throughout, para regardless kung sino makakuha ng kill as long as ma-secure nila.
And Haji, gustong-gusto niya talaga makisama sa laban as much as possible. Di kumpara kay Carl TZ dyan.
Ito naman ang lane prediction natin.
Yung highlight natin is the TZ rivals, the Z rivals pala. Pero kailangan natin i-focus yung attention natin dito sa side lane kasi I feel like yun yung main point ng turnaround ng buong laro. Makita natin si Flap versus Kenji. Tingnan natin kung magkakaroon ng Khalid versus Glue. Tingnan natin si Rebo on the bottom lane. Tingnan natin kung makasabay siya. I-side lane talaga yung gusto kong i-highlight dito eh. Kasi yun yung importante.
Tignan din natin kung ano ang makukuha natin sa ating player cards.
Ayan na
Ito
naman.
na. Palit yung makuha. Ang daming katanong, how do we get this? Paano nga ba? Nabibili ba to? Ito, makukuha niya sa ating mythical raffle draw during playoffs, which is gonna happen a week and a half from now. So napaka-exclusive po ng ating player cards. Some people are trading, some people are... Ito naman, Kyrie. Yan, nandito si Kyrie. Huwag niyo ibenta. I-keep niyo to. Very valuable. JP. Hate. LPE! Uy, foil! Yawi! O, nasa na dyan yung mga Yawi fans?
Yawi, mga idolo.
Magiging-
Mga idolo
Let's
talaga.
play. Ito. But wait, there is more. Mag-open pa tayo ng isa pa. Isa pa. Si Imba DJ. Yan. Ito si Lancy. Uy, Bren, is this a sign?
Premonition?
Dexter. Ayan. Another foil. Uy, Yawi ulit!
Wow!
Yawi! Ba't palagi kita nakikita? So once again, kailangan nyo lang manood at sumali sa ating mythical raffle draw and follow all their social media pages. Alam ko talaga nag-aabang na tayo dito sa ating last series, possibly, of the day. Kaya ngayon, sasama na tayo ng ating mga shoutcasters, anchor and analyst. Pasok!
Thank you so much, Mara Aquino. And of course, our beloved panelists, Nomad and Rob Luna. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Double up on your passion and achieve that double GG with Smart Double Giga Games. My name is Leo, joined here by Reptar, and truth be told, I am still recovering from the roller coaster of emotions that was Execration versus Aura PH. Reptar, what was that like from where you were watching?
Well, we were watching there in the paddle area. It was wild. I think some of the people watching probably heard screams and shouting in the background because, again, it was just an unforgettable experience, an unforgettable series that Execration and Aura brought out. Of course, because of the win that Execration got, they are now tied with Omega for that upper bracket slot.
And that's where we find ourselves right now, the very last series of the regular season. As we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing social distancing, wearing of face masks and face shields, sanitizing, proper hand washing, and staying at home as much as possible. Let us all do our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. This is a rematch of all sorts. This is a homecoming. There's so much history built into this matchup. And how perfect is that we're having it at the very last part of the season.
Well, these are the matchups I always look forward to at the end of every season because it's tradition now, wherein the last match of the season will always be the rematch of the grand finals prior. But then again, because of the developments that happened with the Execration matchup, where I just mentioned they are now currently tied with Omega, this might not be the last match for tonight. There could be a best of one tiebreaker if Omega fails to secure even just one game away from Bren Esports.
Quite the ultimatum here for the boys of Marikina. Again, a grand finalist from the previous season, and both of these teams, one of them was a world champion, the other joined them overseas to compete in the World Championship. So again, that's one part of the story. The other, actually, our SEA Games competitors, the gold medalists from 2019, were split between these two teams.
Yeah, Omega and Bren Esports, they each have a good amount of gold medalists, SEA Games gold medalists in their roster. So there's a lot of familiarity between these two squads. And even though this is a matchup that we haven't seen the entire season, you cannot say that familiarity won't come into effect in this match here because you know these players, you've worked with them, you've won a medal with them, some of them were former teammates, some of them have been long-time competitors even since season 1. So the familiarity will always be there and will definitely be a big factor in this match.
I'm looking forward to how Coach Why Not and Coach Ducky are going to be clashing here in the upcoming draft. It's just a matter of time, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 is nearly upon us. Reptar, looking at how Omega just recently won their game, it seems like they're in shape. Do you agree with this? Are we looking forward to a more consistent Omega? Because one thing for sure we know is Bren Esports is most likely in playoffs mode.
Yeah, good thing you asked me that because I feel like we might actually see a bit of a replay of what happened in the finals last season, because if you guys remember correctly, back then it always just seemed to be whoever got the first successful buff invade won that game. Go back all the way back to that season 6 series, and what I saw from Omega yesterday in their matchup against LPE when we thought they were going to get surprised by that fanny pick. No, Omega just really stuck to their fundamental, their strength of they really know how to fight and position themselves for those objective takes.
And we'll see how that comes into play here. Bren Esports versus Omega Esports. It's Bren on the play. First, banning out the Popoling Kupa and the Diggy. Omega Esports responding with a Selena and Matilda ban. We have yet to see what Coach Ducky maybe jokingly have said that EJ is going to play today. But yeah, as you can see, this is the standard 5. By the way, this draft is brought to you by Smart Reptar. Your thoughts after this Eve ban? What else might we be seeing?
Well, they will consider trying to take away more options here for Kurt TZ, who has been really strong this season. But one thing they also have to watch out for here would be a potential Harith pickup by Toshi, who is currently in the lineup for Omega. 60% win rate for his Harith because of how the bans went down. And we saw how much of an effect Barrett's has been the past 2 weeks here in the MPL. Omega decided to ban that out. That has been an option for Bren Esports, so that opens up a jawhead here for Lusty.
Yep, and first pick Jawhead again. That is a priority pick that was left open after the bans. Omega Esports answers back with the recently buffed Ling and of course a staple Matilda.
Yeah, and great 2 pickups here. We've seen Ling really rise in stock ever since that buff. Actually, even prior to that, teams have been starting to pick up Ling even more because of the strength that it brings out, how well it can deal with in team fights as long as the Tempest of Blades doesn't get forced out easily, and then how well it split pushes the map. Again, this is a lineup right now with just those 2 shows that Omega is putting a lot of importance for early game objective fights.
Yep, for Bren Esports, they do secure their jungler this time around, closing up their first half, picking up the Lancelot, and of course giving Flapteasy here a great hero in the Paquito. Last pickup for Omega Esports before we go back into bans. I do believe that is going to be an early glue. Reptar, is this a little too crazy for Omega Esports?
A little bit, because they usually just show this at the 4th or 5th pick. Either they will show it late because Bren Esports might be able to show something here, pick something here that will give this glue a little bit of a difficult time. Of course, it took Omega a while to make the glue work. They were able to already secure a win, or 2 wins already actually with the glue pick.
3
and
1 currently. Kenji's glue is sitting. So this is a specific tool that they know how to use. I'm wondering if it's the right situation is my question. A little too risky here for Omega Esports, given that Glue is a relatively unproven hero in the current metagame. But just the same, that's what makes this version of Omega Esports all the more interesting. Going into the bans is going to be the Eudora taken out here by Omega. And Bren Esports takes out the Esmeralda. I do believe that is a targeted ban towards your boy Adrian Bacalo. Toshi, he's sitting at a lovely 4-1. So very well deserved.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if Bren Esports are even considering taking out the Harith that I mentioned earlier outright. It's Toshi's best performing hero so far this season. If they don't ban out that Harith, they might consider... What else could they ban out? Because so far, all the bans that Bren Esports have gone for have been Omega's best. Popoling Kupa, even though Hayes isn't in the lineup, they're respecting Omega's ability to handle to play the Diggy well, and historically Bren does not have a good record with the Diggy. They hate it. Of course, Eve is Omega's best pick. So Harith is looking like the most logical last ban here for Bren Esports. Meanwhile, Omega are taking away heroes from few. Take away the Farsight, take away the Eudora, and those are 2 mages that can really just disrupt what Omega wants to do. They currently, Bren Esports, they have the Paquito, but they are still lacking that strong magic burst. Now this is most likely going to be a mage that has to get relatively close. It might even be a Kagura pickup here.
I was about to say.
For a few, because the Eudora has also been taken away.
Could be a Lunox still out
Lunox,
there. Yeah, Bren Esports were waiting for their last ban before Omega Esports gets dibs. And I'm guessing this pick for Omega Esports, Reptar, it's going to be telling. Because this Matilda, we don't know what it is. We don't know if it's a position 5 or a mage Matilda.
Yeah, that can still be flexed. Heath already has a record with it though, so it might be, but the surprise factor is still there. So Bren Esports are going to be opening up the Harith for Omega to take if they want to go for that. Strong late game insurance. And they take away the Angela because the Angeline combo looking real good for Omega.
And Omega Esports, they pick up the Lapu Lapu. Looking at my records here, it should be a Toshi hero.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, this
Gold
should
lane.
be a Toshi hero, but it's the first time he's playing Lapu Lapu.
Unless Omega decides to surprise us and that Lapu Lapu's, gonna go mid? Position 4?
Just like ONIC PH?
Yeah. That is a possibility. We've been seeing it more and more.
Interesting. Omega Esports pulling no punches here. All the weird things are coming out in game number 1. Bren Esports, what do they need? They need a hero for few.
Yeah.
And they need a hero for Ribo. Changa's still out there. Oh
yeah,
no.
Changa, it's still undefeated so far this season. It is a Kagura pickup that I heard, or yeah, a Kagura, but it is an Alice for Ribo. Currently 57% win rate, 7 times picked. So if Omega Esports doesn't actually makes this a mid lane or position for Lapu-Lapu, yeah, Harith is still very much available because just thinking about it, the aggressive roam capability of a Lapu-Lapu, Matilda, and Ling in an early game, if that is the position they're going for, it still sticks to that Omega identity of early game objective fights. We want to win that.
Yeah, there's got to be something here. Again, these first 4 picks aren't exactly telling, save for that Ling.
Yeah.
The Ling is the only one that's really hard locked to what he's supposed to do. But yeah, Omega Esports, their last pickup is going to be the Harith. Yeah.
Boom.
It's going to be a boss for Lapu.
Yep.
Your boy Curtizi's playing it, ladies and gentlemen. So looking at the records, I do believe this is also the first time Curtizi's playing a position for Lapu-Lapu.
Yeah.
Reptar, are the odds looking good for Omega doing something as risky as this in the first game of this best of 3?
Well, because the Omega lineup relies on them really having a strong early game here. Not necessarily snowballing so quickly, but then if they can land in some early kills here for Curtizi, an objective take from Hajizi, that is a comfort spot for Omega.
So nothing like a Roger, not like that.
Not like that.
Not that
like
crazy.
Not that crazy.
All right, so that's a win condition for Omega Esports. As for Bren, this literally looks like an M2 lineup. Just change the Paquito.
It's a great balanced lineup. You can early to late, you're covered.
Very few things can go wrong.
Yeah, very few things can go wrong. But the Harith is gonna be a big problem here for Bren Esports. That's something they might eye on shutting down early on.
Yeah.
They might actually not try to bother the Ling so much. Though they do have a Jawhead, that is an option for them, but they might look to bother other lanes here. They might even look to bother the Lapu-Lapu because that sort of nerfs the ability of Omega to rotate, and their map presence will get depleted if that Lapu-Lapu gets shut down quickly.
Yep, we're about to see if all that comes into play, if all that becomes a reality. Welcome to game number 1. Bren Esports versus Omega Esports, the very final series in all of MPL Philippines Season 7 regular season. By the way, this is all under the regulation and supervision of the Games and Amusements Board. Reptar, check us out. Lusty, just bothering ever so slightly Heath, but yeah, nothing like we saw from earlier in the series before, wherein they were going gung-ho, like you're not getting your buff.
Yep, it'll always just be information here. It doesn't have the strong buff steal capability like a Grok does, but if all that Bren Esports needs Lusty to do is give us the info, let us know, disrupt that he's doing it, and he's doing a fine job so far.
Hajizi secures his orange by hook or by crook. He is sitting at about 1/3 of his health. Not exactly comfortable. Heath able to help his core protect it. I am still wondering what the game plan is for this Lapu-Lapu at 4.
Yeah, he's probably just going to be focusing on farming up 4 now, get a little bit more of mid presence, but he just hit level 3. Don't think he's going to hit level 4 just yet by the time the turtle spawns.
So he's ahead of you even.
Yeah, just by a bit though. Like, 2 minions or a minion ahead of you.
Well, give or take, this is what in this genre of gaming we call the lane bully. That's what the Lapu-Lapu is here. Even if he is more of a fighter, you put him toe-to-toe with most other mages, especially in the early to mid game, then he is going to win those engages. Now for Toshi versus Ribo, where do you draw the line here, Reptar? Since no fights are exactly breaking out, what's the situation like in that Alice versus Harith matchup?
Yeah, it's going to be the dead lane here. Most of the teams, if either of them don't focus on trying to take down either the Alice or the Harith first, then yeah, Ribo and Toshi are just going to be there for the first 5-6 minutes. And this is most likely going to be a 4 versus 4 for this turtle.
Here we go. Both teams are in great position. Curtizi gonna be using his that's gonna be the split plus a grab. Curtizi looking low. Can they take advantage here? That's gonna be first blood for the side of Omega, but Bren takes 2. There's the Tempest of Blaze. Hajizi's looking low. Finch points out. Toshi to the rescue. Can they punish? The answer is no. Wow, 2 for 2 so far. Bren Esports ahead by about 500.
Yeah, they got the turtle, and Ribo and Toshi said, we're not just going to stay here, we're going to roam. We're going to rotate and try to join in that fight. Ribo getting there beforehand because of the lane pressure he was able to put onto Toshi. Toshi had to clear a wave, which is why Rebo got there first. Bren Esports, good response. They lost 2. It is a trade, but at the end of the day, what matters is mission accomplished. Carl Teasy got the turtle.
Flap Teasy. There you go. Got 2 kills, so good stacks on his Festival of Blood. So, yeah, again, you're not putting the kills on the core, but you did give him the turtle, so it denies Hajizi here the snowball which you mentioned. Not Roger level snowball, but again, just slowly gaining map presence. Now, what's the game plan here for Omega to try and close that gap? It's a very small gap. Are they going to go for pickoffs or bigger team fights?
They can try to go for a pickoff here, but with how Bren Esports are rotating around the map, they're making it hard for Omega to find a target.
Oh no, Heath here, circling Eagle, but only as a last resort. Not much of a response from Omega. They get that kill for free. While up top, this is Hajizi planning for the long game. Not much he can do against Flapteasy, so he just has to wait. Bren Esports is the aggressor.
Yeah, and again, with how Bren Esports are rotating, Omega cannot find an opening this early on. The fights will most likely happen a few seconds before the turtle spawns or during the turtle fight. Rebo and Toshi, they're just going to be trading blows, trying to see who can get lane dominance so that they can roam first. The Clock of Destiny has already been picked up here by Few and Rebo, so they're going to get those stacks early on.
Flapteasy here going to face off against 3 members of Omega. There's a circling Eagle. Flapteasy, he doesn't have any champ stance stacks. He's looking, they're waiting. Ejector onto 1. Let's see. Lancelot once more gets the turtle buff, but they do take out Rebo. There's a grab by Kenji. Lusty survives, and they do disengage. Is this the right call here for Omega? Should they say, you know what, Turtle, Bren belongs to you, we'll find something else elsewhere?
Yeah, it seems like Omega is playing for that mid to the late game. After that first objective take, they've completely changed their playstyle here. Like, okay, yeah, we're not going to go for the early game strong spike we can get. We have a Harith in our lineup. We also have a Ling. You know what? Yeah, let's just play it smartly. Let's open up the map even more, which is why Hajizi and Toshi didn't join that fight at all. Hajizi just helped Toshi out with the bottom lane wave. They weren't able to take down the turret, but I think Toshi got a few good hits at it to get that gold from the shielding.
And so far, if this is the same story for the next few minutes once more, yeah, Toshi's going to grow that win rate. As for Rebo, looking at his current standing on the Alice, it's 50-50, sitting at 3-3. So this is a very specific tool that Bren Esports said, you know what, we need something to scale. Changa's not going to do it right now.
Yeah, and now Bren Esports, they can continue this aggression, which is why Few and Carl Teasy are positioning for a good lane cut here, and potentially if a member of Omega is in that shrub. They don't know that, although we do. And let's see if there's going to be a play out of this.
All right, circling Eagle onto Carl Teasy. Is this the right target? Toshi drops the Zaman Force. Is there enough? In comes Hajizi. Tempest of Blades onto Carl Teasy.
Wow.
Down he goes. Lusty looking low as well. Can they get him? The answer is yes. Hajizi gets a kill. 2 for none so far. And Omega's going to back out. Bren Esports gets shocked in that 1 turret push up top, and Omega ever so quick with the conversion with a man-to-man defense in mid and bot. Reptar looking great for Omega. What can Bren do to regain the offensive?
They have to get a pick off and a push down to a turret somewhere else. Pick off or break down mid, break down the bottom lane, or win a fight for the turtle considerably. Not just we get the turtle, we lost a lot of members. Take down the members of Omega and turn around the momentum of the game from that.
Decisively.
Decisively.
Keyword decisively. Looking here for another blind engage from Bren onto Omega. That seems to be how Bren has been owning the early game so far, right? In the past 5-6 minutes, the early or the easy kills from Bren are from blind engages. But now I think Omega, they're once been, twice shy. They're not going to let that happen one more time. Lusty here, spacing out Heath. They are going to knock him up. Flapteasy a little in too deep. Goes up for the knockup punch. Already uses ult, so they do know that that is off of cooldown, and they disengage.
Look at that. When both teams realize, like, yeah, we don't have a big clear opening right now, let's just both back off, and they both retreated at the same time.
Respect.
Respect, exactly. One of the reasons why Omega were at a disadvantage initially was because Reebok cut the wave in the bottom lane really well that Curtizy was forced to respond. So Bren had a 5 vs 4 advantage. But because of how they're positioned right now, a fight might just break out. But it seems like the respect, it's still there. They're both really just playing this safely.
Yep, they missed the pincer. I saw what Omega was trying to do, but now they reconverge onto the turtle. This looks like it's going to go to Omega. Flapteasy trying to look for a target onto Heath. They get the knock up. Still no ult here. He just used it right then and there. Curtizy here trying to clear the wave. And just like that, I think Bren Esports in lull times like this, the best idea for them is to just get gold. But just the same, that's playing to not lose.
Yeah, Reba's Alice here and how he's moving around the map is going to be a boon for Bren Esports because he's applying a lot of pressure in that bottom lane. Reba could have gone and stayed in that turtle fight. He didn't need to rotate all the way down. But then Bren realizes that, oh my god, I seem to be having a bit of a hard time handling their minion waves, which is something Omega's historically really good at. I think Omega just putting a lot of focus right now in the objective fights. Now need to start giving resources or dedicating resources to defending that side lane push from Rebo.
Yep, and Rebo seems to be putting salt in the wound. He wants to continue because he's saying, hey Toshi, if you're not leaving, neither am I. Like, if you're going to make a mistake of trying to take a team fight, then say goodbye to this turret, and that closes the map for Omega. It shrinks it for them permanently. So yeah, look at this. Toshi's forced to answer.
Yeah, and again, I really feel like I'm just watching a continuation of our Season 6 Grand Finals because they're really playing a lot like how they played back in Season 6. A lot of importance into the key objective team fights or split pushing, really biding their time and respecting the potential of their opponent to just win a turnaround team fight. It's like both of these teams grew but are still exactly the same in a way.
Yep, check this out. Rebo though in the middle of a Zaman force. They do disengage.
Wow.
And in true Omega fashion, they just take it. And yeah, this is not a good fight for us to have. We're going to back out. Few and Lusty to the rescue, positioning themselves here for a potential peekaboo surprise death bush. And Lusty here going to jump into 3 members. Who's going to survive? Not much for him here. Split by Kenji. It looks like they're going to go for the grab. And right now, Lusty, is he going to be in trouble? That's going to be yes, Heath. Expends the circling eagle. They get the pick off. Rebo might be the next target here. That's Heath and Hajizi on him. Can they get him? Blood Ode for the win, saving Rebo. The GOAT survives. And just like that, it seems to be divide and conquer.
Yeah, and this glue pick coming out early, I think it's just confidence by Omega. They've, at this point, it's like them telling all of us that, you know what, we're pretty good at the glue now.
We know exactly how to use the glue. Check it out. But just the same, it seems to be a giant distraction play.
And it's the disruptive presence of the glue in that team fight was really big for Omega and how they were able to take control and eventually get a small win out of it. They were able to get more pushes with it as well. Now, this next Lord fight here is going to be big because I see that one of these two teams will probably just try to commit someone into pushing.
Overextend possibly.
Yeah, or overextend possibly. This is going to be a big fight here. Bren are going to be the ones who will try to look for a pick-off. But with how they're positioning, they're actually playing it safe. They're really, again, respecting Omega with how much they know each other. The potential for the other team to turn around. The reason why we call Hajizi the KDA machine is that he really knows when to make the entry. He knows when to take a fight. He knows when to go in. He knows when to sweep up the kills for Omega, and he knows when to not take a fight.
Yeah, cogs and gears this young man is. It seems like Mobile Legends is just a formula for him to solve, and for the most part in his career, he knows what the answer is. So right here, right now, he's here to prove that point and, you know, earn once more the moniker of the KDA machine in the face of their longtime rivals, Bren Esports. Now, Kenji here trying to find a split. Flapteasy playing the same role here, diversion. Let's see, Lusty looking for one. Ejector already triggered. Oh wow! This whole time, it's beneficial to Omega, this whole divide and conquer strategy, because again, you mentioned earlier, the Ling is so good at split pushing.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Hajizi did there. Actually, for a moment there, I lost track of where Hajizi was in the map.
Where is he?
Because I thought he was just nearby. But then he was like, oh, he already broke down the top third there. And yeah, now it's Omega turning it around on Bren's face that, okay, if you guys were pressuring our bottom lane for the first few minutes, it's our turn to apply a lot of pressure on the side lanes here. So again, it's the game of chicken for these two teams. They're both just waiting for that one big moment. Although there have been times where Lusty and Heath have tried to find that opening, or actually Kenji as well for Omega, they both just know when to take the fight and when not to. And this is just next level caution because, okay, we've spoken about Omega and how they're fighting for an upper bracket slot. Bren is doing that as well. They still have their eyes set on getting that upper bracket. It's not secured for them.
Both teams are just, they understand the stakes involved here.
Exactly.
So, again, what an honor it is to be here covering this very matchup for all of you. Now, a potential engagement down bottom could be. Still, both teams are relatively split up. The first time we've seen Omega cross the river, not so much just yet for Bren. We did see Flapteezy in Omega's jungle up top. But just the same, both teams ever so cautious. Now, Heath gets caught out by an ejector, but Rebo and Cartesi says, no, let's not. Not like this.
Not like that. And again, the patience from these two teams. We look at the items. Toshi already picking up the Divine Glaive. That's a Harith that has been uninterrupted for his farm. So as this game goes on, now at this point, it's going to be difficult for Bren Esports to take that fight unless they get an early quick burst onto either Curtizi, Hajizi, or Heath.
Yeah, do note, Reptar, Rebo is more farmed than Harith, than Toshi, but just the same, because of their difference in battle spells, Toshi just has better items.
Yeah, the Purify, it's going to be a hard target to catch here for Bren Esports. So,
Sorry, Emblem Talent.
Emblem
There
Talent,
you go.
yeah, the Emblem Talent.
The mystery shop, yes.
Man,
Just
pure
10
rage.
Yeah, 10% just gets you so much. But right now, look at this. A better position for Bren Esports. All of them here in this river, in this pixel brush, could be lethal. Once more, a dance of death between these two top-notch teams in the MPL, nay, in all of the C region, possibly the world, given that our world champion here currently is competing. Now, Curtizi gonna try to join the fight, even the odds here, while it's Flapteezy who has to answer. Oh, this is so interesting, so close.
Yeah, and that top lane push is going to be a factor here, but with how everything is converging now to that Lord Pit, this might just be that one big team fight we were looking for, as Omega has already taken down the Lord to 50%.
Okay, Flapteezy looking for a nice knock-up. Kenji here, split.
Reset.
He's looking for a grab. Heath is right in the middle, circling Eagle. Onto one. It's going to be Flapteezy, and Flapteezy currently has Kenji on him. This is the first team fight we've seen in a while. Rebo goes in with the blood flow. Kenji is gonna back out of here. That's just both teams taking a few hits, and Lord is reset. I think we're back to zero.
Back to zero again. It's like it's like Eve isn't on the field, but we're watching a game of chess. The entire map is their chessboard.
Oh.
And with one move, it opens up another, but then it opens up another move, an opening for your opponent. And I feel like the last time we saw Omega like this was probably sometime around week 3 or week 4, where again, it was just a game where Omega showed their patience and their search for that picture-perfect moment to start things out.
They're cunning.
Yeah.
They're guile. They're high IQ, but just the same. Bren Esports, again, we mentioned earlier, this might be them in playoffs mode. And just the same, we haven't seen Bren like this in a while as well. A lot of their wins, just like in both series against Work Auster Force, they just bullied the rookies in MPL Season 7. But right here, right now, against their longtime rivals, it seems to be another story.
Yeah, I think it's gonna boil down to the question of who decides to give up something first, because both teams are handling the top lane pushes so well. Because of how Omega has that advantage in that top lane, I wouldn't be surprised if it'll actually be Omega who decides, man, you know what? I feel like at this point, let's just pull the trigger. Once we see Flap or one member of Bren Esports split push to try to manage a wave, that's when we'll take this Lord.
Yeah, 17 minutes in here. I do believe you're right, Reptar. I agree that it might be Omega who breaks first, who says, you know what? just do it.
Yeah, they have the link. They can rotate fast.
Just try something. But yes, we are about 3 minutes away from TikTok timers, as we like to call it. And for you wrestling fans, this is reminiscent of those fight forever situations.
Yeah, the Iron Man matches.
Wherein, you know, both competitors have brought out, what, a dozen finishers, and nobody just... both refuse to fall.
Yeah.
Everything is a near 2 count, near 3 count. And the same is here.
They reset the Lord
For those
again.
Bren and Omega fans, your team needs your support.
Yeah, I don't see the comment section right now, but I feel like all the fans of these two teams, because they know what their teams are like. They're all just analyzing the game right now.
I think someone at some point just started to bring out like an Excel sheet and did their taxes.
Yeah.
Because that's how long this wait has been going on, Raptor. I legit remember the past 5 minutes, and it's been similar.
Yeah, your screens aren't broken. There is no time loop that we're stuck in.
Yeah.
We've really just been stuck. Not stuck, but seeing the exact same thing. Omega, though.
This might be a great position for Bren, given that Curtiz is so far. Look at this. There's a circling eagle. Zaman Force dropped in by Toshi, and that's a Tempest of Blades by Hajizi, securing it, taking down Curtiz. They trade for Kenji, and now they're looking for another Flap TZ fall. Curtiz joins the fight at the right moment. Lusty off position. Fuse gonna fall here. Is he? It Curtiz. The Fighter confirms it. Lusty, he's lost. Lusty being taken out here by Toshi. Another Zaman Force comes in, and all this time, well planned out here by Omega. They push up top. Raptor, what's going on?
Lusty is trying to hold on for dear life here, but this is one lone Jawhead with an immortality. Yes, but Omega, just like that, the rubber band snaps.
You said it was Omega who was bound to break for something, and honestly speaking, it wasn't a win. It wasn't a game-ending team fight.
Yeah.
It was honestly just maybe something, but not this.
Not like that. I think it got to the point where Omega understood we've all gotten to that late game power spike, all of us. And Omega trusted in their late game power spike. Wow.
Amazing. We did not even get a chance to call the winning moment, but indeed it was brought to us by Oppo A94. I am flummoxed. I am perplexed. I am at a loss for words. I could not have even called that last team fight even if I wanted to, because there was just literally one big fight here, and then next thing we know, Lusty was just defending.
Yeah. It's, again, the entire game just felt like extending a rubber band, waiting for it to snap, and then boom.
Sorry, this is greed. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's great. But then Omega snaps it. Just one fight, just like that. And
from out of nowhere.
Yeah, and I think that's why Bren was also playing it really, really carefully, because they knew that was the risk.
As they should have.
Yeah.
As they should have. But ladies and gentlemen,
wow,
that is the both anticipated but just the same anticlimactic end to game number 1. Yeah. We are about to hear from our resident analyst here, Wolf. He's going to be breaking down game number 1, and I'd like to hear another informed opinion on that whole dance of death, the 5 minutes wherein Bren and Omega were just holding out, waiting just for one little mistake, and apparently it wasn't going to be so big. It was so fast. Ladies and gentlemen, throwing it over to our analyst, Wolf, to break down game number 1.
You know, I can fairly remember yung game na binansagan na KDA machine si Hajizi, at reminiscent to lalong-lalo na sa pagkakabuff doon sa Ling. Let's look into this game. My name is Wolf, your analyst, and the following post-game statistics are brought to you by Smart. 5-0-4 on this Ling. At talagang nag-flashback sa akin yung mga moments na binansagan na KDA machine si Hajizi noong mga previous season dahil sa kanyang malupit na galawan using the Ling. This time, however, iba yung naging konsepto ng Omega Esports. Parang hindi naman sila ganun ka-aggressive, pero meron silang ways para maging aggressive, and that will come from Mr. Fundamental himself. The Matilda na kinombine with a rather weird pick para sa isang mid lane lapu-lapu, but it all makes sense. Kasi kung titingnan natin ang mga members ng Bren Esports, hindi nila kayang i-withstand yung panggulat na nanggagaling mula sa isang mid lane lapu-lapu. Imagine the Kagura, maganda siya laban sa mga mages din. Kung mid versus mid at mage versus mage ang nangyayari, kunwari Kagura Lunox, pwede yun eh. But in this case, it's lapu-lapu, hindi enough yung burst at pwedeng patayin ng isang lapu-lapu ang Kagura, lalong-lalo na pag maganda ang initiation. And then also to look at the Lancelot, for example, na maganda naman yung mga puncture, but once na nag-commit na siya at na-punish siya ng Matilda, pati ng lapu-lapu, dun siya mayayari. So, ang ginawa ng side ng Omega Esports, they banked on their punish potential. Hindi man ganun kaganda yung kanilang straight up na 5v5 collision laban sa Bren Esports. Dahil yung Bren Esports, maganda yung burst, meron silang Pakito, have the Lancelot, meron silang Kagura. Pag pinagsabay-sabay nila yan, kaya nila talagang maka-burst down. So, ang ginawa ng Omega Esports, medyo nag-bank sila dun sa early punish potential nila. So, what they did in the first turtle, which we will see later on, ay hinintay nilang makapasok muna yung mga members ng Bren Esports, tsaka sila pumalag. Imagine this, Ling, you also have Lapu-Lapu, meron pang Glue na nakaka-wisit din talaga akong isipin when it comes to canceling all of those frontliners, lalo na sa isang dive composition coming out from Bren Esports. So to sum it all up, the draft worked in favor of Omega kasi alam nila yung strength ng kanilang draft. Kung isipin natin head-on collision, nagbangga yung dalawang composition nila, medyo papabor pa yan sa Bren Esports, lalo na pag sabay-sabay sila. Pero kung punishment ang habol mo, Omega Esports will have the advantage. Kaya nga naman din ay nagawan nila ng paraan. And we will see in the highlights kung paano nga ba nag-workaround ang Omega Esports para sila ang mas maganda ang punish. Nagsimula yan dito sa turtle fight wherein the Omega Esports squad were able to just kill of the members of Bren Esports matapos nga naman yung turtle fights. At yung fact na nabuhay dito si GZ, that's also very good. Now, I love the last pick, Harith, mula sa Omega. Kasi parang, kahit sabihin natin greedy ang composition ng Omega Esports, Harith plus Ling yan, wala naman ding hero na talagang kakakontest doon sa Harith. Like, onto the bottom lane, it's Alice and Harith na alam naman natin ay lalamang sa Harith eventually. Going in that favor for sure. Sabihin na natin yung Pakito and Johed, maganda yung kanilang contention, potential laban sa isang Harith, but Omega Esports made it so na si Heath, pati na rin si Kenji and Curtizi are able to make Toshi farm. At lalo na sa Lord fight na to, pinauna yung Bren Esports, biglang yung Omega, nakahanap sila ng magandang opening, and Curtizi onto the backlines, walang nagawa doon si Few. And even Carl TC, dahil all-in yung ginagawa ng Bren Esports. Imagine this, Johed, Pakito, Lancelot, Kagura, gusto talaga nilang sumalubsob dun sa mga members ng Omega Esports. And if you think about it, maganda naman yung idea. Kaya nilang burahin yung mga members ng Omega Esports kung tama yung kanilang execution. But Omega Esports, alam nila yon. At siguro nga naman dahil bestie nila tong tong Bren Esports, alam nila kung paano gumagana yung ginagawa ng Bren Esports. Heath, Mr. Fundamental, 1-2-8 ang kanyang performance, but a whopping 90% when it comes to kill participation. Methodical and systematic ang naging approach ng Omega Esports, at more than anything else, patient din sila gumalaw. Kaya nga naman, eventually, sila ang mas lumamang doon sa kanilang understanding ng kanilang draft advantage over Bren Esports. It's not over till it's over. Kaya nga lang, itong pagkapanalo ng Omega Esports ay napaka-importante sa kanilang placing sa upper bracket ng ating playoffs. And para naman sa'yo, kung gusto mo maganda rin ang iyong resulta for today, you can join the live watching rewards. If you're part of the first 30,000 entries, may chance kang manalo ng skin worth 599 diamonds. All you have to do is scan this QR code or get into this link. And I bid you all good luck. It's game number 1. Tingnan natin kung ano ang magiging adjustments ng Bren Esports sa game number 2. Ipasa natin pabalik sa mga casters.
Thank you so much, Wolf, for that intricate and detailed breakdown of game number 1. Welcome back to the caster's desk. My name is Leo. This right here is Reptar, and we will be bringing you possibly match point, question mark, for
possibly.
this Season 6 rematch, Bren Esports versus Omega Esports. Reptar, I must admit and confess, there was just so much time in Wolf's analysis that I believe there's more we can talk about in Game 1.
Yeah, Wolf put a lot of importance here in the understanding of both teams, not just for Omega Esports, but both teams with how their heroes work together. And Omega just had that slight leg up over Bren Esports where they understood, yeah, that lineup of Bren Esports needs to go, as Wolf said, all in with the Paquito, the Jawhead, the Kagura. They are all in types, a Lancelot as well. So the last fight there was so interesting because if you look back at that Lord take, it was Omega Esports who started it. And then at one point they said, you know what, we're going to stop this. Bren, here you go, take the floor. Floor's yours. Take the Lord. Oh, wait, no, Hajizi's on that wall. He's going to retry that away. Psych!
And there's one more thing I'd like to bring up before we get into the draft is I remember people singing the praises for Omega when they drafted Granger, Eve, Farsa. And we would see real-world manipulation into the Fair Airstrike and how picture-perfect it was.
Yeah.
There's another version of that here in this matchup that I'd like to highlight that won't go as much noticed. It's the interaction between the grab and Curtizi's late arrival. The fact that Kenji did the grab means he was off the map in time for Curtizi to come back and even the odds, get the numbers game back on the side of Omega. That timing was just so perfect, and it led to eventually this picture-perfect finish. And again, I can't help but feel like we should still be in Game 1 by now.
Yeah, you can tell that Omega is playing the game they want to play when a game goes on really long and it's just one moment that changes everything. Again, ever since we've known Omega, but I feel like more people have really put Omega in their spotlight, of course, with what they did last season, becoming our runner-ups. It's their tempo of looking for that picture-perfect moment. We don't care how long this game goes. We will keep doing the same thing over and over again. It's going to feel like Groundhog Day because we're looking for that picture-perfect moment, that picture-perfect initiation.
It's both patience and precision. They're willing to wait for it. They're willing to work to keep this going, and just knowing how to get to that one moment for the finish. That's what Omega did here in game number 1, which now brings us to the other side of the spectrum. Game number 2, how can Bren bounce back? We know Bren is capable of just dominating and playing these situations as well. It's not like they ran out of patience here. It's not like they fell to a trap.
Yeah, they didn't, because again, with what Bren Esports did in that fight, it looked like a good opportunity to take. They could have taken that Lord. They could have surprised Omega Esports, but it will go back to the draft that we are currently seeing right now, brought to us by Smart. And Omega Esports, or Bren Esports rather, might want to look into a lineup that can split the map much better. So I would be surprised if Rebo will either end up playing the Alice again or show up his Hayabusa. Something that Rebo plays well to split that and open up that map. Because now Omega has shown that, okay, if you're going to play all in, we're not going to give you an opportunity here. So this might be the signal for Bren that, okay, if you guys will play that Ling, we're going to play something that can also split the map really well.
Yep, I doubt, though, that Bren Esports will be hasty to pick up the Hayabusa on the first go-around.
Yeah, not just yet.
They have to wait to see if it's worth it. But yeah, I expect this first banning phase to be relatively close to what we can expect. Barat's taken out and Benedetta taken by Omega. Bren Esports, again, it's that Diggy that they oh so love. Sarcasm, by the way. And of course, the Matilda. Earlier, game 1, the Jawhead was left out open as well as the Matilda. So two very, very key and prioritized picks here in the MPL were left open. And it wasn't for a lack of choices. It was very deliberate by both coaches.
Yeah, Bren Esports here, their last ban is going to be something it's going to be really interesting because they might want to consider, whittling down the hero pool of Heath.
Forcing the Eve?
Yeah, forcing the Eve out here. Bren Esports might pick up the Cho for one of their first 2 picks so that it doesn't go into the side of Omega.
Omega doesn't fall for it!
Wow, they go straight for the Ling.
Okay, the benefit of the doubt, maybe Omega Esports doesn't have to fall for anything. Maybe both coaches here, again, kudos to Why Not. He's grown so much in MPL Season 7.
Definitely.
Coach Ducky, what else does this man have to do? He is, as put here in the Philippines, a Lodi. Just the same, though, I'm guessing it's a game of I know you know.
Yeah. So, Bren Esports, I'm sure they know Omega Esports Heath plays a really mean show. So they might want to consider picking up the Cho here already.
Yeah, Lusty himself not so shabby on the Cho. He has won a world championship off the back of one.
Yeah. Bren, okay, they go for their... Oh, wow. Interesting. They take away the Eve and Uranus from Omega Esports. 2 picks that they love.
Yeah, I was going to say the Eve had to go here. So it could have been the Cho Eve or it's the Eve plus something. So now this gives Omega the onus to answer back. They have to pick up something that can very clearly address the Eve. If not, they're in trouble.
Yeah, I like the Uranus pickup because, okay, Bren isn't going for a split type of lineup so far, but they have that strong lane hold. So Omega Esports won't have an easier time around trying to disrupt Bren so much in terms of splitting the map. Actually, at one point, they might have to deal with this Uranus to stop it from just running all over whatever lane it's splitting.
Yeah, which is an interesting point here, Reptar, because the way Flapteasy plays Uranus is a very specific type of Uranus.
Yeah.
I have seen him do what I like to call the Flapteasy special, wherein
What's
he
that?
would cut the lane and then just picture perfect with such synchronous actions kill behind the opponent's tier 1 turret with the help of Cartesian Few. Like, I've seen him do this several times, and I don't expect any less from Flapteasy here in game number 2. But let's talk about Omega Esports picks here. The Baksha and the Esmeralda. Interesting. This is risky. I think this is very dangerous.
Yeah, those sort of look like direct responses to that Uranus pick. Because 1, you already have someone who's going to reduce the regeneration of that Uranus. 2, you're going to have someone who'll just steal the shields of Uranus. So I won't be surprised if Toshi and most likely Flapteasy will just be dueling it out at lane non-stop, just dancing around each other, stealing each other's shields.
But
or regenerating.
Reptar, mind you, this is a very precarious and specific dance Omega has to do. The switcheroo in the early game.
Yeah.
Like they have to figure out, all right, where is Flapteasy? Toshi, you go there.
Yeah, it's not... Although Kenji... No, yeah, Kenji... I don't think we've seen him play the Esmeralda, or just once, but most of the time, it is Toshi playing it. Now, this Lunox pickup by Bren Esports is fantastic. You get strong burst, and this is going to be a Lunox for Rebo.
Could be a Lunox for Rebo. Looking at their records, Rebo has played 2 Lunox in Season 7, won none of them.
Your team
Very
is
risky, but I do like how they denied another potential answer to the Uranus. Looking at Few, though, he himself has played several Lunox as well in Season 7, but I'd hate to be the bearer of bad
Your
news.
team is
Won none of them
banned.
either. 0 and 3.
So the Lunox pick hasn't worked out for Bren Esports just yet.
Different circumstance, though.
Different circumstances. This might be the game that turns things around for that specific pickup. But we all know drafts aren't just all about one hero.
Yeah,
it's about the entire makeup.
It's not just the choice you made. It's the actions that follow. So now going into the second phase of banning here, it's the Loyi and the Angela taken out by Bren Esports. They very much respect the Angela-Ling combo. But for Omega Esports, they're taking away Carl Teasy's comfort, the Lancelot. What might this other one be? A Granger?
Yeah, take away that range, especially with an Eve, is going to be difficult to deal with. Did they ban out? Oh, they take out the Estes? Huh, surprising.
If anything, it is Omega who plays the Estes.
Yeah.
100% win rate on Curtisi, but Omega seems to know something.
Yeah, the potential for Bren to bring out the Estes and then another relatively quick scaling marksman, or bring out an Estes and a Granger, something that we've seen before.
Not once has Bren Esports played Estes.
Oh, wow. So Omega just took it out as a just in case.
Or they know something is up, but just the same, Bren Esports here, they pick up the Kufra. That's going to be the tank for Lusty. Now Omega Esports, there's no use denying the cores from Bren Esports, so they still need a hero for possibly Heath. And for Curtisi, what might it be?
Cho still open. Hayabusa got picked up there by Omega. So this is going to be a tank Baksha. I kind of thought that was going to be a Baksha for Kenji. And then you'll have the Esmeralda within the side lane. So it's going to be a mid lane Chang'e. And then a tank Baksha along with a side lane Hayabusa.
Yes, now we brought up how relatively frail the Lunox might be for Bren Esports.
I just noticed.
Yes.
If you flip the names, The Omega draft looks like a Bren draft, and the Bren draft looks like an Omega draft.
You're not wrong.
Right?
You're not
You can flip the
wrong.
names and you'll think, oh, that's correct.
You're not wrong. And I love how Bren Esports just picks up their cues and they're like, you know what, Granger's not going to do good here. Not a good look for Granger. Let's go ahead and invest in the late game. Pick up that Claude. Cartesi, you're going to have to go into M2 mode to clutch us a game number 3. Let's see if the world champions can claw themselves back into this series, or will Omega, in true Omega fashion, sweep once they've found their picture-perfect form. Reptar, how you feeling? Again, it's funny. I hate how you brought it up, that if you cover the names and the teams, it looks like they swapped. I'm so bothered now.
Yeah, you can't unsee it. And now Omega Esports, I feel like they're the ones who... Now, it's like the tables have turned, because Bren Esports line up with the Claude, the Lunox, and then that Uranus. They're going to be an absolute bother to deal with in that late game, because looking at the lineup of Omega, I'm not seeing a lot of responses for that Uranus pick. We know the Chango damage will hurt, but it's not burst. It's just, it sprinkles, yet it hurts the longer it goes on. But that Uranus pickup, come the late game, if we get to that point, will be an absolute bother for Omega to deal with. And dare I say, might just be one of the key reasons why Bren Esports might win this game number 2.
A true prick to their side, but might I say thorn to their side. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. Bren Esports versus Omega Esports. Here we go, both junglers and their respective tanks just helping them take their own respective purple buffs. Wow, Reptar, full mirror, and Kenji.
Wow.
What? It's a swap.
Yep, it's not Toshi.
Support Hayabusa, Shades of Bigatron Alpha.
Oh, right.
Shades of Bigatron Alpha from Indonesia.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't notice that.
Neither did I. We expected a certain arrangement, a certain configuration, but this is the same lineup that put EVOS Legends, the eventual champions of Indonesia, in the lower bracket.
Yeah, the support Hayabusa, and this might just be the reason why Omega might be programmed to win. Okay, what I said earlier still holds true. That Uranus pickup will be a thorn to the side of Omega, but
no doubt,
because of how the map, how do I say this? The equilibrium, the matchups have changed. This support Hayabusa pickup will increase the possibility of Omega ending this fast, being able to snowball.
Yeah.
Because you have a strong damage presence that roams really well.
Yeah, to be fair, that lineup was very different. But look at Cartesi, blazing duet, first blood by Cartesi to the back lines. Heath goes down. Oh, Cartesi, there's no way he's surviving this. Mind you, that's a nice punish down bottom. It eventually turns into a trade. Omega still ahead by maybe 400. I was going to say that BTR lineup, Bigatron Alpha, they were playing with something a little different. I believe they had a Popol and Koopa with them as they did this position for Hayabusa. But nonetheless, divide and conquer still seems to be the name of the game.
Yeah, instead of a Popol and Koopa, you have someone who's possibly like a 2-in-1. I mean, less abilities, but that first skill is still gonna end up being able to stun, and then at the same time, you get that regen reduction. So, and then Heath will also be a sponge for Omega come the late game.
Yeah, something that Popol and Koopa can't, so there's a few trade-offs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but let's see who can jockey for position here. A better go at an
Kenji.
early turtle. Kenji dancing around, caught out here by Lusty. Real manipulation here by Few. And
placement.
Omega just places himself right out of the RWM. And right now, Cartesi, he has so much stats.
They took it back!
Hajizi takes the turtle. They do sacrifice Heath. Heath does not have an answer, but just the same. Omega gets the turtle. Bren takes a man. Reptar, was that worth it?
That was an incredibly well-placed real-world manipulation by Few, and I thought they would already be able to take the turtle, and I was thinking, yeah, that's definitely going to be worth it. But then, man, Omega just somehow, they made that look, dare I say, relatively easy.
Clean.
Clean is the better word.
Pristine.
Exactly.
But look at this, Rebo in trouble, having to use the Order of Brilliance to save himself from Toshi's Meteor Shower. Quick rinse and repeat here. Omega putting so much pressure down on the bottom lane. Rebo not going to have a good go in the early. Let's see.
Oh, Heath
in mid.
Bumps him.
They're looking for one. Flapteasy. He's not able to do, as you said, Reptar, Flapteasy things. He's not able to cut the lanes, not able to bother or isolate Kenji. If anything, he's leaving Kenji.
Yeah. Not just yet, and that is going to be the trade-off here with this lineup. Flap TZ, though, has to find that balance of being able to be a presence for his team and then also still being able to farm up really well because although Bren Esports can try their best to delay it and give time for Flap, all the time Flap needs to farm up.
Oh, Toshi goes down. Rebo was able to put a beat on him, but here comes the cavalry. The backup. Order of Brilliance. Can this save Rebo? He does have a flicker. Karltzy comes in from the back lines. Here comes Karltzy, but Haith drops the Revitalize. The rest of Omega are safe, but here comes Few. Will they overextend? The answer is no.
Rebo was buying time for Lusty to TP away, but the Shadow Clone gave the info for Omega as to where Lusty was, and Karltzy found him. Out of all the places where that one Shadow Clone could have been placed,
it's where vision was needed.
Exactly where Lusty was. That's a 50% skill, 100% luck. Because those things pop up randomly.
100% reason to remember the name, Karltzy.
Yes.
Let's get back into the game here. Kenji and Flap TZ again, a dance that we don't expect to end very, very soon.
The bump.
There's the Poissons. Lusty says, back out of here, man. You need your stacks. Karltzy, he does have the blazing duet. And now, this is turtle number 2. Let's see who's going to get a good position. Remember, Few here, he has the real world manipulation. He could pop it at any time. Karltzy has a huge amount of stacks. Heath is dancing, looking for that perfect stun. And there's Lusty with the bump and the blazing duet. But they do get the turtle. Real world manipulation here. Heath goes down. There's the meteor shower by Toshi. Karltzy run. He does use the quad shadow out. Flap TZ could not punish. And just like that, shadow kill from the back lines. But Reptar, mind you, there is a trade for the turret down bottom. Rebo has been diligently working. That's a permanent objective that Omega cannot take back.
Yeah, the game is still relatively close, but Omega might be able to balance things out here if they'll be able to break this turret. But Lusty and Few have other plans.
Let's see, can they defend? That's the diamond drop down by Few. This is the law, he says. This turret shall stand. And right now, Hajizi putting quite a bit of pressure on Rebo. Oh, BMI in, Karltzy. What a presence. Just full respect from Heath. And Hajiz is like, nope.
Yeah, and Heath has been relatively low-key in this match, but he has been the martyr for Omega Esports right now. The reason why they've been able to win those objective takes, because he's taking a lot of attention from Karltzy. He's going up to Karltzy, trying to disrupt him. Yeah, Karltzy's whittling him down, and the reason why Heath has 3 deaths to his name is because Bren realizes, oh, Heath is slow, let's take him out. But then that just opens it up. The turtle take for Omega, that's exactly what has happened the past 2 turtle takes for OMG.
Lusty here looking for a lucky Tyrant's revenge. Just nothing there for him. Rebo, that's going to be the order. Brilliance clicked in already. Hajizi looking for his man, going for the dive. Tempest of Blade still online. He's a little too deep. Few uses a Cyclone Eye going through the wall. And just like that. Oh, real manipulation.
That hurts.
It hurts, but not one wave gets pushed in. Oh, look at this. Kenji and Flap TZ amusing each other. Ha! You can't push if there's no minion waves. I'm gonna cut.
Yeah, they're just gonna cut each other's waves, and yeah, that's the dead lane matchup for now. But right now, it's Bren Esports with that turret lead, but Omega are happy with the fights that they're winning. They're able to take the turtle. Hajizi hasn't gotten a death yet on his end, but Bren Esports are still definitely in this game. That one turret might be a difference in terms of the pushes. Although they might lose that top turret soon, Karltzy is also relatively undisturbed with his farm.
Oh yeah, Karltzy is so painful. Look at that. Kenji here at 1/3 of his health. Hajizi looking for a perfect go. A push down bottom by Karltzy. Karltzy coming in with the blazing duet. So that's 1 ult burn from the side of Omega. I don't think there's any room to contest here. Omega has to make the decision here. And the decision seems to be push down bottom, Karltzy. Do it!
Oh man.
Just do it!
This Hayabusa push is going to be devastating, but he decides to go back for it. Oh, he couldn't take it down. He was like a few hits away. There was no more minion wave. He already shadow cloned out. It was like, wait, I think I can do no, I can't. It hurts. It hurts.
There's one more over here.
Yeah, there's one more.
All right.
But now this balances things out in favor of Omega, because now Bren Esports have to be really careful with that turret down bottom, meaning they'll have to contribute a body or 2 to stop Omega's pushes there. So now it might be Omega deciding to give up a few things, because taking down that second turret down bot looks like a really good prize.
And again, it's the same story. There's more mobility on the side of Omega from this game and game one, so they can make those same kind of plays. But for Bren, given that they are ahead but by a very small margin, I don't think you can do that twice. You know what I mean? Like, fool me once, shame on me. Oh, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. These are world champions we're talking about, so I don't think the same strategy will work out. So Omega has to pull another one from up their sleeves.
Yeah, the item check that we saw earlier, Carl Tizzy is actually up 700 gold compared to Hajizi. So despite all those turtles, it's the kills and the fact that his farm is undisturbed the reason why Cartesi is in the lead.
Oh! Cartesi barely alive.
Wow.
Cartesi, the aggressor, gets paid for double here for few. Can they go for another? I think the answer is no. He pops the Poissons here. There's the meteor shower by Toshi. Can they get some cover? Kenji looking for an assassination from the back lines. He's dancing. He's dancing. He's got shields on shields. Can they go for the finish? The answer gonna be no. Bren Esports, they got 2 free kills. There's just a man advantage.
The reason why that play happened is because Carl Tizzy got to pick up the golden staff a few moments before because of the wave that they had in the bottom lane and the fact that the members of Bren Esports were nearby. They were like, yeah, let's take this tower, and if they fight, yeah, Carl Tizzy's gonna hurt. Although Carl Tizzy almost was taken down in that fight, the fact that he had the turtle buff is what kept him alive.
It's that shield, that small shield. Lusty stretching up here. Toshi, wow! Flaptizi able to eat all of Toshi's meteor shower.
Yep, and like I said earlier, this Uranus is starting to become a problem for Omega because he's becoming that sponge. The Omega doesn't have that strong burst, and yeah, people would be thinking, yeah, but Omega has the meteor shower, man. That also hurts, but we just saw Flaptizi eat an entire chunk full of that magic seasoning.
He does so with much gusto. He was smiling, I believe.
Yeah.
Sources say he was smiling while he was tanking the meteor shower.
Hopefully we get a behind the scenes photo of that.
Someone confirmed that. As we see here, Cartesi, I'm confused, going 1v1 against the Lord. I wonder if there's an answer.
No,
no. Hajizi! Oh, he's gonna go for the Hail Mary. Could not. Cartesi looking low. And yeah, this is Omega having to take the L on the Lord. They accept the fact that they're just not in a position to steal. Oh wow, look at this Bren. Huge gold gap. About 5,000 now.
Yeah, the kills that they got, the Lord that they got just now, and Bren Esports in just a flash, now instantly taking the lead in this game in what looked like to be an Omega game. But we've reached that point where Omega's draft will have an incredibly difficult time against Bren's. Is the possibility of them making a comeback not there anymore? No, never say never, but it's going to be really hard, man.
Here we go. Meteor shower already expended. That's going to be
Kenji
taken out so quickly. Hajizi going to be next. Tempest of Blades out. Flaptizi going to finish the job here. And slowly they're falling like flies. Toshi is back, but only to see his teammates fallen. That's one defender from Omega. All 5 members of Bren still here. Oh, the Aether main classic. TP to your face. Rebo, Order of Brilliance, that's going to be it. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we're going to go to 3 games. Of course, Bren Esports able to claw themselves out of this situation. Congratulations. Game 2 taken here by Bren Esports.
Wow. They, as expected, completely fulfilled all the winning conditions that their draft had as we look at the winning moment brought to us by Head & Shoulders.
1-1. It wasn't for a lack of execution from Omega. It again came down to one small moment, one mistake that opened up a huge wound, a fatal strike to the heart of Omega's base, and they just were never the same.
Yeah, it was that one turtle fight. The fact that Bren Esports were able to win that, and I think it doesn't only just boil down to one moment, but another key factor is that Omega could not take down Carl Tizzy. They couldn't disrupt the farm of Carl at all. Both junglers, as expected, played really safe. They know when to entry, they know when to take their fight. I think Hajizi only died at that last moment, and Carl Tizzy went deathless the entire game, if my memory serves me right here. But yeah, the fact that Carl Tizzy, because he is a Claude, will be able to farm up much better compared to the Ling, and will become a much bigger effect, bigger thing to deal with for Omega compared to how a Ling might trouble Bren Esports.
Actually, even by the second turtle, Carl TZ was already a huge threat.
Yeah.
You already saw Heath and the rest of Omega just backing out like, oh, Carl TZ is here. Careful with the Blazing Duet. So, yeah, this is as clean a Bren game as it gets. Not much in terms of resistance from Omega. Sure, they were able to push out. Sure, they were able to wow all of us and even maybe get a raised eyebrow from Bren. It's like, oh, it's that kind of Hayabusa.
Yeah.
But just the same, Bren Esports takes this one and denies Omega the sweep, and of course denies Omega the easy upper bracket slot. But with that being said, we're going to throw it over to our analyst, Wolf, to break down game number 2 and of course prep us up for the finale here. Wolf, tell us what went down in the second game.
Nung pinag-uusapan natin ang playoffs form ng Bren Esports, ito yun. Ganito yung kanilang mastery at command ng mapa at yung way nila para palakasin si Carl TZ ay perfect na naman. My name is Wolf, your analyst, and why don't we talk about this game? The following post-game statistics are brought to you by Smart. Now, interestingly, ang Omega ay kumuha ng isang fighter na naman, or assassin in a way, or traditional side laner para kay Kurt TZ on this Hayabusa. Ang siguro gustong gawin ng Omega Esports bukod sa kumuha ng instant kill at magandang burst ay parang pigilan na makuha to ng side ng Bren Esports. Kaso nga lang yung Bren Esports nakapag last pick pa rin naman ng Claude, so it all made sense in the end. At well, Hayabusa naman ay kaya namang i-take down ang isang Claude, lalong-lalo na kasi ina-abuse nila ang first item na pwede mong makuha, which is called the Heptasis, Blade of the Heptasis. Pinakamura, isa sa mga pinakamura. Second, I think, second or third to Hasklo and Windtalker, if I'm not mistaken. Basta, thing is, napakamura item yan. Kaya siya ina-abuse ng mga mid-lane fighters katulad ng Lapu-Lapu, pati na rin ng Hayabusa. This is support or a mid-lane nga naman na fighter na nakita na rin natin mula sa ibang regions na ginagamit nila. Kasi nandun pa rin naman yung wave clear, nandun pa rin naman yung mobility. At ang pinaka-effective is kapag meron ka ng Heptasis, meron ka na agad kill threat sa iyong kalaban. But that doesn't mean na instantly ay kaya mo nang may panaling laban. That doesn't mean na meron ka ng draft advantage over your opponents. Surely yung Lapu-Lapu maganda siya sa mga Farsa, sa mga Kagura in a way, or Granger kasi meron siyang one-hit potential. But in this case, para sa side ng Bren Esports, meron silang Eve, meron silang Lunox. Heroes that are kind of problematic para sa mga sa composition ng side ng Omega Esports. At siguro ang pinaka-main problem is wala sila nung hard wave clear apart from the Chango, for example. Pero the Chango can only do so much kasi nga naman nagko-cooldown din yung kanyang ultimate. And if you're looking at Bren Esports, very fundamentally sound, very comfort when it comes to their playstyle. At ito talaga yung way nila para payamanin si Carl TZ on the Claude. And let's look into the highlights to see how they were able to make the space para kay Carl TZ, particularly yung unang 2 kills ni Carl TZ into this top lane. Level 4 na siya, saktong-sakto, double buff setup. Position, look at the position ng Carl TZ. Pixel perfect, ang tamang-tama yung timing. Lusty was also very good in this particular skirmish at nakahanap ng dalawang importanteng kill ang Bren Esports. If you think about it, supporting role lang naman yung napatay nila, tapos nabigay nila si Ribo. So hindi ganun kaganda yung trade-off para sa Bren Esports. But because of the fact na nabigyan nila si Carl TZ maraming oras para makapag-farm at syempre 2 kills for more gold, doon na nga sila nakuha ng advantage. Kaya pagdating ng clash na to, sumasakit na din talaga yung damage output ni Carl TZ. And Omega Esports, ang maganda naman sa ginagawa nila is ang galing ng kanilang pagkuha ng turtle. Particularly, we had GC on that retribution na pinakita niya no game number 1 na master talaga niya. However, Bren Esports, once na meron silang map control or even yung terrain control, tulad dito, di ba? Parang makapag-push sila sa bottom lane, maka-force out nila si Kurt TZ. But with the real-world manipulation, bigla nila ma-save si Carl TZ at tapos bigla mapapasama pa yung Omega Esports dahil nag-commit na rin si GZ pati si Kurt. Now, the defense mula sa Omega Esports, as we can see here, ay na shutdown talaga Bren Esports. Ang ginawa lang nila, real world manipulation. You have Cartesi na tama yung timing sa pagpasok, threat coming out from the Kufra, and then syempre hindi makaporma, hindi ka I would say pwesto if you're Omega Esports, lalong-lalo na kung merong mage na sobrang taas ng damage output. In fact, 2 mages, that's Eve, pati na rin ang Lunox, mahirap patayin kahit mga squishy mages sila dahil dun sa kanilang mga kit, like yung shield ni Eve, pati na rin yung lubog ni Lunox. But the MVP of the game, 3-0-7. 42,000 damage dealt in a span of a few minutes and 91% kill participation. This is how you utilize your jungler. Hayaan mo siyang makapag-farm, bigyan mo siya ng space, bigyan mo siya ng mga kills, and eventually pwede niyang i-convert yan into big amount of damage. And we can see na kasi Cartesi, kahit hindi pa nga late game kung saan marami na siya ng items, impactful pa rin siya because of his timing and his understanding. Lalong-lalo na yung mga maliliit na spaces kapag siya ay gumagalaw. Yung mga maliliit na movements, pixel perfect coming out from Cartesi. And this is also the reason why he was dubbed as one of the best junglers bago pa ang MPL Season 7. At syempre, going back into playoff form para sa MPL Season 7. 1-1 ang ating score, pero sa mga tunay na pwedeng manalo dyan, if you enter our live watching rewards by going into this link or into this QR code, meron kang chance na manalo ng isang skin worth 599 diamonds. Be sure na isa ka sa mga first 30,000 entries ang makakasali, and good luck to you. Now, we are headed into the last game of the series. Upper bracket ang hinahabol ng Bren Esports. If they do score the 2-1, they will have a better chance. Para naman sa Omega Esports, they have secured it already. So, ang magbesti ba ay maglalaglagan pa sa dulo o papakitaan na lang tayo ng mala M2 na galawan? I'm excited for the latter for sure. Pero ngayon, ibalik na natin sa ating mga casters.
I too would like to see the latter. Welcome back to the Caster's Desk. My name is Leo, joined you by Reptar. And as Wolf mentioned, it's gotta come to this. Besties meet once more for brutal combat. And you know what? I just put it that way because their games are all but that. It's just so surgical.
Yeah, surgical, precise. There is a certain brand to a Bren and Omega matchup. People would call it, I'm sorry to use the word, but it's not me who calls it that. People call it boring. We call it surgical. Call it precise. This is, as I said last season in the finals, one of the most how to ML matchups you will ever watch because it's just pure fundamental precision with these two teams every time they face off.
Yeah, both teams looking like Mayweathers in this matchup. Like they're both looking for those counter punches, and if not, they'll play the rope-a-dope, take it to 12 rounds. And of course, what's a game 3? This is our 12th round, and it all comes down to this. The decision follows through at the end. Reptar, given Wolf's analysis, what might we be seeing in terms of adjustments here? Because both teams have to mentally reset. Both teams have to start back at 0 at neutral as we enter this draft, brought to you by Smart. Bren Esports first taken out, of course, the Diggy, as well as the Matilda. Omega, they take out the Selena. Do you think the Eve should have been a priority?
For Omega Esports over
earlier.
the Ling? Yeah. I mean, it's one of their best picks. Don't get me wrong. They also have a good record with Hajizi's Ling. But then, again, the Eve pick, if equally teams don't want to give the Eve to Omega Esports, Omega shouldn't be giving things like the Eve away to Bren. So if the Eve is open here, that might be a first pick up here by Bren Esports. But that could be immediately answered by Omega because they didn't get a playmaking tank. What the tank that they got for Heath was the Basha, which is, of course, he did what he had to do, which was just try to disrupt and distract Carl TZ. That was working initially. But then you lacked certain tools that can disrupt the Eve. More than just distract the Carl TZ, the Claude, someone who can pick him off. Again, going back, I feel like a Cho pick would have been great for Omega Esports over the Baksha. I get why they decided to go for it. Again, they were lacking response or tools to deal with the Uranus. But then, because of them focusing too much on what the Uranus could do, as Wolf said, Eve, few, relatively left undisturbed, his damage was really painful.
But again, as we usually say, no use looking back at the past. It's time to see what you can do in the present. And this matchup has currently been such a present, a gift to all MLBB sports
True.
fans. That's the Jawhead last ban for Bren Esports and Omega. Their last ban is going to be on the Eve alongside the Benedetta and Selena. Now, what's left open for Bren? They can go for early Paquito. Barats is still out there. Danger, danger.
Yeah, that pick, just like what it was for them in Season 6 for their Grand Finals, it got to the point where it was whoever got the Barats won the game. They can pick that up as their first pick. They might also go for the Ling if they want to. There is a reason, but come on. The Barats, y'all, it's open. This is going to turn off Omega from picking things like the Ling or the Lancelot.
Yeah.
So they might go for range, distance, get the...
No!
Wow, it didn't turn them off. They instantly locked it in. They're confident with the Link pickup. Okay, I'm going to eat my words, Omega. They might want to lock in the Farsa here, as well as the Alice as an option for them to help sustain the fights.
Yeah, could be a...
Paquito
I was
even?
thinking if one of them played a Lunox. Let me see. Curtizi definitely not played a Lunox yet.
Farsa.
Could be the Farsa, but it just
It
doesn't
was.
blow up a Barats as well as a Lunox.
What's on the screen, bro?
Exactly. But just the same now, we go back to Bren Esports. What could they do? They could get a Granger.
Yeah.
Blow up the Farsa. Could be a Lancelot as well. Hey, if Bren Esports is going for the home run here, they could do it with Carl Tizzi's trademark hero.
Yeah, I'm thinking Bren Esports might actually pull up an Estes or a Rafaela here at some point and then lock in the Granger as well.
I like the Estes.
Yeah, with the Estes Barats we saw earlier work really well. Get that sustained, get those slows in. And so Bren Esports, they lock in the Popol and Koopa, and hey man, if that ain't broke, don't fix it. They got a Claude here for Carl Tizzi.
The Popol and Koopa does not invalidate the Estes or Rafaela.
True.
Reptar, because we know few plays a mean Estes, a mean Popol and Koopa himself, having played 3 games all in all, positive win rate 2-1. So could still be that, or if they don't want to be too crazy, dude, they could play the Popol and Koopa on Lusty, 7 games total, winning 5.
A really good track record. The last time we saw a few play the Popol and Koopa, it was with a Lusty Cho.
Yeah.
But then if they go in for the Cho here, they're going to be lacking in some departments. That means one of their side laners is going to end up being a mage.
Here's a question. Changa still out there. Ribos Changa still out there.
Yeah.
Look at this. Kenji picking up the glue so early on. Could this be shades of game 1? And I have another question. If you get stacks of the split on Koopa, can you ride Popol? Does that count?
Oh, yeah. Like, do they have separate hitboxes
Stacks.
for the ride?
For the grab, yeah.
Yeah, like, can you ride onto Koopa or Popol?
We're about to find out.
We're
about
Finally.
to find out, right? Like, if you hit Popol, can you ride Koopa? And if you hit Koopa, can you ride Popol?
Very interesting.
And what happens? Never mind. There's so many interesting situations given that there's a Barats and now a Popol and now a glue on the field.
You're seeing our faces here right now. We're not live at the boot camp,
Hello.
but we are still in the draft. And Omega Esports, with the way they banned it out, they acknowledge that, okay, we can't give Lusty his usual comfort picks here.
sure.
So, again, this makes the possibility of a Rafael or Estes type of pick very real for Bren Esports, but also the Popol and Koopa going to the hands of Lusty.
Yes, that's a safer bet, I believe.
Yeah.
Again,
Nothing too crazy.
Your man Castro Mayor here, a SEA Games gold medalist, has the reps, so might as well. Don't fix what's not broken. Yeah, I love the bans from Bren Esports though. If Omega is going to be choking out Heath alone, Bren themselves here are going to attack both Heath and Toshi.
Wow, this multiple pronged attack towards Omega's pick there for Heath here. What's going to be left here for him? Oh, the Grok. Okay, so he's going to be playing a... this has to be the Disrupt style, Chaknu style Grok.
Oh yeah, like what we saw earlier, yeah.
Yeah, because if he decides to play defensive here, yeah, it could work. But then, man, you have that strength of being able to disrupt early. Do that.
Yeah, this is a season first for Heath in MPL Philippines Season 7, so it's a debut hero. Wow, who'd have thunk we'd still be seeing debut heroes on the very last day of the regular season.
Yeah, I think we've already seen Hayes play it once. I think Omega has already played the Grok lineup before.
Yes, they have played it once, lost with it, but this is a different player. This is Mr. Fundamentals we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, Hayes is still definitely one of the best support players we have in the league. He was a long-time tank user.
For sure.
But then before that, he was playing the support position 4 style mage for the longest time. So maybe there's still some level of adjustment with that as well.
Reptar, what say you here? I believe this is going to be a Rebo Angela.
So is this a mid Barracks like Aura?
Yes, because you can give no. Could be still Flaptizi.
It because
it is. It's Lusty on the Barats, Few on the Popoling Koopa, Flaptizi on the whatever I said.
Yeah. Okay. What we're trying to say here is that Bren Esports can still flex their draft.
Yeah, a lot of their picks are flexes, like at least 3 out of 5.
Yeah, there are still limitless possibilities for the draft year of Bren Esports. Also limitless possibilities for the last pick for Omega. Magic damage is what they lacked here. They didn't need a fighter. They already had a strong frontline presence. They just need more damage here. So this Kagura and Farsa, it's a good mix of all in, and then at the same time, if one of us needs to stay back and get away, we can do that. But will it be enough? Now, earlier you said the Farsa wasn't enough to explode this Barrett.
Yeah.
But Omega's up against the Barretts and Uranus, and they have the Angela to deal with. Will they have enough damage? We're gonna see. But even if we've seen similar things to these kinds of matchups in the previous matches we've had a long Season 7, and it's not looking good historically for Omega.
Yeah, again, Omega is on very thin ice just going into the game. So they're going to have to do more than just rely on their lineup, on their kit. There's got to be something else they're pulling, and we're bound for quite the show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last game of the regular season, and let that sink in. The last game of the regular season is a rematch between the grand finalists of Season 6. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. What an honor it is to be at your service here. Bren Esports versus Omega Esports. Let's get it on. So far, nothing too crazy. It is, as we said, save for one. It's Lusty on that 5, Angela.
Oh, so it is a side lane Barretts.
It's the classic Barretts.
The classic Barretts, and yeah, it's a classic play here for Lusty. We've already seen Lusty bring out things like the Raphael and the Angela in the earlier parts of the season. It's only been quite recently that he was trying to play more of the traditional tanks that he liked to play.
And he's never played an Angela, not at 5.
Not at
Whenever Bren would do this, it would be on Rebo. And Rebo's done it once this whole season.
Yeah.
I remember maybe Few has played it as well a couple of times. So yeah, this is the first time we're seeing it on Lusty. Relatively experimental as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of avarice that I'm seeing on the side of Bren.
Dollar bills, y'all.
Like, here comes the money. It's going to be the theme here for Bren Esports.
Cha-ching. Expect Omega to be buried in value very, very quickly if this keeps up.
Yeah, so Bren Esports actually, even if they decide to take fights that won't necessarily favor them, if they can just get a few hits and then back off, if they don't win the objective fight, like, it's good because you'll have the Popoling Group of the Uranus and then the Angelo just being able to get Aphorus stacks anyway.
Yeah.
So no matter what happens, Bren is going to keep the gold value close, or dare I say, might actually find a leg up over Omega, even if Omega is getting kills.
And yeah, an interesting approach here. Both side lanes sustainable tanks, and your only real source of damage is Karltizi. What a gambit.
Yeah. It's just pure sustain.
It's crazy enough to work. It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah, because again, looking at the damage that Omega can dish out here, they're very cooldown based. So once their cooldowns are done, Bren Esports can just walk in front of them. In theory, it's quite hilarious because
funny.
it's very
Think about
funny.
it. Yeah.
You're really just gonna see at one point Brent's just gonna be going, okay, we're eating up all the damage. Look at us sustain and heal through all of it. Oh, your cooldowns are done? Yeah, we're still up to fight.
Let's go.
Let's see if Omega will be able to take this turtle though, because Bren will be able to contest it.
Cartesi here has his purple buff. Kenji with the kit. Oh, this is good. Split. But Heath looking low. Let's see who's going to get the turtle. That's going to be Hajizi. Heath is low. That's going to be Hajizi chasing Lusty. Kenji on Lusty. Can they finish? And Lusty is going to go down. That's
Will he
going
get
to
away?
be... Blazing Duet. Rebo can finish. Ionic Edge.
Right
Just
at
the
the
tip.
Right at the tip of that Ionic Edge. Almost getting away. And the reason why... Hajizi was very confident in trying to go for that kill. All the easies are messing me up right now.
Yeah.
Kenji, so one of his little mini baby glues was actually got turret aggro. So you see there, if you go back into the turret aggro, was reaching all the way to where glue was, and that's why Hajizi was very confident in attempting to get that kill. It wasn't clean at all. He got taken down.
Yep, Cartesi is in trouble.
Oh.
The fight continues. They did not respect the damage output of one.
Oh, he brought it back!
Nice pull here. Few is in danger. And there's the Angela coming in. The Angela comes in at the right time. They do get Few. Hajizi gets the kill. Hajizi needs to dive out. Flicker in by Flap. The burning
Rebo.
oil. And Rebo, he's got his man. Hajizi, where you going? Nice flicker in. And another Ionic Edge taken down, Ling.
Look at Flapteasy and Rebo committing flickers to close in the gaps, to get those kills. And Bren Esports, they are slowly starting to run away with a gold lead. It's not that far. Omega can keep this close or catch up or even take the lead, but they cannot continue to keep giving Bren Esports wins like that.
Yeah, Reptar, I have an issue, a quandary with Omega's lineup. There's no real scale. There's no real scale here.
One of us accidentally activated our Winter Truncheon here, but now we are still in this fight, and it is Omega. It looks like they'll have a lead going into this turtle take.
Yep, the tone is welcome though. Hajizi cancels it with a Tempest of Blades plus a Feathered Airstrike canceling out this team fight, and Cartesi is trapped.
That's a big
Blazing
win.
Duet to try to save himself as a last resort. Lusty pops out at the nick of time. Rebo gonna run into 3 members of OMG, and just like that, after our short episode, we apologize. Omega evens the odds, catching up to Bren 5-5 in 5 minutes with about 1,000 gold in between.
Yeah, so earlier we were talking about how Bren Esports, their lineup at one point will just be almost impossible for Omega to deal with. We're not at that point yet. We're still at the point where Omega can take wins, push in deep, maybe even end the game before it gets to the point where Bren is just eating up all the abilities and running all over Omega Esports. And Omega, they're fighting.
Omega are chasing the clock here, and just the same again I mentioned before that broke out, they have no scaling. They don't need scaling. They just need to continue this, and Cartesi Blazing Duet to clear the wave. BMI out. They're just gonna play this same game. Wow, look at the pressure Flapteasy has put onto top lane. Kenji scrambling to defend, and I think that tower is gonna stay standing.
Yeah, Kenji has been, just like what his glue was in game number 1, a great disruptive presence here for Omega. Rebo, really low.
Oh,
just the right amount of side steps. He has the heals.
That was Lusty checking in on him.
Yeah.
He's like, you need a heart guard? Nah, I'm good,
nah.
fam.
It's all
Thanks.
good.
Thanks. Look, just like that, seconds later, he's still at full health.
Yeah. Again, the power of the Uranus we're seeing unfold right before our eyes, and a teaser of what could be a difficult thing for Omega to deal with. But as we are watching the game, it is Omega with the lead, and their eyes set on this bottom tower.
One more go. Let's see. The turret gets pushed. Oh, the turret still stands. They have no minions. Hajizi's in trouble. Hajizi Finch poise up. A bite onto Heath. And they're out sprinting.
Right response there by Omega just to back away. Was a really good fight for Bren Esports to take.
Nice choke by Cartesi up top with the help of Flapteasy, taking the orange away from Hajizi. The machine is needing his buff. This turtle Not looking good for Omega. I don't think they can steal.
Yeah, it's going to be a 4 versus 4 fight. Rebo and Toshi both had to go home. Brute Force Breastplate is already picked up by Kenji, and Hajizi and Krao both have their Demon Hunter swords.
Good arsenal on both here. Kartizi getting so much of... Oh! A stack! But here comes Heath with the wild charge. Kartizi already committed with the hard guard. Toshi looking low.
Wow! What?
Nice feathered airstrike
Wow!
in your face! That's going to be a bite by Kenji onto Few, and they get away with nothing. Hajizi was busy farming, and I think that's an L that Omega's willing to take to be able to push down bottom.
And the shades of how ONIC first originally dealt with Glue when they went up against it,
Ignore him.
they just ignored it. And the backline of Bren Esports, that's exactly what they did. Kenji was just dancing around, playing there, hey, look at me. But Bren wouldn't bite the bait. They knew that, you know, I said the turtle is going to be ours.
Mm-hmm. I just want turtle, Kenji. I don't want any trouble.
Yeah.
I don't want to hurt you.
And he won't be able to deal damage as Glue. Again, Glue will just disrupt. He'll be annoying somewhat. But he'll be even more annoying if you decide to deal with him directly. You just gotta redirect your anger.
Mm-hmm.
Flow like water when you're going up against Glue.
Mm-hmm. Just like the great Bruce Lee said, be like water, my friend. Kartizi here pops the feathered airstrike by Toshi, blazing the wet out. So that's at least a minute or so that engagement's not gonna happen. So Kartizi has to rebuild those stacks, has to wait for the cooldown, but just the same, he's owning the map, Reptar.
Yeah, and Bren Esports is owning the gold lead in this game. 4,000. We are getting really close to that mark. It's around 3.8, 3.4 of a lead right now for Bren Esports. And getting really worried for the mega lineup. We're getting really close to that moment where we're just going to see Bren Esports just running all over Omega. When Omega defeats their cooldowns, that's a sign for Bren Esports to just keep on fighting. As long as Carl Teasy doesn't get picked out here, Bren Esports, that's their chance. But if Carl Teasy gets found out by any member of Omega Esports and gets bursted down quickly, Bren will have to start worrying.
But that doesn't seem to be a story. Lusty put at half health here. The burst by Curtizi, so they have to respect that as well. And I got a note here. Rebo, in your face of Toshi. He's not in any trouble. Like, he can do this with relative impunity.
Yeah, it's gonna be Toshi who'll be finding himself in trouble at times if he just lets Rebo claw at him non-stop. So yeah, Bren Esports, they're happy with this lead right now, and they're just playing their cards right. They're managing the minion waves in all lanes. Omega Esports, they can't overstretch right now because, again, look at the two side laners you're up against, a Barretts and a Uranus. Those are difficult to take down in lanes.
But Few here, gonna be the target. Nice jump in. Oh, Few's in trouble. Tempest of Blades here. Oh, that's one down away from Bren Esports. Omega happy to get what they can off the map. And just like that, Reptar, you said, once your cooldowns are down, Omega's like, all right, we're done.
Yeah,
Bren says, we can go. What's up?
Yeah, let's bounce. We're good. That's a win for us. But Omega Esports might want to continue their fights. Their cooldown should be done at this time.
They have a couple of ults here. Toshi has a feathered airstrike. They're waiting for a good engagement. Now Rebo here at the orange. Heath. Oh, I've never seen a Grok so small, only to scale against the Barats. Look.
Yeah.
He's so tiny.
Compared to that big, mean dinosaur, man. That big rock looks like a pebble.
That big rock is small, but look!
Look at the blazing the web. All the damage.
Kenji uses the split at the perfect time. And now, Hearthguard by Kartizi. The call by Omega was to back out. There's an Angela in there, and Lusty jumps out.
An interesting interaction that we haven't pointed out yet is that it's going to be incredibly easy for Carl Teasy to get Art of Thievery stacks. Especially when Kenji's on split.
Yep, there's
because
so many
instantly,
targets.
Bang! I have all my stacks maxed out already for Art of Thievery.
Like, Kenji is the one source.
Yeah. He just needs to aim for Kenji and time it right. Of course, Carl Teasy won't always have to wait for Kenji to keep up the split. But then again, because of that being a presence in team fights, Carl Teasy will have just an endless source of max stacks every fight.
Yep, so that's an interesting interaction. But another interaction I'm looking forward to is what happens if Omega fails to save Heath. Oh, he's gonna get away using the ancestral gift. Kartizi with a free pickoff. Toshi gonna go for the recall. And just like that, Bren didn't even need to use ults.
Yeah, Omega to Heath was just like, this tough love, brother. This is trial by fire. But of course,
Yeah.
Omega, even if they took that fight, it would have been worse for them. So of course, they couldn't do anything except watch Heath.
And Kenji latches on to Flapeezy. Hajizi are gonna try to steal the Lord, and I wonder, it went over to Omega.
Wow, stolen away.
But they did lose Toshi.
And Curtizi as well, because Carl and Rebo just immediately eviscerated that back line and will take down Kenji here.
Yep. All right.
Wow.
Oh, and look, Rebo's bullying Heath in his own base.
Carl TZ, Rebo, and Lusty, almost called Lusty Rusty. Of course, empowered by their Angela, just dived Toshi and Curtizi, and Omega couldn't respond. Hajizi did what he needed to do, which was steal the Lord, but against a steamroller such as what Bren has in their lineup, it's gonna be very tough for Toshi.
All right, Lusty is exposed. Feathered airstrike here by Toshi. Hits not many targets. Rebo, ever so happy to be a Vanguard. Ever so proud to front line here. So far, so good. Nice pick off for Omega. They're still in the game. And just like that, an easy defense by Bren. I didn't even see the Luminous Lord do much.
Yep, and we have reached that point of Bren Esports just running like not just a wall. It's like a wall with a bunch of the worst things you can think of in life. Swords.
It was a small window for
Yeah.
Omega to stop that bus from going.
Yep, it's the Bren Esports bus, and Omega can just stand there and watch as the bus drives past them or through them.
Yeah, it's the Bren Esports bus. You're right. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's keep it at that. Right now, Bren Esports, they're ahead by give or take maybe 7,000 gold. Not a good look. Again, Reptar, this late in the game, we're seeing the. I think early on, like maybe sub 10 minutes, that's where you're gonna see the Avarice lead.
Yeah.
But right now, this gold lead is not caused by the Avarice because that does have a cap. It's just caused by how much Bren owns the map.
Yeah, just pure wins right now. The tower pushes, objective takes, the kills that they've gotten at this point in the game. That's where Bren Esports got their lead, and that's how they're going to keep it here. With all the items on Rebo and Carl TZ right now. Carl TZ already full build. Already. He went for the Brute Force Breastplate and the Oracle as well, so that's going to be good lifesteal and going to be harder even for Toshi and Curtizi to burst him down.
Look at this. Just with disrespect by Brent. Like, yeah, we're just going to be around here. We don't care. Kenji with the split. Still surviving. Daytona's welcome. Onto which one? My question, onto which one?
I think it'll latch onto the main one.
All right, then he's going to eat him.
Yeah, because if it's just one little tiny glue, that
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, doesn't make sense. That's utterly disrespectful if that was a feature added.
It's funny, but I'm loving it again because of the unique heroes pick here by both teams. That there seems to be so many interactions we've yet to see.
Yeah, and Toshi and Curtizi have reached that point of, yeah, we're really gonna need to watch our positioning here.
Yep.
They will still be able to deal damage here, don't get me wrong, but with this lead right now, the sustained items that Bren has, it's gonna be so difficult.
Hajizi there, I think it was just between Flap TZ and Carl TZ, put him at about, what, an eighth of his health, so that's how ahead still Bren Esports is in perspective, that even Hajizi, after a second or two of exposing himself, had to go home. So right now, Heath is just buying time. This is a losing fight for both of them. I think Rebo should just not care. So Heath see, he's getting, like, but no, Rebo, look, I'm here.
Rebo's, I think it's also more like, call an ambulance for me. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Because he's not letting Heath go home or getting close to where the members of Omega are.
It's both of them saying that.
Yeah, both of them are saying
but
that.
wait, what?
We both need an ambulance, but not for us?
Wait?
What?
Nani? Oh, Carl TZ blazing the way to the face of Kenji.
That's
Split
really early.
here by the glue. And he's looking for a target. He's getting stunned by the trap. Is he going to get a ride? Is he going to get a grab? The answer is yes! He lands on the few. And right now, wild charge here by Heath. Gets the hell out of dodge. There's a feathered airstrike. Rebo can place a few marks. And Rebo might fall. Toshi gets it. For the first time in a while, we saw Rebo die. Actually, the first time in the whole game.
Yeah, that's defensive mindset right now by Omega. Bren Esports, they're looking like the aggressive bus. Omega Esports doing a little bit of a football play called parking the bus. And because Toshi and Curtizi were initially zoned out by Flap and Rebo, forced them to go back to base to heal, that gave the opportunity for Bren to potentially take the purple buff away from Hajizi, which they weren't able to do. And so, because Toshi and Curtizi got to make it back in time, Bren Esports had to back off there, and Rebo, unfortunately, was the victim of them being able to reposition in time to deal damage.
Close one as well for Kenji. I could have sworn he was going to die. I could
Yeah.
have sworn he wasn't going to get a grab in, but he did. And look at this, a valiant effort by Hajizi. This is what you do as a Ling. If you're behind, you try to find where you can get pushes, where you can get objectives for free relatively safely. And yeah, they have closed the gap. Reptar earlier was what, 7-8K? Now it's at 5.
Yeah, it still holds true. The lineup interaction that Bren Esports has with the lineup of Omega. But now they have to watch out for the split pushes that Omega will dish out, specifically Hajizi. Bren Esports works best as 5. As 4, they're still relatively good, but if they want that big, decisive win, it's going to be as 5. But if you commit as 5, you're going to be opening up the map for Hajizi. So,
Yep.
Bren, what are you going to give up?
Everybody has to be in the bus, right? Everybody has to be in their respective seats for the Bren bus to move in. And Heath is just trapping the Lord in, like, you stay here, bud.
Yeah, the Bren bus. And let's see if Omega will have their brains busted by this Bren bus, or will the team that is constantly labeled as one of the most, or if not the most fundamentally and technically sound team, keep their heads cool and find a way to win this matchup.
Reptar, it seems like Bren is hell-bent on taking this Lord. There's no going back. This is a one-way trip. And right now, let's see, where can they find solace? There's a silver lining. There's a very small window of opportunity here.
He resets it.
Eats Kenji, and Kenji flickers out. There's a feathered airstrike by Toshi, cancels it, stops it. He knows that there's a better thing to do here. Kenji with a split. Can he get a grab? The answer is yes. He's on to Flapteezy.
Oh, he's bringing
Gets
him back.
pulled back, but there's no follow-through. Heath here, spotted out by Flapteezy from the back lines, and just like that, they have to reset. That's going to be Kenji in the sights.
Look at
that. Rebo
that.
gets blasted. Rebo is able to survive. Feathered airstrike on the turnaround. Heath is going to fall here. Just like that, this might be it. 2 men down for the side of Omega. Bren is looking for a finish. Could they find it in a Lord take? Because Hajizi here is just working with a dream in mind. He's saying, I'm gonna push, I'm gonna find out where we can defend, and I'm gonna secure my own purple as Bren takes this Lord. But Reptar, let's not count out Hajizi. Let's not
he's
sleep
still
on
up.
this young man. The machine is stolen from way worse, and I think it is a reset.
Yeah, Bren Esports, they have to slow down the damage. They have to find a way to get to Hajizi, and they land the stun!
What a bite! Tempest of Blades here by Hajizi. His only hope for a steal taken out from underneath him.
Wow.
So, if anything, at least Hajizi gets time on his side. He buys time, and he forces Bren to allot attention to him. But just the same, this gives Omega, again, a chance to recover and hunker down, say we're gonna defend.
Yeah, Kenji and Heath are back, and with Hajizi picking up the Malefic Roar, of course he'll get the armor penetration, but again, that increases his possibility of a backdoor play if Omega can hold on. We saw it there earlier with how Kenji was taken down. Toshi and Curtizi, though they were there, it was hard for them to take that fight because the members of Bren were way too close, and if they pop their abilities, Bren will just be able to steamroll over them. So if Toshi and Curtizi can find great positioning here, they might just be able to turn this game around.
Immortality pop. There's a Tempest of Blades from the back lines.
Oh!
Down goes Flapteezy from the back.
They take
Hajizi
out-
shut down by few. Flapteezy here. He is pushing, and there's Toshi with the feathered airstrike. They are looking for more. Only the top lane has been pushed. Kenji gonna ride on to Rebo. That's the grab. And I do believe it is a successful defense. Both cores, both prodigies have fallen after the TikTok timers. So they now have to play this very, very carefully. Reptar, they also died relatively close to each other, both at 40 seconds.
Yeah, and now with Omega, with the lineup that they have here, they can win against Bren Esports and Teamfights because they will have the damage advantage.
Yeah, but it's also still very, very slow.
Oh, he got
Heath!
Heath!
Welcome on to one. Who is it? They take down Heath. Rebo gets the kill.
Oh, that's bad news.
And now Curtizi and Toshi need to get the hell out of Dodge. Kenji is still riding Flapteezy. I'm still grabbing onto you, friend. And he is gonna fall off right here. There's only so much he could do. And I think Kenji, he's baiting them. He's baiting them. Toshi!
Oh, there it is!
Strike. How many triggers? How many blasts can you get? There's the hard
sustain.
card. Oh, and Toshi falls. Hajizi's here, but he has to defend. Oh, what a roller coaster of emotions.
Again, the picture-perfect moment is what Toshi and Curtizi were looking for. They got it, but the sustain, again, is the problem for Omega.
And
too chunky.
Yeah, and few isn't a joke at this point. And yeah, they just need to focus down on the base. Ladies and gentlemen, we are seconds away from a victory from Bren Esports. Curtizi falls, Hajizi with the top of the place, and just like that, Bren Esports ends it, finishing 2-1 in this best of 3. This winning moment is brought to you by Master Sikreto ng mga guwapo. I do believe this secures Bren the upper bracket slot.
It does. They're tied with Work Auster Force, but because of the rulings that we have with tiebreakers, Bren Esports wins the head-to-head, and so Bren Esports have secured their upper bracket slot in the playoffs. That's why we saw the defending champions celebrating like crazy there, Leo.
That's another tournament life that they have. They can afford one more loss to get that much closer to a back-to-back championship, but just the same, let's not take away the victory here from Bren Esports. One more time, they have bested their students. The Masters come out on top. 2 best of 3s, a sweep, the battle for the upper bracket slot, stay.
It didn't even need to be a direct competition against them. It's like, yeah, we just need to win the series. We'll find a way. And they
yet
do
again, indirectly showing them how it's done.
Yeah, and they didn't just best their students, they bested their besties.
And their longtime rival.
Omega. And man, I couldn't see this series go any other way. All the way down to the wire, both of them trading. We saw just the fundamentals of ML in terms of in-game execution, macro and micro decision making, and of course, drafting. Exactly. In the past 3 games, this entire series, all the conditions we stated, because that's how Bren and Omega think, the conditional drafting style, all of those were met, and that's how they won, because they trusted in their lineups, both of these two teams, that these are the conditions we need to meet, we will meet them. If we're better in the late game, we will find a way to not make sure we don't get snowballed, and we'll make it to the late game. It's just a fantastic series to watch from these two teams, and they showed us why they were the matchup for the Season 6 Grand Finals. But because the playoffs and the regular season is done, the playoffs are just around the corner. Man, I'm so excited. The regular season may just be done, but the season as a whole is not done yet.
Yep, you know what else is around the corner?
What?
It's a resident analyst, Wolf. He'll be breaking down game number 3, and he'll be telling us exactly what made this machine work. And I'm talking about Hajizi. I'm not talking about Hajizi. I'm talking about the 4 average lineup on the side of Bren Esports. So Wolf, please tell us and explain how exactly these the Bren bus works.
Pave the way para kay Curtizi. Yan ang naisip bigla ng Bren Esports para sa series na to, at least yung last 2 games of this series. Well, matagal naman na nilang ginagawa yan. But let's look at this particular game and how it went in favor of Bren Esports. Looking at Omega, interesting na kumuha sila dito ng Kagura and Farsa. Tas Ling, ang taas ng burst potential nila. May setup sila ng glue, pati na rin ng Glock. So, technically speaking, pwede sila mag-setup ng mga kill parties. However, Bren Esports, kahit pa simplehan mo lang yung pag-iisip mo about Mobile Legends in general, meron kang 2 tanky side lanes na mahirap patayin or at least kailangan mag-commit ng kalaban ng sobra-sobra. Tapos meron kang isang Claude na poprotektahan mo lang at hayaan mo lang mag-farm. And that's exactly what happened in this game. I mean, if we're looking at the damage output ng Omega Esports, nakita natin na kaya sigurong i-burst yung Uranus or kayang i-burst yung Barats. Pero 2 of them together, kapag napakomit na ang side ng Omega Esports, kahit pa napakataas ng items nila, kukulangin sila ng damage. Do take note, however, ang gusto kong i-point out sa Omega is, kahit pa nung time na nalulugi sila sa Bren Esports, mayaman pa rin si Toshi at si GZ. At majority din ng gold na napunta sa kanila ay meron din si Kurt. At naging parang si Kenji at Heath yung parang supporting role in a way kasi sila din yung tanks. However, the problem is, meron kang Ling Burst Maid na naka-DHS, tapos meron kang Farsa, Divine Glaive, meron kang Kagura. These heroes, theoretically speaking, kaya nilang patayin kahit Uranus. Kaya nilang patayin kahit Barats. But two of them together, tapos meron pang Angela to heal them up, and then you have the damage output mula doon sa ating Claude. Doon na nagkaroon ng problema ang Omega Esports. At maganda rin naman ang objective taking and early game pressure na nakita natin mula sa side ng Bren Esports. And actually, pag tinignan natin ang mga highlights na ito, doon natin lalong maintindihan kung ano nga ba yung strength ng lineup ng Bren Esports. Like for example, Omega Esports, maganda pa rin ang kanilang objective taking sa Turtle dahil marvelous na talaga si GZ. Parang pag may retry siya, kaya niya talaga nakawin. But look at how they were able to protect si Carl TZ. Yung dalawang tanks, gumagawa ng plays para sa Bren Esports. Hindi yung tank roll, yung literal na tank heroes. Like Flap TZ, pati na rin si Ribo, Gold Lane Uranus, na hindi kasing kunat ng isang EXP lane Uranus pero still packs up a punch at natatangki niya yung damage output ng Omega Esports. More than anything else, hinayaan din ng Bren Esports na makapag-farm si Carl TZ doon sa jungle pati sa mid lane by actually putting so much pressure doon sa side lanes. So kumbaga na-sustain ni Ribo pati rin ni Flap TZ yung sarili nilang lanes, hindi ganun ka-explosive whatsoever, but the fact na na-keep nila yung side lanes ng Bren Esports na intact, it also meant na maganda ang map control ng Bren Esports. Finally, the turtle goes in favor of Carl TZ, and from then on, nakakita na nga ang Bren Esports ng farming patterns for Carl TZ. Omega Esports were able to get pickoffs. Hindi naman natin pwedeng tanggalin yung idea na mataas pa rin talaga yung kanilang burst potential. Pero in this particular clash, na-dissect nila yung mga members ng Omega Esports. Nahiwalay nila si Heath, eventually nahiwalay nila si Kenji. At nung follow-up na Lord Fight, ay doon na nga nalugi ang Bren Esports. Tingnan mo yung backlines na kinuha ng Bren Esports. Omega pa rin na makakuha nung Lord, yung last hit sa Lord. Pero natalo sila doon sa mismong clash dahil sila ay na-divide ng mga members ng Bren Esports. Do take note, bakit crucial na ma-divide dito ang members ng Omega? Kasi kung titingnan nyo ito, may, dito na natin ma-visualize na not enough na yung damage ng Omega Esports. Kasi kahit buhusan nila si Ribo, kinakaya nila, but they needed 4 heroes just to take him down. And then eventually after that clash, in that particular area din, same area, makikita natin na yung Omega Esports ay kinulang na ng damage doon kay Flap TZ pati na rin kay Ribo. Another dissection of Bren Esports doon sa galawan ng Omega Esports, meaning to say, naiwahiwalay nila yung mga members ng Omega Esports, kaya isa-isa nilang napatay. And eventually, they were able to get the Lord. Now, the Lord push mula sa Bren Esports, it's very, like they say, elementary. Napaka-simple lang. And nakuha pa nila yung kill doon kay Hajisi sa likuran. Although, you have to really commend Omega Esports na dive nila kung nasan si Carl TZ at nakakuha ng kill. Ito yung sinasabi natin. Binate ni Kenji, yung mga members ng Omega Esports, binuhos yung yin yang overturn, yung feathered airstrike, lahat, pati yung cooldown siguro ng Tranchon, na lightning Tranchon ay sinama na rin, but not enough damage output. As we see, pag nag-late game na, doon na mamomblema yung lineup ng Omega Esports. There's really just no damage. Pero, technically speaking, pag pinagsama-sama nila yung Ling, yung Farsa, yung Kagura, meron silang damage na kayang pumunit ng kahit Uranus or Barats. However, hindi hinayaan ng Bren Esports na sila ay madali nung combo na yon. MVP of the game, the GOAT! 165,000 damage taken at isang death lang. 515, saktong-sakto sa event natin. And celebrating the last match of the regular season with a finesse play from Ribo. Napakaganda ng kanyang pag-take ng kanyang sariling role bilang gold laner, but at the same time lane sustain para sa side ng Bren Esports. At hinayaan nila, sabi ko nga nung intro, they paved the way for Carl TZ to be able to farm. This is why Bren Esports were able to take the M2 World Championship kasi alam talaga nila kung ano yung kanilang roles per their roles in a way. Kung ano yung trabaho ng bawat role na nandun sa Bren Esports, alam na alam nila yan. And that is the reason why they were able to get that win. And para sa iyo na gustong manood at manalo pa ng skin worth 599 diamonds, all you have to do is join the live watching rewards through scanning this QR code or going into this link. Good luck sa iyo. Sana maging part ka ng first 30,000 entries na may chance na makakuha ng skin worth 599 diamonds. That has been my analysis of that wonderful series. At may magsabi na mukhang nagtulungan yung mga bestie, but they did show us a glimpse of how a World Championship or M2 representatives do it when it comes to Mobile Legends. My name is Wolf, your analyst, at ibabalik ko na to sa ating mga casters.
Thank you so much, Wolf, breaking down game number 3. And of course, what other team to make an abomination of a lineup work like this than our world champions. Congratulations to Bren Esports. Again, our MVP there, the GOAT Ribo. This is his second time, I believe, playing Uranus in the MPL Season 7. And Udatang, I think it's perfect. His KDA line was 515.
Yeah, and on 515 day, it is 515, right?
Yesterday, but yes,
yesterday?
It is 515 weekend.
515 weekend. Yeah, well played game there by Bren Esports. Again, a lineup that isn't supposed to work. For most people, they're going to realize, so how is this going to work? That's like 4 average assists. They barely have any damage.
Avarisai?
Nah, man, it's all about, as Wolf put it, the sustain, to pave the way for Carl TZ to farm up. Yeah, Carl TZ is their main source of damage, but the rest of Bren Esports, they can fight. You know, you get the damage a bit from the Barretts, the damage as well from the Angela, Popple and Koopa, a fair amount. And then, yeah, it just got to the point, despite all the burst Omega had, they could not burst down the wall. The Bren Esports bus, the Bren bus.
Yeah, it was quite the ride. And of course, it had to end like this. But just the same, Omega Esports are happy to take it. They are still secured for their upper bracket go in the playoffs. Bren Esports just the same. So the besties both walk away with smiles on their faces.
Yeah, and with both of them in the upper bracket, we now have a good glimpse of the playoff matchups. It's going to be Aura versus Omega, Bren versus Blacklist. Those are the upper bracket matchups. And for the lower bracket, you have Work Auster Force versus NXP and ONIC versus Execration. We have our playoff picture set.
Ooh, all of those matches sound like must-watches.
Heck yes. Definitely, man.
Oh, we haven't yet even called it quits for the regular season. We're about to, as we throw it over to Mara for an interview from someone in the camp of Bren Esports. But just the same, why does it have to be a break? You know what? I appreciate the break. I'm pretty sure you guys should as well, given that we have been doing this week in, week out for the past months. But yeah, it all comes down to this. Reptar, this is the last time we're going to be at the desk for Season 7. Any words that you'd like to share with our viewers? Because, again, I have yet to digest that this is the end of the regular season.
Yeah, the end of the regular season, but the season isn't completely over just yet. 7 seasons of the MPL, we're about to witness another playoffs. At the end of the day, all we can say is just thank you to each and every one of you for the countless support that you show, not just to us casters, not just the entirety of the show, but to the teams. The fan support is always such a great source of energy for us casters. Yes, you're not here with us with where we are, but we see your comments, we interact with you week in and week out, and it's always just so touching. Thank you as well to the subreddit community for Mobile Legends game. Thank you for welcoming me with open arms. But yeah, it's not goodbye just yet, man. Season ain't over. I laid down the matchups. Playoffs is gonna be hot.
It sounds like it is, and I'm expecting so much from it. But just the same, we will see you guys in a couple of weeks for that. And of course, as Raptor said, thank you so much to the community for making this, again, the biggest season just yet.
Yeah.
And it's just bound to get bigger. The playoffs, I don't think we're going to be in the same area. Like, we'd love to see the fans. I'm sure you guys would love to join us as well. But it just isn't so. The situation in the country is very specific. Like, we still need to do a lot to quell COVID-19. Stop this pandemic. Do our part. But just the same, one day, I swear, one day we're going to go back into the arena and we are going to be seeing each other and again experiencing MPL in the midst of each other. But Last but not least, MPL Philippines is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Download the Giga Live app today and discover and enjoy your favorite double Giga offers all in one tap. With the Giga Live app, napakarami niyong pwedeng gawin. Mag-add ng load, mag-subscribe to Smart at TNT offers, at syempre, you can easily check your load balance all in just one tap. Simple, diba? Once more, on behalf of all of us here at the English broadcast, my name is Leo. This right here is Reptar, and what an honor it has been to bring you the very last matchup for the regular season. We're going to throw it over to the lovely Mara Aquino for a quick interview. Mara, who are we talking to?
Bren Esports is now in the upper bracket. Again, never underestimate the heart of a champion. At kakausapin natin ngayon, walang iba, kundi si Rebo. Hi, Rebo! Oh, si Few! Few! Hi, Few! Hello! Alam ko sobrang close nyo yung Execration. At yung Game 1 pa lang, pinakaba nyo sila. Mukhang talaga nirespeto nyo yung glue dun sa Game 1. Nag-play safe ba kayo dun?
Ayun, di rin kasi namin kaya talaga i-clash eh. Kasi kapag pinilit namin silang dive in sa tower, mapapanish kami. Mabilis rumespo yung Matilda eh, pati yung Lin.
At ngayon naman, makakalaban nyo ang Blacklist International sa ating playoffs. Tinalo nyo sila nung nagtapat kayo. Now, ang Bren, you guys usually stick doon sa mga classic comfort hero picks. Ang Blacklist International, nagtatry sila ng mga ibang heroes. Ano sa tingin nyo ang magiging biggest challenge para sa inyo ngayon sa playoffs kontra Blacklist?
Siguro yung 1 week na preparation na hindi namin makikita kung ano yung pine-prepare talaga nila eh. Kasi baka yun nga, gumawa sila ng ibang strategy, hindi na sila mag-stick dun sa ginagawa nilang 4-1 na strat. Kaya parang dun kami mahirap.
Pew, yung mga fans nyo, ang saya-saya. Masaya ka ba today? Ngiti naman dyan. Ayan.
Oo, kasi nakapag-battle kami. Despite nung, kahit talo kami nung first 2 weeks, nakabawi pa rin kami sa upper.
Ano ang mensahe mo sa lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon at yung mga die-hard Bren fans?
Sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, simula nung week 1 kahit natatalo pa, maraming salamat, nandiyan pa rin kayo.
Congratulations! Celebrate naman kayo, ngiti naman dyan, isang ngiti. Yeah! Congratulations! Pew-pew! Makakalaban ng Bren Esports ang Blacklist International. Talagang dapat abangan nyo yan. In the 2 weeks, yan na ang ating playoffs. At ito, iniimbitahan ko rin kayo sumali sa ating mythical raffle draw para manalo kayo ng mga papremyo. Meron kayong QR code na makikita right over here. Meron tayong mga katanungan, kailangan nyo lang sagutin yon. Kung talagang nanonood kayo ng MPL, talagang sobrang dali lang yan. Meron din tayong napakadali. Ito ang live watching rewards. Another QR code makikita nyo right over. Dun 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 dun. First 30,000 kada game, di mo nanalo ng mga in-game prizes and treasure chests kung gusto nyo ng mga diamonds at kung gusto nyo rin ng mga skins, perfect na perfect yung live watching rewards. And of course, meron din tayong 300 diamonds brought to you by Oppo A94. Ang tanong namin, how do you live your life at full speed? Using the hashtag live life at full speed. At ito naman, ang sagot ni Max Ezekiel Makaraig. I live life at full speed by watching MPL and by supporting my favorite teams, Aura PH and Bren Esports. Hashtag live life at full speed. Ayun na nga, ng Bren Esports nasa upper bracket na. Sabi ni Joff Legendaries, ay ang ganda, legendary! I live life at full speed by supporting MPL-PH throughout this pandemic and playing MLBB with friends without bashing others. Kindness and patience is key. Nanood to ng Miss Universe, kaya ganito yung sagot niya. Yes, alam mo talaga ang MLBB talaga naging company natin during the pandemic. So, keep on playing para mawala yung ating mga stresses and worries sa life. Sabi ni Omega, Orion. I live life at full speed by simply supporting every team in MPL Philippines Season 7. Yay! Supportahan talaga natin lahat ng ating mga kupunan. They work really hard to get here. Si Maurice Alexander Keith Villacampa. I live life at full speed by working hard and playing harder. O nga naman, pagkatapos ng trabaho, umuwi sa bahay, mag-grind na mag-grind, mag-rank na mag-rank para tumaas ang inyong MMR. Ito, sabi ni Christian Daniel Dayang, I live life at full speed by grinding every day. Hashtag live life at full speed. Congratulations sa lahat ng ating mga winners. 5 random lucky winners nakakuha ng 300 diamonds. Brought to you by Oppo A94. Live life at full speed. Hintayin lamang ang kanilang message sa inyong Facebook para maklaim ang inyong 300 diamonds. Heto, ang haba ng ating araw ngayon. Balikan natin yung mga resulta na naganap ngayong Sunday. Work Auster Force na 2-1 ng LPE, Blacklist International swept ONIC, Execration, ang ganda ng laban niya kanina na 2-1 ng Aura, and finally, Bren Esports, 2-1 ang Omega.
Grabe tong araw na to, Rob.
Yeah.
Ang haba na ng araw, ang ganda pa ng mga pinakitang laban natin sa buong laro na to.
Yes, understatement yung yung just simply long day. Pero kung isipin mo dito, yes, nanalo yung Bren Esports on this final series natin. Pero pareha silang panalo kasi Omega already secured their upper bracket slot doon pa lang sa game 1. And meanwhile, dahil sa reverse sweep na ginawa ng Bren Esports, na-secure naman nila yung kanilang upper bracket.
True. Saka alam mo yung pinaka-nanalo dito? Mga fans.
Yeah.
Sila yung tunay na nanalo dito. Jam-packed weekend ng MPL. Itong buong regular season natin, napaka-memorable. Kasi kung sa aming mga cases, sinasabi namin lagi, every season, na ito na yung season na napaka-close sa mga laban, mas mahigpit pa yung mga laban natin ngayon.
At ngayon, ito ang ating final standing sa last day ng ating regular season. Aura at the top with 26 points. Ang Bren umakyat sa number 2 spot, securing the upper bracket at 23 points. Work Auster Force, even though pareha sila ng puntos, it's win over the other. Kaya nasa taas ang Bren. Work at number 3, ONIC at number 4, and Signal at number 5. So Group B naman, tignan nyo kung gaano kalayo talaga yung Blacklist International with 32 points. Omega at 21 points. Execration at 20 points. NXP at 18. And finally, LPE at number 5.
Well, we all know, nakita na natin kung gaano ka-dominant, of course, ang Blacklist International overall. Pero, would you agree with me, Nomad, na yung points, yes, you get the chance to be on the upper bracket. Pero pagdating kasi ng playoffs, parang somehow nare-reset lahat ng mga nangyari sa regular season.
True. Past couple of seasons, pagdating natin ng playoffs, alam na kagad natin, ito yung malakas sa team, ito yung hindi magpe-perform na team. Time and again, laging nababaliktad yan. Yung hindi nagpe-perform na team gaano, sila bigla on top.
Yeah.
Yung mga on top, sila bigla sa baba. Yung buhay nga, parang isang gulong. Sabi nga nila.
At sino nga ba ang manlalaro who finished on top? At the end of the week, ang MVP of the week natin, walang iba kundi si Carl Tizzy ng Bren Esports. After starting the season with 3 straight losses, Bren Esports is rounding up into form, heading into the playoffs after a big week 7. That included 2 wins over Signal Ultra and Omega Esports. A big reason for these wins has been the play of jungler Carl Tizzy, who sent a strong statement in their victories this week. Now against Signal, he was named MVP in back-to-back games using Benedetta and Ling as the world champions cruise to a 2-0 sweep. Now against Omega in a rematch of Season 6 Grand Finals, he was deadly using Claude in their 2-1 reverse sweep victory, and other players like Blacklist International's Wise and Kyrie sa ONIC, they were also considered. But for these performances, Carl Tizzy is our MVP of the week.
Well, Carl Tizzy is Carl Tizzy. Sobrang deserve ng bata na to talaga yung mga, not only the blessing, pero yung recognition din na meron siya. And coming from the M2, getting the M2 championship, wherein nag-start sila dito ng, sabihin na natin a little bit slow, that's 0-3 loss, pero they ended up still on the upper bracket. Hindi nga lang number 1, pero that's still on upper bracket.
Yeah, and from Carl Tizzy, from Season 2, nung finish solid pa lang, all the way into his World Championship run with Bren Esports, the development was huge. Like, sobrang laki ng agwat niya from when he was still a rookie in MPL to him now. The multiple times na nakita natin, nakapag-outplay siya ng ilang tao, time and time again with the Ling. Yung Claude pinick up, minsan questionable pick pa yung Claude on the jungler, pero he still proved us wrong. His mechanical prowess on its own is deserving of this MVP award. And if anything, kung tuloy-tuloy niya ginagawa to, baka siya yung maging playoff MVP or MVP of the season. Maybe.
Well, probably pwedeng mangyari yon. Pero syempre, like what you mentioned earlier, no, na magkakaroon tayo ng a little bit of reset, and given that ang makakalaban nila is Blacklist International round number 1. Pero ang ano lang dito, no, sila lang din naman yung nakatalo sa all throughout ng regular season on Blacklist International, at kaabang-abang talaga yung laban na yon.
Sobra. Number 1 na pinaka-inaabangan ng mga tao talaga yun. Like, no doubt.
Ito ang ating mga regular season MVP of the week. Week 1, KLVJ. Week 2, Edward. Week 3, Oheb. Week 4, Kyrie. Week 5, Benny Cutie. Si Yawi naman para sa Week 6. And finally, Carl Teasy sa Week 7.
Wow, looking at all the MVPs ng ating per week, mapapansin ko rito si Yawi. Si Yawi yung pinaka para sa akin na magsa-stand out. Bakit? Kasi siya lang yung tank. Sa 7 weeks na to, most of them were it's either gold laner or jungler. Pero to get an MVP of the week for a tank, ang laking bagay nun.
Yeah, masyado malaki kasi yung impact na ginawa ni Yawi during week 6 that gave NXP their victories, much deserved victories as well. Pero yung pinaka nagsa-stand out sa akin dito, alala ko pa yung MVP week ni KLVJ na alam natin lahat na na-accident siya na nun, but he still was able to deliver a performance worthy of being called an MVP.
We all remember that. Ngayon, 4 na serye ang naganap ngayong araw na to. Talagang nahirapan kami kumuha ng ating mga top 5 plays. Pero talagang sa sobrang ganda ng pinapakita nila, eto na ang ating smart top 5 plays of the game.
And
at number 5.
At number 5, Execration versus Aura. This was all for Execration dito, and they managed to secure the game for themselves. We see the Lord stolen by Execration. Aura really did not have any answers to this. Pero at the same time, Kilowatt started to go ham. Benny Cutie started to go ham on the Alice.
Yeah, and for our number 4, still Execration versus Aura. Ito yung naging comeback mechanic dito ng Execration, and Chaknu with a phenomenal play with this Grak. Kaya even yung mga players from Aura really tweeted na grabe ka naman, sobrang commended dito ng mga galawan ni Chaknu. Kahit alam mo hindi nakufra yung gamit niya, yung Grak, kahit nababaliktad niya pa rin talaga yung mga initiation, and giving not only vision para sa side dito ng Execration, and all throughout the game, Chaknu, siya talaga yung bumuhat dito sa specific clip natin na to.
Chak Mamba is really the mentality dito for Execration. Meanwhile, at number 3, it's ONIC versus Blacklist. The first series that we had na 2-0 sweep for the entire day. This is the Lord Seal, if I'm not mistaken. Hindi pala. It's a Lord secured by them, but look at the backlines. Wise alive, Kyrie being chased down. They get the pin on Oh My Venus as well. Dito tumuloy-tuloy yung ONIC
Napatagal nila yon, and look at that, yung dodge doon sa may Tempest of Blade doon sa Matilda na yon, it really made the difference. But para sa ating number or top 2, Aura versus Execration ulit, ito yung laban na parang ang daming highlights naman ng mga nangyari. Pero look at that, yung order of brilliance, yung pagpitas dito sa Lunox na to, this made Execration confident enough para tapusin na yung laban na to against Aura PH.
Yeah, ang ganda pa ng timing ng flicker niya talaga dun talagang dulon-dulo. Meanwhile, the top play that we had for the entire week, game number 1, Bren versus Omega. Lord take, Bren Esports already in the back foot. Circling Eagle connects onto Flap, pero it's not going to deter Bren Esports from even pushing forward. Lusty in the back lines. Tempest of Blades being used up. Omega just completely stomping Bren in this game.
Yes.
That team fight.
Alam mo kung aalalahanin mo yung buong series, hindi lang isang beses nagawa ni Haji yung mga steals with this link para sa Lord. Pero I think that was twice.
That was twice.
Ito na talaga yung hinihintay nyo. Sino nga ba maglalaban sa ating playoffs? Papakita na natin ang ating playoffs bracket. Ang upper bracket natin, Aura, kakalabanin ang Omega. Bren naman, kakalabanin ang Blacklist International. So magsisimula ang ating playoffs sa May 26. Sa lower bracket naman, nandiyan ang Auster Force kontra NXP, ONIC kontra Execration. At ang ating Grand Finals, magaganap yan on May 30th. So meron tayong best of 5 at yung Grand Finals, best of 7. Mahaba-haba yan.
Yes,
Sobra.
mahaba-haba. Well, we will be having like 2 series per day. Pero lahat ng laban natin dito no Man and Mara, best of 5, except nga sa minention ni Mara na grand finals which is best of 7.
The first time na na-introduce to was last season and sobrang intense sa mga laban to the point na every team, kahit anong strategy pa yung kailangan nila ipo-pull out nila, kahit sobrang risky, basta alam nilang kaya nilang manalo dun sa strat na yun, gagamitin nila.
Kaya dapat abangan talaga ang ating playoffs. Magsisimula yan May 26 until May 30th. 5 days full of playoffs action. Ito naman, magbabasa na ako ng ating mga comments sa Facebook comment section natin gamit ang ating Oppo A94. Andito si Crystal May, Mark James Lumban, JM Enoy, June Avalos, Feeling Grace, si King Kagatlabi, Ijas, Nagi Morado, Nova May, at may mensahe tayo mula kay Robert Martinez. Sabi niya, well done LPE, come back stronger next season. Ano hindi naman talaga naging madali ang daan ng LPE. They had to beat 3,000 teams para makapasok dito sa Pro League, dito sa MPL. But don't worry, sabi nga ni Coach Panda, di ba? He has out there's a lot to learn and for sure they'll come back stronger.
Stronger as they want to be. This is a stepping stone. We saw signs of life for LPE. Kaya nila bumalik next season, no problem.
Si Joan Tolentino, congratulations Work Auster Force, another awesome game and team effort. Maganda naman talaga ang ipinakita ng Work Auster Force sa ating regular season. Yun nga lang talaga nakasalalay kay Bren doon kaya hindi sila nakapunta doon sa upper bracket. Joy Sampaga, grabe, sobrang intense ang laban. Congrats Blacklist, GG, well played ONIC. Ang Blacklist talaga, pag naglalaro, expect nyo magiging intense ang labanan. Kaya nga sila highest at 32 points.
Yes, and not only that, their community, which is ang tinatawag nila yung mga agents, talagang todo talaga ang suporta. Not only with the VYs, pero the whole Blacklist International, grabe yung community na to, Mara.
Nakita ko nga sa Twitter, pinost ka agad si Rob Luna. Okay, sabi naman ni Yan Marbeltran. Nice game, ONIC. Kahit talo ang mahalaga, maganda. Pinakita nyo laban para sa mga fans. They do everything they can para sa mga fans. Kaya kung sino man ang koponan na sinusuportahan nyo, kailangan todo support kayo para talagang magbigay energy sa inyong mga favorite teams. Jordan Moreno Alano, ang angas nun! The checkmate by VYs Tandem. Congrats, Blacklist. Pag nandoon ang VYs, walang V kung walang Ys, walang Ys kung walang V. Pag nandoon talaga sila, yun ang perfect duo, no?
Kung walang, actually, if I can say this, pag wala yung VYs, I don't think Blacklist would make it this strong in the game.
Statement.
So aside from the already strong roster that they have, VYs combo is the breath of fresh air that Blacklist needed to get this high in the rank to prove that they are a contender for championships.
Sana all make a duo. I need a breath of fresh air. Okay, Ryan, Inopia. Grabe, eto Max ang Chakno connection. Congrats, Exe. Chakno talaga, no? And eto Max.
Yeah, eto Max, of course, yung mga Selena gameplays niya. Pero Chakno, yun nga, yung Grak niya kanina, even doon sa Kufra. Chakno talaga no? Siya yung parang nagiging pillar talaga for the whole Execration squad. Kasi once na nag-activate si Chakno, nai-enable niya lahat ng mga members ng Execration.
Jai Rus Coborn. Kita-kit sa playoffs. Doon nyo sila durugin, mga idol. Hashtag Aurafire. Durugin, naramdaman ko yun playoffs once again, May 26 until May 30th. 5 days of all-out jam-packed action. Yan ang ibibigay namin sa inyo. Kaya keep on sending also those comments para mabasa namin yan sa ating Facebook Live comment section using Oppo A94 Live Live at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. Mamimiss namin kayo. Wala kami dito ng 1 linggo pero huwag kayong maglala. Meron tayong yung showdown natin. Kila ako si Doggy at Andrea Brillantes. May 22nd. So put that in your calendar. Kailangan po mag-ingat po tayong lahat. Kahit nakabukas na lahat ng ating establishments, paalala lang po sa inyo na as we deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we really encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing social distancing, wearing a face mask, face shield, sanitizing, proper hand washing. Pero pinaka-importante po talaga sa lahat, staying at home as much as possible. Let's all do our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. Ako po si Mara Aquino sa ngalan ni Noma, ni Rob Luna, ang ating mga shoutcasters sa English at Tagalog broadcast, pati na rin ang ating production staff. First one in, last one out, talagang naghahanda para maibigay sa inyo ang magandang coverage. Nagpapasalamat po kami sa inyo sa pagtutok dito sa regular season. And as we continue to deal with the COVID pandemic, talagang kailangan po lahat sana safe tayo para sa playoff, sama-sama tayong manonood. Now, this has been MPL Philippines Season 7 presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Win games and make winning moments with friends, achieving double GG with Smart Double Giga Games. See you sa playoffs, everybody, and keep it good vibes. Bye!
There's something big that's about to return this year. This special MPL Chillax episode seeks to highlight one of the biggest Mobile Legends tournaments in the region.
A part of this episode will also include our brothers and sisters from the regions to share us their thoughts on what we can expect is coming Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asian Cup 2021. One of the sexiest men from Malaysia, Lapel.
Ang sarap ko.
MPL-ID English shoutcaster, and he is the best.
What's up, guys? Anong balita?
From Indonesia again, Momo-chan.
Hello everyone, mahal kita.
That was so pleasant.
We need to know how to beat them. We need to watch them.
What's the one thing that Filipinos team